Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Prologue. Silence was my only true companion in a house overflowing with laughter. While my pack reveled in the sunlight, basking in a unity I could taste, but never swallow, I lurked in the shadows like an intruder in my own life. They call this a family, a unit woven together by blood and instinct, but when I looked at them, I didn't see home. I saw the one thing I could never truly be. The corner of the garden offered a fragile sanctuary, shaded just enough to hide the cracks in my mask. I craved the presence of others, I did, but the weight of socializing with them, my pack, my people, was often too harrowing to bear. Sometimes it is safer to simply observe. Unfortunately, my sister didn't understand the safety of the dark. "Come on, Amelia," she laughed, a vision of light ascending the wooden steps. Her amber-tinted curls bounced with a vitality that mocked my stillness, her thin dress swirling in the heat while I suffocated in black training gear and heavy silence. "I think Alpha Thane was looking for you. Everyone is asking about you." As usual, I swallowed the sigh that threatened to escape. Marguerite hated my resignation. My movements were sluggish, heavy with dread, as I followed her down toward the congregating party. It was her birthday. To hide away would be a cruelty I couldn't justify. Eyes tracked her movement, drawn to the magnetic pull of her mate, Mitchell. He was a warrior, carved from the rough stone of the Enforcer pack. A brutal, beautiful existence of unmated wolves who protected the peace. It was a life of discipline. A life of solitude. A life I desperately longed to steal for myself. "Amelia." The deep voice wrapped around my name, a velvet touch against my skin. A hand grazed my elbow, sending a jolt through my system. I turned. A grin betrayed me, stretching across my lips before I could stop it. "Jacob." "Alpha Thane," I mused, my heart hammering a traitorous rhythm against my ribs at his slow, knowing smile. "Jacob, you know how much it irks me when you call me that," he teased. He offered a glass, the ice clinking, a sound of salvation in the oppressive heat. He stood there in the sun, skin exposed, forcing my eyes to wander where they shouldn't. Hiding again? He knew. He always knew. Jacob was the anchor in my storm, the only one who saw beneath the pretenses I built to survive. He had seen the temperamental girl grow into a woman who didn't fit the mold. When he had found his mate, Amelia, it had felt like an amputation. I had hated her perfection, despised how she completed him in a way I never could. But hate is a fire that eventually burns itself out, leaving only the cold ash of reality. "People love your company, and yet you're forever hiding yourself away," he chided. His voice was meant to be a balm, but the sigh that followed smelled of worry and ancient pine. "You're loved and welcome here, Amelia. I know you don't see it, but you are." I gripped the cold glass, using the chill to ground myself. "I don't belong," I whispered, the confession tasting of iron and defeat. My mother's voice pierced the air, calling my name. It was the escape I needed. Without a backward glance, I walked away, leaving him standing in the light while I retreated back into the dark. Chapter 1. "You're distracted," Jacob growled after my back had slammed into the dirt for the 5th time that morning, my neck arched towards him in defeat. "Why can't I train with the rest of the pack?" I groaned, not bothering to stand. I was squinting from my position on the ground, my hand framing my sweaty brow against the glare of the sun. It was early in the morning, the rest of the pack had just begun to train, and the rising sun had settled behind Jacob with a warm glow. He seemed so regal from down here, standing so tall and strong despite the sweat that covered him and the heavy rise and fall of his chest as he panted. He was cast in a halo of gold, untouchable, as he always was. What a sight I must be in comparison, panting and hunched, in my usual worn training gear, cheeks surely flushed bright red, and my red hair in disarray. Jacob never seemed as disheveled as I always did. Though I suppose that came with being alpha, his position always demanded that he seem tough and resilient. It would do him no good to be seen being bested by me in hand-to-hand combat, on the days when I could keep my head on straight, that is. Jacob sighed at my question, head stooping. He was tired of me asking, as I did every time we trained. But the desire to push myself harder and further never ceased. Our training together had become stagnant. I knew Jacob's style, his routine, down to a T. Sure, it was hard to spar with him, an alpha male wolf, but it didn't challenge me as it used to anymore. You know why? He shook his head, hand outstretched to pull me to my feet. Come on, get up. One more round before I have to help the rest of the pack with training. This is why I so desperately wanted to transfer to Colorado. Hopefully, with them, there wouldn't be this constant separation. Hopefully, I will be able to train with them. I scoffed, dusting myself off and shaking out my legs, prepared to deliver him a real beating. The last round was always the best. It was my last chance to earn bragging rights for the day, and I never held back. Jacob rolled his eyes at the sly smirk that curled across my lips. Of course, he already knew I was about to give my all. He cracked his neck, a smirk of his own forming to mirror mine. He enjoyed training with me just as much as I him. He always said how refreshing it was to have someone in the pack who wouldn't hold back, fearful of the consequences should they best him. Not that anyone other than Elias, perhaps, ever could. Even then, it hadn't happened since Jacob officially took up his position as alpha. I had only bested him a handful of times, and that was only in hand-to-hand combat. No one beat Jacob in wolf form. If I land 10 hits, I get to train with Elias tomorrow, I bartered. Not a chance. Come on, I groaned, not above stomping my foot on the ground like a child. He's the pack trainer, I won't get injured. I said no, and that's final. Jacob's expression was stern. I held back my scream of frustration, feeling the anger bubble away within me. Keeping my shoulders still, I stepped forward with a quick jab from my left, which Jacob easily blocked, before swinging with my right. My punch landed with a solid crunch. Even if he caught the following knee, I'd aimed straight for his gut. Sloppy, he tooted, as if his nose wasn't currently throbbing and his eyes weren't watering because of it. I thought you wanted to win. How's that vision working out for ya? I teased gruffly, rolling my shoulders as I tried to ease some of my anger. I couldn't let my frustration rule me. I had to focus. Jacob's tearful eyes narrowed. Seems like you're just stalling the beating you're about to get. He darted towards me, his fist landing square against my jaw, but I did nothing but shake it off as I ducked under him and tackled him to the ground. We grappled for the next 5 minutes, my elbow digging deep into his diaphragm, the palm of my hand clashing against his jaw, until his teeth were on my throat once again. I hate it when you hit my chest, I growled, shoving Jacob off me with a huff as I rubbed at my sore skin. I wasn't a good loser. He always left me with too many bruises. Good job, I always wear black now as well with all this mess. Jacob didn't look much better than I did. There was a definite swelling to his face that wasn't going to heal for the next hour, and there was red trickling down his neck from where my fist had hit his cheek and grazed the skin. When can we discuss Colorado? I panted, wiping the sweat from my brow. Jacob said nothing as he reached for his water bottle with a frown. This wasn't the first time I had brought up the Enforcer Pack to him, but so far, I had yet to receive a concrete response. I was sick of waiting for his decision. The semi-annual Alpha meeting is in 2 days. Jacob ignored me, meeting my eye as he threw my bottle towards me. I caught it with ease, gulping back the water instantly. I'm aware. My glare was not subtle. Jacob rubbed the back of his neck as his gaze darted away for a moment. I was hoping you'd accept the position of acting alpha female this time. My stomach dropped, and my glare slipped, and I was left staring at Jacob, mouth somewhat agape. He only seemed more uncomfortable with my reaction. Are you sure? My response was no more than a whisper. That was a big position to fill, not just literally, but because I was abundantly aware of who I was replacing. It's been 3 years since Amelia. I'd rather not have to sit through those meetings alone. Besides, you already did the paperwork and the preparations with me, and Beta Marie said you were helping her prepare the accommodations for the traveling alphas and betas. You're not alone if Marie and Kyler are with you at the meetings. I was being pedantic, but the thought of filling Amelia's shoes, if only temporarily, was terrifying. It felt so wrong. He shot me an unamused look. You know what I mean. I do, but I think the idea of me being acting alpha female is laughable. I don't have a wolf. How am I equipped to fill that spot? You won't even let me train with anyone but you, and now you're asking me to sit amongst the alphas and betas as if I'm one of them. It's only for 3 days, Jacob scoffed. You know, most of the alphas respect you. You're wolf enough to travel to other packs to help me with my workload, so you're wolf enough to sit in on the big meetings. He sighed when he caught my dubious expression. Look, I'm gonna bring up your transfer to Colorado at the meeting. Don't you need to send off a formal request first? Nah, Harris is used to taking requests last minute. That rule only applies to the regular packs. Ooh, Harris, I teased, watching as a grin slowly formed, no matter how hard Jacob tried to hide it. Aren't you informal? Lucky no one else is around to hear you talk like that. Jacob laughed, and I dodged as he threw his bottle right at my face. Don't be such a brat, or I'll tell Alpha Harris to reject you. How very professional of you, Alpha Thane. Is that how you always talk at the Alpha meetings? I laughed, dancing out of his reach as he teasingly lunged for me. I need to go help Beta Marie. Go see to your Alpha duties. I nodded with a smile over the field to where Elias was standing, waiting with his arms crossed and a stern expression. Such a stickler for timekeeping, even when it was his Alpha keeping him waiting. I suppose that was one good thing about not training with the pack. I would never be subject to Elias's training punishments. I'd seen wolves cry before. He asked you to what? My sister Marguerite almost shrieked, sending a look to our mother that I knew had to mean something. He asked me to be the acting alpha female at the meetings this morning while we were training. I shrugged, pushing at the food on my plate with my fork, my appetite waning. It's not like it's unheard of. Plenty of alphas and betas who've lost their mates have people to fill the position for the meetings. You know Wyoming lost its alpha male 5 years ago, and I don't see the alpha female showing up alone. Another look was shared between them both. I gritted my teeth, my eyes dropping to the wooden dining table as I finally dropped my fork. What? What are you two looking at each other like that for? I knew I should have eaten elsewhere when I heard Marguerite was joining us for dinner. Whenever these two were together, I was in for an interrogation or embarrassment. Well, Mom began, pausing to take a long sip of her water as she avoided my pointed stare. We just think that, well, you and Jacob are awfully close. And we see the way you look at him, Marguerite added. Darn, if Marguerite noticed, then there was no telling who else in the pack could have noticed. How mortifying, I didn't need any rumor spreading. And we see the way he looks at you, Mom finished. Perhaps this is a sign. Of what? My narrowed gaze flicked suspiciously between the two women, with matching growing smirks. Mom scoffed. Of his feelings for you, of course. This? I moaned. Again, with this rubbish? Look, I don't care how you think Jacob looks at me. It won't change anything. I just thought, Mom trailed off, catching my sister's eye. Instinctively, I knew where the conversation was about to go. Well, if you and Jacob finally got together, you wouldn't have to change packs. Mom, I groaned in frustration, growing tired of having the same conversation every time since I had first brought up the possibility of my leaving. I had explained time and time again why I wanted to leave. You just don't understand. I don't understand? Mom snapped, offended by my tone. I'm the only human in this pack, and you think I don't know what it's like? I'm not saying things have been easy for you, Mom, that you don't face your own challenges. I'm just saying our situations are different. Growing up in the pack, growing up with certain expectations, I feel like a disappointment. I couldn't bring myself to say the word even if it was true. You were born knowing exactly who you are. I was born a wolf, except not. I want to train, but I can't. I can't continue to live in this pack life, everyone pairing off in their happy bubbles while I'm the 23-year-old, still living with her parents. I'm not leaving because I'm lonely and sad and mopey. I'm leaving because I don't belong here, a fact that's glaringly obvious every day I stay. I snapped. Arg. Scolding myself for my own outburst, I pushed back from the table and stalked off. I didn't want to hang around for the aftermath of my words. If Mom continued to argue with me, then I knew without question I would argue back. I didn't need to fight tonight. It wasn't long before Marguerite found me sitting by myself on the porch of our cabin, watching the sun go down. I didn't bother to turn towards her, continuing to stare ahead of me. The autumn leaves looked so pretty under the sunset, which did well to calm me down. You don't have to be so difficult, you know. The wood creaked beneath her weight as she shifted to sit beside me on one of the steps. I'm not trying to be difficult, I sighed, fingers rubbing at my temples. I know she's just concerned. I'm just tired. Tired of having this conversation again and again. I don't have a mate, and that's fine. As much as you and Mom worry, I don't feel incomplete, and I don't have this great longing for companionship. I don't have a wolf, so I don't feel the endless burning desire to find a mate. I don't feel that pull that screams for my other half, as everyone seems to say. Marguerite fixed me with that familiar look of pity that everyone in this pack was so good at giving out. As if they didn't hear a single word I ever said, as if they couldn't comprehend a life worth living without a mate. I'm not leaving this pack to escape because I'm afraid of being alone, or because I'm broken with despair. I'm leaving this pack because I honestly believe Colorado can offer me a better future. Marguerite leaned to rest her head against my bicep, staring out into the surrounding trees. In the distance, we could see wolves run by, carrying out the evening patrol of the borders. You know, we just worry. You're so reserved all the time. Mom doesn't want you to feel excluded or like you don't belong. That's exactly how I feel sometimes. Beta Marie's relieved smile welcomed me into the pack house the next day, and it was a welcome reprieve from my sister's guilty stares all through breakfast. Marguerite and Mitchell had opted to eat with us, and I knew it was because of last night's conversation. I couldn't help but feel as if I was always being monitored in this pack, as if everyone thought I was a second away from a massive breakdown. Amelia, thank goodness. I'm so behind on schedule it's ridiculous. She huffed, seeming as frazzled as she sounded. Her cheeks were flushed, and there were bags beneath her eyes. She must have been staying late to get her workload sorted. From the stacks of papers she was sorting through on her desk, I could understand why. How's Beta Kyler doing? I asked, thinking of how stressed her mate also usually became before these meetings. Dealing with other alphas could be exhausting at times, and if things weren't to the best standards, then that reflected poorly on the pack. Beta Kyler had the lovely responsibility of escorting the alphas into our pack boundaries, and with 6 of them arriving in the space of one day, he would be working without rest for hours. Oh, don't even get me started. He's been running back and forth all week long, testing the routes. He's barely stopped to sleep. Elias has been pushing him a lot in training as well, which has been driving his wolf up the wall. But she shrugged with a smirk, having no sympathy for her mate. If Elias's landing hits, then Kyler needs to step up his game. He's always been competitive, at least he's not as bad as Alpha Athan, I joked, thinking of how well Jacob was at brooding when Elias really roughed him up. Jacob's wolf was just naturally more dominant than regular wolves. It took a lot to take an alpha down, so when someone came close, it was a real bruise to his ego. I heard Jacob gave you a real shiner yesterday, Beta Marie mused as she reached for a handful of keys and stacks of hefty folders and handed them to me. Don't worry, I gave it back to him just as good. Oh, I know, I watched him reset his nose after training, she laughed. Anyway, I need you to go to the cabins for the alphas and betas. Make sure they're all in order and ready for them. Just the usual last checks. And these are the files I've put together for them. The alphas should be arriving in. Marie trailed off to check her watch. Darn it, she swore, suddenly flustered as she grabbed for various files, papers crinkling as she hurried. Alpha Greta will be here any minute now. Go, quick. Start with the Arizona cabin so they can settle in straight away. Beta Marie all but shoved me out of the pack house as much as she could without dropping everything before running off by herself towards Jacob's office. He would need to travel to the border to greet the arriving pack as was customary. A lot of politics, in my opinion. By the time I'd finished in each cabin, laying out the files for the visiting alphas, it was midday and I knew the hunters would be returning. I needed to check the food supplies for the following few days. The deep voice of my brother in mating called out to me as I was stepping off the porch of the final cabin. He was leading the group of other hunters, all of them caked in mud, looking pleased with themselves. At least the hunt was successful, one less thing for Beta Marie to worry about. "Hey, Mitch," I called, shielding my eyes from the glare of the sun as I watched them all stroll closer. Some of the men were carrying large leather satchels with the meat. Others were just carrying entire sections of deer across their shoulders like it was nothing. Good hunt. "We won't be having any of the alphas turning their nose up at this," one of the guys grunted, puffing out his chest in pride. "They will if they smell you all over it," someone else jeered, which was met with laughs as they continued towards the pack house. Mitchell stayed back, shifting the large satchel across his shoulders. "Whose cabin is that?" He jutted his chin towards the building behind her. "Colorado saved them till the end, seeing as they always arrive last minute. Unfortunately for me, I wanted to meet them as soon as possible. I couldn't bear waiting. For so long, I had been requesting to transfer, and Jacob had never agreed before now. I felt like I had to get everything approved as quickly as possible before something went wrong. "I think most of the other alphas should be here by now, though," I explained, gesturing to the meat he was carrying, "so you and the rest of the hunters are just in time. They'll be demanding something to eat before long." "Well, they can wait till the rest of the pack is fed," Mitchell huffed, rolling his eyes. "You know that's not how it works. If they could hunt for themselves, they would, but it's against the rules on another alpha's land. It's a pain in my neck, is what it is. Those alphas and their strict rules." He grumbled. "Marguerite mentioned you're gonna be at the meeting tomorrow. You'll have to give Alpha Harris my regards." Of course, I'd forgotten that Mitchell trained in Colorado for 2 years. "Yeah, of course." I nodded awkwardly, hesitating, before allowing myself to ask, "What are they like?" "Who?" "Colorado, Alpha Harris's pack. What are they like?" "There." Mitchell exhaled deeply. "They're not what you'd expect." What did that even mean? "Mitchell." A voice shouted through the trees, "Alpha Ethan needs you." I almost wanted to hold Mitchell in place so I could interrogate him more, but my brother-in-mating was quick to rush off, eager to answer his alpha's call. And I was left wondering about the pack I so desperately wanted to join. Chapter 2. Are you ready for this? Jacob grumbled to me as I stepped outside of my family cabin. It was the morning of the meetings, and we had both missed our usual training because of it. Jacob already looked done for the day as he loosened the tie around his neck. It was rare that he ever wore a suit, and it was obvious by how uncomfortable he looked in the thing. I wanted to laugh at how strange he looked. He suited his typical training shorts and t-shirts far more. Not even close. I speared him with a tired stare. I'd been up all night reading the files he'd provided me with so last minute, and now, without my morning training, I was feeling grouchy and sluggish. I couldn't imagine how he felt. His wolf must have been pacing up a storm. He was fidgeting with his tie and collar still as we began to walk towards the main house until, with a huff, I batted his hands away and began to untie it altogether. "Just take the darn thing off. You're still in a suit." "You're walking weird," Jacob commented. "It's these stupid shoes." The smart pumps I was wearing crunched against the dried leaves, rubbing against the side of my feet with every step. They weren't even my shoes. Mom had nearly had my hide this morning as I stepped out of my room in my usual trainers. Apparently, they weren't appropriate for the meeting. "Where the heck did you get them from?" "They Eleanor's." "Her feet are a size smaller than mine. This is torture." "The walk is so long," I whined, staring longingly into the distance where I could already see the main house. It wasn't even that far from where I lived, but I was definitely going to have blisters before the end of the day. "Maybe if you didn't live so far away, you wouldn't have this problem," Jacob grunted, shooting me a pointed look. "I think you should move into the main house." I rolled my eyes. "I think I should move to Colorado." Jacob's jaw ticked, and he stayed silent for just a beat too long. Agree to disagree. "But I suppose I can't force you to stay here." His tone was off, clearly bothered by the sudden turn of the conversation. I didn't want to dwell too long on this tense atmosphere, not with such a long day ahead of us. We'd confront whatever these issues were when we had to. It was still possible for my transferal to be rejected. "Well, you can," being my alpha and all, I teased, attempting to lighten the mood, nudging him in the stomach with my elbow, "but you know I'd kick your butt if you did." "Please," Jacob shoved me away from him as we finally stepped up onto the porch. As if you could land a single punch on me. How's that nose feeling? I smirked. How did everyone settle in yesterday? He ignored my taunt with a grin, suppressing his amusement poorly as he attempted to settle into his role of alpha. Of course, in the meeting, we had to act professional. Good, Nevada arrived late as usual, but there weren't any problems. Colorado should have arrived this morning, but you'll have to ask Beta Marie or Beta Kyler about that. I never understand why they don't just arrive the day before like everyone else. Jacob shrugged, holding the door open for me. They keep to themselves. It makes no difference to me if they want to arrive later and leave earlier as long as they're at the meeting on time. Besides, have you ever tried to sit in the same room as Alpha Harris all day? The male's so strong it always sets the betas on edge. It's probably a good thing he's here less. I've never met the male, not that it makes any difference, I've got no wolf to cower under the alpha command. That's why I don't take nonsense from you. I quipped cheekily, ducking beneath his arm into the main house. Yeah, Jacob drawled, strolling in after me. That's why. There were only a couple of betas in the foyer, flicking through files and conversing, when Jacob and I arrived. It was still incredibly early, and we had to arrive early, though, considering Jacob was hosting the meeting. The fact that these betas were already here out of choice, looking so awake, was unbelievable. Right then, he muttered under his breath, shooting me a sideways glance that told me just how much he already hated the day ahead of us. Let's get things started. I'll get the coffee brewing in the kitchen. Mom said she'll be up at 11 with the other cooks to prepare lunch, so I think breaking at 12:30 sounds best. Jacob was nodding firmly, adding, and I'll go set up in the meeting room. Alpha Athan. A booming voice bellowed from the open doorway before either of us had a chance to move. I cringed at the volume so early in the morning, and then again when I caught who the voice belonged to. Alpha Fenton Delaney, Minnesota, one of the oldest of the alphas of the 7 packs, second only to the Alaska Alpha. He was a far too boisterous man when he wanted to be, and I wasn't at all ready for his big personality at this time of morning. Good luck, I offered Jacob a fleeting glance before practically running towards the kitchen. 10 minutes later, as I was piling all the cups, milk, sugar, and pots of coffee onto 2 trays, someone else entered the kitchen. The guy was tall, much taller than I was, despite being just under 6 feet, and muscular but lean, unlike some of the other alphas and betas who were positively bulging with muscles. A dark dusting of stubble covered a sharp jawline, giving me the impression he hadn't had a chance to shave within the last few days, matched by his dark, unruly hair that probably needed a comb. Can I help you? I asked, not recognizing the man in front of me. I assumed he was probably one of the betas or alphas I had yet to meet. He paused, narrowing his eyes at me slightly as if I was the one out of place, before grunting out a short coffee. He was still looking me up and down, assessing me. I bet he was from Alaska. I'd heard of how reserved they were up there, how distrusting they were of the other packs. Which wasn't surprising considering how far away they were, completely isolated from the other 6 packs. No wonder the man seemed grouchy. Traveling that far must have been tiring. I was just about to take it out. I nodded down awkwardly at the tray on the counter. I didn't make a move to pick it up, not wanting to seem dismissive. Alphas and betas could sometimes get really sensitive if they thought you were disrespecting them. And I definitely didn't know this man well enough to treat him as casually as the others I was acquainted with. Need help? Not an alpha then, not prideful enough. He must be a beta. Sure, thanks. I bobbed my head, waiting for him to make the first move. He reached for the heaviest tray. The meeting room had filled up by the time we entered, alphas and betas milling around the rows of desks and conversing amongst themselves. Their reaction to our entrance was almost instantaneous, their eyes shooting greedily to the hot pots of coffee being carried in front of me. I expected the beta to leave once we had reached the small table in the corner of the room, but he stayed beside me, still as silent as before. Good to see you again, he uttered to someone behind me as I began unloading the trays. His voice had lowered to a deep timbre, and I turned just in time to see the Minnesota Alpha nod in return. The Alpha's somber expression quickly brightened, however, as his eyes landed on me and recognition shot through them. Amelia. Good to see you again, girlie. I struggled to hold back my groan. The alpha, tall and stocky, was beaming down at me in delight. How was he always so joyful all the time? And especially here, where we were about to commence 7 long, dull hours discussing pack business amongst each other. You here on your own today, Alpha Delaney? I greeted with a smile, noticing his mate absent from his side. It wasn't unusual for the alpha couples to be by each other for the entirety of these meetings. They became particularly territorial and defensive with so many other alphas present. Alexis is back in Minnesota. She's too close to bursting to be traveling much. I could have sworn she was pregnant last time I saw her, but I couldn't remember how long ago that had been. Again? Congratulations. How many pups do you have now? His chest puffed out slightly, his grin widening at the mention of his family. It'll be 10 with this new pup on the way. 10. My eyes almost bulged from my head. I couldn't imagine having so many pups, let alone giving birth to them. Alpha Delaney snorted, noticing my horror. I am 186. Girlie, me and Alexis gotta be doing something with our time. Yes, I conceded, amused, nodding in false seriousness. I forgot you were such an old man. You're lucky I like you. Anyone else talk to me like that, and I'd have them on their back. What are you doing here anyway? Have you been upgraded to a pack waitress? Alpha Delaney laughed, a deep joyful rumble that was impossible not to join in with. Actually, my laughter subsided. I'm gonna be at the meetings this time. Alpha Ethan asked me to be acting alpha beside him. I couldn't stop my eyes from shifting away for a second, shuffling a little on my feet where I stood. It felt wrong to be taking up such a position in front of legitimate alphas and betas. The alpha position had to be earned, not gifted, so while it was only temporary and only for the 3-day meetings, I didn't feel at all worthy. That's great. Alpha Delaney boomed, surprising me. He clapped me on the shoulder in support. We could do with some fresh blood at these meetings, don't you say, Harris? He glanced over at my shoulder, where I hadn't realized the man from before was still standing. The name pinged in my brain in recognition. Harris. Alpha Harris of Colorado, the alpha of the pack I wished to join. Oh shoot, and here I was being so informal and insulting another alpha in front of him. What if he thought I was too immature or unruly? I turned to find him staring at me. We need something to stop these meetings from being so dull. His tone was so dry, no hint of amusement from him. Well, Alpha Delaney coughed, I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee. Perhaps you should go speak to Alpha Ethan. He seems to be looking over here in concern as if I'm going to talk you to death. He jutted his wide, square jaw towards the other side of the room, where Jacob was indeed glancing my way as he spoke with Beta Marie and Beta Kyler. I wish you had just dragged me away, I hissed under my breath to Jacob, who was sitting beside me with his attention on the alpha that was currently speaking. The meeting had begun an hour ago, and all of the alphas and betas had divided between tables within their packs. Beta Marie snickered beside me. How was I supposed to know you were making a fool out of yourself? He whispered back, biting his lip to suppress his amusement. Yuja. Now on to pack transferals, Jacob stated in a strong, loud voice, suddenly on his feet and addressing the crowd. I felt my face flush as eyes were instantly directed towards our group. Both Alpha Delaney and Alpha Harris were watching me, Alpha Delaney with a supportive smile, while Alpha Harris looked as if he had completely zoned out and his eyes just happened to be directed my way. Beside him sat, whom I presumed to be, his beta. Hair golden and long to counter his alphas, the man's physique was smaller than Alpha Harris's, his shoulders not as broad. I imagined his speed was what made him so deadly against his opponents rather than his strength, not that he looked all that weak. We had 2 matings in March. Lillian Stern transferred to Montana, Alec Goodstone to Nevada. 3 of our wolves will be transferring for the 2-year period to Colorado for training: Nelson Albin, Mason Watson, Cassandra Horton. The Arizona Alpha informed dryly, reading from a file in his hands. I had only caught the tail end of the list of transferals, and I hoped I wasn't supposed to be noting these down. Jacob hadn't given me any instructions, and I had no idea how I was meant to be helping him at these meetings. Excellent, Jacob commented. We've had no transfers to other packs in the last 6 months, however. I wish to put forth a transfer request to Colorado. Jacob paused, looking towards Alpha Harris for acknowledgement. The other Alpha barely tipped his head down. Amelia Jefferson, 23, unmated. Alpha Harris's eyes didn't hesitate to meet mine. I held back any reaction to his intense stare as he processed the information. Is this for the 2-year training period or the 5? Alpha Harris barely managed to utter, looking down at the files littering his desk. I felt my heart deflate at the clear disinterest. Still, I refused to show my disappointment. This is a request for a permanent transfer. Chapter 3. The second day of the meetings, Jacob and I had made sure to wake up much earlier than usual. The thought of skipping a second day of our morning training was unbearable. Jacob's wolf was apparently clawing to let off some steam, being challenged by the presence of so many alphas on his land. I wasn't faring much better. A tension had settled in my body since yesterday's meeting. I had yet to receive a response about my transfer. Jacob had assured me this was typical, that Alpha Harris would need to take the day to deliberate before accepting or rejecting me. The wait was torturous, though. It was all I could focus on, and falling asleep last night had been nearly impossible. So even as exhaustion weighed heavily in my bones, I needed this sparring. "You okay?" Jacob urged, eyeing me hesitantly. I wiped back the sweat on my face, readjusting my tight ponytail with a hint of a growl. I'd really been working my frustrations out on him this morning. Why wouldn't I be? I rebuked, with a shrug of my shoulder that I imagined did not come across as casual as I had intended it to. Not as Jacob's gaze narrowed slightly in assessment. "You look like you're on edge, like someone who hasn't shifted for a week and their wolf is pushing to escape." "Well, you know that's not my problem," I huffed. "That's why I'm concerned." "We're talking too much," I grunted, shaking out my shoulders, knowing I was too tense. "I'm just worried about my transfer, okay? Drop it." Feigning left, I swiped right and hit Jacob where he was unguarded, my fist smashing just below his sternum. He was taken off guard, his concern for me proving to be his weakness, as I moved to swipe at his legs. He was on the ground, my hands at his throat before he could even blink. I had never taken him down so quickly before. I wasn't sure if it was quite a measure of just my skill, or rather a symptom of how distracted he seemed, but I was claiming the win all the same. "Darn." Jacob wheezed, wide, disbelieving eyes meeting mine. I should have paid more attention. After we had separated and cooled down from the fight, I couldn't help laughing at the way Jacob was pouting as he used his t-shirt to wipe away the sweat from his chest and face. The man was such a sore loser, it was hilarious. All right, you've had your fun," he chastised, throwing his damp shirt at me. Dodging the offending item with a squeal and a spin, I caught sight of the Colorado Alpha across the grass. Instantly, my feet were stumbling and my laugh cut off into a spluttering squawk as I tumbled to my knees. It was Jacob's turn to start laughing. If my cheeks hadn't already been so hot from the training, they were now on fire. How embarrassing. Alpha Harris made no move to come closer to us, but his intense gaze never left me, except to briefly assess Jacob, who reached out to help me up. "You're such an idiot," Jacob chortled, not yet noticing the Alpha who was observing us, or perhaps he had noticed, but simply didn't care. Only Jacob, as one of the youngest Alphas, would be stupid enough to ignore the presence of another Alpha out of pride. He was lucky Alpha Harris didn't storm over here and force him to submit for his blatant disrespect. Thankfully, Alpha Harris didn't seem the type to have to assert his dominance. He knew of his power and didn't feel insecure enough to need to remind himself of it. I was caught by surprise. I snapped defensively, my embarrassment still growing. "You just made a fool out of yourself in front of him," he teased. So he was aware of the other Alpha. Buzz. Off. I hissed at Jacob, terrified that Alpha Harris could hear every word we were saying. He wasn't that far away, and the older the wolf, the better the hearing, especially an Alpha. Jacob scoffed, shoving me away from him as he collected his shirt from the ground. "I need to go talk to Elias for today's training if I'm going to be stuck in meetings all day again. Give Alpha Harris my regards." He nodded towards the imposing Alpha that stood between me and my path back to the cabin. I hate you. Try not to fall again, Jacob declared as he turned on his heels and quickly shifted into his wolf before taking off in the direction of Elias's cabin. He was avoiding Alpha Harris and using me to escape, the jerk. I tried to keep any grumbling to myself as I stalked towards the now scowling Alpha, watching me approach against the early rise of the morning sun. Everything in my body was screaming at me to walk in the opposite direction. I usually had no problem with socializing with others, and I was well versed in conversing with other alphas. But the importance of Alpha Harris's opinion of me, something that would affect the rest of my life, was a pressure I didn't want to bear. It was cowardly, I knew, but I was near terrified of this man. "You've bested an alpha?" were the first words out of his mouth, in a gruff tone. It took me a second to realize he was talking about the fight that had just taken place between Jacob and me. Only in hand-to-hand I shrugged, feeling the need to defend Jacob's skills. It reflected poorly on him if other alphas thought a non-shifter like me could best her alpha. And only because we've trained together so much, if I could shift and we sparred, I know I'd never be able to beat him. Jacob's wolf was ferocious, and I respected anyone who dared to go against him. "Then what chance do you have of being an enforcer?" I almost reeled back at the verbal challenge, narrowing my eyes as I stared just past Alpha Harris's shoulder, not wanting to be caught glaring at him. Just a second ago, he was impressed with my combat skills, and now he was questioning them altogether. "It's less about being an enforcer," I drawled, trying to keep any annoyance from my voice, and more about being in the enforcer pack. "You don't have to use me. You don't even have to waste your time training me. I just don't want to be here anymore. I'll earn my keep in other ways." I realized instantly how stupid I sounded. What reason was there for him to welcome me into his pack? Of course, he didn't want someone as weak as me. A mixture of humiliation and bruised pride urged me to keep talking, despite my common sense screaming at me to shut up. "I didn't realize it was a requirement for your pack to be able to best an alpha in both forms, let alone even one. I've yet to witness anyone else accomplish such a task. But perhaps the standards are different in your pack. Perhaps you're easier to beat." The deep set of his scowl confirmed he understood what I was implying. I didn't wait for a response from Alpha Harris, my legs carrying me away feverishly, before I could taunt him anymore. How stupid was I? Why the heck did I think insulting his pack would help my cause? I hadn't spoken to Alpha Harris or his beta for the remaining 2 days of the meetings. And as the third and final day was almost at its end, I began to lose all hope that my transfer would be approved. I had insulted Alpha Harris and his pack, and, because of it, he had rightfully rejected me. I'd never felt like such a mess-up in all my life. Jacob was about to conclude the meetings, the last time all 7 alphas and the Enforcer Alpha would all be together for another 6 months. While he stood, I was slumped in my seat behind him, Beta Marie offering me a supportive pat on the arm and a weak smile. She must have sensed how embarrassingly close I was to crying in front of every alpha and beta at the meeting. I hadn't expected such a visceral reaction from myself, but here I sat, minutes away from the worst moment of my life, the official rejection of my transfer. Once the meetings were concluded, the Colorado Alpha and Beta would return to their pack. They had never stayed for the closing dinner before, always eager to leave as soon as possible. The window of possibility was quickly closing for me. A flurry of movement broke out in the room. My heart felt as if it had fallen right into my gut as I was ripped from my thoughts, and it became apparent that the meetings had officially ended. It was over. Alpha Harris and his beta would be leaving any moment. Jacob's trim waist filled my line of sight. I arched my neck to stare up at his sympathetic gaze, knowing just how pathetic I must have looked. My eyes were burning, and I prayed so hard that no tears fell. "Come on," he encouraged, holding out a hand towards me. "Let's go take a walk." Luckily, we had been able to escape the main house without any interruptions from another alpha wanting to speak to Jacob. It seemed everyone had been eager to escape the room and return to their cabins to freshen up for the evening meal. I wasn't sure I was even able to go. What if I started to cry in front of everyone? I'd never live past the shame. We kept our pace slow as we walked through the trees that surrounded the main house, far enough away that we wouldn't stumble across anyone from the meetings. Jacob didn't say a word, and I couldn't find it in me to start a conversation. It helped a great deal, though, just being out in the forest. The sick, heavy feeling in the bottom of my stomach didn't shift, but at least I wasn't 1 second away from bawling my eyes out. "Thanks," I uttered after 10 minutes of silence. From beside me, Jacob's shoulders slumped with a heavy sigh, relief clear on his features that I had finally spoken. I hadn't realized he had been so tense. He wasted no time in pulling me into his arms, his hands heavily patting my back as I was squeezed tight. Face pressed awkwardly against his toned chest, my arms dangled loosely at my sides. "You good?" he mumbled, breath dancing across my neck. I shuddered. His scent, rich and overwhelming, filled my senses. Uh-huh. Clearing my throat, I pulled away from him. My heart was hammering a little too hard, cheeks flushing. Too close. He was too close to handle. I couldn't allow myself to be caught up in those feelings again. He was my alpha. He was my friend. It was inappropriate. "You sure you're okay?" Jacob fixed me with a weighted look, one I wasn't sure how to read. A heavy hand landed on my shoulder, squeezing it lightly in what was meant to be a comforting gesture. "They don't know what they're missing out on, okay?" A tight-lipped smile was all I could offer him in return. An hour later, we were back in the pack house. My mom had managed to force me into a skirt, as if I were still 5 and not 23, as apparently it was more appropriate for the evening. I wasn't impressed. Dinner wasn't going to be served for at least another hour, much to the horror of my growling stomach, and instead everyone was milling around the meeting room, now bare of its conference tables and chairs. It sounded like torture. Surely everyone was fed up with being here by now. Formalities and traditions like this just seemed so tiring. I almost didn't blame Alpha Harris for skipping out on this part of the meetings. Almost. That is, until I was pouring myself another glass of water, and I caught the eye of the Colorado Beta standing in the corner of the room by himself. He was sipping on whatever was in his glass, his attention uncomfortably focused on me. He wasn't supposed to be here. I hated the sudden sense of hope blooming in my chest. I hated the way my eyes immediately scanned the room to find Alpha Harris. I hated the small smile that curved on the corner of my lips as I saw him conversing with Alpha Delaney by the doors. They hadn't left yet. Jacob had also noticed them from his position at the back of the room, where he conversed with the Wyoming Alpha and Minnesota Beta. He offered me a quick smile, gaze falling back to the Colorado Alpha across the room. The Alpha, who was now walking towards me. "Amelia," Alpha Harris greeted with a firm nod. His Beta was already at his side, standing in his usual silence. I had yet to hear the man mutter a single word in these last 3 days. Alpha Harris. My words were short and clipped. It was hard for me to speak over the thundering of my nerves. "We'll be leaving tonight, immediately after the meeting. Be prepared." Alpha Harris was staring at me, and it took me embarrassingly long to realize he was waiting for a response and that the "we" had included me. Beta Adrian's eyes darted between us as he stood beside his Alpha. He kept his expression blank, but it was obvious that something about this exchange intrigued him. If his expression wasn't always so dull and emotionless, I would have thought he found amusement in his Alpha's bluntness. I figured if my referral was accepted, I'd have at least a week from now. More awkward silence, more of Alpha Harris's heavy gaze. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was lucky Alpha Harris was allowing me to join his pack, and here I was tempting fate. I shifted on my feet, casting a silent plea towards Jacob, who was still across the room but watching the exchange intently. He didn't offer any acknowledgement, his jaw tense. I needed him to stop brooding and save me from this conversation before I said something that would ruin my chances entirely. "We'd need to make arrangements to have you escorted to our territory." I nodded once, fighting back my irritation. I couldn't blow this now. Alpha Harris could rescind his approval for my transfer at any point. But I can make my own way. I won't be able to travel back with you both. I can't shift, remember. "And I imagine you can't drive either," he offered gruffly. "Unless you planned on walking the 750 miles. I tried not to show my surprise. He was right to assume that, of course, most wolves had never even seen a car before. What was the use when they could run just as fast, if not faster? Cars were only used if someone was ill and needed to be transferred to a different pack, which was rare, or when Mom drove to the closest town and bought supplies. Usually, it was only wolves with titles, such as the alphas and betas, that knew how to drive. Our pack was lucky that they had a human who could buy the supplies while the betas focused on other responsibilities. Of course, I'd been in a car many times, having traveled throughout the pack so often from all the mating rotations and helping Jacob with his communications between the alphas, but I had never myself learned how to drive. My mom had certainly tried to teach me, but I had always been distracted with training and helping Jacob and Beta Marie with the pack, which was really stupid now that I thought about it. How much easier would my life be if I weren't restricted by my lack of ability to shift and travel? "I'll make arrangements," Alpha Harris declared at my silence, leaving me to stand by myself as he walked away with his beta following in his usual silence. Chapter 4. I can't believe you're actually leaving. The sound of my sister's voice cut through the otherwise silent bedroom as I bent over my bed, folding clothes into one of my duffel bags. Nobody had been home when I came back to pack my bags and say goodbye, but Marguerite wasn't stupid. She'd found me clearing out my drawers with my travel bags out and immediately knew what was happening. "You knew this is what I wanted," I sighed quietly, before saying louder, "Where's Dad?" "He's still on patrol. He won't be back until tomorrow," Marguerite huffed. "No one expected you to be leaving tonight." "I didn't want to leave tonight," I sighed, zipping my last bag. I didn't turn around to face my younger sister. "So don't," was her snappish reply. "I have to." "You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You never have, and I don't know why you'd start now." There was a bitterness to my sister's tone. "Don't snap, don't snap, don't snap." Alpha Harris barely agreed to let me join his pack. I don't want to try my luck any further. If he is to be my new alpha, it's not my place to say no to him. That would never stop you if it were Alpha Athan. You know it's not the same. There was a beat of silence, finally drawing my gaze to Marguerite's hard stare. Leaning against the doorframe of my bedroom, the same bedroom that had been mine for 23 years, Marguerite had her arms crossed tightly over her chest as she eyed me with blatant disapproval, pursing her lips. "Are you gonna say goodbye to Mom, or are you gonna sneak away? Would you have said goodbye to me if I hadn't caught you packing in here?" Unable to stop myself, I sent her a withering glare. She didn't catch me doing anything. That would imply I was sneaking around, and I wasn't. I had never made my desire to move packs a secret. I had always been open and honest with my family. All I wanted was for them to support my decisions, when I had offered nothing but support for their life choices. "Don't be such a brat. You know I would have," I huffed. "Look, if I had a mate and transferred to their pack, you and Mom wouldn't have a problem with me leaving. I understand you disapprove of my decision, but I can't understand why. I don't appreciate the judgment you're giving me, as if you know better just because you're settled with a mate and kids. Don't get mad at me just because I was given a mate." "Emilia," Marguerite snapped, nostrils flaring. "Why are we even fighting?" I groaned, rolling my eyes. A growl rumbled in Marguerite's chest, one that had me sending her a warning glance. She may have been more wolf than I was, but I could definitely hand her backside to her if she so much as started a fight. "Because you never listen to Mom or to Mom. You make up your mind about something, and that's it. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. It's not like this is permanent, like I can never see you again or transfer back if Colorado isn't what I expect it to be. And it isn't that I don't listen to you too, it's that you never listen to me. I appreciate your opinion, I do, but this is my life, it's not yours to dictate. So, it's official." The soft drawl of Jacob's voice caught me just as I began the short walk back to the pack house, where I presumed Alpha Harris and his beta would be waiting. My shoulders slumped, allowing my bags to drop to the dirt with a soft thump. I felt exhausted, the last interaction with my family still weighing heavily on me. I hadn't wanted it to be like that between my sister and me. Even after Mom had arrived and we'd had a tearful goodbye, Marguerite was still stewing, and I knew her wolf was prowling beneath the surface. Arching my neck towards my alpha, the sudden ache in my chest was more overwhelming than I ever could have anticipated. How long would it be before I got to see him again? I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. All I could offer the solemn man before me was a grim, tight-lipped smile, one that felt far too much like a grimace. Colorado was all I had wanted for years, to the point that it had felt like nothing more than an unattainable dream. And yet I was mere minutes from leaving Idaho, from leaving my family, from leaving Jacob. I've just finished saying my goodbyes. He nodded, looking off towards the main house where I was sure Alpha Harris and his beta were waiting for me. I think a part of me hoped you'd never actually go. Jacob, I breathed, struggling to keep the emotion from my voice. I knew my hands were shaking as I stuffed them into my short pockets. This is what I need to do. I'm not going to stop you. I'm going to miss you, I assured with a firm nod, hating how my eyes began to burn. Immediately, Jacob was there, opening his arms and welcoming me into his embrace. I know, he murmured, lips pressing against my temple as his arms held me tight against him. I'll miss you too. I didn't pull away, I wasn't sure I could. My cheek pressed into the top of his shoulder with bruising force, and I breathed in his scent, hoping to commit it to memory. I felt his nose graze the length of my neck, telling me that he was doing exactly the same, before I felt the soft press of his lips against my bare skin. Stepping back and clearing my throat, I found I couldn't meet his gaze, not as I struggled to hold back my tears. I had never allowed myself to think about this moment, to process the fact that I would have to say goodbye to him. It was agony. I need to go, I murmured, reaching for my discarded bags. Jacob did the same, lifting one of my duffels onto his shoulders. We walked back to the main house in silence, my hand clasped gently in his. It was when we were only 10 feet from where a black car was parked, Alpha Harris and his beta clearly visible next to it, that we stopped. Jacob handed my bag to me, leaning in for one last hug. Good luck, he sighed, kissing my cheek before turning away without another glance. I watched him walk away for longer than I should have before urging myself to face my soon-to-be new pack. Jacob hadn't turned back once. Have you two been officially introduced yet? Alpha Harris asked gruffly, offering no greeting as he eyed Jacob's retreating figure. I was surprised Alpha Harris hadn't called him out for his blatant disrespect. I wasn't sure what was stopping him. Countless times, Jacob had refused to acknowledge the older Alpha. Alpha Harris was within his rights to request retribution. I shook my head, meeting the eyes of the silent blonde-haired man who stood stiff beside his Alpha. Now that they were standing together, I noted how similar they were in height, both men surprisingly towering over me despite my own impressive height. However, unlike his Alpha, who had still not shaved, the beta's pale skin was smooth. His usual shoulder-length hair had been tied back, and his once pristine white shirt was creased. He was watching me with a sharp focus. My beta, Adrienne Christensen. Nice to meet you, I barely managed to utter. Beta Adrienne only nodded in response before looking away in apparent disinterest. Rude. So, you're driving us? I asked uncertainly, frowning at the Alpha who had, for some strange reason, begun to undress. Alpha Harris continued to unbutton his white shirt until it was completely undone, shrugging it off his shoulders and handing the now crumpled material to Beta Adrienne. When he looked over at me, I tried to keep my eyes on his face and not his incredibly toned chest. What on earth was he doing? Clearing my throat, I amended, it's a long drive? It wasn't a question, but it sure came out as one as my voice rose higher in panic, my composure cracking. Help me now. He pulled a plain gray t-shirt over his head and began to slowly unbutton his trousers. Holy smokes. Where am I supposed to look? Why isn't he answering me? I'd never seen another Alpha besides Jacob undressed before. Usually, it was seen as disrespectful to openly ogle someone of such stature, but usually, Alphas weren't whipping their shirts and pants off in front of me. Nakedness was a frequent aspect of wolf life, but typically it was a rushed removal of clothes before a shift or simply standing around in the nude after a shift. No one paid notice and no one cared. I'd never experienced whatever this striptease was. My cheeks were burning hotter than they'd ever been before. How'd you expect us to get back? He finally responded after what felt like years of tension, tugging on a pair of sports shorts. I couldn't even remember what we were talking about anymore. But there he was again, spearing me with that weighted gaze of his, awaiting my answer. I assumed we'd hire someone. I didn't acknowledge the newly acquired heat to my cheeks. Nor did I want to think about how distracting I had suddenly found Alpha Harris to be. 2 minutes ago, my heart had been breaking over leaving Jacob, and now I was salivating over another man like a dog. We like to limit our interactions with humans. Nodding to the car behind him, he commanded, "Put your bags in the trunk and get in." No more than 10 minutes later, my bags had been packed away, and we had already begun our long journey to Colorado. I had never visited their pack before, not by myself or with Jacob. There had never been a reason to. I knew it was far enough, however, that we would not be able to reach there in one drive, not unless Alpha Harris functioned without sleep. It was 20 minutes later, when we had finally cleared the inner territory, the last cabin out of sight, that Beta Adrienne's heavy sigh caught my attention. Thank heavens we're going home. He slumped in his seat in the back, yanking feverishly at the tie around his neck and almost ripping the top buttons from his shirt. I thought I was about to bawl like a pup if I had to sit through another minute of those mind-numbing meetings. Harris, I beg you to leave me behind next time. I knew I was staring at him like he'd grown another head. This was the most he'd said in the last 3 days combined. Don't worry, Adrienne winked at me slyly, no doubt enjoying my shock. He nodded towards Alpha Harris in the front by himself. He's still a jerk. Alpha Harris only shot his Beta a filthy look in the mirror and continued to drive. I didn't even know how to respond. Are you being serious? I'd just come back from the bathroom of the service station we had stopped at to find Adrienne lying across the entirety of the back seat, an arm propped behind his head. He didn't even open his eyes, but the smug smile that split across his face confirmed he was still awake. Just sit in the front. Harris ain't that bad. I rolled my eyes, but otherwise moved to the front with little complaint. I didn't want Alpha Harris thinking I had a problem with him. Beta Adrienne had proven to be a huge annoyance this entire journey. From his lack of personal space and his habit of singing poorly to the songs on the radio, it had been a real struggle for me not to hit him. I never would have guessed how childish the Colorado Beta would be. You're really irritating, you know that? I shot over my shoulder as I buckled in. Beta Adrienne gave me a thumbs up. A child. He was a child. I got some water and food. Alpha Harris dumped a paper bag in my lap and didn't say anything else as he started up the car again. Inside was indeed 6 bottles of water and a large pack of assorted nuts and dried fruit. I took a water for myself before throwing the bag, with a little too much force, at Beta Adrienne. His answering groan had me grinning. It was 4 hours later when we had pulled into a small motel off the side of the road, and Alpha Harris insisted we stay the night before continuing the drive in the morning. It was already 1 a.m. and dark out, and Beta Adrienne had offered to take over driving, considering he had slept in the car, but the offer had been refused. You'll be staying with me, Alpha Harris explained, stepping into one of the small motel rooms he had booked. It was minimally decorated with 2 single beds and a bathroom attached. We didn't need anything more. And me, Adrienne added cheerfully, shooting me a playful wink as he strolled in behind us with 2 small leather bags in his hands. For some reason, he'd taken his shirt completely off and was now walking around in just his gray suit trousers and his black polished shoes. No, Alpha Harris thrust a room key Adrienne's way. He seemed just as bored with his Beta's antics as I was. You're next door. The 2 men shared a silent look, Alpha Harris's expression unreadable and Beta Adrienne's unsurprisingly filled with amusement. Why don't I just stay next door if you 2 want to stay together? Slowly, Alpha Harris dragged his eyes away from his Beta to me. With you unable to shift, it's probably safest you stay here with me. Who's gonna hurt me? I scoffed, hands falling to my hips. Humans can't always be trusted. I could literally snap a human in half. Just because I can't shift doesn't mean I'm defenseless, and especially against a human. I was scowling, and I knew it, deeply offended that Alpha Harris clearly thought I was absolutely useless in combat. If that was the case, I couldn't understand why he had accepted my transfer at all. Never mind the fact that he has seen me sparring with Jacob, so he knew for a fact I could handle myself. Do you make it a habit to argue with your alpha? It was difficult not to glare when I met his gaze, quickly looking away as I identified the challenge. It was true I had become far too comfortable with Jacob. I rarely treated him as an alpha and more as an equal, mostly in private, that is. I would have to check myself from now on whenever I found myself challenging Alpha Harris's command. This wasn't how things were done in other packs. The tension between us was disrupted by Beta Adrienne's snickering. "He's just joking," Adrienne chimed. "He needs someone to challenge him more often." He didn't look like he was joking. The look I threw Adrienne said as much, but he only shrugged one shoulder in return with that same amused look on his face that had been present ever since we first began the journey. With one of my own bags in hand, I trudged over to the bathroom to brush my teeth and change for bed. What felt like hours later, I was still wide awake. Across the room, Alpha Harris was silent, and I could only assume he had already fallen asleep while I lay staring up at the off-white ceiling in the dark. I couldn't stop thinking of my sister, of the short argument we had left unresolved, of my mother who had cried as I left the cabin, and of Jacob. It would be odd tomorrow, when I couldn't start my morning with our usual teasing and training. It would be odd waking up and not sharing breakfast with my parents. There was a heavy weight in my gut, one I prayed wasn't a growing sense of regret. I couldn't turn back now. As much as I would miss them, I needed to go to Colorado. I needed to experience living in a pack where I wasn't treated as some fragile object, where I wasn't separated from the others in training, or shot daily sympathetic looks because of how lonely I was. Because I was lonely no matter how many times I told my parents and sister I wasn't. It was hard not to be when I existed in a world where I felt isolated every day. There was a bond between Jacob and me that I leaned on for comfort too much. Whatever was there between us wasn't right. He was my alpha and my friend. He couldn't be anything more. Yet, still I felt the burning in my eyes build, and I had to stop myself from making any noise so as not to disturb Alpha Harris. But my tears didn't stop, and soon I was rushing into the bathroom and shutting the door behind me. "Ah, darn," I rasped, wiping at my cheeks roughly to dry them. Squinting under the harsh light of the bathroom, my face was a red mess in the dirty reflection of the mirror above the sink. I was being so stupid. Here I was crying like a pup when I should have been ecstatic. My dream was finally coming true. My future in Colorado wasn't concrete. There was nothing stopping me from returning to Idaho if I needed to. There was no need to cry. I wasn't sure how long I was in the bathroom, but when I emerged into the bedroom again, I knew instantly that the alpha was awake. The lights were still off, and he still had his back to me as he lay in his bed, but his breathing was uneven and his body too still. "You okay?" was all he asked, his voice surprisingly soft in the harsh silence of the room. The entire motel was practically dead, with only 2 other guests on the other side of the building and no cars passing by. The sound of his deep voice was a shock and sounded out of place so late at night. "Yeah," I breathed just as quietly. "I'm good." Chapter 5. Things had been quiet between us all the next morning. Even Beta Adrienne had quietened, exhaustion from traveling weighing heavily. Alpha Harris had remained silent for most of the trip as well, and thankfully, he had refrained from saying anything last night. That wasn't a conversation I wanted to have with him, with anyone. It took 5 more hours of driving until we finally arrived in Colorado Pack territory, and an hour after that until we arrived at the main house deep in the forest, away from human civilization. By the time we arrived, it was already the afternoon. The main house was a large wooden construction, much like the other 7 pack houses, though by far the smallest I had seen. In the shadow of a canopy of trees, green moss bled across the sloped tiled roof, and low-hanging branches kissed the wooden walls. By its height, it seemed like the house was only 2 stories, unlike the 3-story cabin back in Idaho. "The new trainees have arrived," Beta Adrienne murmured, eyeing the small group as he addressed Alpha Harris. I sat up from my awkward position slumped against the passenger window with a wince, a knot in my neck the size of a fist. I ignored the pain and the fleeting skull Alpha Harris threw my way as my tired eyes greedily took in every inch of the land that was visible to me. At roughly 100 feet from the main house stood a collection of smaller wooden cabins, similar to the ones families lived in back home, and the one I had shared with my parents. Another 100 feet from the cabins, in a near-perfect triangle, was what I assumed were the training grounds. There, gathered a large group, some in their human form, some in their wolf form, and separated from them was a much smaller group of people of around 10, looking too stiff to be comfortable, no doubt the new trainees. "You're late." A woman's voice called out from the main group towards us. I saw some of the wolves she was with flinch at her tone. She was someone of importance then, if she was able to command such a response from other wolves. Especially if she dared to speak to an alpha and beta in such a way. Alpha Harris was already out of the car and stalking over to said woman. Beta Adrienne nudged me over towards the small group that stood separate from the others, the new trainees, before he left me to follow his alpha, to where the woman was impatiently waiting with her arms crossed. Despite her short size, the short, blunt cut of her thick black hair and vicious curve of her grin were intimidating, I suppose. From where I stood, I noticed there were tattoos spread across her toned arms, on show by her loose white training vest. Beside her, turned away as he faced the rest of the people on the training grounds, stood a frighteningly muscled man with rich brown skin and a head of short, black hair. I couldn't see his face, but it was clear from the way the others focused on him that he was someone else who held a position in the pack. Apart from the basics, I knew very little about the workings of the Colorado pack. The term pack was a loose descriptor for the enforcers, so just how similar were they to the official 7 packs? While they had an alpha and beta, did they divide power between hunting, training, and patrols? "Hey," a voice from beside me caught my attention, dragging me from my musings. Hi," I uttered, taken off guard by the boy suddenly stepping up in front of me, blocking my view. His gaze held no apprehension, and his composure was that of confidence, unlike the others who stood by us, who practically pulsed with nerves. He was shorter than me, by a couple of inches or maybe more, his curled brown hair sticking up in disarray, matched by his thick, messy eyebrows. "Wow, you're young. You're a child," I couldn't help but blurt out. He didn't look like he was older than 16. I noted the bright green eyes that stood out against his pale, freckled skin and the soft appearance of his features. "Wow, you're a woman." Even his voice was far from the usual deep timbre of a full-grown male wolf. At my blank stare, he shot me a biting smile. "Sorry, I thought we were pointing out the ridiculous, annoying things people say to patronize us." A wry, sheepish smile caught the corner of my mouth, and I felt a flush creep across my cheeks. Luckily, he was also smiling, seeming unbothered by my crudeness. He thrust out a hand towards me in greeting. "I'm Nelson, I'm 19. I realize I look a lot younger, but it doesn't mean I can't hold my own in a fight." "Fair enough," I nodded. His hands, while larger than mine, lacked the calluses that decorated my palms from endless training with Jacob. Despite his small size for his age, I imagined that with proper training, Nelson would be a force to be reckoned with, given his apparent confidence and bold nature. "That was rude of me, I'm sorry. I just meant I was surprised by how young wolves came to train here." "You seem pretty old to be starting your training," he commented in return. Well, he sure was quick with the retorts. I definitely believed he could hold his own against others in at least a verbal capacity. I wasn't going to correct him about the basis of my arrival here, though, that I wasn't starting my training, but hopefully expanding on it. I sense a lovely friendship blossoming between us, I bit out somewhat sarcastically, cocking my head. I wasn't sure whether I liked this wolf or not, but he was definitely someone I wanted to get to know more. He laughed, deep dimples visible from his wide grin, making his face look even more boyish, if that was possible. He nodded behind me with a jut of his chin, some of his loose curls of hair bouncing with the movement. "You arrived with the Alpha, huh? Are you someone of importance?" "No," I rebuked. "Just from Idaho. I traveled back with them from the Alpha meetings." "Oh." So, a loud clap of hands jolted Nelson and me out of our conversation. Somehow, without me noticing, the petite, intimidating woman had snuck up beside us, very openly appraising me. "You a hunter?" She asked bluntly, no introductions made as she tilted her head slightly, her slick hair shifting with the movement, and assessed me from head to toe. No doubt my lack of bulging muscles, despite my impressive height, led her to believe I was a fast runner and a quick opponent. If I had a wolf, I probably would have been a hunter. Nah, I brushed off with an easy shrug. I'd only slow the pack down. Pity. An omega then? She was frowning at me, taking a step back as if the tiny extra distance would help her assess me better. Yeah, I guess. I didn't feel like elaborating. Omega was the closest rank to a non-shifter, and I didn't want to expose myself for what I was so early into the introductions, not until I had gauged how well my nature would be received. Not all packs were as welcoming about non-shifters as Idaho. I really hoped Colorado proved to be as, if not more, accepting. You guess? The woman shifted on her feet as she crossed her arms, the muscles in her pale thighs exposed by her loose training shorts, contracting impressively. She was everything I expected an enforcer to be, trained and sculpted to perfection, acutely aware of her own body with an appearance as fierce as I assumed her training to be. If she was trying to intimidate me, however, it didn't work. All I felt was a massive amount of respect for whoever this woman was, who could command the attention of so many wolves. Amelia. Alpha Harris didn't have to raise his voice for it to cut across the distance. From over the woman's shoulder, I could see he was staring at me across the field from the other side of the crowd, beckoning me with a nod. There was a wide berth given to him from the other wolves. Most now stood tall and at attention while Alpha Harris towered over them. The respect and intimidation the alpha wolf commanded were impressive. To see a wolf as strong as Alpha Harris fight would be an honor. I had dreamed endlessly of the Colorado pack and its alpha, but I had yet to see the mighty enforcers in action. Sorry, I excused myself, shooting Nelson a sheepish smile that felt entirely false, before hurrying over to where Alpha Harris waited for me, seeming impatient. Alpha Harris had taken me to his office in the main house, a surprisingly small room in the attic. Apparently, the attic was split between Alpha Harris's bedroom, his office, and a large conference room, though I wasn't sure what the conference room was used for, as I knew that none of the other alphas ever visited Colorado. He and Beta Adrienne had walked me through some of the necessary information for staying with their pack over the past hour. I would be staying in the main house with other official pack members, though I was under a probationary period for a month, as was standard, until I could become an official pack member. I would have my own small bedroom on the second floor that I was expected to keep clean, and I would have to pull my weight in the kitchen, where there was a rota for who cooked each night. Unlike Idaho, they didn't have any wolves officially appointed to cooking. Luckily, I would only have to cook for the official pack and not the trainees, who had a rota amongst themselves. I was yet to find out just how many people were in the official pack, but considering the unusually limited amount of housing, I didn't imagine it was a lot, which made their fierce reputation all the more impressive. This was the pack the others feared, the pack that enforced the rules and ensured every wolf kept in line. There was an abrupt, concise knock on the door, cutting Beta Adrienne off from another one of his ramblings, before whoever it was entered regardless of invitation. Sorry to interrupt, the woman from before apologized as she ducked her head into the office, seeming unafraid of possible reprimand. She didn't bother to look to her alpha or beta. Her gaze fell immediately to me as she addressed me directly. I'm taking the newbies out for a hunt, and then some training exercises with Logan to test where everyone's at skill-wise. You joining, Amelia? Before I could respond, Alpha Harris cut in. I'll be assessing Amelia myself. All right, Sandy drawled, eyeing me in amusement. She was no doubt still curious as to my standing within a pack and presumed me to be just another trainee. I hadn't given much away to her earlier today. Her attention shot back to Alpha Harris. Are you stopping by tonight? She asked bluntly, again tilting her head slightly and keeping her expression cool. It took me a second of enduring an awkward silence until my cheeks heated as it dawned on me what she was probably referring to, especially when I noted Beta Adrienne cringing beside me. I'll talk to you later about it. Alpha Harris's response was short and sharp. I felt like I was intruding on a conversation I shouldn't have been privy to. After the woman had quickly left at the gruff dismissal, I caught Adrienne's wide eyes. That's Sandy Leung, our head hunter. It's not what it seems, he urged. I only quirked an eyebrow at him. What I mean is, he looked towards his alpha, gesturing to him as he fumbled between his words. Not that I have to defend you, of course. You can do that yourself and, well, I'm going to stop talking because you're both just staring at me in silence, and Harris, it looks like you want to kill me. No one needs to be defensive, I assured, shaking my head vigorously. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but Alpha Harris's usual stern expression had somewhat darkened. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so darn uncomfortable. Adrienne froze, uttering a quiet, "They don't?" He eyed his silent alpha. You don't need to be worried about my opinion or formalities. Things weren't as formal or official in my pack either, not in that way. I corrected myself quickly, but you don't need to worry, it isn't my business. I mean, I hadn't expected it, but I admit it makes sense. None of you are mated anymore, so no one can expect you all to stay celibate. I won't pry. Whatever happens here happens. It wouldn't be my place to judge, you know. Sandy Leung, while entirely terrifying, was certainly an attractive, powerful wolf. It made sense that a wolf as strong as Sandy surely would be involved with an alpha male in his prime. There was a beat of silence where Beta Adrienne simply stared at me with what I could only imagine was surprise in his expression. Wow, right? Sorry, I cringed. I didn't mean to come across as insensitive with the whole mate thing. I had no idea how recently any of the pack members had lost their mates. How could I be so stupid and thoughtless? Okay, Adrienne laughed slightly, easing tension in my shoulders that I was unaware of until now. 1, I wasn't offended, and I'm sure Harris wasn't either. 2, please don't think we're some big orgy pack. I have never, and I can safely say I never will, sleep with Harris. Whatever he and Sandy have going on, I am certainly not invited to, he joked, his newfound beaming grin that I had become accustomed to in the last day and place. For once, I didn't find his humor to be annoying. I was darn thankful for it. You sound a little bitter there. You fishing for some action? If Beta Adrienne was surprised that I was finally returning one of his jokes, he didn't let it show. Please, he scoffed, turning his nose up at the sight of Alpha Harris reclining in his chair with his arms crossed and an unimpressed purse to his lips. I could do way better than Harris. Look at him. The problem was that I had looked, and as much as I hated to admit it, the Alpha was attractive. He had yet to change out of the wrinkled shirt and sports shorts he'd worn to drive in, the thin fabric gray t-shirt seeming too small as it stretched across his broad shoulders. His dark brown hair, long enough to stick up at odd angles from running his hands through it, had yet to be brushed, and the dark stubble still dusted his angular jaw. His eyes seemed too dark under the dim light of his office, despite my sharp, inhuman vision. They held an intensity that would leave a young pup quivering. He looked more rugged than Jacob did, sturdier and more reserved compared to Jacob's clean-cut appearance and easygoing nature. Jacob was relaxed and jovial, and while I knew he could intimidate wolves and command a room with the strength of his wolf, it always felt like a flicked switch with him, his wolf alternating between my friend and my alpha. It was a role he was still adjusting to, considering he had only filled the alpha position within the last 6 years after his father's death. The same couldn't be said for Alpha Harris. He had had decades to settle into his position. I knew he was the 3rd oldest alpha of the 8 of them, though I didn't know his exact age. He and his title seemed one, his formidable aura filling his very core. There was no question about the level of his power. Are you done? The alpha challenged dryly, finally speaking up against his beta's teasing. Never, Adrienne bit back, blowing him a kiss, seeming nonplussed by the threatening glower being directed towards him. Get out of my office. Yep, he agreed shortly with a laugh, impressively shooting to his feet and out of the office within a few seconds. I can't say I've ever seen an alpha male and his beta male ever interact like that before, I commented, wanting to break the tense atmosphere that had immediately fallen without Adrienne to steal the attention. Alpha Harris sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly as he leant forward with his forearms leaning heavily against his desk. I leaned back in my chair. We're a small pack. I lacked the luxury of choice. For a second, I wasn't sure whether he was trying to crack a joke. You're my best friend too. Adrienne was heard shouting through the walls. I was surprised by the way Alpha Harris's lips quirked upwards into a small smile, even if he only allowed the emotion to show for a second, before forcing his expression back into that dull, authoritative state of his. His eyes found mine. In that moment, I couldn't be sure if the man across from me was the true Alpha Harris. It was certainly difficult to gauge his persona when I couldn't be sure if his personality, as his betas had been, was just an act. "You have something to say?" he questioned, narrowing his eyes as he noticed my thoughtful stare. Was it my place to pry? The short answer was no. Had it been Jacob asking, well, he needn't have had to ask. I would have already spoken my mind. But my relationship with Alpha Harris could never be the same as my relationship with Jacob. Alpha Harris had already proven that he didn't take kindly to questioning his authority, something I knew I was going to struggle with. Beta Adrienne was different for the meetings. Why is that? I asked instead, choosing to bury my curiosity for Alpha Harris. You don't have to call him Beta every time. It'll certainly go to his head, Alpha Harris almost scoffed. We're a lot more casual here, in the official pack anyway. The trainees are still expected to call us by our titles. And what about you? What should I call you? Alpha Harris didn't answer right away, seeming hesitant. You can call me Harris, like everyone else. Harris. It had taken me years to call Jacob by his first name instead of Alpha Athan. Even then, to this day, I still call him his proper title in front of others. Harris seemed far too informal. I had never experienced a pack that didn't obey the strict hierarchy before in such a way, where any pack member, and not just the Betas and Alpha family, could address the Alpha so informally. I nodded slightly, despite knowing it was unlikely I would follow his command. It would no doubt annoy him, my defiance, just like it had annoyed Jacob. Hopefully, it would be one disobedience he could permit. So why does Adrienne alter himself so much? Given who we are, what we are, it's important the packs view us in a certain way. We question their authority, can overrule their commands, so they'll always look for weakness amongst us, whether they admit to it or not. No Alpha likes to be challenged. As such, Adrienne and I make the other packs uncomfortable, and it makes our jobs easier if we feed into that intimidation. I didn't dare ask how much of himself Alpha Harris altered, if he altered anything at all. Chapter 6. Okay, so the kitchen is through here, Adrienne gestured dramatically, stepping into a surprisingly large open-plan diner kitchen. The far end of the room, atop a large white patterned rug, sat a wooden table big enough to easily seat at least 12 people. And if that wasn't enough, there was more seating available around the white island in the center of the kitchen that matched the countertops and cupboards. Usually, for the cooking rota, we pair people up so it's not as bad, plus it stops us getting food poisoning as not everyone can cook that well. I'll probably be buddied up with you first off, so I can give you a better orientation in here and show you where we keep everything. Want one? He asked as he opened up the refrigerator, a glass water bottle in his hand. Yeah, thanks. I was still looking around the kitchen at the plants on the windowsill that looked to be growing some small vegetables, the bare neutral walls, the warm, rich wooden floorboards. There wasn't much in terms of decor, but there were some photos, I noticed, stuck to the refrigerator door. I would definitely be exploring the entire house without Adrienne at some point, so I could take everything in properly. He'd returned to the office, not long after Alpha Harris had kicked him out, to take me on a tour of the house. I was just thankful I hadn't had to spend more time with Harris by myself. We all have our own collection of reusable bottles, he explained, handing me the chilled water, though there's some spares kept in here sometimes. Harris is a real stickler for being as green as possible. We all are, for obvious reasons. I'm sure we can get you one on our next outing. Oh, I actually have my own packed in my bag somewhere. Jacob had bought it for me during one of our road trips to one of the mating rotations when I was 18. We had always traveled together back then, when he was still searching for Amelia. Look at that, he beamed, nudging my shoulder with his elbow. You're already fitting in. Now come on, I'll show you the lounge. You have a lounge? Adrienne was already walking ahead of me out of the kitchen and down the corridor we had just come from, and from over his shoulder, he shot me a strange look. Why wouldn't we? Aren't the main pack houses used more as official buildings than as a home? Idaho has the room we use for meetings, a couple of conference rooms, spare bedrooms, and then a private section of the house for the Alpha family. Here, our main house is where most of the pack live unless they specifically request otherwise, which some do, but it's where all of the inner pack live. The only wolves we house separately are the trainees. We believe it's better for us all to live together to strengthen bonds, and so we're all available for emergencies. Emergencies? I raised an eyebrow. He had come to a stop outside of a set of closed double wooden doors. Yeah, pack disputes and stuff. Situations where we big bad enforcers need to intervene, Adrien grinned, flexing his muscles. He winked at me and moved to open the door, nodding for me to step in first. Anyway, in here, we can chill for a bit, and I'll introduce you to some people before I show you to your room, and you can unpack. It was a small, cozy-looking room with a large gray rug that covered the floorboards almost entirely. There was a leather couch, an armchair, and a humongous window seat that faced a dense coverage of trees. Indeed, the lounge was already occupied with a couple of familiar faces. I thought trainees didn't stay in the main pack house? I asked, eyeing Nelson, who looked right at home curled up in the large leather armchair. Good to see you again. On the floor across from him, sat on the rug, Sandy and the other man I had yet to be introduced to. Much like Sandy, he fixed me with his dark eyes and seemed to assess me. His figure dwarfed the small woman next to him, the muscles in his arms and legs visible and intimidating. He looked like a man who never slept and spent every hour training. I resisted the urge to shuffle on my feet under his intense scrutiny. First impressions were important. I couldn't seem weak. They don't, but Nelson's my nephew, and my sister would skin me alive if I made him stay in the dorms and not with me, Adrien explained with a shudder. Nelson shot me another one of his boyish grins. I mused. Nepotism is a powerful thing. First my age, now my family, Nelson muttered with an eye roll, his grin dropping from his face instantly. Nothing I do ever satisfies you. He spoke with such serious irritation, I honestly thought my joke had offended him for a second, until I noticed the sly curl of his lips. You're an idiot, I dared to tease. I aim to please. He feigned a bow from where he sat, one of his hands rolling in a flourished show. I definitely see the family resemblance between you two. I eyed both Nelson and Adrien with amusement. They looked nothing alike, but from their tendency to crack jokes, they may as well have been the same person. I could ask you the same question, though, Nelson said, brushing back one of his curls. What brings you to the Alpha's den? I'm not a trainee, I answered simply with a shrug, shooting Nelson a strange look for his incredibly weird choice of words. So, you want to join the official pack? Not what I expected from an Omega. Sandy spoke up, drawing my attention to where she sat on the floor, leaning back on her forearms, her legs spread out with her ankles crossed. Despite the fact that I towered above her from where I stood, she seemed perfectly at ease and content with where she sat, eyeing me up as if she couldn't wait to fight me. You don't allow Omegas in your pack? Alpha Harris doesn't turn anyone away for their status. Omegas just don't usually apply. They're not ones to go out on their own and put themselves in difficult situations. Adrien spoke up for her, brushing past me to a seat for himself on the couch. He patted the worn leather, beckoning me to sit with him. I noted that he didn't correct Sandy on my Omega status. Difficult. Training here is hard, the man next to Sandy stated. His voice was deep and rich, as deadly as his appearance. It's rigorous, and it will push you to your limits time and time again. If you're not used to excessive training, you're going to struggle at first. It wouldn't be the first time someone gave up when it got too hard. I noted the vicious-looking scar that sliced through his left eyebrow and down his cheek, marring his dark skin. Well, I came here because the training in Idaho wasn't enough. Again, I didn't elaborate, didn't explain why it wasn't enough. The thought of telling these experienced trainers that I had only ever sparred with two wolves, Jacob and his father, before he had passed, seemed embarrassing. Amelia won't be starting her training with you until her probationary period is up, Adrien huffed. You know this. Stop trying to scare her off. Wait, what? I asked incredulously, my attention now locked onto Adrien. I can't train for a whole month? Not with any of the pack members or trainees. It's standard practice. That's nonsense. Does Nelson have to wait a month? Nelson, wide-eyed at my sudden volume, wisely didn't speak up. He's not joining the pack. He's just a trainee. It's different for them. Right now, you're not a part of any pack. You've left your old one, but you're not officially in ours. If anything goes wrong in training, if a fight gets out of hand, our laws won't protect you. This is more for your sake than anyone else's. I've trained every morning for the past 7 years with the exception of the alpha meetings, and now I have to wait a month sitting on my behind? I was infinitely thankful that Alpha Harris wasn't in the room to witness my outburst or the challenging scowl I directed towards the beta. Why couldn't you train during the alpha meetings? Nelson cut in, drawing my irritation away from his uncle. I exhaled deeply, forcing the tension in my body to dissipate. They start so ridiculously early, I rolled my eyes, and require so much paperwork I could barely find the time. Even then, I made sure I only missed the first day. Wait, Nelson spoke up, raising his hands. Hold up, you were at the alpha meetings? I know you said you came from them with Adrienne and Alpha Harris, but I didn't realize you were at them. What were you doing? Well, I sighed a little, eyeing the 3 wolves who had their entire focus on me. I was acting female alpha for Idaho. You were sleeping with Alpha Athan, and then you requested a transferal for here? Sandy interjected with excitement, suddenly seeming more awake. Even Nelson sat up in his chair. I wasn't sleeping with him. My cheeks flamed hot. Please, Nelson exclaimed. Everyone knows that's what the acting alpha position means. Tell us everything. That is not what that means. Anyway, I waved over at Sandy and Logan, whose previously stiff and serious demeanors had all but entirely melted away. No longer were they wolves of the infamous, deadly enforcers, but 2 wolves eager for apparent gossip. What happened to your whole intimidation tactic? This is far more interesting, Sandy confessed with a deadly serious tone, the glee practically shining in her eyes. I wasn't sleeping with him. You did seem awfully close, Adrienne chimed in with a grin. Adrienne, I glowered. He held up his hands defensively. Relax, he laughed. I'm just joking. Okay, so this is your bedroom. Adrienne didn't enter as he held open the door and allowed me to step inside. I was at the far end of the hall, right next to the staircase that led to the top floor, where Alpha Harris's bedroom and office were. The room was slightly smaller than my old one in Idaho, but it didn't matter to me the size. I only ever used my bedroom to sleep in. The walls were white, the wooden floor bare, and the bed sheets a plain gray. The single bed was pushed up against the wall in the back left corner of the room, untouched, with a tall window taking up much of the wall next to it that I imagined let in tons of light in the morning. It looked as if no one had lived here before. There was just enough space for a small wardrobe tucked away into an alcove along the right wall with 3 long white shelves covering the remaining 2/3 of the wall. My bags were already waiting for me inside the room, sitting on the floor at the foot of my bed. I had mainly only packed clothes. There was no way I would be able to fill the room or the shelves. I hadn't bothered to bring any books or decorations with me. So, there's one bathroom on this floor and another downstairs, though most rooms here have en suites, so you won't be fighting for a shower. Okay, thanks, I murmured, my focus on the view out of my window that faced the training grounds. I could see a couple of male wolves warming up, about to start. They were just joking back there, you know, Adrienne assured me. Perhaps he thought I was being quiet, because I had been offended by Nelson and Sandy's jokes. I know they seem pretty serious all the time, but that's just how they are around new people, especially Logan. He's our head trainer if you hadn't guessed. Once your probationary period is lifted, it'll be Sandy and him training you. Sandy will be training me as well? I had no hope of becoming a hunter. If I couldn't shift, I couldn't hunt, and I would be no use to the group. I would slow them down and be too noticeable. While you won't be able to accompany them on hunts, you'll learn valuable skills from Sandy. She trains the entire pack in hunting, even the wolves that aren't hunters. It requires more time and effort, which is why other packs don't do it, but being a small pack, we have the liberty of focusing more time on the trainees. There's a reason other packs come to us to train. We've been around since the first packs were formed. Adrian's chest puffed out as he spoke. There was no doubt about the love and pride he held for this pack. Anyway, I'll leave you to get unpacked. Shortly after Adrian had left me to myself, I had unpacked nearly everything within only 10 minutes. All my clothes were hung up and put away in the wardrobe, and now I was left sitting on my bed. Despite having spent most of the day traveling, I was exhausted, and though it was only 6 p.m., I was already contemplating sleep. That is, until a sharp knock on my closed door stopped me. I already knew who was at the door. I could recognize the alpha's scent anywhere. The stronger the wolf, the more dominant the scent, and Alpha Harris's was easily identifiable. Yes, I murmured softly, knowing that he would be able to hear me. I was already buried under the bed sheets, sitting against my headboard. Do you usually go to bed this early? He asked with a raised brow as he entered my room, having to duck under the doorway due to his impressive height. He didn't step too far inside, though, lingering by the entrance and leaning against the wall. Didn't sleep well last night. I thought I'd get an early night tonight. He knew as much, having heard me crying in the middle of the night. I hoped he would never bring it up. Right, he nodded to himself, glancing around the room at the still bare walls and shelf. The only belongings of mine that were still visible were my large green toiletries bag that rested on my windowsill. I assume you'll be up early tomorrow. I'll meet you outside your door at 6. What for? His eyes met mine, too dark to be considered brown, framed by thick dark eyebrows. I had never felt the pull of the alpha command, never cowered under their unnerving stares, but here under his gaze, I felt exposed. I pulled at the bedsheets, drawing them closer to my chest. You're training with me. We're going to start right away. I want to spend the week assessing your fitness and your reflexes. Adrian said I wasn't allowed to train for a month. You're not allowed to train with the pack for a month. You can still train with me. The most well-trained alpha that existed, an alpha built to keep all other alphas in line. I look forward to it. The answering smile that Harris threw my way was vicious, and I knew without a doubt that whatever awaited me tomorrow morning would be brutal. Chapter 7. A week had passed with me in Colorado. True to Harris's word, he had been training me every morning from 6 a.m. for an hour. Mostly, we would go for a run through the territory, or he would work on me with combat techniques. Every morning, I would wake up sore and aching. Harris pushed me harder than Jacob ever did, and had me feeling more weak and unaccomplished than I thought was possible. I hadn't realized until now just how much more I had left to learn. It was clear I had grown too comfortable with Jacob and allowed myself to grow too confident. It was nearing the end of another one of our morning sessions, and we were running later than usual. Some of the trainees were out on the training field warming up and waiting for Logan to appear. Get up, Harris commanded, drawing my attention back to him instead of across the field. From my position on the ground where I had slumped after our run, of which he had made us sprint nearly the entire time across the rough terrain through the trees, I watched him cross his arms tightly, a scowl on his face. It wasn't often he wore anything but a scowl when we were training. I was sure he was judging and criticizing me the entire time. It was all I could do each day not to swear at him. I was already counting down the days until I could join in on the training with the rest of the pack. He wasn't even out of breath, and only the slight sheen of sweat on his tan chest, which shone under the early morning sun, indicated he'd done any exercise at all. Are we not done? I almost groaned, dragging myself slowly to my feet. His skull deepened, those thick eyebrows of his knitting together tightly. We're going to spar today. I want to assess where you are in hand-to-hand combat. I tried not to let my surprise show. While sparring was the one thing I had been missing this entire time, there was a heavy feeling of trepidation settling in my gut. Yes, I knew I was skilled in hand-to-hand combat. My years of experience with Jacob proved that, but the problem was that my only experience was with Jacob. While he was an alpha, he was only 26 years old, barely trained himself. Alpha Harris was at least over a century old, despite not looking a day over 25. He was experienced and highly trained, and I knew without a doubt he would wipe the floor with me. With Jacob, there was always a friendly competition in our fights. With Harris, I only felt intimidated. Already, he had proven that my overall fitness and endurance were not as impressive as I had thought. I wasn't sure my pride could survive my combat skills being ripped to shreds. "You've seen me spar before," I pointed out, shaking out my limbs and stretching loosely, preparing myself nonetheless. I was still slick with sweat, a cool breeze feeling amazing against my skin. I had started to train in only a sports bra and tight shorts, needing fewer layers to keep cool during training. "Yes," he agreed, eyes narrowing, "but I want to see how well you hold up against me." I couldn't hold his gaze, my eyes falling to the ground as I kicked at the grass. My arms came to wrap around my waist. Embarrassment was the feeling that suddenly weighing heavy in my stomach. I knew my cheeks were flushed, regardless of whether it was noticeable against the rosiness of my cheeks from the workout. "I've yet to train with anyone but Jacob," I managed to mumble, hoping pointlessly that he would not have heard. "And why is that?" Now I dared to look up at him. Harris crossed his arms, his face impassive. I was thankful his expression didn't give anything away. I didn't want to know what he was thinking. "Because I'm vulnerable," I explained through gritted teeth, my eyes falling away again as the answer felt bitter on my tongue. I hated the excuse whenever Jacob had uttered it to me. He didn't want me to get hurt. "I can't heal as quick as normal wolves." "And you think that's fair?" "No. I don't have a wolf. What good would I be against anyone else?" I shrugged. I was aware of the alpha wolf stalking closer to me until we were only a foot apart. On instinct, my body stiffened. He was too close to me, and I was sure this was another intimidation tactic on his part. I cursed myself for falling prey to it, for allowing myself to be so submissive in his presence. This was what was expected of me. It was my place in a pack to submit to the alpha wolf. But it felt abnormal. It made me feel weak. I was so used to constantly being presumed weak that my years of overcompensation were beginning to become an issue. It was natural for the pack wolves to be weaker than the alpha. If I had any hope of being accepted into the pack, I would have to adjust. Alphas very rarely suffered disobedient wolves. This wasn't Idaho. This wasn't Jacob, who allowed my confrontation. "I thought you came here to train," he demanded flatly. I did. "So stop letting your insecurities get the better of you and train." I was frowning at him, pursing my lips as I stepped away and positioned myself to go on the defense. The idea of fighting Harris and doing anything but enduring him seemed impossible. "Are you ready?" he asked, voice suddenly soft and smooth. He was watching me intently, his eyes on my shoulders and hips, waiting for me to make the first move. A small, deadly smirk stretched across his lips when he realized that wouldn't happen. He lunged for me, fist reaching for my ribs. I barely moved quickly enough to escape the assault, but somehow I did. Bouncing on my toes slightly, I was already moving as he tried to hit me again. I knew my speed was a strong suit, but it wouldn't last for long. I had seen Alpha Harris sparring with Logan late at night from my bedroom window. I knew he could be just as quick. He was smart too, quickly adapting to whatever new techniques Logan threw his way. Again, he lunged for me. This time when I darted away, his right hook was already there, slamming into my ribs so hard I knew he'd cracked one. I grunted at the impact, mortified by the whimper that followed. Harris stepped back, eyeing me warily, hands lowering. He was hesitating. Already, he thought I would quit, that I couldn't hold up against the same brutality other wolves could. I shifted slightly on my feet, exaggerating my wince from the pain. While his guard was down, I darted forward. A surge of pride hit me as my fist made solid contact with his jaw, even as his own fist knocked my shoulder back, creating distance between us once again. We circled each other. Alpha Harris's smirk had curved into a full daring grin. He was enjoying this now, and it was infuriating. I tried to jab him in the ribs, but he caught my wrist, fixing me in my spot as his elbow thrust into my diaphragm. A rush of air left my lungs. The impact was so hard it felt as if my lungs were spasming as I gasped to collect my breath. He released me and made an effort to push me away, but I stood my ground, my hands clutched tight to his shoulders as I rammed my knee hard into his gut. For the first time since we had begun, I heard him groan. Now we were getting somewhere. Or so I thought. My legs were knocked out from under me, my arms barely quick enough to stop my face from smashing into the ground, with Harris immediately on top of me. His weight pressed down on me, his bare chest pressed against my back, the heat of his skin stifling. I tried to buck under him, but it was useless. Already, his teeth were at my throat, the fangs pressing gently against my skin, and his breath hot. With a groan, I arched my neck, submitting to the alpha and accepting my defeat. I heard his sharp intake of breath, the sudden stiffening of his body, and within seconds, he was off of me and back on his feet. It took me a little longer to gather myself, my arms strained as I pushed myself up and rolled so I was lying flat on my back, my arms and legs spread out like a starfish. I don't think I can get up, I rasped, panting and staring wide-eyed up at the sky. Every muscle in my body was screaming, sweat drenched every inch of skin, and my lungs burnt with every breath. A hand, large and calloused, filled my sight. Harris was standing over me, mouth drawn tight as he held out a hand to help me up. "We have an audience." I groaned as he helped me up, finding my feet just in time to see Sandy marching across the grass towards us. "Holy smokes!" She barked, coming to a stop on the sidelines, hands resting heavily on her hips as she sent a beaming, toothy grin my way. "I thought you said you were a bloody Omega?" Well, I sighed, my eyes falling to Harris for help. He only raised a brow. "I'm technically not anything, I can't shift." "You're joking," she disputed, nearly gasping. "Nope. I have a human mother." "You're actually kidding me though, right? You're not being serious." I was surprised it had taken this long for me to tell anyone, that it had taken this long for anyone to find out. No one had questioned why I hadn't shifted in an entire week, though perhaps they thought I waited until I was alone or only with the alpha. From behind her, I could see Logan emerge from the main house, stalking across the field towards the trainees with his usual fierce scowl. He was dressed in all black shorts, vest, and trainers as he had all week, to the point where I questioned whether he owned any color at all, looking as intimidating as always. The trainees who had spotted him immediately stiffened, waiting silently for his arrival. Thankfully, he didn't turn in our direction. "I mean, I'd prove it, but there's literally nothing to show you," I laughed weakly. From my peripheral, I saw Alpha Harris already moving away from us towards the trainees, which meant we had finished for the day. I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Today was the first day all week that I had enjoyed our training. I've never seen someone hold so well up against Harris on their first time before. Sandy's eyes flicked toward her retreating Alpha, and I tried my best not to do the same. I've trained exclusively with Alpha Ethan for, well, since my teens when I hadn't shifted for the first time, and it became apparent I wasn't going to. That drew her attention back to me. That must have been darn tough. It wasn't too bad. That's a lie. It was actually the worst thing ever when I was 13. Didn't help a few years later when my little sister shifted for the first time. But it's fine now. Another lie. Ouch, she sympathized. And you've not even come close, not once? I don't have a wolf. I have the strength, the agility. I can run pretty fast on foot, and my bruises and broken bones heal quickly enough. But no wolf, none of those wolfy urges. What about the Alpha command? How do you respond to that? Well, I shrugged. I still find them pretty intimidating, but I don't feel the overwhelming desire to submit that everyone describes feeling when in the presence of an alpha or beta. I saw her eyeing my exposed neck, saw the question in her expression as she noted the lack of a bite. "And you're unmated?" Biting my lip, I held her gaze for a second too long. "I am." "And Harris accepted your request to join the pack?" Again, she looked across the field towards her alpha, her brows furrowed slightly. "He did." Whether she noticed the sudden sharpness to my tone or not, Sandy relaxed her expression and offered me a dry, amused smile. "Well, I won't interrogate you anymore. Whatever's led you to us is your business." "Thanks. Now come on," Sandy clapped me on the back. "Let's go get some breakfast, I'm starving." Though I'm already thinking about lunch, I think one of my hunters is cooking today, and they're the least terrible of a sorry lot. "How old is the Alaskan Alpha?" Sandy mused later that day over her stew, tearing the bread roll in her hands into pieces. Everyone else had already eaten lunch and left the kitchen, leaving me with Sandy and Nelson for company. Most days, I ate with either them or Adrienne and Logan. But it was the only time I spent with them outside of my morning training with Alpha Harris and my afternoons, which I spent exploring the territory. So far, I hadn't ventured very far outside the running route I had taken up with the Alpha. Sandy and Nelson had both been trying to quiz me more on Alpha Athan today, but I wasn't giving them an inch. Eventually, the conversation had shifted to the other packs and Alphas. Alpha Alfred? Nelson asked around a mouthful of his food. You don't call an Alpha by his first name, Sandy chastised, smacking Nelson in the chest hard. He spluttered, choking on his food. It's not like he's here, Nelson wheezed, scowling at her. Anyway, I don't even think he has a last name. Everyone has a last name. I heard he never had a mate, I chimed in. I wasn't even halfway through my food while Nelson had nearly finished his bowl. The boy ate like he'd been fasting for days. I was surprised he was able to get a word out with how much he shoved in his mouth at once. Well, I heard his mate was human and died years ago, before all the other current Alphas were even born. He's Irish, isn't he? Where'd you hear that? Nelson cried in outrage, his spoon flying wildly as he gestured enthusiastically with his hand. He's Scottish. You can't possibly know that. Have you ever even met him? Sandy huffed. No, but my mom's cousin's sister in mating transferred to his pack 3 years ago, and I heard through my mom he's Scottish. He is, I intervened, recalling the brief few times I had heard the Alpha speak at the meetings, amused by their back-and-forth arguing. Nelson's head snapped towards me, eyes wide in wonder. You've met him. He was positively gleeful, leaning across the table towards me in excitement. Is it true he's almost twice the size of Alpha Harris? I scoffed, of course he isn't. Alpha Harris is huge. Can you imagine someone twice the size of him? A mischievous smirk curved across Nelson's face. He leant towards me across the kitchen island, head stooping low as if he was about to share a secret. We are talking about their anatomy, right? Nelson asked in a low voice, wiggling his eyebrow at me. Sandy began cackling. Yes, Nelson, I was absolutely talking about the Alpha's anatomy. I countered sarcastically, fighting back a grin of my own. Abso-freaking-lutely huge. Oh my gosh. Sandy exclaimed between fits of laughter just as a throat cleared behind me. Well, this is delightful. Adrienne chirped with a grin so wide I thought it was going to split his face in half. I'm sure Harris's ego will be boosted after hearing about this. I thought I was going to melt into a puddle of embarrassment. Of all the people to have caught the conversation out of context, the only person worse would have been Alpha Harris himself. That certainly wouldn't make training awkward. Don't tell him I said that, I begged, mortified. You know that's not what I meant. Adrienne was simply smirking as he strolled through the kitchen towards the back door. Adrienne, don't tell him. Sandy was laughing so hard now that I honestly thought she was about to fall on the floor, and Nelson's face was blushing so deeply despite his snickering. Adrienne only shrugged his shoulders, innocently claiming there can be no secrets between an Alpha and his beta. You're such a jerk. When he had left, and Sandy had calmed down, she shot me a pointed look with a coy smile. Well, at least you're not wrong. The gods certainly were kind to Harris. Nelson spat out his drink, coughing as his cheeks somehow grew even redder. Geez, Sandy, he shrieked, I didn't actually want to know about the Alpha's anatomy. Why? You gonna be up all night thinking about it? Don't be such a baby, she laughed. Anyway, it's not like I'll get the chance to see any more, she sighed dramatically, flipping her short hair for effect. Well, it's hardly going to get smaller just 'cause he's not getting laid, is it? Nelson grumbled, still coughing and holding his chest. Wait, what? I butted in, looking between the two of them. What are you talking about? He pulled me aside a couple of days ago and ended things with me. There was a wry grin twisted on her lips, but she didn't seem angry. Did he say why? I couldn't help but ask, too curious for my own good. Are you upset? I'm miffed that I'm not getting intimacy anymore, she shrugged. But I'm not annoyed with Harris. He's not mine, I'm not his. It was just physical. If he wants it to end, it's ended. Didn't need an explanation. Her calmness surprised me. I had only ever experienced the relationship between mates, and other than the rare occurrences of rejection, a scenario like this was unheard of in Idaho. Sometimes, two wolves who had both lost their mate did pair together, claiming to share a secondary bond, one weaker to the mating bond, but still very much existing, but casual relationships were never a thing. I'm not used to situations like this, with relationships regarding people other than mates, where there's no romantic attachment. It's different here. Good. Different was what I needed. Chapter 8. 2 weeks in Colorado hadn't stopped my nightly thoughts from straying to Jacob. While the inner pack at Colorado had been nothing but accommodating, they were still strangers to me, and I missed my friends back in Idaho with every passing minute. Wolves were pack creatures, and that fact had never felt truer to me before now. I hadn't been inducted into Colorado yet. 2 more weeks until the probationary period was complete, and I was no longer a part of Idaho. I was a wolf without a pack, with my family and closest friend miles away from me. Even now, as I lie in bed icing my ribs from another morning sparring session with Alpha Harris, I couldn't help but let my mind wander to my lifelong friend, Jacob. As cruel as it seemed to my family, he was who I missed the most, who my heart ached for. I missed his teasing smile and the light in his eyes as he laughed, his comforting embrace when he hugged me, no matter how many times I'd tried to fight it, and the way he just knew whenever something was wrong. That was how Sandy found me, just after lunch, lying in bed moping at the loss of my old Alpha. Above the sound of my music playing quietly, as I was all too aware of how sensitive a wolf's hearing could be and didn't want to be disturbing everyone else in the house, I first heard her approaching footsteps before I heard her voice. "Hey, Amelia," Sandy's voice called out to me before she appeared in my bedroom doorway. Her usual sportswear missing, Sandy was dressed in ripped black baggy jeans and a white v-neck shirt with some killer-looking black boots that I was sure could stomp the wolf. Her jet black hair, sleek and as straight as always, paired with deep ruby lipstick against her porcelain skin, had her looking fierce. If I were a lesser wolf, I'd have flinched just in her presence. Leaning against the wooden frame, she awkwardly rubbed the back of her neck, the muscles in her toned arms flexing. Despite how powerful she appeared, she didn't seem as confident and assured as she usually did. So I was wondering if Sandy cleared her throat. "What's up?" I asked with a slight groan as I tried to sit up, my ribs screaming in protest. I knew if I was regular wolf, the pain would be nothing more than a weak twinge by now. But unlike a regular wolf, my healing was slower, which had been one of the main reasons Jacob had never let me spar with other wolves. "I was wondering if you weren't busy, if you wanted to go into the nearest town with me. We can buy you anything you might need. Harris told me he'd made you leave pretty suddenly from your pack, so you probably left a lot behind." I had been rushed into packing my belongings and saying goodbye to my family. But after reflection, it was probably better that everything had happened that way. The thought of a prolonged goodbye, of having an entire week to prepare to leave, would have crushed me. To be with Jacob for an entire week, knowing it would be our last, would have made everything 10 times harder. But there really hadn't been much to pack for my transfer to Colorado. I didn't own many decorations or flourishes in my bedroom, unlike my sister Marguerite, whose own home had been decorated across every inch. I was happy with my plain white walls and plain gray bedding. Perhaps a few photo frames would have been nice to put my photographs in, but it seemed pointless to make a trip to the nearest town just for that. Truthfully, I had probably managed to bring more with me than most wolves who transferred pack, thanks to us using a car, and other than a few personal items, I didn't have anything I was particularly attached to that I couldn't leave behind. "Oh no, it's really fine," I assured, hunched over slightly, hand pressed tight to my abdomen. "I don't really need much." A glance around my room showed as much. Simple was my comfort. "Okay," Sandy nodded, still lingering in the doorway. She scanned my bedroom, taking in the mostly plain room that had some of my clean clothes folded that I had yet to put away, and a couple of tiny photos of my family and Jacob, and I tacked to the wall. It's not a bother, though. I'd actually hoped for us to spend some time together. And I figured we might as well spend our time doing something useful and buy some stuff to decorate your room, maybe some cushions and throws? I know you're probably used to your pack making that sort of stuff, but well, we're not too good at crafts here. I can't remember the last time I picked up a needle. You guys can't sew? I asked in shock. You can? Sandy asked, seeming just as surprised. Why is that so shocking? I chuckled, the laugh quickly turning to a wince at the ache that followed. Well, what with, she gestured to me vaguely, only continuing after a raised brow from me. Sewing such a feminine thing and you're more. I don't know, like me. Had my mom been here to hear Sandy's misguided words, she would have sure liked to put the wolf in her place. Mom, despite being the only human in the pack, was awfully good at intimidating some of the wolves when they tried to belittle those who fulfilled the cooking, sewing, and crafting roles of the pack. According to her, the pack wouldn't last a darn day without someone putting meals on their table and sewing their bed sheets. Sewing such a valuable skill, I stressed, honestly confused how no one in the pack was apparently competent in the craft. How do you guys repair your clothes? We just buy new ones, Sandy shrugged as if it was obvious. That's terrible, coming from a pack that has reusable water bottles and grows its own vegetables. Though I'm starting to understand how you're all apparently bad at cooking, too, if you deem that feminine work. Hey, Sandy huffed, crossing her arms. We're doing just fine as a pack. I rolled my eyes. Just fine can be improved upon. We're absolutely going to town now so we can buy textile supplies. It's clear I'm going to have to teach you guys some things. It's a good thing I have some money, I assured, thinking of the last of my allowance from Idaho. Since the packs weren't integrated with the humans, wolves didn't have human jobs to earn money, and a small allowance was given to each pack member. I wasn't sure what the pack, or more rightly the alpha and betas, did to earn the money. I had never asked, but it was mainly used to buy food and supplies that we didn't hunt for or make ourselves. I hadn't thought to ask about an allowance in Colorado, not that I would use it all that much. My mom would definitely have a heart attack if she heard that no one Colorado pack could sew or cook. I was darn thankful she had installed the skills in me as a child. And if I never had any kids of my own, at least I'd be comforted in knowing I'd pass the skills down to a whole group of people. What kind of underwear do you wear? What? My head shot toward Sandy and away from the plastic tub of lacy pants in front of me. We had already been in the underwear shop for a total of 10 minutes, and I had grown bored within the first 2. But Sandy had insisted we go inside just to look. So far, she had dragged me around a whole variety of shops that I had never stepped into before. Whenever I accompanied my mom into the human towns, there were distinct shops we visited, and it was never a fancy place like this. Well, I mainly wear thongs and bralettes, what with my chest being so small. She cupped her chest to demonstrate her point. What kind do you prefer? Oh, just comfortable stuff, shorts, sports bras. I had yet to see a sports section in the store, and from the general, delicate, lacy tone, I doubted they even had any. You don't own anything fancy? Sandy asked, seeming shocked for some reason. She was holding a sheer, flowery bra in her hands, inspecting the embroidery. I don't know why she was surprised by my confession. She had thought me not feminine enough to sew, but apparently feminine enough to wear lacy, delicate underwear. What do I need fancy underwear for? I couldn't help but laugh. Sports bras always did me fine. Most of my days in Idaho had always been taken up by training, running around, doing errands for Jacob, or exploring the territory. I needed something sturdy. I forgot you're practically a second Logan. Sandy rolled her eyes, moving on to an entire wall of matching bras and pants. There were so many different styles, I didn't understand how she knew what to look for. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, unoffended. You're a trainaholic. I know all about your training sessions with Harris in the morning before even Logan is out on the field, but I also know you're out there before even Harris, running drills by yourself and doing pull-ups on the bars. I imagine you favor practicality over aesthetics. How long have you been watching me? I was more than a little perturbed. I hadn't noticed anyone watching me, other than the few official pack members that would be returning from the inner territory patrols each morning. Even though they had kept mostly to themselves, perhaps only offering me a short greeting as they passed. But if Sandy had been watching me each morning, had Alpha Harris seen me too? I'm curious about you, Sandy shrugged, unapologetic for spying on me. You're an oddity in this pack, and I don't much like surprises. She was still examining different styles of underwear, picking up a royal blue pair of panties and holding them up in front of me as if to check they would fit. How about I buy you a nice set? Nothing too out there, so you don't feel uncomfortable. I eyed what she was holding, and then one of the nearest price tags, my heart almost skipping a beat. They were more expensive than anything I'd bought before. I don't know, I trailed off, biting my lip. That's really nice, but I don't want you to waste your money. Sandy waved me off, already back to examining the large wall. It's really fine, I'm old, I've got more money saved up than I use. I wanted to ask how old, but was smart enough to know that some wolves became sensitive around the subject, though I couldn't fathom why. The age of the wolf correlated with power and strength. The older you were, the longer you had survived, the more skilled you were. I couldn't imagine Sandy was young like Nelson and me, two wolves who looked their age. She was surely an old wolf, just from the way she carried herself, so assured and aware of her surroundings. She was clearly a wolf who had spent years honing her skills and her craft. I had only witnessed her hunt once, when Alpha Harris and I had strayed too close to the hunting pack one morning during training, and it had been glorious. She was quicker and stealthier than any wolf I had ever seen before. Her prey was down before they were even aware she was there. Even the other hunters with her had seemed impressed, as if even after every hunt they'd shared, they still couldn't believe what a weapon Sandy was. While I didn't know Alpha Harris's exact age, he was one of the oldest alphas alongside Alaska and Minnesota. Was Sandy's age parallel to the alphas? How long had Sandy and Alpha Harris known each other? How are things between you and the alpha? I couldn't stop myself from asking. If Sandy found my sudden change of topic odd, she didn't show it. Harris, she murmured, reading the label of a lacy object intently. Things are fine, the same as usual. It's not weird now that you're... Heat grew quickly across my face. You know, not sleeping with each other? Not at all. We were always friends long before anything physical happened between us. He's my alpha, and I'm his head hunter. Our mate relationship can exist outside of any other bonds. And if he tried to initiate something again? Would you? Sandy eyed me for a moment before asking, what about you and Harris? What about us? You spend a lot of time together, alone, she shrugged. I thought maybe. No, of course not. It's just training. I've never thought of him in that way, I assured, even as a small part of me screamed, liar. It was hard not to appreciate his body when I spent every morning pressed against it, or when the sun gleamed against his skin in just the right way that he seemed to glow. But I had to push that part of me back. It was all superficial anyway. I wasn't here to complicate things with another alpha. It wouldn't bother me if that's what you're thinking. There's nothing between us. And I'm certain he feels the same way, I assured firmly. A human woman walked by us, offering a friendly smile to Sandy, which the female reciprocated. Her eyes followed the human's path through the store before she sighed and turned back towards me. It's a shame humans are so breakable. Not worth the effort. And that was the end of our conversation. She was off again, stalking out of the store with purpose as she dragged me into another shop. But my mind was still stuck on Alpha Harris. I thought you said you were going out to buy cushions and stuff, Nelson mumbled, rifling through our shopping bags as soon as they were placed onto the kitchen counter like a child desperately looking for snacks. He pulled out the pack of sewing needles and thread I'd bought, pulling a face. I wanted to help decorate your room. We had only just returned to find the inner pack, Alpha Harris, Adrienne, and Logan, and Nelson in the kitchen. Alpha Harris hadn't even looked up as we entered the room, sat at the large dining table with paperwork spread out in front of him, a plate of half-eaten food, and a large mug of coffee. I had no idea what paperwork was even required of Colorado, but I sure wasn't about to ask as I spied the fierce scowl warping his face. I quickly forced myself to drag my attention away. I'm sure Amelia doesn't want your poor taste helping her, Adrienne scoffed, flicking through paperwork of his own as he sat across from his alpha. The beta's hair was tied back in a tight bun, and despite the fact that he hadn't even looked up at his nephew, Nelson held up his middle finger to his uncle with a sneer. Blah, 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 I'm Adrienne. I'm a million years old, and yet I know nothing. I'm such a jerk. Blah, blah. Nelson mocked in a whiny, high-pitched voice. He was glaring at the older wolf, not even looking through the bags as he began to unpack more of our purchases for me. That's what you sound like, by the way. You're both children, I laughed, busy putting away all of the new spices I had bought in one of the kitchen cupboards. Apparently, salt, pepper, and the occasional stock pot were all that existed in this kitchen. No wonder everyone thought they couldn't cook if all they made was bland, boring food. And to answer your question, Nelson, I don't give a crud if there's 1,000 cushions on my bed or not. It'd be a waste of money. The only thing that has ever decorated my bedroom is a deer skin rug that Alpha Athan gifted me from one of his hunts. I am a bit upset I didn't bring it with me, actually. That's so romantic, Sandy cooed, resting her chin on her hands as she propped her elbows on the kitchen counter. She turned to scowl at everyone in the kitchen. No one's hunted anything for me before. You're the head hunter. You should be hunting things for us, Logan chastised. Where's my deer skin rug, Sandy? In the time that I had been in Colorado, I'd learned that Logan wasn't always as tense and intimidating as he seemed. While I rarely saw him take a break from his duties, he did occasionally join in on the jokes and teasing that the rest of the inner pack, bar Alpha Harris, seemed to love so much. Please, she uttered, rolling her eyes. Do you know how much effort goes into making something like that? I don't like you that much, Logan. I hunt your food, that should be enough, don't be greedy. You bought a plant? Nelson exclaimed, interrupting the two older wolves, pulling out a large leafy plant in a green speckled pot. It had been on sale, and I hadn't been able to resist, especially as Sandy was so happy I'd finally shown an interest in something she'd refused to leave the shop until I bought it. I've always wanted a ton of plants. I would always try to bring them inside when I was younger, but my mom wouldn't have it, claiming that, as she had to live in a darn forest, there was no way in heck the darn forest was coming inside her house. And Sandy insisted I needed something to brighten up my room. You really do, Sandy stressed, taking the plant out of Nelson's hands and tucking it under her arm. Your room looks plainer than a Swedish prison cell. And how do you know what a Swedish prison cell looks like? Nelson's eyes narrowed. When I visit Adrienne's hometown once, maybe I caused a little too much havoc, Sandy grinned, a vicious smile that had a smirk curving across my own lips. The stupid humans thought they could keep me locked up. This female was certainly something else. It was as if everything I had ever wanted to be was formed into one perfect female wolf. I had yet to see her spar, but knew without a doubt that this female could tear me to shreds if she wanted to. Turning on her heels, Sandy called over her shoulder, "Come on, Nelson, you can help us put Amelia's one decoration in her room." The two wolves had spent at least an hour in my bedroom with me after that, talking about random stuff and ribbing the heck out of each other until the older wolf was dragging Nelson out and reminding him that it was time for their session with the other trainees. Apparently, there were a lot of skills to be learned through stalking through the forest at night. They wouldn't be back until morning, and Nelson had complained about it all the way out of the house and across the field to where the other trainees awaited Sandy's commands. Not long after, as I was settling into a peaceful relaxation in my room, finally enjoying a break from anyone else in the pack, I was interrupted by the loud thud of a pair of heavy feet on my wooded floorboards. He hadn't caught me by surprise, not that I thought he had tried to. His heavy footfall had been heard all the way from the floor above me as he all but stomped his way down the staircase. I wasn't sure if his loud descent was purposeful. Perhaps the alpha thought he needed to be louder around me, that my hearing was as poor as a human's. "Come with me," Alpha Harris commanded, suddenly in the doorway to my bedroom. He'd changed out of his earlier clothes, only dressed in some black sports shorts and his trainers. I tried my best not to stare. Luckily, he didn't wait for a response before already stalking away from me, arrogantly assuming that I would follow without a bat of his eye. Of course, I did follow. But I couldn't help myself. I was too curious not to find out whatever it was Alpha Harris wanted me for. "Where are we going?" I called after him, scrambling to my feet. "Do I need my shoes? A jacket?" He didn't respond. I grabbed the nearest sweatshirt and pair of trainers I'd left discarded at the foot of my bed, shoving them on quickly. Darn Alpha, I grumbled under my breath, running out and following Harris's scent downstairs. Hurry up. I reached the bottom of the stairs, just as I saw Alpha Harris's retreating figure through the front door. Mouthing a repeated hurry up in a silent childish way, I passed Adrienne, leaving the kitchen, his paperwork tucked under his arm. I couldn't understand why he and Alpha Harris hadn't worked in the conference room or office on the top floor. Surely the kitchen would only bring them distractions from their work as the pack filtered in and out looking for food. He only quirked an eyebrow at me in amusement, shaking his head. So immature, Amelia, he chastised. Oh yeah, I'm the immature one of the two of us. I rolled my eyes, but stopped just before I left the house. Do you have any idea what's going on? Sorry, he shrugged, feigning cluelessness. His smirk suggested otherwise, though. Amelia. Alpha Harris snapped from outside. I groaned, dragging my feet as I obediently followed. Have fun. Adrienne called behind me, snickering. I shot him a departing, withering look. As soon as I was outside, I shared that look with the scowling Alpha who was waiting for me. With his arms crossed tight and the impatience clear as day on his face, he quickly turned on his heels and stalked away from me, grumbling to himself. I didn't hear what he said. What are we doing? I huffed, following nonetheless. Training, he only grunted. He was leading me into the woods, but unlike our familiar running path, we were heading in a completely opposite direction. Unlike a lot of routes on the territory, mostly used for those wolves that patrolled the packlands, the path we were taking was untouched. Apart from the Alpha's own faint scent, there were very few other wolves who had ventured this way in a while. We trained this morning. Are you saying you don't want extra training? He shot me a sardonic look over his shoulder. Now it was my turn to scowl. I wisely didn't say anything, though, as he led me deeper into the trees. Until 10 minutes later, that is, when my impatience was wearing thin. Alpha Harris, I called out to where he was a few feet ahead of me. Harris, he grunted out, correcting me, and I was sure I heard him huff to himself. Right, Harris. I rolled my eyes. How much longer until we get to wherever you're taking us? We're here, he answered abruptly, pushing through a thick overgrowth of trees and bushes, holding up a thick branch for me to pass under. And when I emerged from the other side of the overgrowth, I was rendered speechless as I took in the scenery presented to me. Chapter 9. The dirt I stood on quickly bled into gray rock that dipped down into a small, natural pool of water. Under the quickly darkening sky, the water looked dark and inky, bottomless, as if it were waiting for the next creature to dare to dip into it and be consumed whole. It was beautiful. The water, perfectly still against the tall rock face surrounding it, beckoned me in a way I found only nature could. I needed to venture closer. What are we doing here? Strength building. Swimming's a great exercise. I turned to find the Alpha already kicking off his shoes and stepping towards the water. I hated how my eyes were immediately drawn to his figure, following his movements, focused on the strong, shifting muscles beneath his tan skin. If he could feel my burning gaze on his back, he didn't show it. He didn't look back at all as he, in one movement, dove into the glittering black water. When he re-emerged, the water dripping down his neck and from his broad shoulders, his dark brunette hair now black and hanging flat across his forehead and down the nape of his neck, he was grinning. It honestly felt like I couldn't breathe for a second, frozen in the shock of the emotion warping the Alpha's expression, the pure joy that radiated from him. At my prolonged gaping stare, the light in his eyes dimmed ever so slightly, and the smile stretching his lips eased. My stomach lurched at the sudden loss of emotion. Are you getting in, or are you going to stand there gawping at me all night? His gruff, familiar tones sprang me into action. I didn't respond, for fear of becoming a mumbling mess, as I kicked my trainers off, stripped off my sweatshirt to reveal my black sports bra, and my joggers to reveal my black boxer shorts, very aware of the Alpha's gaze as I did so. There was a gentle heat spreading up my pale neck, not from embarrassment. I wasn't any more exposed now than I had been in training countless times over, but from the intensity of Alpha Harris's gaze. His eyes didn't falter from me, and I couldn't tear mine away from him. I held his gaze as I stepped up to the lip of the pool, the rock cool under my bare feet. I continued to do so as I lowered myself slowly into the icy water. Hissing at the high temperature, my attention was stolen from the Alpha. I submerged myself quickly, head entirely under the water to adjust for as long as I could hold my breath before I burst back up, gasping for air. Alpha Harris had now moved across the pool to the other side of a large central rock that jutted out from the water into the air like a prehistoric shark's fin. "What are we doing?" My voice echoed against the tall walls of rock that surrounded us. "Swimming," he answered simply, as if it were obvious. "You want me to swim in circles?" I asked, eyeing the pool around me. It was beautiful and big enough for a large group of people, but not so big that a lap would come even close to tiring me. "You'd better get started if you want to be back in bed for a reasonable time." I gritted my teeth, trying my best not to growl my frustration. "For how long?" "Until I say we're done." Alpha Harris had me swim in that pool until the moon was glowing bright, the night sky was as black as coal, and the muscles in my entire body were burning so bad I thought they were surely melting off my bones. Every few laps that I completed, he thought it funny to splash me or disrupt my swimming in some way. I'd never seen the Alpha more at ease, more jovial. It was a pain. He did very little other than annoy or watch me swim, occasionally taking to diving into the water as I passed, so I had to twist out of the way so as not to get flattened by his gigantic self. It was when I had lost count of how many laps I had done, and I was very nearly about to drown from exhaustion, that I realized I'd lost sight of him completely. The sun had long been set by now, the water far too dark to see beneath it. But I couldn't scent him. He was under there, somewhere. He had to be, holding his breath for far longer than I thought was possible. Treading water, I finally stopped swimming, twisting from side to side, my eyes locked on the water, straining to find him. A sharp yelp filled the night air as my legs were tugged and I was pulled down. Just as quick as my head went under, I was back up again, Alpha Harris's arms wrapped tightly around my thighs as he held me up and out of the water while I caught my breath back. He was laughing at me, at the scowl on my face as I glared down at him. My hands pressed down on his shoulders. His expression had melted from his usual stern expression into a wry amusement, and just like before, I was transfixed. "You've got to be more vigilant," he teased, releasing me just enough that I slid down across his front and back into the water as he moved us closer to the edge of the pool. I nearly shuddered at the contact. Then his arms were gone, but he was still so close. His laughter had subsided, a soft smile on his face that slowly faded as again he was staring at me, watching me, waiting for something. Only I didn't know what. We were no physically closer to each other than in any other training session, no more exposed to the other's gaze. But there was something intimate about this moment, under the watchful eye of the moon, basking in the cool water of the natural pool. "Alpha Harris," I breathed out, a small voice inside my head screaming at me to move away while I stayed frozen in the shallow of the pool. The water came to the hollow of my throat, my toes barely resting on the rock beneath. I should have stepped back, moved closer to the natural sloping shore, away from Alpha Harris. I was trapped in another staring contest, unable to look away and submit to the man before me as a good, obedient wolf would. But there was no challenge in the Alpha's eyes that had once appeared black, and I now realized to have the faintest flecks of warm caramel, a feature that shouldn't be close enough for me to notice. "Thaddeus," the Alpha muttered, barely above a whisper. But the deep timbre of his voice echoed endlessly in my ears, amidst the repetitive pulse of blood rushing through them like white noise. "What?" I was able to mumble back, too distracted to register even my own words. "My name." "Call me Thaddeus." "Thaddeus," I repeated, his name breathless on my lips. His eyes closed, a soft exhale parting his lips at the sound. Thaddeus stepped closer, his arm winding around my waist and pulling my chest to press against his scorching skin, a sharp contrast to the icy water. I didn't object. I felt his nose graze the length of my neck, heard him inhale, and knew he was breathing in my scent. I still couldn't move. I didn't want to move away from him. Not as a dangerous ache in my core had me melting into his embrace, not as my pulse raced and I too allowed myself to grow intoxicated by a scent. A scent I knew I would never forget. But then I felt the caress of his lips on my skin and knew how wrong this all was. Palms flat against his chest, I pushed him away gently, and he allowed me to. Immediately, Thaddeus's arms released me, his touch nothing more than a memory on my skin, and I felt a cold wash of reality bathe my entirety. This was so wrong. I was a fool for allowing this to happen, for allowing my attraction for the powerful man before me to burn it all. Especially as I realized for the first time that he too may share an attraction for me. Amelia. My name caressed his lips, softer than I thought any word could, his voice rough. We should go back. My tone flat and cold, I didn't miss the way his jaw clenched and his eye hardened. I turned and pulled myself from the water, feeling it drip down my back as I pulled myself up onto the rock ledge, not allowing myself to watch as Alpha Harris did the same. He didn't respond to my abrupt tone or the sudden stiffness in my body as I snatched my discarded clothes from the ground. I didn't bother to put them on or my shoes. I was wet through, and we had no towels, and I really didn't feel like washing my freshly cleaned clothes so soon. Not waiting for him to follow, I was already stalking back through the trees, eager to get back to the safety of the pack house where I knew Alpha Harris would keep his distance. I needed that so I could think clearly and assess what the hell had just happened. My body felt drained from the swimming, but more so over the ache in my chest that wouldn't dissipate. By the time I was back in my room, unable to stop myself from looking out of my window at the line of trees where I knew Harris would emerge, I caught his stern figure's slow approach across the field. His body looked tense, the muscles tightly coiled within him, begging to be unbound. But he didn't storm towards the main house, didn't express any fury in his face, only centered his gaze on what I was certain was my window. He watched me, watching him, as he came closer. His bare feet pressing into the grass, a slight sheen to his body as the moonlight reflected from the water that hadn't fully dried. He was still only in his shorts, the damp black fabric clinging to his muscular thighs, seeming unbothered by how exposed he was to my gaze. It was too much. He was too much. He wasn't just a man, wasn't just a wolf. He wasn't just an alpha. If I wasn't careful, if I let him, this male could ruin me. Chapter 10. The next morning, training between Alpha Harris and me had been tense. We had spoken barely a single word to each other, and instead of sparring, we stuck to the training ground, warming up with endless pull-ups, push-ups, and sit-ups as if we were competing with each other before I released my frustrations on a large punch bag that Harris held firm. His gaze had been hot against my skin, but I never met his eyes. Coward. By the end of the first hour, my arms were numb, and I could barely lift my water bottle to my lips. I prayed that he wouldn't seek me out again that evening for more training. After eating breakfast alone on the back porch that faced a clean, thick line of trees, suggesting others had been felled to create such an unnatural clearing in the immediate vicinity of the pack house grounds, I escaped to my room to change into appropriate hiking gear. I had to get out of the house, away from the surrounding area where I could feel his gaze on me. I couldn't stop thinking about that moment, that ridiculous, irresponsible moment in the pool. Alpha Thaddeus Harris. Thaddeus. I had never thought about the Alpha's first name before. It honestly hadn't even occurred to me that his name was anything but Harris. Which was absurd. Of course, he had a first name. No Alpha was ever referred to by their first name. Thaddeus. What's on today's schedule? Nelson breathed, suddenly beside me as I stepped off the porch, breaking me from my musings. He slung a reaching arm to rest across my shoulders, a beaming grin spread so big that his dimples made an appearance. I'm going hiking. I glanced down at him with narrowed eyes, watching as he brushed a hand through his curls to bring the hair away from his face. He was dressed in thick-soled trainers, exercise shorts, and a vest with a backpack on his back. A twin to my outfit. Nelson chuckled as I ducked out from under his arm and shifted away from him. Brilliant. He matched my quickening steps into the trees, nudging my hip with his. I love hiking. Did I miss the part where we'd made plans together today? Yeesh, someone's woken up wrong this morning. It wouldn't have anything to do with why Alpha Harris was biting the head off every wolf who looked at him this morning, does it? I wanted to punch the stupid smirk on Nelson's face. And why would that have anything to do with me? I grumbled. Oi, Nelson, a deep voice bellowed across the field. The younger wolf beside me tensed, and when I looked towards the cause, I found a burly mountain of a man baring his teeth towards us in what I was sure meant to be a smile, but came across more like a disgruntled ape looking to pick a fight. That's your girlfriend you got there. Two other males stood beside him and laughed. Jerks, Nelson muttered under his breath, scowling at the group of wolves. When he saw them start to walk over to us, he threw his head back, glared at the sky, and groaned. Why gods, why must we deal with these jerks? I barely smothered my laughter, and by the time the large wolf reached us, the leer on his face was enough to leave my skin crawling. I'd come across many arrogant wolves like this before, the ones who swaggered around the territory like they were some big stuff. What's a pretty wolf like you doing with a scrawny pup like this? Disgusting. I'd never met these wolves before, and they sure didn't smell like Colorado, which meant they were trainees from Alaska, Nevada, Wyoming, Montana, or Arizona. How about you cut that nonsense out and leave us alone? I suggested sharply. Yeah, come on, Dante, buzz off, Nelson snapped. Oh yeah? You gonna make me pup? Dante stepped up into Nelson's face. Nothing but a big ugly ape. Dante's eyes slid next to me, all that aggression and challenge still present. It was like he was a pubescent pup shifting for the first time, riddled with teen angst and aggression. Real wolves were loyal to the pack and showed each other respect. Whatever pack he'd come from was clearly slacking on their discipline and not enforcing the right values in their wolves. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to play with others just yet. My fingers were itching at my sides. I wanted nothing more than to tackle this idiot to the darn ground and make him bleed. Afraid of getting hurt? He taunted, and the two goons behind him snickered. I could almost mistake them for pups and not the adult males they were. Well, after all, I shrugged, straightening my back to stand tall and imposing. I tilted my head slightly, plastering a cruel smirk to my face like I had seen Sandy do so many times when she was intimidating a wolf out of line. I am just an itty-bitty female wolf. A ridiculous statement considering I was taller than him. He was far more muscular, but that didn't amount to anything. If he was arrogant and untrained, his large size only meant he'd fall harder. I hoped he recognized the emotion in my disgusted expression for what it was, a promise. That wolf didn't know what was coming to him. Not waiting around for a response, I walked off, body relaxed and amusement playing on my face. I could hear his jeers behind me, but paid no mind to them, especially not as Nelson followed after me, throwing them a vulgar gesture over his shoulder. That's it. Nelson huffed, tension still coiled in his slim frame, his steps stiff. What? I cast him a sideways glance. He looked irritated. That's all you're going to say to Em? What I said was true, I drawled, a devious smirk curling my lips. My probationary period isn't up yet. But when it is, and I can spar with them, I'm going to put them in their place so darn hard they won't ever look at me like that again. I've had people underestimate me all my life, Nelson. I've never been able to do anything about it, and now, finally, here in Colorado, I have the chance to prove them all wrong. I just hoped the Alpha finally granted me the freedom to train like a real wolf, to interact with the pack in ways that were crucial to find hierarchy and place amongst the other wolves. We'd been exploring the territory for hours, hiked up rough terrain, and came to a rest on some flat rocks about a quarter of the way up a fairly small mountain. My shirt was off, stuffed into my dark green backpack, my flushed skin slick with sweat as I admired the scenic view. Though the air was far cooler up here, evidence of frost appearing above us that led into the snowy caps of the mountain, the forest floor was lush with green growth. The main pack house and training grounds weren't visible from where we were, but there were some small isolated cabins on the cusp of the large pack territory that I knew were used for wolves who patrolled the borders. Beside me, I heard Nelson rifling through his own bag until he pulled out a large camera, the kind I hadn't seen before that seemed very professional, assembling a huge lens onto it. "You take photos?" I asked, somewhat baffled. The last time I'd seen someone with a camera was my mother's old one that still printed its own photos. It had stopped working a decade ago. The only photos I had been taken on other people's smartphones and printed in Jacob's office. Yeah, just in my free time," Nelson chuckled, the laugh sounding uneasy to my ears. He was still fiddling with the camera and wouldn't look up at me. "I like to go for walks by myself, just trees and lakes and stuff, you know? Do you take any of the people?" He was blushing, the rosy hue adorable against his pale skin. He was clearly embarrassed by what I couldn't understand. "That's a yes," I laughed. "Are they on here? Can I have a look?" I nodded to the camera, holding my hand out. He handed it over, showing me what buttons to press to admire his photos. I was swiping through the more recent nature photographs until I saw some of Sandy and Logan teaching, of Adrienne sleeping in the lounge, photos of the main pack, including wolves I had yet to meet, crowded in the kitchen, eating. Then one photo appeared that had me pausing. It was of me. I was talking to Sandy in the field, sweaty and in disarray from a training session. I recognized the day as the first time Sandy had seen me train, the first time I had sparred in Colorado. What made me pause wasn't me or Sandy, but who Sandy was looking at, behind me by several feet. Alpha Harris was staring right at me, with a look in his eyes that terrified me. "Yeah, that's an intense one." Nelson was behind me, peering over my shoulder at what had caught my attention. I hummed in agreement, unable to tear my eyes away from the camera's small screen. "Do you want to talk about whatever's obviously happened between you and Harris to have put him in such a bad mood and you scrambling as far away from the pack house as possible?" "Not particularly." "That bad, huh?" He scratched his head, squinting at me. A thick silence settled between us, and just like Nelson, who remained quiet, I had no idea what to say. "Can I ask why you're here?" The younger boy finally spoke up after I had carefully handed him his camera back. He had snapped a few more photographs of our mountain view, and I suspected one of me as I turned away from him, before dismantling the camera and putting it safely back in his bag. "What do you mean?" I pulled my water bottle from my bag, fiddling with the cap as I avoided Nelson's heavy stare. It was strange how someone so unimposing had me so uncomfortable. Nelson may be a 19-year-old wolf that was shorter than me and had barely any muscle or fat to his body, but his eyes were a rich honey brown, too intense for his soft face. When he lost the humor in his expression and singled me out with such a gaze, I prayed I never became privy to his thoughts. "Well, you're unmated. Adrienne's told me countless times before that Harris doesn't allow unmated wolves officially into the pack. There's no point when the training programs exist, and the wolves will soon find their mates and want to settle into a family and leave for a more normal pack. It was hard to fit in with normal when you were anything but. I'm 23 and unmated, without a wolf. I'm not holding out any hope of a mate." It was hard to miss the distaste in my tone. But I was bitter about having to answer the same questions again and again, first from my family and now from Nelson. He was still looking at me, saying nothing. "Is there more?" I asked, my gut suddenly feeling so heavy. "It's not my place to ask." He moved from where he stood a foot away, sitting down on the rock beside me. Legs splayed slightly, his knees knocked against mine. I offered him my water bottle. "Ask anyway." Taking the bottle with a grateful smile, one missing his dimples and that warming light he usually had, he asked in a hush, "Have you been with anyone before?" I had welcomed the question, and yet still I was rendered surprised. I couldn't think of what could have prompted it. We were good friends, had become close in the short time I had been here, but that was such a personal question. Sex, that level of intimacy, was treasured in the packs. The wolves were vicious, fiercely loyal, and protective creatures. They didn't allow themselves to be vulnerable for just anyone, but when they did, when they found their mates, they didn't dream of straying. Sure, pups had childhood crushes, they'd share a secretive kiss here and there. But even they knew not to step too far. But I was different, without a mate. To expect me to live in celibacy would be unreasonable. Only once. I couldn't look at Nelson, disgusted by the shame my confession incited, despite knowing I had done no wrong. With who? Jacob. Alpha Athan. I corrected myself. I kept my eyes ahead of me, at the forest landscape, not wanting to face Nelson's judgment. It only happened once. No one else knows. They didn't set you on each other? It was when we were traveling back from visiting Nevada. The trip didn't go well. I wasn't thinking clearly. Thankfully, by the time we'd returned to Pac territory, it had been too long to scent anything. The fact that it happened in some desolate human motel only made the situation seem dirtier. It had been 2 years after Amelia, his mate's, death, and I was a 22-year-old wolf still without a mate. Neither of us had planned for it to happen. It was a moment of weakness. You regret it? Yes and no. It was great, but I regret the strain it placed on us. I've never been able to commit to him, not in the way he wanted me to, and it only made it that much harder. You're in love with him, though. Not a question. A statement. I wanted to refute it, to deny such feelings, but I couldn't. I didn't know how Nelson was so perceptive. I didn't know what it was in my voice or expression that had given it away. Because I was in love with Jacob, with my alpha, and I had been for some time now. Let's head back. There's a pretty attractive female that's been eyeing me up lately. Shame I can't touch the trainees, Sandy mused, rolling a stress ball between her hands as she lounged across my bed. Beside her, Nelson lay on his side with his head propped on his hand. How come? I mumbled from my place on the floor, studying my map of White River National Forest, in which we were located, and planning what areas of the Pac territory I would be exploring next. I was barely listening to what the female was saying. I hadn't invited the 2 wolves into my room, but they had barged their way in anyway, showing no signs of leaving. They're gonna find their mate. It'd be wrong of me. It's the same reason why I'd never dream of making a move on you. That made me pause. My eyes found Nelson's, and we shared a silent look. I'd had more than enough discussion about my non-existent mate for one day. I think it's certain I'm never gonna find my mate, not that, well, I'm flattered, but not interested either way. This had Sandy sitting up in intrigue. She eyed me a second before asking, what makes you think you're not going to find your mate? It'd already have happened by now. Besides, it's rare, almost impossible, for a human to have a mate. You're not human, she contested, eyes narrowing. I'm not a wolf either. What are you doing? Sandy asked instead with a huff, gesturing to my maps and rolling her eyes as if she simply couldn't believe what I was saying. I was just glad we were moving away from the topic. Eternally thankful, Sandy wasn't in the prying mood. Did you know White River is the most visited national park? I asked a little too brightly, my smile slightly forced. Sandy didn't say anything, though I knew my blasé attitude was horribly weak. Yep, she huffed. A real pain in my neck too. The number of times we have to be cautious of shifting when we have humans poking around the territory. Not to mention how many of them think we're a cult. This had me dragging my eyes away from the map, perking up a little. You get humans here? You didn't in Idaho? Not really, I shrugged. They are located deep in the 4th biggest national park in the U.S. We get the occasional hiker in the outer regions of the territory, but rarely does anyone stumble upon the inner pack lines. How many national park facts do you know? Sandy asked incredulously. I like studying the maps for the states the packs are in, I answered, blushing. I would never be able to cover the same amount of land in the same time as a regular wolf. That was just a fact. So I found it more useful to study the layout of the Pac territories through topographical maps, examining the various heights of the lands, and memorizing the natural landmarks such as rivers and lakes. Nerd, Nelson coughed behind his hand. Shut up, camera boy, I huffed, shooting him a weak glare. Yeah, camera boy, Sandy stuck her tongue out at the young wolf as if she wasn't the oldest one in the room by what I guessed were many, many years. Then she suddenly sat up with a gasp, staring at me wide-eyed as if she'd been shocked with electricity. Did you try the underwear I bought for you? No. I frowned. I'm sure it fits. The underwear she bought me, which I'd refused to try on in the store, was a pair of black sheer boy shorts with a bralette to match. Sandy had tried her hardest to get me to choose something a little more colorful, but I really hadn't liked the almost neon options she was presenting me with. I was honestly quite surprised that she'd ended up buying me what I presumed was the tamest option, far tamer than some of the other stock available in the store. "Try it on now," Sandy encouraged. That's my cue to leave. Nelson was on his feet almost immediately, his curls bouncing loosely with the movement. I frowned at him. "Don't leave on my account. I'm not bothered. It's not like you haven't all seen me in near underwear before anyway." And I had seen them both countless times after a shift before they had the chance to dress. "I'm not exactly interested in an underwear fashion show," he laughed, edging towards the door. "I find that hard to believe," Sandy scoffed. "You've got to be the nosiest wolf I've ever met. Home decor? Yes. Extracts from your diary entries? Also yes. Fashion? Heck no. Besides, Logan has us running laps in." He checked his watch, 10 minutes. "And I don't want to be made to do more if I'm late." "Go on then, get out of here," she shooed, also shooting to her feet as she stalked over to my wardrobe, where I had regrettably put the underwear in plain view. "Do we have to do this?" I groaned from the floor, not even bothering to get up. Sandy was quick to turn and pin me with a sharp look. "Look, you don't actually have to try the underwear on for me if you're uncomfortable, okay? I was just curious if it fit you properly. So, whether I'm here to see it or not, you're trying it on." I sighed, holding my hand out towards her as I rolled my eyes. "No, I'm just being lazy and possibly a bit embarrassed at the thought of wearing something so delicate. I honestly don't mind anyone seeing me in my underwear, and I get that nudity is normal for most wolves." "Excellent," Sandy beamed, already throwing the shopping bag that I hadn't even bothered to unpack towards me. "You try them on, and I'll go get the mirror from my room so you can see what it looks like." Seconds later, I had shed my clothes, donned the new pants, and was struggling to shut the clasp of the bra. The material was soft against my skin, an unexpected bonus, but it was darn near impossible to fasten. All of my sports bras had slipped easily over my head, no clasps to deal with. "Amelia, we need to dash." I immediately stiffened at the sound of the alpha's deep voice, frozen with my back towards the apparently now open door and my hands awkwardly bent behind my back. A glance over my shoulder confirmed his appearance in my room. Whatever Alpha Harris had planned to say, I wouldn't know. He had cut himself off so abruptly and didn't seem at all inclined to finish his sentence as he eyed the situation that presented itself. Without a word from either of us, he stepped hesitantly into the room, drawing closer to me slowly until I felt the first touch of his hand grazing my exposed back. The back of his fingertips dragged from the small of my back to the clasp of the bra, inciting a shiver from me. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand to attention just as much as I could feel his breath fanning across my shoulders. I watched him from the corner of my eye, my head turned towards him at an awkward angle as far as it could be. Slowly, slower than I imagined was necessary, he fastened the bra. His hands fell away, and yet he remained behind me for a fraction of a second too long. I saw his head stoop as he leaned closer and instinctively tensed. Within seconds, he was across the room by my door, and I had turned to face him. Now, in the open doorway to my bedroom, eyes locked onto me, seemingly frozen, I watched his throat bob as his attention lingered lower than it should have. And then I remembered just how little I was wearing and that all of my chest was most definitely visible through the sheer fabric of the tiny bralette, the small black embroidered flowers doing very little to cover anything at all. Darn, he exhaled softly. Thaddeus. His name was on my lips before I knew what was happening. My head bowed in embarrassment at how ridiculously breathless I had sounded. His hand reached for the wooden frame of the doorway, fingers curling stiffly around it as he leaned back. His feet shuffled, slowly drawing back until he was just outside the room. "Amelia," he rasped, voice hoarse. A cleared throat cut him off, and Sandy appeared just behind him, carrying a ridiculously large, floor-length mirror in her arms. Glancing between the two of us, no doubt unable to miss the tension of the room, her mouth grew taut. Am I interrupting something? Chapter 11. The following 2 weeks had been, not to be too dramatic, absolute hell. I had been playing that dreadful scene over and over again, every day, torturing myself. The Alpha had escaped almost immediately after Sandy had made her presence known, and it had taken me at least a minute to stop my stream of repetitive "thank you" to her for disrupting us. All she had said on the situation was how terrified I had looked, so she couldn't interrupt, before she was propping up the mirror against my wall and jokingly asking me to do a twirl. Since that evening, I hadn't sparred once with Alpha Harris. The only physical contact we'd shared was the brief touch of his hands when he'd have to correct my positioning during certain exercises and training. Even that had my skin burning in ways I really wished it didn't. I couldn't be in the same room as him, and I avoided him whenever I could. I couldn't explain my attraction to him. I couldn't even begin to understand it. With Jacob, my affections for the Alpha had been a slow burn, the heat growing between us over an expanse of 3 years until it had eventually grown too overwhelming. My last 3 months in Idaho had been a struggle, another reason for my desire to transfer to Colorado. But my attraction to Alpha Harris to Thaddeus? It wasn't a slow burn but a raging forest fire, all-consuming, growing too fast to control. It had been sparked from a minute appreciation, or simply just an acknowledgement of his attractive figure, and all too quickly devoured me without mercy. But I didn't know the male, I hadn't bonded with him. It wasn't the love I felt for Jacob, but an intense fascination. A distraction my body was forcing onto me to forget the Alpha who held my heart so far away. A distraction that was driving me absolutely insane. Even today, 2 weeks after the incident, I could still feel the brush of Thaddeus's lips against my neck, the graze of his hands across my back. So I couldn't be around him, not when looking into his eyes set me alight all over again. Not as I was beginning to realize the fire inside me hadn't yet ceased to burn. Unfortunately, when you lived in the same house together within an exceedingly small pack, it was almost impossible to hide forever. I was sitting at the kitchen island with a mug of green tea, Nelson opposite me on another tall bar stool as he devoured his cereal, when Alpha Harris stormed into the kitchen with his usual impatient strides. I kept my eyes ahead of me, on Nelson, and saw him shudder. If the Alpha didn't acknowledge me, I didn't have to acknowledge him. Usually, I could eat my breakfast in peace as the Alpha helped with the first group of trainees right after my training, but this morning, he had followed me right back into the main house and disappeared upstairs. He moved behind me to a countertop, and I couldn't stop my muscles from tensing. My focus immediately shifted to the male, who, from the sounds of it, was pouring himself a coffee, instead of Nelson, who was still talking to me. I refused to look at the Alpha, but I could hear his every movement. I could practically feel the minuscule distance between us. The younger wolf's words trailed off when he noticed he had lost my attention, and thick silence overcame the room. Even the other wolves of the main pack, who were sitting over on the dining table eating their breakfasts, had settled into a quiet hush. I felt like I was holding my breath, my lungs refusing to work in the presence of the Alpha male. But I far preferred the growing burn in my chest to breathing in his scent. When he finally left the room, and the sound of his feet ascending to the highest floor of the house became too faint to hear, I exhaled visibly. Wow, Harris's wolf has been dancing up a storm this past month. One of the female wolves at the table finally spoke up in a soft murmur, as if fearing her Alpha would hear her, earning hums of agreement. Then the rest of their conversations picked right back up again as if there had never been any disruption. What do they mean? I asked, cocking my head towards Nelson, who also appeared to be listening in. You don't feel it? He frowned. It's practically pulsing from the Alpha everywhere he goes. His wolf is agitated, biting at everything and snapping its teeth at the smallest of provocations. Just being in his vicinity makes my wolf so on edge I feel like my skin is crawling. I shrugged, staring down at my steaming mug. His agitation is almost on par with yours, Nelson commented under his breath, likely so the table behind him couldn't hear us talking. Not that I can feel yours. You're going to have to speak to him tonight, you know. What? I looked up, frowning. The last thing I wanted to do was spend my night with Alpha Harris. It's been a month, Nelson was grinning. Has no one told you? You're being initiated into the pack tonight. I can't be there because I'm not in the pack, despite how many times I've begged Adrienne to let me anyway. I'm gonna be an official pack member? I almost whispered, too thrown back to find my voice. Yeah, and Harris is going to be there, and you're going to have to speak to each other. It didn't matter. I didn't care how awkward it was going to be. All that mattered was that finally I was going to become a Colorado wolf. Finally, I would be able to train with others, with a pack. What are you going to do about that, by the way? Because something definitely needs to be done. The tension between you two is sickening. I don't know what you're talking about. I pressed my lips together tightly, shooting Nelson a particular look that I hoped successfully conveyed the message of shut your damn mouth. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow, looking far too amused. Keep telling yourself whatever you want. Something's going to give eventually. They came for me that night. Sandy and Logan were the ones to collect me from my bedroom, where I had been waiting, beginning to think that Nelson was wrong and tonight would not be the night I was initiated into the pack. Idaho's initiation ritual began at solar noon, 12 p.m., when the sun was at its highest point. The sun had set 2 hours ago. Have you ever been to a pack initiation before? Logan was the one to speak up, surprising me. We had barely interacted in the entire month that I had been here. I could blame his busy schedule, but Sandy shared the same weight of responsibility, and she had had no trouble socializing with me at all times of the day. I could only assume that he simply had no desire to talk to me, which was understandable considering I was a new wolf that had made little effort to bond with others, either. I would have to change that. No. I knew each pack had their own specific initiation rituals, most finalizing with a pack run across the territory with the shifted wolves. I couldn't run with the pack, so I had never been a part of the ritual before. An official initiation wasn't necessary for born pack members or pups, but whenever a new wolf transferred, the whole pack was invited to join and welcome them. Countless days I had spent sat with my mom in our cabin, listening to the howls as the pack grew a wolf larger. Sandy and Logan shared a grin. I swallowed heavily, my mouth suddenly too dry. It was happening. It was finally happening. You're going to love it, Sandy expressed giddily. How long had I been waiting for this? Since the very first moment I had heard the whispers of Colorado. As pups, we had always heard stories of the enforcer pack, all wildly exaggerated, telling of strong, immortal warriors that could tear you apart with a single swipe of their claws, that could boil your blood just from staring into your eyes. They had been revered and feared. So many times had I heard pups longing to join them, but that was before we knew the condition. Only a wolf whose soul had been ripped from them and held captive by the hands of death could join. Only a wolf victim to the loss of their mate was welcome. And yet here I was anyway. Take your shoes off, Logan commanded, already undressing himself until he was completely stripped down. Sandy did the same. My trainers came off in a hurry, my feet pressing into the cool, damp soil and leaves beneath them. They led me, bare and unashamed of themselves, towards the forest. Under the dark blanket of night, Sandy's muscular, ivory back glowed pearlescent, her battle scars like bolts of lightning across her skin, her arms a startling black from her tattooed sleeves. Logan's smooth brown back bled into dark whorls of tattoos that spread out from the center of his spine, arching towards his ribs, reaching for the nape of his neck. In the moonlight, his skin and the tattoos were almost indistinguishable. At the edge of the trees, they paused ahead of me. Sandy turned back, meeting my eyes for a second before she dropped to her knees and began the shift. Twin to her actions, Logan's heavy body fell, his knees thudding against the forest floor. I watched, transfixed as always, as they shifted from man to wolf. Their bodies snapped, the two wolves' backs arched in unison with a snarl on their lips. Skin shifted, hair grew, and bones broke until fingernails were claws and blunt teeth were sharp fangs. Logan's gray wolf rose to its feet, circling around me as Sandy nuzzled her brown snout into the palm of my hand, purring as she brushed up against me. Sandy's fur seemed thicker than Logan's, making the male wolf appear leaner despite his extra height, though both still very much thinner than was common in wolves in Idaho. I had seen both wolves shift from a distance multiple times in the last month, but this was the first time I had interacted with them. I stayed still, allowing Sandy's wolf to scent me until she pulled away and we were moving again. The two wolves led me into the forest, deeper and deeper into the trees, up steep inclines of forgotten paths in the dirt. It was dark, and while my eyes were sharp and could see better than any human, I allowed the two wolves to lead me, for I knew their sight was better. The moon, out full, bathed us in her ethereal light as we trekked through the ancient trees until finally they began to grow thin, and a small clearing became visible. My eyes were first drawn to the alpha male. Stood alone atop a flat, circular slab of rock that jutted from the ground sharply at an acute angle. He was clad in only shorts. His bare feet were grounded solid against the rock that seemed to whisper, a siren's call, "Come closer, come closer, come closer, child of the moon." Beneath the moonlight, his dark hair gleamed, and his eyes seemed to glow brilliant silver. His usually tan skin was awash with a cool radiance, the shadows cast against him forcing his already impressive muscles to seem prominent, harsh, against his tall figure. He was a frightening image. A true son of the moon goddess, basking in her light. Alpha. Our eyes locked, and I shuddered beneath the weight of his gaze. His expression was nothing but taut lines, and I could only explain his features as pure savagery itself. Beneath his skin was a snarling beast, waiting to be set free. Beside him, bare feet pressed heavily in the soil, Adrienne awaited our arrival, the gentle counterpart to brutal Alpha. He offered me a warm smile, his golden hair loose and messy, tangled around his face like flames. He, too, was stripped down, his broad shoulders on show. This was the first time I had seen Adrienne in any state of undress and actually looked at him, my eyes taking in every detail, and I noted the numerous scars across his chest, decorating his skin like tattoos. He was a warrior, a survivor, a wolf undefeated. Beta. Sandy's wolf rumbled from beside me, stalking slowly across the clearing to join her family. She curled around Adrienne's legs, her fur brushing against him in a show of affection. I could see her fangs from here as she snarled in approval when Adrienne's hand caressed her head. Sharp bones capable of tearing through prey without a second thought. With each step of the wolf, the muscles beneath the fur shifted, contracting and relaxing, strong, powerful muscles that pushed her and her hunting pack to be the apex predators of this territory. And yet it was with gentle movements that she embraced her pack mates. Logan, from behind me, nudged me forward with his snout. One step, then two, then three. His encouragement was soft and composed, everything that contrasted the ruthless wolf I had seen day after day on the training field. This was my pack mates. I felt my chest swell with immeasurable pride. This was the pack I had heard only stories about in my younger years. The pack of wild wolves blessed by the gods, that embraced their nature, that were born to hunt and instill fear into the hearts of weaker wolves. But they were so much more than the stories told. They were loving and tender, and they were loyal. No one else in the pack was present. No one else needed to be. Come closer, the trees now call. I found Alpha Harris's attention again. His hand outstretched towards me, thick fingers curling, drawing me closer instantly, my feet moving of their own accord. Logan followed, protector, guarding my path to the Alpha. I reached them, at last, and Adrienne offered me his arm as support as I scaled the rock. It was ice beneath my feet, shooting awareness through my whole body, dispelling the fog that had settled amongst me from the moment the forest had first spoken. I was here, solid, rooted to the earth. Amelia, the alpha wolf greeted, his tone abrasive against my skin, a feral gleam in his eyes. He was wild, on edge, his beast too close to the surface. I noticed it then, the extended claws from his mortal hands, his fingers stretching towards me. As if on instinct, I offered my hand to him, my palm facing the moon. My small hand was grasped in his heavy one, the other hand moving to graze the delicate palm with his claw. And then the pressure grew weighted, the sharp tip pressing into flesh, a sting radiating through me. Crimson welled on my pale skin, beating across my palm. I knew he was speaking, chanting. I could hear the deep murmur in the shell of my ears. But my heart beat too fast, my blood pulsing through my body faster than it should, and I could decipher no distinguishable words. He stepped closer to me, our hands the only thing between us, and his head bent low. Rather than bring my hand to his mouth, his head stooped, bowing before me so his lips could press against the mark. I felt the warmth of his breath, and I could feel the humming of his veins. Was this what all wolves felt when they experienced the overwhelming power of an alpha? There was a thrum of energy that pulsed from him in waves. But I didn't want to kneel before him and submit to his strength. I wanted to bask in the energy that reached out towards me and seeped into my bones. His connection scorched hot, his power curling around my body in a tight grasp. And then my hand was at my side, and I was being presented his palm, marked in kind. I reached for his hand, sealing the pact. I stared at his face, at the dark evidence of our bond on his lips, at the dark eyes that burrowed into my soul. His hand pulled away from me, and the alpha stepped away to the edge of the stone platform. I was left panting, my chest heaving with each labored breath as my body struggled with the separation. The alpha's expression twisted into something of untamed beauty, a grin curving sharply across his lips. "Welcome to the pack." And then he began to shift. It was slow, so much slower than any wolf I had seen, his form changing, a cry on his lips. This was intense for him, and yet he didn't stop, not until a wolf stood in his place, larger than any I had ever seen. His fur was entirely black, an impossibility, something I had never seen in all my life. Wolves weren't black, they were brown, gray, even sometimes red, but a black wolf, that was something of nightmares. I had heard rumors that the Alaska Alpha was a great beast, that no one ever faced his wolf and lived. Glances had only ever been caught of him, a hulking mass of black fur, fangs longer than fingers and eyes blood-curdling red. But those were only rumors. Yet here an alpha stood, tall and strong, fur as black as a hellhound, eyes shining silvers. I didn't move, didn't flinch, not even as his wolf snarled at me, not even as it stalked closer until I could feel its breath on my skin. "It's time for the run." Adrienne's deep voice dragged me from my stupor. The beta gestured for me to step down, to return to the earth. "I can't." My throat clenched around the words. "You set the pace." He pressed, his point enforced by a pointed, stern stare. "We follow." I swallowed, nodding somewhat distracted, my mind whirling. I had never dreamed of taking part in a pack run, of racing across the territory with my pack at my side. But now the chance had been offered to me like a gift wrapped in gold. So that night I ran with the wolves. I was fast, faster than any human could dream to be, but still so much slower than the wolf. But it didn't matter, for my pack mates stuck true to their word and never rushed forth into the night. They remained by my side for as long as my legs could carry me, until we were back by the main house and I was ready to collapse into sleep. Chapter 12. The morning after my initiation, I was awoken an hour earlier than usual, 5 a.m., because of a loud commotion on the floor above me. Growling was the first thing I could distinguish, growling and raised voices. Blinking drearily, palms rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I rolled to my feet. I slipped out of my room still in only a thin camisole vest and stretchy pajama shorts, not bothering to change as I paused by the bottom of the staircase that led to the Alpha's floor and the source of the early morning disruption. I could hear him, pacing, back and forth across the wooden floorboards. Adrienne's distinct voice vibrated in an unnaturally soothing manner against the sound of Alpha Harris's footsteps. "What's going on?" I jumped, yelping quietly as Nelson appeared beside me without warning. I should have heard him approach, but I was still half asleep. The young wolf grinned at my fright. "I don't know. I'm sick of this," Sandy could be heard hissing. Alpha Harris snarled something fierce in response, his words barely recognizable. "Let's go find out." I started to climb the stairs, only stopping when Nelson's hand fell to a tight grip on my forearm. "What are you doing?" His eyes practically bugged out of his head. "It sounds like Harris is about 2 seconds from ripping someone's head off. It'll be fine." I rolled my eyes, shaking myself free of his grasp. "Well, I sure as shit ain't following you." "Wes," I muttered, continuing my quest to investigate. I was too damn nosy for my own good. Something bad must have happened to have the alpha so riled so early in the morning. After a month of knowing the wolf, I had yet to see him ever lose his patience. In fact, this was certainly the first time I had ever heard him shouting from anger. Outside the door to the alpha's office, more growls could be heard. "Nevada has been a pain in my ass for too damn long," Harris hissed. "You know how they are," Adrienne's cool voice consoled. But it didn't seem to help the situation at all. More stomping could be heard from the room until the heavy footsteps stopped completely and the door to the room flung open. Frozen, my wide eyes locked onto Alpha Harris, who stood hunched in the doorway. His ridiculously tall frame was too big for the doorway, his shirtless shoulders hunched, and his head ducked low, short dark strands of his hair hanging against his forehead. "You spy on Alpha Athen like this?" His expression was blank, but his gruff voice gave away his irritation. There was no use hiding his emotions anyway. I had heard every growl through the floorboards. I swallowed harshly. There was nothing malicious in the Alpha's gaze, but I couldn't help but squirm under it anyway. I knew I was in the wrong. "No," Alpha Harris hummed, narrowing his eyes. "I have to go to Nevada. Their Alpha has been killed. Do you want to come with me?" "Me?" I squawked. I peeked behind him to see Adrienne roll his eyes and grumble something under his breath. The beta seemed exasperated and tired. He was only in shorts, which I assumed he had been sleeping in, his blonde hair untied and messy. It looked as if he had been dragged from his bed. It looked as if he was damn well annoyed about it, too. But the Nevada Alpha had been killed? Through an official challenge for the position, or was this an outside attack? The packs had few enemies, most other creatures kept to themselves and offered the wolves a wide berth. We were happy to live isolated from the rest of the world, our packs established in the middle of forests and away from any civilization. There was no need for any attacks to damage the pack hierarchy, and yet occasionally, lone wolves or outcasts would stumble across pack lines and cause mayhem. But it was rare. There was the chance that a human hunter had killed a wolf by mistake, thinking them to be the mortal animals they were used to, but it had never happened to an alpha before. The only other option was that the Nevada Alpha had been challenged for the position and lost. Challenges were very rare, and the last one had occurred long before I had been born. I wasn't even sure how they worked or what the official pack rules were regarding them. A premature meeting has to be called of all the alphas to officiate the successor. "Figured you'd want to see the alpha," he explained. "Jacob." "The alpha, not your alpha," as that position had now been filled by the towering male in front of me. "So?" He stepped closer, and I had to arch my neck to still look at him. My breath caught in my throat, brutally aware of the minuscule space now remaining between us. My eyes met his head-on, a dangerous habit I still hadn't killed, and all I could think of was being back in that forest the night before. His lips pressed to my skin as he drank from my veins and formed that all-essential bond between wolf and alpha. "Are you joining me?" "Yes," I breathed, then cleared my throat and stepped back away from him so I could clear my head. His eyes flashed, and I watched them drop lower, focus on my mouth, before he too straightened himself all too suddenly and stepped back into the meeting room. "Go sort out a bag. We're leaving immediately." "So?" Nelson drawled as he followed me into my bedroom, closing the door behind him softly. He had been waiting for me to re-emerge at the bottom of the staircase, just where I had left him, having heard everything that had transpired with Alpha Harris and me. He was still in his pajamas, still bleary-eyed and so obviously thinking of sleep, and yet he was watching me intently with a growing smirk. "Yes," I prompted, grabbing my smallest travel bag from the top shelf of my wardrobe. "Adrienne told me about your initiation last night." I hummed, fighting back a groan. Whatever Nelson was leading up to with this conversation was bound to be annoying, if our last conversation was any indication. "How did it go?" "If Adrienne told you about it, surely you know." I cast him a side-eyed look, lips pursed. "Stop being difficult." "Adrienne said it was intense. You know, between you and Harris." "Oh, shut up," I laughed, throwing a trainer at his head. "Really?" he asked deadpan. Who throws a shoe? Are you 5? And I'm being serious. He said he'd never seen an initiation like it, like there was this energy between you two. I told him it was probably all the sexual tension. Nelson raised his eyebrows suggestively. Is all you ever do gossip? Fine, keep denying it. It's not like you're going to be trapped in a car with him for a billion hours. I rolled my eyes, continuing to pack my bag as he lounged on my bed, as it belonged to him. I only grabbed a couple of t-shirts and shorts, knowing that whether we stayed long in Nevada or not, we would need to stop somewhere to sleep. Even Harris couldn't go that long without sleep, surely. What's this? Nelson asked incredulously, sheepishly picking up said item by the handle and casting it a wide-eyed stare. My stomach dropped when I noticed what it was that had caught his attention. A knife. Yes, he sighed, exasperated, wide eyes swiveling towards me. I can see that. I meant, why do you have it? I don't have claws or teeth. I need something sharp to defend myself, I uttered, shoving a fresh set of clothes roughly into my bag, not bothering to fold them. And you train with this? I shrugged, continuing to search through my drawer to avoid his eyes. I never much got the chance to. I was only ever allowed to train with Alpha Ethan and none of the other wolves, and never with anyone who had shifted. Why? I've seen you sparring with Harris. You're good, more than good. Certainly capable of sparring with at least the Omega wolves. It's just the way it was. I shrugged. I need to go. Fastening my bag, I glanced at the knife still on my windowsill, hesitating. I wouldn't need it. I would be traveling with an alpha, and I sure as hell wasn't going to Nevada as an enforcer. Still, I hesitated until the sound of my name launched me into motion, and I was rushing downstairs, the knife forgotten. By the time I met Alpha Harris by the car, he was waiting for me with his familiar scowl. I had strangely come to miss it this past week of avoiding him. With the sight of it came a familiarity and distance from the tension that clung between us. Am I not just slowing you down? I asked, throwing my bag into the back seat, a water bottle clutched in one of my hands as I scanned the now fully dressed Alpha. He too had a small bag with him, and his chest was thankfully covered by a t-shirt. Then again, his current outfit did very little to hide his body. The all-black, thick athletic shirt and shorts he wore were glued to every inch of his body and only accentuated his intimidating aura. Clearly, this was some kind of outfit reserved for traveling to other packs as the Enforcer Alpha, vastly different from the suit he wore to the meetings. Is it not crucial for you to get there as soon as possible if tensions are high in the pack? It'll only take us 13 hours to drive there. Alaska has the furthest to travel, so even with them traveling in wolf form, they won't get there until we do, if not after. And I'm sending a couple of enforcers ahead to take control of things. Right? Okay. There was a silence between us as we settled into the car and Harris began the journey. I couldn't stop myself from staring at him, taking in the sharp curve of his jaw, the untrimmed stubble, the deep bags under his eyes that hadn't been there before. It was after only 5 minutes of my staring that he sighed deeply and turned to catch my eye, apparently aware of my attention the entire time. I'm surprised you agreed to come, he muttered, daring to catch my eye for only a second before focusing on where he was driving once again. Why had he bothered to ask if he thought I would reject him? Why had I said yes? You are. My voice was too soft, nearly cracking. There was a sudden, unexpected well of emotion that was building in my chest. Suddenly, Nelson's words were all I could think of. He had been right, of course, he had. There always seemed to be an intensity between the Alpha and me now, it was inescapable. Yet, I had chosen to trap myself in a car with him for 13 hours. You've been avoiding me, Harris addressed rather bluntly. I didn't bother to seem embarrassed. I had avoided him for my own good, for my own sense of sanity. He had to know that whatever path we had started to follow had to be stopped. He was an alpha, my alpha. I wasn't even entirely sure of what it was between us. I knew I had not imagined the tension or the long, heavy glances, though, especially if Nelson had picked up on it. But I couldn't possibly know what it was that Alpha Harris felt, or what it was that motivated him. It would be naive of me to assume his experience was that of my own. I looked away, head tilted towards the window beside me, at the quickly moving scenery of trees and grassy fields passing by. I'm not going to ask why, he huffed. From the corner of my eye, I saw his hands flex against the steering wheel, his fingers clenching and gripping the object tightly. Surely you know. Again, my voice was so very quiet, foreign to even myself. I don't presume to know anything about you. For a moment, it felt as if I couldn't speak, as if a knot had formed in my throat and all words were stuck, pushing against it and failing to escape. As if unable to stop myself, I was watching him, my eyes inexplicably attracted towards him. Perhaps I had become so focused, so attracted to this alpha male, to replace the loss of another alpha in my life. It would make sense. Jacob had been the focus of my affections for so long, and so abruptly, I had left him. Here, Alpha Harris was the perfect replacement. What happened in the pool, that night, I began slowly. I don't understand what happened, where that came from. You'd spent 3 weeks scowling at me, and then all of a sudden. I took a pause, took a long breath before meeting his gaze. You're my alpha. I know. His body remained tense, hands still clenched against the steering wheel, the muscles in his jaw jumping. It's not right. Okay. And that was seemingly the end of our conversation. I had no more to say, no more I dared to say at least. I didn't wish to explore my attraction to him further, and certainly not with Alpha Harris himself. 13 hours in a small car with an alpha wolf intent on remaining silent was not a fun trip. We took very few breaks, and I spent most of my time in the car desperately trying to sleep. When our journey finally came to an end, and the car was coming to a rolling stop on Nevada Pack territory, I found myself leaping from the still-moving vehicle to escape from the thick fog of tension that was so very suffocating. It was as I was stretching my legs out, finally able to think of something other than Harris's presence, that a grimace slowly started to warp my features. I had never had a good relationship with Nevada in my years of traveling to the pack with, or on behalf of, Jacob. I would leave my belongings in the car, I wouldn't need them, and in the event we stayed the night, I would sleep in the car. I heard the car door slam behind me and didn't turn to face Harris as I began to speak. It might be best to mention that Nevada doesn't like me much, I breathed. I probably should have told you that before we left. But I had been selfish, and the temptation to see Jacob again had been too much. Without waiting for a reply, I set off across the wide field before us to where I knew the Nevada pack house to be. I knew without looking that Alpha Harris was following me. I had barely made it to the front of the pack house when the crowd of wolves gathered outside first noticed our presence. Many of the pack members looked distressed, their faces pale, some with clearly tear-stained eyes. I noted 2 familiar wolves amongst the crowd, the enforces Alpha Harris had sent ahead of us. Off to the side stood a few of the alphas, each accompanied by at least 2 members of their pack, no doubt warriors for their protection. It was a serious event, the death of an alpha. The other packs were not about to risk their own leaders. Personally, I thought it was stupid for so many pack alphas to enter into a territory so clearly unsafe, so soon after a kill. It was the beta of Nevada, a tall, bulky man with thinning gray hair and a vicious scar down the left side of his face, who first spotted me. Even from the distance I stood, I could see the beginning of an ugly snarl curl onto his upper lip. What's she doing here? My ears could easily pick up his words, despite the quiet way in which he snarled them. Other Nevada pack members visibly shifted on their feet, avoiding my gaze as my grimace transformed into a glare. I had stopped walking now, my feet glued to the ground. Alpha Harris came to a stop beside me. This is exactly what I had forgotten to mention, that Nevada doesn't like me that much. Well, the Alpha and Beta didn't anyway, I murmured, shifting my sights to the tense wolf. And why is that? Harris drawled in a low tone I had never heard him use before. His attention was fixed on the Beta. I used to visit Nevada on behalf of Alpha Thane when he couldn't leave the pack. They didn't like that someone like me had seemingly been given a position of standing within Idaho. Someone like you? Harris's attention still had not shifted, his dark eyes locked onto the younger wolf across the field in a hard stare. A mongrel, the Beta spat, able to hear every word of our conversation. It felt as if every wolf in the clearing froze, waiting for our response. I didn't flinch at the disgusting term thrown my way, too used to these comments whenever I was in this state. I noted Harris's body stilling beside me, and even with my hearing, it seemed as if his heart had stopped. Harris didn't move a single muscle, his entire body frozen. Benedict Russo, his voice projected loudly enough to make the younger wolves jump. I do not recognize nor authenticate your rights as Alpha. Until further investigation, you are to step down immediately and will be stripped of all titles. So it had been the Beta to kill the Nevada Alpha. I had hoped that whoever had challenged the old Alpha and won would be different. I hadn't thought of the possibility of the Beta simply rising through the ranks. At least the old Alpha had never made a comment in my company. A wolf as vile as Benedict certainly did not deserve to hold any power. You can't be serious, Benedict scoffed, a red tinge to his skin rising up his neck and flooding his cheeks. All because I called her what she is? Because, Harris snarled, it is to my understanding that you did not initiate an official challenge and had no cause to usurp the previous Alpha. Because I must be informed of all challenges prior to their announcement. Because I officiate all positions of Alpha and I deem you currently unfit to lead. It was not a challenge but an execution, and thus, you do not gain the rights of Alpha. One moment Benedict was standing, vibrating with anger, and the next he was a growling mass of fur and teeth leaping toward us. He didn't make it more than 2 feet before the 2 Colorado enforcers were pinning him to the ground. Benedict struggled in their grip, fangs bared towards us. Harris's next command was so firm, so devoid of any emotion, that it sent a shiver racking through my body. Chain him. Chapter 13. You shouldn't have come here, Harris chastised in a sharp whisper. We were currently tucked away in the corner of the Nevada main house, all too aware of the watchful eyes and hushed comments as wolves passed by. Harris was hunched over, face in line with mine. He was tense as he had been on the field, and his eyes continued to hold a certain sheen of wild ferocity. I imagined he would remain in such a way until this entire mess had been sorted. This trip may not be as short as Harris had hoped, and he would no doubt be on edge the entire time we were here. I tend not to let others dictate my choices in life. No, he sighed. Leaning forward, one arm stretched out over my shoulder to plant firmly on the wall behind him as his other hand pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm glad you're here with me, I am, but this situation is complicated. Everyone is on edge, and I don't want anything to make this situation harder than it has to be. Their prejudice is not my fault. I was agitated, riled up more than usual, and seemingly looking for a fight that I had no business starting. Benedict Russo's words had gotten to me more than I had initially thought. I'm not saying that, he growled. I just don't want you to get hurt. I'm not weak, and I'm getting sick and tired of everyone presuming I am. Glaring right into his eyes, I knew that if I were another wolf, I would be cowering on the floor with my tail beneath my legs right now. I was in the wrong here, and I knew it. Alpha Harris was staring at me with such intensity that it was a surprise I didn't just melt into the floor right where I was standing. I wouldn't back down, though. It would do no good to announce my strength only to submit to his will moments later. Jutting my chin out defiantly, my jaw was clenched as my body seemed to naturally lean closer to the enraged Alpha. But he didn't bite, wouldn't take my challenge. He was an experienced Alpha after all, a wolf who knew when to fight and when not to. Now, in foreign territory, against a wolf of no position and no ability to shift, was not the time to demonstrate his numerous combat skills. Yet, he didn't withdraw his eyes either, leaning in to meet my challenge with a frustrating lock on his emotions. I waited, silent, for his next words. I could almost taste the sharp bite of his oncoming reprimand. You're here. The soft exclamation pierced the fog that weighed heavily between Harris and me. I had been so caught in Harris's gaze, so enraptured in his proximity, that I had been completely oblivious to the familiar alpha wolf that appeared behind me. The sound of his deep voice, so unexpected, sent a shot of fear through my chest as I was suddenly ripped from whatever stupor I had fallen into. Jacob, I exclaimed, my voice cracking. Immediately, I was stepping away from Harris, the older alpha's arm falling back to his side as he straightened up. His familiar scowl, the one that had been present back in Idaho, was back as he too faced Jacob. Without a farewell or even an acknowledgement of the other alpha, Harris was stalking off. My eyes followed his determined path through the large pack house, watching as nervous Nevada pack wolves scattered in his wake. Amelia, Jacob's soft voice drew my attention back to him. He was staring at me deeply, his eyebrows pulled into a deep frown. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. My heart stuttered, and I was unable to meet his gaze, my eyes resting on his mouth. There was a knot tightening in my gut, a tension in my chest. I, too, had not expected to see Jacob, the man I had loved, so soon. I had certainly not expected to see him in such circumstances. Yeah, my voice cracked. Harris offered to bring me along so I could see you. My words caused a soft smile to bloom on Jacob's face, the previous tension in his expression evaporating in an instant. He was relieved by my words. The knot in my stomach grew. He stepped closer, and my neck arched, my eyes finally meeting his. I'm so happy to see you. His voice was so soft, so smooth. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing against the curve of my cheek. I wanted nothing more than to melt into his touch, but the very urge sent guilt coursing through my veins. This relationship between us, between alpha and pack mate, was wrong. I missed you, he whispered. His breath fanned across my lips, and his forehead pressed to mine. For a second, I stopped breathing, and the blood pulsed so loud in my ears that I was unable to hear anything but my own heartbeat. Jacob, I pulled back, desperate to create some distance between us. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his expression fell flat. You're officially a part of his pack now. There was something in his tone that told me just how far from thrilled he was about this. Yes, this is it then. You're definitely not coming back. Again, his words were curt. Jacob, my voice broke. I told you this is what I wanted, what I needed. I suppose I was hoping you would change your mind. I couldn't look at him anymore. I couldn't bear to witness the pain in his expression. This wasn't fair, none of this was fair. Beyond us, in the adjacent room, Harris was standing, arms crossed, eyes fixed on us. When our eyes met, he gestured for me to join him with a slight jut of his chin. I can't have this conversation right now, I whispered, almost afraid that the louder I spoke, the more damage my words would cause. I didn't wait for his response, rushing over to join my alpha. Were you waiting for me? I asked Harris as soon as I was at his side. He had followed my path towards him with his eyes, completely disregarding the other alpha so close to him. I've witnessed what members of this pack think of you. I'm not leaving you alone amongst them. I probably should have felt offended that he felt the need to babysit me, but instead, all I felt was gratitude. Alphas were protective of their own, which meant he did indeed view me as one of his pack members. Thank you. He only nodded his acknowledgement. The alphas are about to gather in the Nevada conference room. We have a long discussion ahead of us about the next steps. We should go get settled. I imagine that had I been a normal wolf, being in such close proximity to all 8 alphas in such a small room, the sheer overwhelming power of each alpha wolf would have had me clawing at the walls to escape. As it happened, the only thing that had me squirming in my seat was Jacob's unwavering stare as I sat beside Harris in the deathly silent room, waiting for the last few alphas to arrive. It was clear to me why the biannual alpha meetings were never held in Nevada if this was the size of their only conference room. Having every alpha and beta in such a small room would certainly lead to some heated situations. It would be a wonder if everyone survived the 3 days without at least one fight breaking out, and a fight between alphas could wreak havoc on an entire territory. What's Amelia doing here? Alpha Peyton, the only female alpha currently at the table, was first to speak. The Wyoming alpha had arrived without her companion today. This is a matter between alphas only. Harris didn't answer immediately, instead meeting the gazes of the other alphas, as if to gauge their thoughts. No one else voiced an opinion. Eventually, he fixed Alpha Peyton with his infamous stare, one that I knew from first-hand experience held no inch of weakness. Think of Amelia as my acting alpha female. That had Jacob finally shifting his attention away from me. My old alpha, my best friend, wanted to snap at Harris. He may have seemed calm and composed on the outside, but I knew him. I could read his moods with ease, and right now there was a fury shifting deep inside him. And perhaps most importantly, jealousy. I wasn't aware Colorado had such a position, Jacob retorted. Another tense beat of silence fell between the alphas. Well, I for one don't mind Amelia's presence. We all know the responsibilities she's shared before now, Alpha Delaney declared, casting a short, cautionary glance towards Jacob. I'd say she's more than proven her capabilities of sitting in on this meeting. If you'd wish to invite your acting alpha male, Alpha Peyton, I'd have no problem with that either. Alpha Peyton rolled her eyes, dismissing Alpha Delaney altogether as she argued, it's more a matter of objectivity. I think after today, we are all aware of Russo's disdain towards Amelia. Personal grudges have no business in these meetings. You need to be impartial. I have no intention to weigh in with my opinion on this matter. I finally spoke up, drawing all 8 alphas' attention. Harris regarded me with a frown. I kept my eyes locked on Alpha Peyton's, holding her stare. There was no amusement in her gaze, but I knew better. I agree with you, Alpha Peyton. I'm no alpha, and my thoughts on the matter are certainly not warranted during an official alpha gathering. But if my alpha wishes for me to stay, then I will. Despite the tight pursing of her lips, Alpha Peyton nodded once in agreement before turning back towards Harris, who was still watching me with narrowed eyes. I didn't know what had him looking so sour. This was probably one of the first times I wasn't unwittingly challenging his authority. Well then, he drawled. Let us begin. My enforcers have gathered what I believe to be sufficient evidence to deny Benedict Russo any rights to the alpha position. There is little to suggest that the deceased alpha was failing in his responsibilities as alpha. Russo did not challenge the position officially, nor did he inform me or any other alpha of his plans. His refusal to comply with our rules, especially in a situation of such delicate power shifts in the overall dynamic of a pack this large, is negligent. He had yet to be the Nevada Alpha for longer than 10 hours, and already he demonstrated incompetence and a great disregard for the well-being of his pack and packmates. Need I go on? Are we not to wait for the other alphas before we deliberate on the next actions taken? Jacob addressed. All alphas entered the inner boundaries of the territory 30 minutes ago. Their absence now demonstrates a lack of disinterest in the proceeds of this hearing, and therefore, they have forfeited their right to an opinion on this matter. Alpha Harris spoke clearly and sharply, his tone holding no room for discussion. This was a foreign side to Harris. I had not even seen this temperament during the alpha meetings, but this was different. He was in charge. I suspected the alpha meetings were mere formality for him. He only attended out of obligation and only requested as a courtesy towards the Colorado pack. But times like these, where his authority was needed to enforce balance between the packs and their hierarchy, this was where he thrived. He had the power to overrule the other pack alphas. I looked around the small room, noting that the Alaskan alpha was not present, as well as both the alpha males and females of Arizona and Montana. The Alaskan alpha rarely spoke up at meetings anyway. I imagined his lack of attendance was a choice. The absence of Arizona and Montana was odd. The meeting proceeded slowly, most of the time spent covering the facts of the situation and arguing over certain rules and regulations. I kept quiet throughout it all, listening intently to everything that was being said. And then the conversation finally shifted to the state of the pack and its position without a current alpha. What about his son? His son is barely 16. He's hardly old enough to lead an entire pack. Weren't you 18 when you took over yours? Alpha Peyton drawled, raising an eyebrow at Jacob, the youngest alpha by far. Yeah, and it was tough, he insisted. The only reason I've survived in the position is because of my father's extraordinarily intense training since the day I could walk. Something tells me Nevada's standards aren't as high. Okay, let's not start slandering the deceased. We all know it's true. He had a reputation of being a bigoted tyrant who thought his pack was superior to the rest. I held back my groan as Jacob continued. I had engaged with most of the alphas dozens of times over the past years, and I knew for a fact they all felt similar disdain towards the Nevada alpha. There was no question about how much of a problem he was. But an official hearing on the circumstances of his death and the next actions to take to ensure the Nevada pack was in safe hands was not the place to bring it up. Alpha Athen. Alpha Peyton snapped, palms slamming down flat against the table as she stood up from her chair, and it was clear her wolf was on edge at the younger Alpha's defiance. The door to the small conference room opened without warning, interrupting what I was sure was about to be a fight. Not that Jacob would last 2 seconds against the older, more experienced Alpha. I had seen Alpha Peyton spar on many an occasion, and she would wipe the floor with Jacob. In the drawl of thick Scottish voice sounded clearly in the otherwise silence, before the body of a scrawny male wolf came stumbling into the room. The young pup, whom I knew immediately to be the deceased Nevada Alpha's boy, was trembling as his eyes flicked wildly around the room of Alphas, and he shuddered as the Alaskan Alpha stepped in after him. The boy looked tiny in comparison to the Alpha's towering height. The Alpha's biceps were thicker than my thighs, his shoulders broad and strong, his entire form so intimidating, so terrifying. And his eyes, his hair, were so dark against his pale skin. It was understandable that the 16-year-old looked like he was 1 second away from passing out. I think Jacob had a point about the boy, Alpha Delaney drawled, a small smile playing on the edge of his lips. He eyed the trembling pup, clearly unimpressed. "What's he doing here?" he addressed the Alaskan Alpha. "Go on." The Alaska Alpha placed a hand heavily on the boy's shoulder, and I was genuinely worried he was about to burst into tears. Already his eyes were tinged red, and there were large bags under his eyes. He Ben. I saw Jacob roll his eyes at the stuttering boy, and I was quick to send a scowl his way. The boy's father had just died, which deserved a little sympathy. "Come sit down, Richard," I spoke up softly, nodding to the empty chair beside me. The terrified boy froze and eyed me briefly before shuffling over to me and falling heavily into the open chair. Understandably, the Nevada Alpha's bigoted views had warped his son's beliefs over the years, something I had come to realize on my past visits. He had taught Richard to become a nasty little thing at times, who also had certain apprehensions about my position as a pack wolf. But it was clear in this room full of powerful alphas that he recognized me as the safest wolf in the room. "What do you have to tell us?" Harris asked, hesitantly, his voice softer than usual. He too clearly recognized that this was just a scared pup among us. Ben, he attacked Dad while he was asleep, Richard explained quickly, inhaling deeply as fresh tears started to fall and small sobs racked through his body. There was no warning, he cut. Richard's voice cut out, but the small hands wrapped around his own throat told us everything. It was over in seconds. "How do you know this?" Alpha Peyton asked, leaning forward, her expression deadly serious. "I was still awake," he sobbed. "I was coming up from the kitchen and saw Ben go into my dad's room. I wanted to ask what was happening." "Damn." Alpha Delaney swore softly, running a hand through his thick hair. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply, fixing Harris with a sharp look. "Well, it was definitely murder." Richard cried harder at his words, curled over as he sobbed into his hands. "What do we do now?" "Our rules state that the Alpha's chosen heir takes the position in this situation. He's a child, he can't become Alpha." Jacob pressed, glaring at Alpha Peyton. "I wasn't suggesting that." She snapped back. "I'm just stating what the rules are. But by all means, if you have a suggestion, speak up." The volume of voices began to rise in the room, and even to my hearing, it was too much. "Enough." Harris bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos that was Jacob and Alpha Peyton's rising tempers. Even Richard's sobs quietened. Every wolf was on edge. Even Alpha Delaney was gripping the edge of the desk with a crushing grip, barely holding back his wolf. "Why don't?" I spoke up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I kept my eyes on Harris only. "Why don't you appoint a probationary Alpha while Richard trains at Colorado and the other Alphas in their territory, so he can learn from you all until he's old enough to run his own pack?" "It's not my job to train someone else's pup," Alpha Peyton sighed, a tinge of regret behind her own words. It's a good idea in theory, girly, but as Alpha Peyton said, I have 10 pups of my own. Adding another to that just isn't feasible. Jacob said nothing. I understood their apprehension. Training a wolf was one thing, but training an alpha? That took time and dedication, time that an alpha already struggled with amongst their many other responsibilities. But they didn't have many other options, and they sure as hell had yet to think of a solution. Protocols be damned, I narrowed my eyes on the alphas around the room, challenging each of them if only for a second. Well, considering you've all spent the past decade judging the Nevada pack leadership, yet unable to intervene, I thought you would jump at this chance. You're gonna have to put in a little effort if you want to enact any change. If you leave the position open to be challenged, then there's a chance someone far worse than the last alpha or Benedict Russo could claim alpha. And if you put this boy in charge as he is now, the pack will crumble under lack of true leadership. I all but scolded. Chapter 14. Okay, everyone out, Harris uttered firmly, leaning back in his chair to cross his arms firmly across his chest. I won't be much longer deliberating. I don't intend to stay here any longer than I have to. Apparently, while an alpha meeting was mandatory in these situations, it was ultimately up to Harris as to what decision would be made. The alphas, surprisingly okay with being dismissed so easily by Harris, quickly rose to their feet and shuffled out of the room. They were probably just as eager to return to their packs after being called so abruptly to Nevada. No alpha liked to leave their packs, even if their betas were there to watch over the territory. The only alpha that did not move was the towering mountain of a wolf that was the Alaskan alpha. His hair, jet black and unbrushed, was long enough to reach his jaw. A rough beard covered the lower half of his face, a stark contrast against his naturally pale skin. Is this the one? He grunted, not taking his eyes from me. It took a lot of effort on my part not to shiver beneath the weight of his scrutinizing gaze. While I felt no intimidation from his alpha status, that did not mean I couldn't feel intimidated by his overall presence. The Alaskan alpha was an old wolf, the oldest amongst the packs, only rivaled by a few wolves that still remained across South America, Asia, and Africa. The true extent of his power was unknown, and the numerous rumors that followed him only served to build his reputation as a wolf to be wary of. Harris shot me a side-eye stare before reluctantly admitting yes. The one? I asked, looking between the two alphas cautiously. Harris was staring so intently at the Scottish wolf, looking rather annoyed. The one that can shift, but packs a hell of a punch. Is that how you describe me? I couldn't stop the slow smirk that curved across my mouth as I steadily fixed my attention on Harris. He rolled his eyes. Don't let it get to your head. Too late, I joked, unable to mask my joy. A compliment from your alpha was something for a wolf to be extremely proud of, especially if it pertained to your skills of combat or hunting. This was just further proof that I was now an official part of the Colorado pack, and my alpha saw me as such. Have you been? Harris asked the alpha rather than responding to me, though I could see a barely there smile quirk upon the corner of his mouth. The small act did well to leave my stomach in knots. Forcing myself to watch the Alaskan alpha and not Harris, I watched the Alaska alpha merely shrug his shoulders. And your pack? The same as before. Harris grimaced. Clearly, the same as before was not a good thing. Yet, I had heard nothing about trouble in the Alaskan pack, and certainly nothing had been said at the alpha meetings. Why was Alpha Harris privy to such information? And why were they speaking of it in such vague terms? The anniversary is next week, the Alaskan alpha uttered, sparing me a briefest of glances. His expression, as somber as it had been from the start of this conversation, gave nothing away. Harris shifted in his chair, only grunting in response. Do you want me and D. Sampson to visit? Don't inconvenience yourselves. Dinny be a twat. We're coming. Okay, Harris sighed. He rubbed his hands roughly against his face and up through his hair. I had never seen him so resigned before. I'm sick of this room, come on, he nodded towards me, let's go. I need a walk. When we finally left the stuffy conference room, Alpha Peyton was waiting for us. The female alpha leaned against the adjacent wall with her arms crossed and a fierce scowl. When her eyes met mine, a wicked smirk split across her face. Amelia, she greeted, stepping forward and immediately embracing me in a short, tight hug. Good to see you again. I didn't get a chance to talk to you at the meetings last month. Yeah, I was doing a lot of running around for Alpha Thane. I grinned at the wolf, only an inch shorter than me. Her hair, usually left natural, was now pulled back from her face in thick braids, making her already high cheekbones look all the more prominent. As usual, she was wearing a light layer of makeup, a golden shimmer swiped across her cool brown skin that caught the light just right when she was grinning back at me. Yeah, I saw. Got to say, acting alpha for two different alphas, that is impressive. You're really getting around, she teased, her gaze shifting to behind me where Harris and the Alaskan alpha still stood. I'm only joking, she assured, her words directed towards the alpha males. When her attention drew back to me, her expression sobered slightly. Seriously though, sorry about that in there. You know how it is, bullshit formalities. I wasn't offended, don't worry. Alpha Thane, on the other hand, I pressed, arms crossing. Her face lit back up once again. I can't understand your problem with him. I think he's an arrogant young pup that has no business being an alpha with his limited experience. No matter how well he thinks his father has trained him, he's not ready. Agree to disagree. Alpha Peyton rolled her eyes, scoffing. Gosh, you're so smitten with him. Anyway, I need to go brief my pack mates on the meeting, she explained, nodding over to the two males waiting patiently for her at the end of the hallway. You'll come visit Wyoming soon, yes? I don't think I'll be traveling as much now I'm in Colorado. But next time there's a meeting, I'll request a trip home to see my family, and we can catch up. She pursed her lips in feigned disapproval. I suppose that's good enough. See you later then. When I turned to face Harris and the Alaska Alpha, both were eyeing me strangely. What? There's a lot I don't know about you, Harris mused. My walk with Harris was a long one, spent in silence as we walked through the Nevada Pack territory, staying clear of Benedict Russo and the spot he had been chained to. He was clearly conflicted on what was to come next, so I didn't pry him for conversation. I didn't find the walk uncomfortable, though. I enjoyed the silence, taking the time to examine the Nevada Pack grounds in a way I was never permitted before. Most of my visits to Nevada, on Idaho Pack business either with or for Jacob, were spent under the heavy watch of untrusting Nevada wolves. I spent most of my time in the pack house and nowhere else. The silence between us was filled instead with the rustle of leaves in the wind, the tree branches around us gently swaying. There was some sign of wildlife. Birds singing could be heard in the distance, but no wolves could be heard. It seemed odd to be back in a pack where training wolves were not a constant presence across the territory. The training grounds were completely empty, and I wasn't sure whether that was a usual occurrence for Nevada or if merely all the pack wolves were on high alert due to the current situation. I knew the pack had not been at its best in recent years. The alpha's competence had been slowly slipping. Still, it had not warranted his death. Certainly, someone should have intervened, but Benedict Russo was not the wolf to do so. I knew if Nevada were left in control of such a poisonous wolf, it would quickly crumble. Our walk lasted an hour, and by the time we had arrived once again at the main house doors, the other alphas were waiting and appeared understandably impatient. Harris was quick in explaining his decision, though. Benedict Russo was to remain in Nevada, chained, until more enforcers arrived for his transfer to Colorado Pack grounds. His mate, a female I had never met, would also transfer, along with Richard, to begin his training. Harris had appointed a wolf named Samson, from the Alaska Pack, to take over as alpha until a more permanent solution could be found. The Alaskan alpha did not seem pleased about that decision, scowling at Harris fiercely. Then again, it was always difficult to read the alpha wolf's expression. He certainly wasn't known to be caught smiling, his expression always somber in one way or another. Harris dismissed the alphas. No one argued with his decision, all dispersed quickly, preparing to leave. Even Harris was quick to turn on his heels, heading back across the field to where I knew the car was parked. I was eager to follow, not at all fond of staying longer than I had to in Nevada. You're heading back to Colorado now? Jacob's voice called from behind me. I couldn't help the way my body tensed. I stopped walking, watching Harris with envy as he continued quickly towards the car without pause. Breathing deeply, I turned to face the approaching Alpha, mouth drawn tight. He stalked towards me with long, purposeful strides, determination set on his face. "Don't go," he uttered firmly, more of an order than a request, when he was only a foot away. "Jacob," I sighed. My heart heavy, I couldn't go through this again. "Please don't." "Emilia, don't," he breathed, stepping so close to me I could hear his heart pounding in his chest and feel the heat of his body. I wanted so desperately to lean into him, to give in, but I knew better. What I wanted wasn't always what I needed. What I needed was the freedom to grow without restrictions, to see what kind of wolf I could truly become. I knew Jacob would never allow me that. "Stop," I whispered, voice breaking, begging. He cupped my cheek, leaning close, and I froze. His lips brushed mine for barely a second before I found the strength to step away, a lump in my throat so large I physically couldn't speak. There were no more words to say anyway. My eyes were cast low, and I was unable to even look at him as I stepped away and turned back towards the car. Harris was already in the driver's seat, waiting for me. I didn't once turn back to look at Jacob, did not utter another word towards him. It was only an hour into our journey, and yet it felt as if I had been trapped in this small car for days. Behind the wheel beside me, Harris had returned to his tense nature, his forearms stiff and hands clenched tight around the wheel. He had not looked at me once, hadn't spoken a single word. It seemed nothing had changed from our journey this morning. Still, Harris was distant, and it left me wondering why the hell he had invited me to join him in the first place. He was all too aware of my attempts to avoid him since that night in the water, and now that we were once again alone, with no other wolf to buffer, the atmosphere between us was once again so uncomfortably thick. I was content to remain in silence for now, despite the tension that only grew with every passing second. I wanted nothing more than to question his motives, to press him further on the events of that night, to confront my Alpha in a way no pack member ever should. But instead I chose to observe him, observe the tick in his jaw, the scowl on his face as he kept his eyes glued to the road. Until I grew tired of his silence and turned my attention towards the scenery outside, I too became more agitated the longer the journey continued. His silence had not bothered me during our drive this morning. I was tired from my initiation the night before, and I had slept mostly through the journey. But I was wide awake now and brutally aware of every second that passed. Thankfully, after 5 agonizing hours on the road, Harris turned into a motel. There was no way we could make the trip back in one day. The drive was a 26-hour round trip, and already it was growing dark on the roads. I imagined Harris must be exhausted. Punishing another wolf was a serious thing that should never be taken lightly, and without an Alpha, that job had fallen to Harris. It must be draining to go against all instincts of loyalty and protection. I had not heard of a wolf being chained in years. It was considered a punishment for only the severest of crimes. The silver in the chains would constantly burn through the rehealing flesh. It would be agony. But Benedict Russo had murdered his Alpha. He had crossed that line first. He had to be punished. Harris was quick to park and get out of the car, heading inside. I slumped in my chair with a heavy sigh, taking a minute to compose myself before I followed him. The sooner we returned to Colorado, the sooner I could distance myself once again. Perhaps I could stay in the car while he rested. The cowardly thought had me rolling my eyes. With a groan on my lips, I stepped out of the car and followed him inside, albeit dragging my feet as I did. "You want to talk about it?" I eyed my Alpha. His lips pursed as he stormed into the 2-bed motel room he had just paid for. "Talk about what?" He all but grunted, heading straight towards the bed closest to the door. "You know what? Do you want to talk about it?" I'm not the one who has been hiding. I'm not the one running away. I opened my mouth to respond, but was left speechless. That's what I thought. Wasting no time in stripping to his underwear, and clearly unbothered about exposing himself to me, Harris climbed into the bed. "Okay then. I'm going for a run." I needed to go for a run right now, release the frustration that was bubbling beneath my skin. "We're not in Colorado yet." We're also no longer in Nevada pack territory. I know my pack boundaries. I'm in no danger of crossing them. Despite having just been at the Nevada pack, returning uninvited and running freely across their land was prohibited, as with all pack territory. A quick jog in human form would never take me far enough to cross back over pack lines anyway, though. I just needed to get away from him, away from this room. I was desperate to clear my head. He didn't respond, his body perfectly still in the bed, his bare back exposed to me as he lay on his side. He wasn't asleep yet, though. He did a hell of a job pretending to be so, but after already spending a night in a motel room with him, I knew the difference in the rhythm of his heart and breathing while he slept. I won't be long. Chapter 15. The next day, after our return to Nevada, Nelson found me packing my backpack in the early hours of the morning. Hiking again? The younger boy was leaning against the doorway to my bedroom, arms crossed against his chest and a frown on his face. Alone this time. I shoved my water bottle, the food I had packed early this morning, and my knife into my bag, ignoring the way Nelson eyed the sharp blade. He scoffed and pushed off from the wooden frame to stalk over to me. You're absolutely not. You're clearly upset, and I get you might need some distance right now, but there's no way you're going hiking on your own with no way to contact the pack if something goes wrong. What on earth would go wrong? I've been hiking since I was a child, and I've been researching this territory long before I arrived here. I'm not going to get lost. I'm going to get my bag. Don't leave without me, Nelson warned, a surprisingly stern expression on his face. I mean it, Amelia. I will track you if you leave. For goodness sake, I huffed, rolling my eyes. Go get your damn stuff then. I'll meet you in the kitchen. Nelson took barely 5 minutes to get ready, meeting me as agreed in the kitchen with his backpack slung over a shoulder and a baseball cap clutched in his hands. A scowl remained on my face, and I knew it was unfair to be taking out my frustrations on Nelson, who was doing nothing but trying to help. My issues remained with Alpha Harris. Come on then, I sighed, defeated, leading the way out of the main house and towards our usual hiking path. Nelson followed along silently, no doubt sensing my need for silence right now. He was being awfully understanding of my terrible mood, even if I hadn't said a word to him since my return from Nevada. And while I didn't say it, I was grateful that he had forced his way into joining me today. What's happening with you and Alpha Harris? Nelson finally prompted when we were in the thick of the forest, too far from the main house to run into anyone but patrol. I thought the time alone would help. At least you'd be forced to talk to one another. Clearly not. Nothing is happening. And that's why he couldn't get away from you quick enough when you returned? What about your morning training with him that you're obviously going to miss, out here with me? I don't know what's wrong with him, okay? I snapped, glaring into the distance in front of us. The whole trip back was worse than before. He could barely look at me. You really have no idea what's wrong? No, I lied. I didn't know for sure, but I sure as hell had an idea. It took us over an hour trekking through the woodland before we began our ascent up a rocky cliff face. Being able to bask in the glory of the woods and the rich earth, alongside Nelson, while lost in my thoughts, helped me to unwind and ease the tension that had wound itself through every inch of my body in the past 24 hours. I'm sorry about snapping at you earlier. As you can tell, I'm feeling a little, well, I don't even know how to describe it to be honest. I apologized, quietly as we settled for a short break only a short way into our climb. You know you can talk to me about these things, right? Nelson nudged me with his knee, stood beside me as I sat crouched on the floor. I know I've given myself a reputation as a gossip, but we're friends. I don't tell anyone what we talk about on these hikes. I turned, squinting up at him against the glare of the sun as I shot him a wry smile. I know. I trust you. But it didn't make it any less difficult to talk about such personal issues, especially ones that I didn't fully understand myself. It's just, that's not why I'm here. I didn't want things to be so complicated. I didn't come here for another strained relationship with my alpha, I explained, and then in a much quieter voice added, I didn't come here for another male. Why did you come here? Nelson sat down close beside me, his shoulder pressed to mine. He wasn't looking at me, which I was infinitely thankful for. I couldn't stand to be under his inquisitive gaze right now. I wanted to be happy. I wanted to be free from the restrictions of my previous life. And you can't be happy with Alpha Harris? He broached hesitantly, his words slow and quiet. It's not right, he's the alpha, I uttered in a huff. How was I even in this situation again? Attracted to yet another alpha male, desiring his touch and hating myself for such a desire. I could admit it now, I wanted to him, if only in the most basic sense. Yet he wasn't even speaking to me, looking at me, acknowledging me, and I hated the dull ache in my chest knowing he was avoiding me. I don't even know why we're talking about this. He's the alpha, I'm just a pack mate, and I'm an unmated female. I don't have the luxury of a relationship with another wolf. And that was the real issue here. I wasn't a widowed wolf. I didn't have the opportunity to share a secondary bond, or even just a casual relationship with another. Regardless of whether Jacob had lost his mate or whether Thaddeus had lost his mate, I had not. You know, Colorado isn't like the other packs. Alpha Harris isn't like the other alphas. It's not the same, isn't it? Do you want to know what I think? Nelson asked, not waiting for a response before he spoke again. I think you're afraid. And if you want to give in to that fear, then go right ahead. The question is whether or not you'll regret it. Come on, I sighed, standing to my feet and slinging my backpack back onto my shoulders. Let's keep going. Another 2 hours in, and we had finally decided to stop, taking the time to admire the view from our height. This was by far the highest we had climbed in our hikes in the last 2 weeks, something we snuck in at least once a week as a way to hang out, just the two of us. I wish I could stay here forever. Nelson was looking out at the land spread out before us, the impressive territory that belonged to the Colorado pack. He hadn't brought his camera with him today, and his hands fiddled with the loose strap on his backpack with its absence. I want to join this pack, I don't want to go back. That's not how things are done. People come here to escape the life of mates. Is that what you think? Nelson challenged, fixing me with a raised brow. He shook his head, explaining, they come here because they feel unwelcome in their pack, because the memory of their old lives can be too difficult. They don't come here to wallow in loneliness, but to start anew with the support of others experiencing the same pain as them. It's not about escaping mated couples, but allowing themselves to heal away from a pack structure centered on the concept that mates are central to our way of life. I stayed silent, unsure what to say. For someone who looked so young, who was so young, Nelson was awfully intelligent. I don't want to stay in Arizona once I find my mate. You can transfer to your mate's pack. Nelson was 19, which means he likely would have already found his mate had she been a part of his pack, unless she was still yet to shift, but an age difference that large was uncommon. I doubt things would be much better there either. Not a lot of packs are as accommodating as this one. When I find my mate, I doubt he and I would be as welcome as other wolf pairings. He, not she. I realized my internal blunder almost immediately. I had automatically assumed Nelson was straight, and now I was rightfully annoyed at myself for the mistake. I never got to meet Sam, Adrienne's mate, Nelson continued, unaware of my thoughts. My mum said Sam was the strongest wolf she ever met. Not physically, but mentally. Adrienne's always been so tall, so strong, but he hated the looks they received from those bastard wolves that had nothing better to do than make sly comments and judge. He let their words get to him, let them hurt him, and Sam never hesitated to put the wolves in their place. My mum said it was such a sight, this 5 feet 6 inches male wolf snarling at pack warriors as if he were invincible. He would do anything for my uncle. But this pack, they're so welcoming, so accepting. I don't want to have to leave. I don't think I'm ever going to find a pack like this again. Not all packs are like that, I assured, my voice too soft. Even I didn't believe my own words. Sure, there were packs that as a group accepted all, but there would always be individuals amongst them that soured the rest. It had my stomach turning. A pack was meant to love and support one another. To think of the abuse Adrienne and his mate had suffered at the hands of his family sickened me. Sandy told me that before she immigrated to America, when she still lived with her family in China, no one knew that she was bisexual. That is, until she met her mate, and her family disowned her. The European and Asian packs were suffering in numbers. Both natural wolves and our kind were being hunted, their territory reduced, and it was harder for the packs to remain undiscovered. They had already lost so many, and yet still they cast her out because of her sexuality. It was 60 years ago, I know, but I also know that some wolves, the older ones, still hold on to those same beliefs. I don't want to leave. Nelson was crying. He was silent as his eyes filled with tears, his body still as he continued to stare out at the scenery below us. I didn't know what to say to comfort him. I didn't think there was anything I could say. I wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling him tighter to my side. Nelson's head tilted to lean against me, his cheek pressed against my shoulder, and we sat there in silence. His tears stopped almost immediately, but neither of us moved from our position for a while, content to just be in each other's company after such a heavy conversation. I had started this hike in a foul mood over issues that seemed so minuscule in comparison. The temperature was beginning to drop now, the sun hidden behind dark clouds. The wind shifted, and suddenly Nelson was stiffening, sitting straight and alert. "We're being watched," he rasped, words nothing but a harsh whisper. "What?" Immediately, I was scanning the area, my body tensing. Nelson was frozen beside me, staring straight ahead into some bushes. "I can smell it. It's watching us." "What is?" I stressed, straining to see something other than the bushes and sparse trees surrounding us. My heart was already hammering in my chest over Nelson's vague warnings. What the hell was watching us? Were we in danger? "You have your knife on you, right?" Already, my hands were clasping around the handle, pulling the blade from my bag. I had never used it in real combat before, only in training by myself. The sun glinted against the silver metal as I shifted it between my palms, bringing the knife to rest on my thigh. Nelson and I were still on our asses, waiting, watching, trying to see what the hell was stalking us. "Shit," he cursed all too suddenly, quickly moving to his feet. Get up, get up." "What is it?" I hissed, eyes growing wide in panic. Nelson's face had drained of all color, the boy now as pale as his Swedish uncle. Fuck. I saw it then, could smell it as easy as I could smell Nelson standing beside me, a female mountain lion stalking towards us out of the corner of my eyes. Its fur blended with the dry grass and boulders as it stayed low to the ground. Slowly, it moved forward, a hunter after its prey. Mountain lions were vicious predators. In the wild, it would take a pack of wolves to take one down. And while Nelson and I were not ordinary wolves, we were only two, a young wolf in training and a wolf who couldn't shift. The lion paused, and I was too afraid to turn towards it and face the beast head-on. From the corner of my eye, I could see it was tensing, preparing to pounce as it stood no more than 20 feet from us. My fingers clenched tightly around the handle of my knife, the blood in my veins pumping hard and fast as I struggled to keep my breathing under control. Just as the animal pounced, Nelson shifted from beside me, leaping in front to protect me from the lion's sweeping claws. Nelson's slender gray wolf was quick, blocking the lion's path towards me as he barreled into the predator. The lion's growl rumbled loudly, and within seconds, its teeth sank into Nelson's shoulder. Nelson's answering howl was gut-wrenching as he tried to buck out from the female's deadly grasp. But the mountain lion held strong with its teeth sunk deep into Nelson's flesh, its claws ripping at his skin as it tried to adjust its grip. Nelson was only a young wolf, barely trained in combat. This was an adult female who'd had years of practice hunting its prey. The lion was going for his throat, and it wouldn't be long before it would win out against Nelson. With my heart in my throat, I didn't think as I launched myself towards the struggle, my knife clutched so tightly in my right hand that my fingers were becoming numb. I used my entire body weight to try and force the lion off of Nelson, the sharp blade of my knife slashing through its thigh. The lion hissed, but still did not release its grip on Nelson, its teeth now sinking dangerously close to his throat. Nelson's claws were slashing wildly, catching the lion's soft underbelly, and I managed to plunge my knife into its abdomen until finally she released him from her vicious bite. Only now she had set her sights on a new prey. The lion wasted no time in pouncing, its sharp retractable claws slashing into my skin deep despite my attempts to dodge the attack. She had me in her grasp, paws wrapped around me with her claws dug deep into my back. I could do nothing but slash and cut at its sides and back, fighting out of her hold as she too ripped at my body, teeth sinking into my flesh with ease, until finally my knife found its mark and thrust into the beast's neck. After struggling against the blade, its cries of pain sharp and brutal, the lion finally stilled, and all tension seeped from my bones. My body burned all over. I could feel the blood seeping out of the wounds from the lion's claws. Everything was so numb and yet burned so painfully. I couldn't move, my body rendered frozen on the slab of rock as every inch of my skin burned. The lion was flung from my body. Nelson was howling beside me, calling out to the pack for help. I hoped they would come. There was no way Nelson would be able to carry me all the way back alone. We had to be at least 2 hours from the main house if traveling on foot. Human hands pressed against my flesh. I hissed, tears blurring my vision. "They're coming, Amelia. You're going to be okay," he was whispering over and over, his voice hoarse in my ear. More faintly, I could hear the stream of curses that he cried. "I'm fine," I assured, the breaking of my voice taking any validity of my statement away. "Oh yeah," Nelson stated sarcastically, bleeding all over but absolutely fine. "Shut the fuck up, Amelia. That's no way to talk to someone who saved your life," I joked through the beginnings of a sob. There was adrenaline pumping through me, keeping me awake and aware, but the pain was excruciating. Through his own tears, Nelson sent me a fierce glare. "You're not funny," he chastised before stiffening beside me. I don't know how long I lay there for with Nelson's hands pressing tightly onto my wounds. His own wounds were no doubt already beginning to heal, while I knew mine wouldn't for hours. My vision was blurred, and I knew I was drifting in and out of consciousness from the pain and shock. I was blinking drearily up at the panicked young boy above me when Nelson's head shot up towards a line of trees. "They're here, I can smell Sandy and some of the pack." What the hell happened? I could faintly hear Sandy shouting as she climbed to the top of the platform we were stationed at. I struggled to look towards her, catching the wide-eyed stare she flung at the mountain lion's lifeless body beside us, my knife still plunged into its neck. "Where's Alpha Harris?" Nelson was quick to speak up. Sandy's answering stare was stony. "He was out with the patrol on the other side of the territory when we heard your call," she snapped, jaw set tight at the sight of me at Nelson's lap. Sandy dropped to a crouch beside me, assessing the claw marks that decorated my limbs. "Can you stand?" "I can't even feel my legs," I winced, trying my best to move. My voice was weak even to my own ears. "Shit, okay. Tara, Zarya, we're going to need to carry her," she called out behind her. The two wolves were approaching us per Sandy's command when I heard the strong, familiar growl rumble through the trees. There was no doubt in my mind that it was Harris. The others stiffened and paused, and I knew they heard it too. Sandy was quick to her feet, mouth agape as seconds later, the towering alpha male was storming into our path, a snarl twisting his mouth. He took one look at me and in an instant, he was on his knees by my side. I couldn't remove my eyes from his furious form. His mouth was moving, and I knew he was speaking, but all I could hear was a ringing in my ears that grew louder by the second. Tense arms wrapped around me, and my body was lifted into the air. I knew I should have felt immense pain, but there was only a cool numbness spread throughout my entire body as the shock of the event took full effect, and I began to feel far too drowsy to stay awake. Chapter 16. There were only 3 things I was brutally aware of. I was in an extraordinary amount of pain. I was in an unfamiliar bed, and I was not alone. My head was pounding, and there was a deep ache across my limbs. Any small movement I tried to make had my wounds burning. I had been stripped down to my underwear, my injuries wrapped and hopefully cleaned. Very little of my skin was untouched. Most of my body had been covered by bandages. What happened? I tried to ask, my voice raspy and broken. Speaking only a few words left my chest feeling tight and my throat hoarse. I tried to sit up, but a firm hand on my shoulder kept me in place in the bed. "Thaddeus, I thought you were going to die." No amusement, no exaggeration, just a blunt, awfully frightening statement. His expression matched the tone of his voice, his features drawn into a fierce scowl directed at me, as if it were my fault that I was attacked. "I'm tougher than I look," I joked, the cracking of my voice proving that I was anything but tough in this moment. I was injured, vulnerable. I wanted nothing more than to burst into tears, a reaction I found unexpected. I wasn't usually one to cry over physical injuries, but this pain was like nothing I had ever felt before. He didn't respond to my awful attempt at humor, instead fixing me with a dark, stony stare. "Where are we?" "A patrol cabin," he answered shortly, words clipped. He wore a plain gray t-shirt stained with blood, my blood, and black shorts. His unruly dark hair was in disarray, and dark circles stained beneath his eyes. He looked exhausted. I surveyed the room, what little I could see of it from my position on the stiff bed. The cabin was simple, barely furnished with only a bed and a door to what I hoped, was a bathroom. The rest of the room remained out of view. How long had I been unconscious for? Certainly enough time for my bladder to need relieving. I sighed deeply, face scorching hot upon my oncoming request. I had never felt more embarrassed. I averted my eyes from Thaddeus's intimidating stare. "I need to go to the bathroom." There was no question that the single most embarrassing moment of my life was having my alpha carry me to the bathroom so I could relieve myself. I was completely unable to even look at him throughout the entire ordeal, my cheeks remaining scorching hot as I imagined a furious blush overcame my pale complexion. Thankfully, he seemed unbothered by it all, and I could only hope that we never spoke of this moment again. "How long does it usually take you to heal?" he asked once I was settled back onto the bed, this time propped up with pillows so I could at least face him, though I wasn't sure I wanted to. Still, his solemn expression remained, and I couldn't be sure whether his frustrations were directed at me or at the situation. "I've never had injuries to this extent before. I don't know. You need to rest then. The more sleep you get, the faster you'll heal." I was feeling petulant. I didn't want to do as he told me. Yet I was exhausted. My head had not released its ceaseless pounding, and my eyes were ever so heavy. When I awoke, Thaddeus still accompanied me in the cabin, yet this time in the form of his wolf. The giant beast took up most of the bed, curled by my side, close enough for his thick, black fur to brush against me with every breath, but not close enough to apply any pressure to my still healing wounds. A groan escaped as I shifted myself into a more comfortable position, the movement pulling at my still healing flesh. Silver eyes locked onto mine as his head lifted slowly towards me. We remained still, fixed by each other's gaze for what felt like agonizing minutes until I broke the silence. How long was I asleep this time? He continued to stare at me, making no move to shift back into his human flesh. "Your wolf isn't what I would have expected." Still, my words were only met with silence. "My brother in mating trained with your pack, you know?" I murmured, eyeing his large form. He didn't make a sound, continuing to watch me. "He would tell me stories about your pack. About you. Nothing too detailed, of course. Your mysterious reputation remained intact. But I know he thought highly of you, respected you a great deal." I offered him a small smile, unsure why I was telling him all of this. Perhaps simply to fill the uncomfortable silence, or perhaps I no longer wished to avoid the tension between us. I didn't know what else to do under the heavy weight of his gaze. Of course, I had dreamed of joining your pack ever since I was a teenager and began to understand the full gravity of my situation, so I was eager to hear anything and everything about you all. They felt a bit like fairy tales at the time, nothing more than stories of an ancient, wild tribe of wolves, of creatures to fear. And yet, all I've felt amongst your pack is admiration and an overwhelming sense of pride that you would allow me to join you. Mitchell, my brother in mating, sends his regards, by the way. He shifted on the bed, turning to rest his large head by my hand, still watching, attention completely on me. I'm not sure what possessed me to run my fingers through his fur, but he made no sign of disapproval, so I continued. His coarse fur was thick, and even in the daylight was so dark, an endless pelt of black, so dark it seemed to absorb the light that dared to touch it. It felt surreal to be so close to something that I had thought impossible. That day, at the Alpha meetings, I thought for sure you had rejected my transfer. but you hadn't, and suddenly I was packing my bags and saying my goodbyes to my family and Jacob. He huffed beside me, the action sounding strange coming from a wolf, but his distaste for my old alpha was clear. Can you shift back, please? I rolled my eyes. It felt ridiculous to be speaking to a wolf that couldn't offer me any words in return. I was tired of running from him now. Nelson had been right. It had been fear to hold me back, and it would be cowardly to continue to hide from whatever it was that drew Thaddeus and me together. Strong muscles shifted beneath flesh. Dark, coarse fur danced with the movement, the streams of light from the nearby window shining against it. The bed dipped with his weight as he rose steadily to his feet and then to the wooden floor, each board creaking under his weight. He was a powerful creature. Padding over to the far wall of the cabin, I watched in fascination as he began to shift, his back towards me. Just like the night of my initiation, his shift was a painfully slow process. I could see the bones break, the skin tearing itself apart as fur transformed into dark hair and pale skin. When he was human again, he was left panting on his knees, reaching for black shorts that lay crumpled on the floor. When he turned back to me, wearing nothing but the shorts and an impassive expression, he fixed me with his dark eyes and said nothing. I couldn't stop my eyes from wandering, my mouth suddenly dry as I asked, "How long are we staying here? Can you walk?" He answered, monotonously, eyebrow raised. I could barely sit up. "No," I sighed. "Where's Nelson?" "The others." "They're back at the main house." "And what, you're staying here with me until I heal?" I asked incredulously. He only nodded. "You can't be serious. It could take days. Surely anyone else could watch me. Especially considering how hard we have both been trying to avoid each other, and how clear it is that you can barely stand to look at me right now." He exhaled deeply, a long, drawn-out breath that matched the irritation flitting across his face. His eyes narrowed on me. "Do you want a drink?" he asked, stalking over towards a corner of the room that I imagined was a makeshift kitchen. I failed to mask my surprise, eyes slightly wide and jaw slack, and watched as he began to fill a pan with water. "Tea," he prompted when I had yet to speak. I nodded mutely. More tense silence settled between us. The only sounds filling the cabin were the boiling of the water. When he was placing a steaming mug in my hands, after lifting me into a more comfortable sitting position, he dragged an old wooden chair to my bedside. I felt immensely uncomfortable under his gaze, and already my flight instincts were back with a vengeance, but this time there was nowhere for me to run and hide. I was trapped in this cabin beside him, unable to move. I struggled to lift the mug to my mouth, pain singeing across my skin with the movement, and gulped back the still too hot tea that burned my mouth. Anything to distract from him, though. His mere presence alone was too overwhelming. His scent, his image, it was all too much at a time when I felt far too weak and the farthest thing from in control. "We need to talk," I sighed, the words a painful admission. He didn't say anything. I struggled over my words, swallowing back a lump in my throat. I didn't even know what it was I wanted to say. What was there to say? Did I confess my all-consuming attraction for the male before me? Did I explain that despite my avoidance of him, he was seemingly all I could think about in the past week? That, despite what I knew to be right, what I knew to be proper, I wanted nothing more than to have given in to his advances that night in the water? Thaddeus, I choked on his name. He sighed, his neutral expression shifting, as something similar to disappointment took its place. "Tell me about you and Alpha Peyton," he uttered softly, redirecting the conversation. "What? You and Alpha Peyton, you seemed close. You seem to know a lot of the Alphas quite well." It took me a moment to even process what he was asking, my mind still caught up in a tangle of my overwhelming desires for him. And that's surprising, given all the traveling I did for Jacob. It's surprising knowing how cold and reserved the Alphas can be. I couldn't help but smile at that statement. It was true, all Alphas could be awfully unwelcoming when they wanted to be, especially to outsiders of their pack. But as I frequented them so often and was of seemingly no threat to them or their pack, they were perhaps a little less guarded when it came to me. We first met when I was over in Wyoming for pack business. I was only supposed to stay the one night before traveling back, but the snow had been so bad that I'd been forced to stay the week. Alpha Peyton, I broke myself off with a grin. She's a terribly impressive wolf. Watching her spar with her pack, I couldn't find the right words to describe just how captivating her skills had been. Being forced to accommodate me for the full week, I suppose it was hard for her not to fall for my lovely personality, I joked, knowing all too well how biting my personality could be at times. And in that week in Wyoming, I had certainly been far more tense than usual, stranded so far away from my pack. I can imagine, he said softly, too insincerely. My eyes met his, and for a moment I couldn't look away, my breath catching. What about you? I asked, clearing my throat as I forced my gaze to the still hot mug in my hands. What about you and the Alaskan Alpha? Alfred? I've known him since I was a child. How old are you? I know you're the third eldest of the Alphas, but... Second, he interrupted. My eyes shot up towards him, and I felt my eyebrows knitting together to form a frown. What? A smile quirked at the corner of his mouth, the small movement distracting me for a moment. If he knew how desperately I wanted to claim his mouth with my own, I knew he wouldn't just be sitting there beside me. Then again, I couldn't even lift my arms without causing myself pain. The likelihood of anything like that happening was very slim. I'm the second eldest. I grew up in England just under 400 years ago alongside the Alaskan Alpha. My parents were Charlotte and Thane Harris, my father considered to be one of the first male alphas in England. He was actually Alfred's alpha. Well, it wasn't quite the role alphas fill now, and we were only a small group, but he was certainly a leader. Unfortunately, my parents had a mortal lifespan, along with Alfred's partner. Partner? Not mate. I asked, my voice quiet and certainly unlike myself. But my mind was now reeling over the information he had shared. 400 years old. The alpha wolf I was lusting over had lived through the 1600s. Mates didn't exist, not in the same way they do now. Wolves weren't what they are now, their aging, their transformation, even the way packs were structured, especially in size. Some wolves evolved, and some didn't, left in the past to be forgotten. Alfred's partner was human anyway, so she had a mortal lifespan. The rest of our pack died, and all that remained was Alfred, Samson, and I, the first line of British immortal wolves. Samson, the wolf he had assigned to Nevada. A wolf, possibly 400 years old. Eventually, Alfred and I traveled to America, like many wolves, when it became clear the natural wolf population in England was diminishing. You know your wolf history. I shook my head, only what Nelson told me briefly before the attack. Wild wolves in England have always been hunted as early as the 13th century, and by the 15th century, they were pretty much extinct. I spent all of my life moving from one place to another, our pack constantly being hunted. My parents refused to leave England, not even to migrate up north to Scotland, where, while scarce, wolves still roamed. When my parents died, I didn't hesitate to move to America. We couldn't survive in England, not just the three of us. But you didn't stay together? From what I knew, the Alaska Alpha had been in charge of his pack since its creation. Alfred is not a social wolf. I stayed in Colorado, helped construct the packs as you know them now, while Alfred migrated to Alaska with Samson. It was just the two of them at first, but Alfred is such a powerful wolf. Others up there quickly felt drawn to him until his pack was formed. And you stayed in Colorado by yourself, I commented. He nodded. Were you not lonely? I couldn't help but think if he, too, had had a partner, a human with a mortal lifespan that had passed long ago. I certainly didn't have the courage to ask. I was, at first. But then I met Adrienne, and he became my closest friend. And then Logan and Sandy eventually immigrated to America and lived beside me. Despite who my father was, I hadn't ever considered myself an alpha. There was hardly a lineage or title to pass down through blood as the packs do now. But we were highly trained wolves, old wolves, and as I had a crucial part in the formation of the packs, I was respected. Eventually, things evolved to what they are now. An alpha chosen by his pack. I didn't know what expression my face reflected, but I felt nothing but respect as I regarded the wolf before me, appraising him with my eyes. "You're certainly nothing like I thought you would be," I murmured softly, mostly speaking to myself. "I could say the same for you," he countered, voice just as soft, gaze just as intense. We stared at each other. 1, 2, 3 seconds that seemed to drag forever until he stood to his feet abruptly, the action catching me by surprise. "You need to rest again. Your body will be using a lot of energy to repair itself. Sleep. I'll prepare some food." He left me no room to argue, already stalking towards the sink with both our mugs in his hands. When I next awoke, I was greeted with the glorious scent of food that had my stomach growling in hunger. I was able to move my arms more freely now without pain, and I wasted no time in devouring the plate he set in front of me. When I had finished eating, he stated that he had to change the dressing on my wounds and see how well I had healed so far. I didn't dare try to shift too much by myself, even though I had yet to feel any great pain as he sat me up fully to remove the bandages across my chest and torso. Had I been a normal wolf, I would have fully healed long before now. How long had I even been in the cabin? How long I had slept under his watch? With gentle fingers, he began to unravel my bandages and dressing just below my breast, slowly revealing the pale skin of my abdomen. My skin, awfully white compared to his long fingers, was tinged a light shade of pink. In fact, the only evidence of my injuries was some faded scarring that I knew would also disappear as my body continued to heal. He inhaled sharply at the sight, fingertips caressing the uneven skin with such a tender manner. My breath caught in my throat as I watched him, completely frozen beneath his touch as his hands continued to stroke a soft path across my skin. My lips parted ever so slightly, and I noticed his Adam's apple bob. "You've almost completely healed," he murmured, his deep voice sending a shiver through me. "Are you in much pain?" I didn't answer right away, too caught up in the moment, until his gaze lifted and his dark eyes locked onto mine. I was trapped under his attention, but found myself not wanting to be released. "No," I croaked, voice thick, when I realized he was still waiting for an answer. Truthfully, I couldn't feel anything other than the heat from his skin searing into mine. My tongue darted, swiping to wet my bottom lip as my stomach flipped. His eyes followed the movement, widening. Finally, his hands stilled, ceasing their dreadful teasing, but they remained pressed against my flesh. The mere contact alone was maddening. "Amelia." His voice was low and thick with a tension that had my core clenching in desire. Hands turned to fists, my fingers gripped at the thin bed sheets, as if to stop them from reaching out and pulling Thaddeus closer to me, eliminating the wretched distance between us. Ah hell, I thought, feeling the last of my resolve crumbling. What use was it to keep fighting this? "Thaddeus," I whispered, cursing at how unintentionally sensual his name sounded on my lips. He shuddered, eyes clenching shut at the sound of my breathless voice. A tortured growl caught in his throat, and he jolted back, startling me. I watched, heart leaping in my chest as he moved to distance himself from me. Instinctively, my hand shot out, fingers curling tightly around his wrist. Thaddeus stilled, disbelieving eyes scanning my expression, looking for an answer. My own eyes dropped to his mouth, a mouth I had thought of far too much in the past few days in very inappropriate ways. And now, once again, I was thinking of all the sinful things I wanted that mouth to do to me. "Kiss me," I commanded softly, the bold words surprising even myself. His eyes widened a fraction, and I saw the hesitation flit across his face, and the desire. "Are you sure?" He breathed, voice cracking. "Thaddeus, please." Nothing could have prepared me for when our lips finally met. It was as if I had been in a dream these past weeks, forever running from, and yet simultaneously yearning for his touch, my conflicting emotions clouded and unreachable, undecipherable. Yet now I had abruptly awoken, and startling clarity had finally blessed my chaotic and disoriented mind. Pure insanity is what it had been to have run from this. His lips pressed to mine with a great urgency and bruising enthusiasm. His hands skimmed up my torso and across my covered breasts to cut my jaw and hold me to him as he sat hunched, his entire body curved into my presence. I gasped into his mouth and moaned as his tongue captured my own. Thaddeus's answering groan had me all but unraveling in his arms. My own hands reach out, caress his strong shoulders, and pull his body closer, fingers threading through his hair as I hold his mouth to mine. The heat of his bare torso seared into my skin. I never wanted this to end. The weight of him, as his hips pinned mine, was delicious. His desire was evident as he pressed against me, the pressure so intimate, with only the thin material of his shorts and my underwear between us. This wasn't anything like the sweet, soft kiss I had first shared with Jacob. This was more than just a kiss, and it was fueled with a burning fire that had set my skin alight. Every touch from Thaddeus's wandering hands had me writhing beneath him and begging for more. I never wanted this to end. He pulled away, chest heaving, leaving me gasping for breath beneath him. His hair was now disheveled, his mouth pink, and there was a definite gleam in his eyes. His hands were pinned at either side of my head as he leaned back to observe me, and the muscles in his arms were taut with restraint. "I'm not hurting you? You're not in pain?" he asked, attention unwavering as he waited for me to shake my head, and then his eyes immediately dropped to my lips again, and I saw any restraint he had in this moment waver. "Don't stop," I begged, voice hoarse as I gripped his waist and tugged him back to me, my arousal stifling. This was not like my time with Jacob at all. This was overwhelming, all-consuming. I didn't just want Thaddeus in this moment. I needed him. I heard the rumble of his chest as he chuckled, pride evident in his expression just as he returned his mouth to mine, this time slower, but just as demanding. He took my bottom lip between his teeth, biting softly, my nails dug deep into his flesh, scratching at his back. His hips bucked, thrusting against me, and my cry of pleasure was caught between our mouths. Instinctively, my knees pressed against his sides, keeping him close to me as my hips began to writhe, desperate to create friction between us. So fast. This was going so fast, and yet I hadn't the ounce of care to stop. I felt his hand at my hip, fingers teasing the band of my underwear, before daring to stroke my inner thigh. The hand buried in his hair gripped tight, tugging at the short strands as anticipation ate away at me. I was all but whimpering as I felt the slow, sensual path he took. My hips bucked, and his name was a strangled cry on my lips. His mouth was on my neck, and my eyes clenched shut as he began a torturous teasing with his fingers, doing nothing to relieve the ache pulsing between my legs. This was too much. I wasn't sure I could take much more of this pleasure. Already, my orgasm was building within me. Finally, his mouth found mine once again. It was as his lips passionately claimed mine, and his hands continued to pleasure me, that I finally came apart in his arms. He held me until the last quiver of my orgasm racked through my body, before shifting to lie on his side beside me, his body still pressed to mine. That was a lot. I exhaled breathless, the shock of what had happened between us only just catching up to me. So quickly had I allowed him to touch me so intimately, so quickly had I abandoned my morals. Yet, I held no regret. A frown marred Thaddeus's otherwise attractive face, my words clearly misconstrued as some form of remorse or shame. Understandable considering my almost 180 shift from avoiding him at every chance I could to lusting over him like an animal in heat. I placed a hand on his chest, a slow, lazy smile stretching across my mouth. I wasn't sure what else to say, still needing a moment to process everything fully. Instead, I leaned towards him, resting my cheek against his solid chest, and hoping that my actions reassured him. His scent, purely masculine, filled my senses, and I had no shame in breathing him in. I felt his lips pressing to my head, and an arm curved around my waist, holding me to him. I had no idea what this shift in our relationship meant, how to possibly proceed from this point with him as my alpha. And while fear clenched my heart, I didn't dare utter a word, not wanting to disturb the intimate moments still lasting between us. Chapter 17. You're just going to sit there in silence and not divulge every detail to me? Nelson asked incredulously over a mouthful of cereal, milk dribbling down the side of his chin. From beside him, his uncle watched him with disgust. I was back in the main cabin now, my return coming soon after the kiss when it became clear my wounds were healed enough for me to travel. Thaddeus had been hesitant to agree and insisted he check over all of my wounds, but I hadn't wanted to spend another second in the cabin alone with him. Now that I had given in to my lust, it was hard to be around him without wanting to throw myself at him with every chance I had. What are you talking about? My eyes narrowed, darting between the three men sitting with me in the kitchen, my stomach suddenly in knots. Logan paid little attention to us, reading a book while drinking the biggest mug of coffee I had ever seen. Adrienne suddenly found interest in his empty breakfast plate in front of him, though he was definitely smirking as he did so. Only Nelson was looking at me, a grin split so large across his lips, so large his cheeks dimpled. You reek of him. Don't play coy, he drawled. It took only a second for his words to register, and a deep groan pulled from my throat as a scorching heat spread from my neck to my cheeks. This is my cue to leave, Logan uttered gruffly, abandoning his breakfast on the counter as he stood to his feet and grabbed Adrienne's bicep. Come on, he urged. What? Adrienne gasped incredulously. I'm not leaving. This is hilarious. I've never seen you blush so hard, Amelia. We have training. Logan fixed the immature beta with a pointed look, tugging him unwillingly to his feet before dragging the begrudging man out of the room. I shot Logan a thankful look, which he reciprocated with a small smile. Your official training with me starts tomorrow. You'll be in the second group with Nelson. Logan eyed Nelson for a moment before shooting me what I could only describe as a sympathetic gaze. Good luck, he offered as his parting words, before leaving me alone under Nelson's interrogation. When my attention returned to Nelson, I groaned again, burying my face in my arms on the kitchen island counter, unable to keep looking at the smug expression on his face. Can everyone tell? I uttered into my arms, the words muffled. Pretty much. Another groan. How mortifying. Every wolf I had walked by this morning in the main house, the wolves we had come across on our way back, hunting with Sandy, they had all been brutally aware of what had happened between the alpha wolf beside me and me. Sandy. I needed to talk to her. Despite her reassurance that whatever was between her and Thaddeus was over and that she had no feelings for him, I would feel awful if I didn't speak to her about what had transpired. Alongside Nelson, she was my closest friend in Colorado, and I couldn't stand for there to be ill feelings between us. So, he promoted. I need to talk to Sandy first before I tell you anything. What? He exclaimed incredulously. Sandy gets to know everything before me? Considering their history, I want her to hear it from me first, not from a gossiping wolf that, like you, has already scented him on me. Fine, he huffed with a roll of his eyes. But I'm coming with you to talk to her. You're so irritating, you know that? I groaned, sluggishly moving to my feet. Nelson pouted, his already large innocent eyes widening further. You're so mean to me. I sometimes wonder why I bother being your friend at all. Sorry, I sighed. I'm just joking. I know you're just a naturally grumpy, terrible person. He patted my head patronizingly. I scowled at him, and he grinned right back at me. Come on, let's go find her before Logan's training ends and her training begins. We found Sandy in her bedroom, a surprisingly large room on the first floor. I hadn't been in here before, and it took me a moment to take in all of the decor and belongings. As an exceptionally old wolf, it was no surprise that she had amassed quite a collection of things over the years. Her large, floor-length mirror was propped against a wall, a thin dressing gown draped over the top. Large frames of posters and artwork decorated nearly every inch of available wall. There was a very over-the-top lampshade on a small table, complete with ribbons and tassels, and some ornate candlesticks, half melted. Dozens more knickknacks filled the room, and I couldn't hide my shock. This had not at all been what I had expected. It seemed this was the first time Nelson had been in here, too, as he slowly perused the room, picking up various items to examine them. Sandy stood by the foot of her bed, shot him a glance over her shoulder, but continued with what she was doing before we arrived. We're not interrupting anything, are we? I was suddenly far too nervous, unsure how to even broach the subject of Thaddeus and me. She shot me an amused glance, chuckling as she assured, "I'm just sorting through my clean laundry." She was folding a t-shirt in her hands, a pile of clothes still to be sorted on her bed. Instantly, I noticed a rather seductive, bright red lingerie set, with far more lace and straps than I'd ever seen before. Had she worn this for Thaddeus when they were still sleeping together? The sudden intrusive thought had my stomach dropping. Jealousy was not a feeling I was well acquainted with, and I sure as hell didn't want to continue down this toxic path. Whatever had happened between Sandy and Thaddeus had nothing to do with me. I certainly hadn't cared before anything had happened between the alpha male and me. There was no need to start being insecure. "What's up?" Sandy's voice broke me out of my depressive musings. "I wanted to talk to you about something." "Does it have anything to do with why I can smell Harris all over you?" She smirked and wiggled her eyebrows in a suggestive way. "Did we do something naughty in the patrol cabin, Amelia?" "Oh, she sure did," Nelson snickered, finally bringing his attention back to us. "Come on, stop depriving us of the juicy details. I need to know. Tell us everything. You're okay with this? It doesn't bother you?" I asked meekly, ignoring Nelson entirely. "Amelia, I saw this coming since the day Harris ended things with me," Sandy laughed. "I'm happy for you." "Brilliant." Nelson clapped his hands together, interjecting once again, his grin far too wide. "Now that we've sorted that out, give us the goss. You were holed up in that cabin for 2 full days. I don't know what to say." I shrugged shyly, a blush bright on my cheeks. "We kissed." Nelson groaned, seeming exasperated as he drawled, "Yes, that much is obvious." "How did it happen? Who initiated it? Did you have sex?" "Nelson," I chastised, my mortification growing by the second. "These are all important questions." He cried, hands flying in the air. He moved towards Sandy's bed, diving onto it and almost kicking Sandy's laundry onto the floor. Sandy joined him, seeming to be enjoying this just as much as Nelson, as she continued to smirk at me and nod vigorously in agreement. "Very important questions," she reiterated. "We didn't have sex," I almost growled, glaring at them both. "Ooh, someone seems frustrated about that," Nelson teased. "You definitely did something else, though, didn't you?" "I don't want to talk about this." "Ugh." Nelson groaned, dramatically falling back to lie flat on the bed, arms stretched wide. "What good is it for you to be getting some action if you're not going to share it with us? Whatever this thing between you and Harris is, has been going on for weeks. I thought for sure we'd finally get some quality gossip once you gave in to your hormones." "And your feelings for Harris," Sandy chimed in. "It's just physical," I was quick to correct. Sandy arched one slender eyebrow and hummed, lips pursed disbelievingly. "What?" I asked with a huff when she said nothing. "Is it just physical for Harris, too?" Of course it is." Arms folded tight across my chest, a scowl set deep in my brow. The notion that whatever had happened between me and Thaddeus was more than just sex was absurd. She and Nelson only shared a look, one that had my frustration growing. Suddenly, it felt as if I were back in Idaho, scoffing at the silly words of love from my mother and sister. "If you say so," Sandy conceded, tone dry and most definitely sarcastic. It was midnight, and I was buried under my bed sheets, half asleep, when the sound of someone entering my bedroom disturbed me. I made no move to turn towards the intrusion, all too aware of the wolf that now shared the room. He was silent as he stalked over to the bed, and I held my breath in trepidation of what was to come next. An undeniably male body lifted the corner of the bedsheets, successfully allowing a blast of cold air to reach my exposed skin, and climbed into the bed beside me. I was certainly awake now. Frozen in place as Thaddeus's arm curved around my waist, the entire length of his body pressed up against mine from behind, I felt my breath catch. I couldn't deny how good it felt to be held by him, or how arresting his scent was as it consumed the entirety of the space around me. "What are you doing?" My voice was hoarse from sleep, only a quiet whisper in the darkness of the room. I could feel his breath on the back of my neck, the soft exhales causing the loose hairs around the nape of my neck to dance and tickle the edge of my jaw. A shudder fought to rack through my body, but I didn't wish to give him the satisfaction of such a reaction. "I've just finished patrolling," was his drowsy response, the exhaustion clear in his voice. I felt the tension in my body ease ever so slightly, but still I remained on edge. I mean, in my bed. My heart was pounding furiously, and I knew without doubt that I would be getting no rest if he stayed here beside me. Sleeping, he breathed quietly, words almost whispered as he settled. "It's a small bed," I uttered, swallowing back a lump in my throat. "You're too tall. Surely your bed is more comfortable." "You're not in my bed." The honesty in his answer silenced me. What could one say to something like that? Now all I could think of was Sandy's earlier words, and of how wrong I had been. "Sleep," he murmured softly, the deep timbre of his voice like a gentle breeze through woodland trees, an unchallenged force of nature, awakening and powerful. The tip of his nose grazed the length of my neck, and this time the shiver that sparked across my flesh couldn't be stopped. Lips pressed to my skin, and I could feel the curve of his smile. This unquestionably was not the actions of a male simply in lust. I shifted in his arms, not to escape his embrace, but to turn and meet his gaze. Through the darkness, I could see his eyes with sharp clarity, a rich brown so different to the cool shimmer of his wolf. His human eyes were not that of haunting beauty, a vicious twin to the silver of the moon, but akin to the dark earth after heavy rain. "What are we doing?" I dared to whisper into the silence between us, my voice timid, fearful. Whatever this was between us, it was dangerous. It wasn't something I could quickly dismiss. If I continued on this path, there would be no turning back. There could be no returning to the relationship we'd once had, simply an alpha and his packmate. Chapter 18. Amelia. I groaned, face shifting deeper into the comfort of my pillow as I tried to block out the irritating sound. "Amelia." Again, that incessant voice continued, so eager to break me from my sleep, when I was so determined to stay wrapped in the warmth of my bed. It had taken me hours to finally succumb to sleep last night while wrapped in Thaddeus's arms. Unable to think of anything other than the delicious heat of his body that seeped into every inch of me, the steady thunder of his heart in his chest, the gentle brush of his every breath against the length of my neck, I lay awake for hours. "Amelia, if you don't get up, you'll sleep through training." That woke me up. Shooting up from the bed, my heart now pounding, I shot a wide-eyed look towards the intruder. Nelson. The younger boy was standing far too close for comfort, leaning across the bed towards where I had been curled up against the wall. "What time is it?" I hissed, clambering out of the bed and shoving past him to grab whatever clothes I could find first. I had no desire to arrive late to my first training session with Logan. He would certainly have me running laps until I physically collapsed from exhaustion as punishment. I had waited so long for this moment, I didn't want anything to ruin it. "You have 5 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen you still in bed after 7. Tell me about it. I feel so fucking groggy right now," I grumbled, grabbing the nearest pair of trainers and forcing them roughly onto my feet. I was only dressed in shorts and a sports bra, but I had a feeling that, much like the alpha, Logan would succeed in making me sweat. The head trainer didn't strike me as someone to go easy on newcomers. "Did you have a little sleepover last night, Em?" "Your room reeks of him." Nelson laughed, and then laughed even harder at the sight of my blushing cheeks. "Please tell me you did more than just sleep." "I think I'm going to make it a rule that we can never talk about him," I huffed, grabbing a hair tie and heading towards the open door. Nelson was quick on my heels, following me down the stairs and into the kitchen, where I grabbed my water bottle from the fridge. "Oh, by the way, this was resting on the pillow next to you when I went to wake you up." Nelson waved a small scrap of paper at me, the smirk on his face awfully taunting. His eyebrows danced suggestively, and it succeeded in causing a second flush of heat to scorch cheeks. Snatching the note from his hands, I hissed, "And you read it?" "That's it." I frowned, shooting Nelson an odd look. "Why, were you expecting something dirtier?" He grinned, breaking out into a laugh as I smacked him sharply across the back of the head. "You know damn well that's what you made me think." When Nelson and I arrived at the training grounds, we had mere minutes to spare before we could be considered late. Thankfully, it seemed Logan had yet to arrive and begin training. I began some light stretches as I eyed the rest of the group, not quite sure what to expect from my first training session. Had everyone else in this group begun their training in Colorado together in the past month? Or had some been here longer? There were only 10 wolves altogether, 11 if I counted myself. Most of the training groups I had noted while being in Colorado were small, no doubt, so Logan and Sandy could concentrate on individuals better. Well, that and the fact that not many wolves actually made it past even a week of training in the Colorado pack. Not everyone was cut out for it. The wolves in the group were spread out somewhat. A couple stood by the metal frames for pull-ups while they chatted, others lingering on the edges of the sparring rings. Wide circles of pale dirt amongst the grass where two wolves could spar without risk of knocking into anyone else. Movement to the left of Nelson, and I caught my attention, and it was with irritation that I watched the brood of a wolf who had challenged me 2 weeks ago step towards us. I may have forgotten to mention Dante was in this group, Nelson murmured beside me, not seeming the least bit apologetic as the corner of his mouth quirked into a small, barely there smile. How considerate of you, was my dry response, before my attention fell away to once again find the hulking oaf that currently glared in our direction. I see you've finally come to play with the big boys. Big boys? Was he intentionally patronizing himself? You sure you can handle it? Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Clearly, Dante thought I had kept my distance these past few weeks because I was inadequate, and not because I hadn't been an official pack member yet. It would certainly be interesting to prove just how wrong he was. I'd worry more about your own safety if I were you, I sighed, doing my best to stare at the wolf with genuine pity. I wasn't entirely sure who would win in a fight between us. I had never seen the wolf spar before, but I wouldn't go easy on him. If I were to lose, I sure as hell was going to cause some serious damage before I did. Is that right? He laughed, his disbelief clear in the way he glanced back at a couple of other wolves with a grin. When he faced me again, his eyes scanned me from head to toe. You don't look like much. Have you ever gone up against a wolf as strong as me? Or do you just spend your time with weak boys like Nelson here? I've never sparred with someone like you, Dante. Cocky, overconfident, untrained. No, I certainly hadn't trained with someone who overestimated themselves so damn much. But I wouldn't correct him, wouldn't let him know just how wrong he was. He would have to learn that lesson the hard way. Would you like to know what it's like to be with a real male? I ignored the double entendre as I thought of the alpha that had not so long ago shared my bed, certain that Dante would not like the comparison against such a powerful male. From beside me, a grin curved across Nelson's face. He had seen me spar with Thaddeus before. He knew just how well I could hold my own. No doubt, he was now picturing just how explosive a fight between the buffoon and me before us could be. Would you like me to go easy on you? The wolf grinned, a vicious smile curving across his own mouth. The other wolves from our training group had gathered now, anticipation eating away at their composure as they eyed the tension rippling between Dante and me. No doubt they, too, were eager to see me, an unknown wolf, in action. Some of the wolves began murmuring to each other, but I was too focused on Dante to hear what they were saying. I had seen other groups like this one sparring amongst themselves under Logan's command before. They likely all knew of Dante's skills, of how well he could hold his own in a fight. But I was new and had only sparred with Thaddeus long before this particular group began their days of training. Whatever fighting skills I had were still to be discovered. Is there a reason, a male voice drawled from behind her, that you lot are not already warming up, ready for the session? His voice was like silk, soft and delicate, as if he were barely concerned with the answer, and yet I was smart enough to detect an edge to his words. The other wolves stiffened, and even Dante had the intelligence to seem fearful, as Logan prowled to the center of the group, coming to stop between us. The dark-skinned male caught my eye, the amusement in his gaze awfully apparent as I stared right back, even if he kept his expression harsh. I had spent enough time watching the quiet male in the main house to know when he found interest in something, even if his expression rarely gave it away. He surveyed us all, keen eyes resting on each and every wolf, challenging them all to hold his gaze. None did. I watched as he rolled his broad, muscular shoulders and crossed his arms against his chest, seeming impatient. Amelia? He speared me with another sharp glance, this time allowing his amusement to tug faintly at his lips. A minuscule sign of his enjoyment, one that most wolves would miss if they weren't studying for it. Care to share? I merely shook my head no, in no position to question his authority. Well then, he mused, definitely enjoying this situation too much. I had no idea how much of my conversation with Dante he had heard, but he clearly knew something had been occurring before his interruption. I believe we will begin today's training with some sparring. Amelia, since you're new to the group, why don't you demonstrate your skills so I can confirm that you've been placed in the correct group? So the groups had been arranged by skill. Interesting. Perhaps Dante would be a worthy match after all. Who will I be sparring with? I wasn't sure why I even bothered to ask, not as Logan's eyes slid to Dante's tense form. Seconds later, Dante and I were positioned within one of the sparring rings, the wide circle of dry dirt stark against the surrounding grass. Logan was standing in the center, hands on his hips as he commanded, "I want no shifting. This is just a quick sparring session to assess Amelia's skills. Do we understand?" I held back any retort that suggested the sensible option was for Logan to just fight me himself, as Thaddeus had when he first wanted to assess my skills. There was far too much aggression eating away at Dante's composure for this to be quick and simple. A short nod from both Dante and me was enough to satisfy the head trainer as he stepped outside of the ring to join the rest of the wolves from our training group that formed a barrier between us and the rest of the field, all eager to watch what was about to occur. It seemed Dante and I would be the only ones sparring, providing entertainment to our captive audience. I settled into a defensive stance, waiting for Dante's first move. We circled one another, neither one willing to make the first move just yet, and I kept my attention on his hips and his shoulder, looking for any slight change in movement to signal his oncoming attack. His hips rotated, barely, but enough for me to prepare myself in time for the swing of his leg aimed for my waist. I blocked the attack easily, and the next time his fist snapped out towards my chest. A growl rumbled up his throat, already revealing his irritation. Had he really expected to hit me so easily? Dante stepped towards me again, his movements more hesitant. A mistake. My right fist collided with his solar plexus, driving upwards into his body. Dante heaved, air rushing from his lungs as he faced the brunt of my attack full on, but I continued my attack, my left fist grazing his jaw, the impact hard enough to jar his head backwards. Behind me, I heard a cheer from Nelson, and from Dante's quickly darkening expression, he heard it too. His ego had been thoroughly bruised, and we had only just begun. I didn't allow the small victory to delude me into thinking I had already won. Especially not as I noticed my opponent's body vibrating with scarcely restrained anger. I barely had enough time to recognize Dante's next move, barely had enough time to scramble away from the wolf as he shifted in one explosive movement and nearly took my head off with a grand sweep of his claws. My knees hit the arid dirt with a heavy thud that vibrated through my bones across the entirety of my body, causing my fingers to curl tightly at my sides as a cloud of dust and dirt scattered between the furious wolf and me. How quickly his control had snapped. All my assumptions about the male had been correct. He was an arrogant, dangerously untrained wolf with a complete lack of self-control. Logan's shout of outrage cut through the jeers of the other wolves as they cheered us on, but it did little to calm the enraged wolf snarling down at me. For one short second, I felt a shiver of real fear strike my chest. But then a clang of metal beside me pulled me sharply from the growing panic and drew my eyes to the ground. My knife. The silver metal glinted in the morning sunlight, and a step behind it, Nelson stood on the outward edge of the sparring circle, a sober and stern expression pulling at his usually soft features. His eyes met mine, and a message passed through them clear as day: do not let this male win. My fingers curved around the hilt of the cool metal, my grip on it relaxed, unlike the last time I had wielded the blade. I had approached that lion on the mountain with nothing but panic, and as a result, I had barely escaped with my life. It had served as an exceedingly excellent lesson, and I would consider myself nothing more than a fool if I hadn't allowed myself to learn from such an experience. So I would not approach this fight with alarm. I had seen wolves fight before, and I had studied them across my many years distanced from them. I knew how wolves fought, how they attacked, how they defended themselves, and I knew that most wolves relied more on their combat skills as a wolf than in their human form. So I knew that I had the upper hand. Should I allow myself to truly embrace my training and instincts? Dante didn't know how I fought. He had barely known how to fight himself unshifted. He had been sloppy in his human form, had allowed his anger to get the better of him, and had failed to prove himself as worthy against my fists. I had the upper hand here. As long as I could stay calm and focus, then I had the upper hand. Or at the very least, that is what I had convinced myself. I gathered myself to my feet, the weight of the knife in my right hand not seeming so daunting now, as I stared down my opponent with a neutral expression. My stance was relaxed, not the defensive stance I had taken before, but not quite an offensive stance either. I was merely standing, waiting, watching, standing in anticipation of what his next move would be, and offering him a small smile as I did so. Dante snarled quietly at the sight of me, of my flippant countenance, as if the sight of him before me, ready to attack, was of no real threat to me. My answering grin was practically feral. The wolf pounced, his powerful back legs launching him in my direction, jaw wide enough for me to get an eyeful of the large canines. I knew if I allowed him to get too close, those teeth could be deadly. I darted to my left, the knife at my right slashing forward and succeeding in finding a target against the male's soft underbelly. He didn't utter a sound as the blade carved a shallow line in his flesh. The first drop of blood stained the dirt. It wouldn't be the last. When he charged again, he wasn't caught so unaware and, despite my quick reflexes, was relentless in his pursuit until his claws dug into my thigh, deep enough to draw blood. I narrowly escaped his teeth, dropping to my knees and rolling across the dirt as Dante leapt to the other side of the ring where I had just been standing. I was quick to my feet again, not wanting to give Dante even a second to catch me off guard. Facing him, I knew my face had lost its haughty expression, now replaced by a scowl. My attention didn't fall immediately to Dante, however, it was caught by new additions to our audience. To my left, I saw Sandy, and some overwolves stood close that had no doubt been hunting with her. To my right, I saw Thaddeus, and by his side stood young Richard, mouth agape as he watched Dante and me with an awestruck intensity. I knew Thaddeus was staring at me with his familiar weighted gaze, but I didn't have time to acknowledge him, not as Dante was once again leaping towards me in a fiery mass of teeth and claws. Dante went high, as I went low, sliding beneath him with enough force to knock his lower half off balance. He adjusted quickly, his body turned towards me in time to catch the skin of my shoulder with his teeth before he tumbled to the ground. I didn't give him the chance to stand. I was on him, knife slashing against his shoulders as my body landed atop his. My free hand gripped his fur as the wolf's body, made of pure muscle and fury, bucked and twisted to escape me. His large snout turned, teeth catching my forearm and slicing it open with a deep, jagged cut. He was instantly released from my grasp as I hissed at the pain burning through my non-dominant arm. But it was too late for him to follow through with his attack, as I threw myself wildly towards him and pressed the sharp blade of my knife to his neck. The metal dug hard against him, hard enough to draw blood at the most vulnerable place, hard enough for the wolf to understand his defeat. I had won. Barely, but I had won. Above the furious pounding of blood in my ears and the buzz of adrenaline that surged through me, I heard Logan call the fight, his words a furious snarl. In an instant, I rolled off of Dante and was met with Nelson, pulling me into a tight embrace. The younger boy was cackling, so loud, and with such satisfaction that it had a grin curving across my lips. Nelson pulled away, holding me at arm's length as he appraised me. I couldn't imagine I looked very good. There was a disgustingly heavy sheen of sweat that covered every inch of me, and blood trickled from my shoulder, my arm, and my leg. And I knew that the right side of my cheek was already beginning to swell. When I turned back towards the other side of the ring, Thaddeus and Richard had already disappeared, and Logan was reprimanding Dante so fiercely I thought the wolf was very well about to crumble to his knees. "Why didn't you shift?" Dante asked me sharply when the other wolves from our group had dispersed to begin their own sparring matches. Just like me, he certainly appeared worse for wear now that he had shifted back into his human form, and along his neck there was a faint line from where my blade had nicked the skin. Already it was healing, but blood still stained the skin. I can't. Not to mention Logan explicitly told us not to, you ass. Dante frowned at me, not saying anything as his head angled slightly to the side, and he crossed his thick arms tightly across his chest. Then, after a beat of silence, he asked, "You're Amelia Jefferson, aren't you? You know of me?" My own arms were folded across my chest as I did my best to glare at the male. His choice to shift against Logan's command could very well have killed me had I not been as experienced as I was, had Nelson not thought to bring along my knife today. Though I still needed to ask Nelson exactly why he thought to bring it along in the first place, the light-fingered genius. "You've been to my pack. Our alpha didn't like you, I heard. Which pack are you from?" I asked hesitantly, narrowing my eyes at the hulking wolf before me. Most of the alphas at one point or another had disliked me, but that didn't narrow down the options. "Nevada." "Of course." Suddenly, Dante's overconfidence, his rudeness, and his brutish persona all made sense. Granted, not all wolves from Nevada were like that, and Nevada certainly wasn't the only pack to produce such a wretched wolf. But I wasn't at all surprised to learn of Daniel's heritage. Nevada's standards of training and their relationship with the other packs had been slipping for a while now. And while the alpha wasn't so terrible, their beta definitely was. Dante, like me, seemed only young, and for a young wolf to develop in such an environment, I could hardly blame him for his impudence. Had Dante seen Thaddeus during our fight? Had he seen the alpha male on the edge of the crowd with young Richard at his side? Did he even know his alpha was now dead? "You're better than I thought," the male wolf grunted, still frowning, still seeming disgruntled at his loss. "That much is obvious," I retorted sharply, rolling my eyes. I was growing rather tired of this wolf's company. I needn't have proven myself to him, but I had, and now I would be happy to not have to run into him ever again. Thankfully, Logan dismissed me. I didn't need to stay for the rest of the training session. I needed to go clean myself up and ice my face. That, and there was the fact that my blood still hummed in my veins, and all I could now think of was the alpha male that had been smirking at me from across the sparring ring. Chapter 19. I found Thaddeus in the thick of the trees, far enough out from the main house that only those intentionally seeking him out would stumble across him. He was pacing when I first caught sight of him, those powerful legs stalking back and forth between two ancient trees at a dizzying pace. When I was only meters away from him, his attention snapped towards me, eyes finding mine in a heartbeat. And then he was stalking towards me with that same intensity. "Show me your wounds," he had demanded, none too politely, the alpha male as commanding as ever as he grasped my forearm without waiting for me to respond. He hissed through his teeth at the harsh pink line of still healing flesh that ran the length of my elbow to my wrist. A miracle it had been that Dante's sharp teeth had not hit my main artery. I had been so damn lucky. When I saw that crowd around the sparring rings, I knew it was you. And when I saw that male shift so close to you, I could have torn him limb from limb. He snarled softly, features tight as his body trembled with what I recognized as a quiet rage. I haven't felt anger like that in a long time. "You didn't seem so angry," I murmured, frowning slightly, remembering that quick flash of a grin that I had seen towards the end of my fight, as I smoothed the lines in his forehead with the pad of my thumb. He sighed, leaning into my touch. "But I'm glad you didn't interfere. Jacob would have pulled me from the fight as soon as he caught wind of it. Probably wouldn't have let me train for days afterwards either, in fear of me re-injuring myself." I felt Thaddeus's body tense beneath mine, his arms wound around my waist and locked at my sides, caging me against his body in an almost bruising hold. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, breathing me in. I could do nothing but stand there, a reassuring hand stroking the length of his back, fingers threading through his silky hair as he tried to calm himself. It was odd to see Thaddeus so without composure. When he finally pulled back, minutes later, he said nothing as he grabbed for my hand and led me further into the trees. In the daylight, I almost didn't recognize the route we took along a barely existing dirt path through the overgrowth. He led me in silence, and I didn't dare speak in fear that it would break his composure entirely. I hadn't thought that the gorgeous pool of water could appear any more stunning than it had that first night Thaddeus showed it to me, but under the brilliant light of the midday sun, the water sparkled turquoise, beckoning me without words to submerge myself in its refreshing depths. I went to remove my t-shirt, thinking he had brought me here once again to swim, but a gentle hand on my arm halted the movements. Instead, he moved to sit on the smooth rock edge of the pool, bare feet inches from the water's surface. I joined him without further provocation. "You've been avoiding me. Since we've been back. Since the patrol cabin." He wasn't looking at me as he spoke, his attention cast towards the center of the pool where that large rock jutted from the water. My mouth opened to respond and I paused, thinking carefully through my next words. "We've been back for just over a day, and you spent most of the time on patrol of the territory's borders. I wasn't avoiding you. Not entirely, not because I wanted to be away from him, but because I had needed those few hours apart to think through what had happened." His eyes narrowed sharply, and I knew he heard the uncertainty in my words. His hands gripped the edge of the rock, arms becoming taut as he restrained himself. "You've been avoiding me before now, too. You've been avoiding me for weeks. We've trained together nearly every morning," I countered, a weak point to dodge the accusation. He merely sat there in silence, wholly unimpressed with my answer. "I didn't know how to act around you anymore," I finally confessed, the words falling from my lips so quietly that it was a wonder he'd heard them at all. It felt wrong to be this open with someone, to allow this male into my mind like this. It felt intimate. I had spent so many years erecting walls around myself, keeping any feelings to myself in the company of Jacob and my family, and now I felt as if I were clumsily pulling those walls apart, brick by brick. I hadn't expected your interest, hadn't expected. I didn't know how to process it or how I was supposed to feel. Not when my heart had still ached for Jacob. So it was easier to run from it, from you. Cowardly is what it had been. But you were interested in me? He turned to me now, something in his eyes I hadn't recognized before, something I couldn't decipher. Yes. How could I not be? How could I not be attracted to this male before me, a male so powerful and strong, who had allowed me freedom I had not experienced before? He didn't feed into a fear of my inferiority, didn't once allow me to question my capabilities. He only encouraged. And he had a wild inside him that I had not seen before, a wild that I did not flinch in fear of. He was gentle in the ways that counted and fierce in the moments when it was needed. He held himself with assurance, which I now realized came with many years on this earth, and yet in this moment, he seemed vulnerable. There it was, a slight ease of tension in his body at my confirmation, and I knew instantly he had expected my rejection. "And now?" he asked. I didn't have the words to answer, my voice catching in my throat. But I reached out to grasp his hand with my own, turning the calloused appendage to thread my fingers through his. "When I arrived here, you were engaged in a relationship with Sandy," I broached carefully, not sure how he would take the switch in subject to his former lover. Sandy had assured me that whatever was between them had well and truly ended. But I needed the confirmation from Thaddeus as well. It was purely physical. Our relationship was never anything beyond that. "And is that what we're to be?" I dared to ask. "Is that what you want us to be?" I swallowed around the lump in my throat, my mouth suddenly dry as I uttered the honest confession, "I don't know." I felt Thaddeus squeeze my hand with his own, a silent comfort. "I will not push you for more than you can give," he assured, voice gentle, even if I saw the frustration as clear as day behind his dark, hazel-flecked eyes. He didn't want to hold back, to restrain whatever feelings he had, whatever desires he had for this oncoming relationship. But he would for me. "I want this with you. I want this." I affirmed the words with an answering squeeze of my own hand in his. This time, when I moved to undress, Thaddeus did not stop me, only watching me with a heat in his eyes that had my toes curling. And when I submerged myself in the cooling water of the pool, I thought for sure the pulsing heat that was my desire for Thaddeus would leave the water sizzling against my skin. Within seconds, his t-shirt was gone, and then his shorts, until he stood before me in only his boxers, that powerful male body on full display. I didn't bother to hide my appreciation, and wasn't shy as I allowed my eyes to freely take in every inch of him, from his broad shoulders to his strong legs. Every inch of him was tanned from his time training outside in the sun, and chiseled to a masculine perfection. Every inch of him undoubtedly that of an alpha male. I wanted to explore each curve with my hands, with my mouth. I wanted to memorize all of him. He dove into the water towards me, and I turned away, swimming to put distance between him. It was no use, though. He was too fast, finding me in the water before I had a chance to put even 2 feet between us. Before I knew it, I was pressed up against the rough surface of the rock edge, pulled towards that sloping shore where the water was shallow enough for us to stand, and I had been pressed against him before. His arms caged me at either side, as his chest rested flush against mine. The breath caught in my throat as I stared up at the male, only a few inches taller than I was. A grin curved wickedly across that tempting mouth of his, just a second before his head dipped towards mine. He kissed me softly at first, hesitantly, as if after our time in the patrol cabin, after our conversation just now, I would pull away at any moment. I didn't allow that worry to settle in his mind, my arms rising so that my hands could frame his face. The stubble of his jaw was rough beneath my palms as I kissed him back hard. It was a slow, sensual kiss in which Thaddeus's tongue danced with mine own, with a passion so all-consuming I knew I'd never recover. Falling from their place pinned either side of my head, his hands dragged a seductive path down my bare back until they rested on my ass, his large hands gripping the flesh as he pulled my hips tighter against him. His body pressed into the softness of my belly as his mouth moved from mine to trail a scorching path down my neck, pulling a moan from my mouth. One hand of mine drifted below the water, trailing across his muscled torso, and I fulfilled my desire to explore his body. He shuddered at the contact, pulling back to stare into my eyes. I was unable to look away as my hand danced across his abs, down his stomach to palm his hardness, still contained by his underwear. In one sudden motion, my hand was nudged away, and the hands on my ass pulled me up, until my legs had no choice but to wrap tightly around his waist in the water, his body now pressed to my core, exactly where I needed him to be. We were kissing again, this time more desperately, yearning to devour one another. He palmed my breast through my sports bra, his thumb finding the hard nub of my nipple and brushing against it, teasing it until I moaned his name. I pushed on his shoulder, and he leaned back, giving me enough space to remove the soaked material entirely, so I was now exposed to the open air, the water lapping just below the swell of my chest. Then Thaddeus's mouth was on my breast, hot against the sensitive skin when the water had been like ice. Oh gods, I groaned, a hand on the back of his head, tugging at his hair as his teeth grazed my nipple gently. He dragged that mouth, those teeth, from my chest to my throat, my neck, my jaw, nipping at the skin, and I whimpered at the torturous path his lips took across my body before seizing my mouth once again. Body still pressed into me, pressed against me through the thin material of our underwear beneath the cool water, Thaddeus ground against my clit. I felt my body slump into his, my fingers digging into the skin of his bare back, clawing at his body. "Please," I murmured, voice strained with lust, one of my hands now venturing towards his boxers, tugging at the material so he knew just what it was that I begged for. He managed to drag himself away from me, the movement seeming to take all his effort, allowing enough space between us to remove our underwear. It was a rushed, clumsy movement that made apparent the level of his excitement and anticipation as well as mine. Then I was back in his arms, the solid limbs of muscles and flesh winding around me to press my chest impossibly tight against his until there was little space in between. He reached between us, aligning himself at my entrance, before his body pressed to mine, and I felt him push into me with a groan. "Thaddeus," I cried his name into his mouth, again and again as he settled into an endless, steady rhythm. I needn't worry about being quiet. We were completely alone so far out into the forest. I didn't want to be quiet, not for this first time, not when every touch left my body alight with a fire I was sure would never fade. He continued at that punishing pace until I knew his back would be scarred with the marks I had clawed into his skin. He continued pounding into me, my name on his lips, until his pace quickened, his thrusts deepened, and he hit a particularly sensitive spot that had me gasping for breath. "You feel so good," he groaned, his mouth by my ear as he nipped at my lobe. He repeated the movement and those perfect thrusts, sending me wild and sobbing in satisfaction, the pleasure building within me until I came apart in his arms. His pace quickened to an erratic, desperate tempo until his own climax reached him, and he was left panting, his forehead pressed to mine, eyes shut tight. When he opened them again, he took in the frown on my face and tensed. "Is something wrong?" "That was my favorite sports bra," I explained, pouting down into the depths of the water where our underwear had no doubt sunk. He only laughed, the sound deep and loud in the otherwise quiet of the forest surrounding us, before leaning in to kiss my cheek firmly on the mouth. We stayed in that water until my fingers began to prune and the evening sky began to turn darker. I was still wet as we redressed, and once I pulled my white shirt on, the fabric quickly turned translucent, hiding very few details of my chest. Well, this would certainly make walking back to the main house awkward. Most wolves didn't care about their bodies being on display. But I was not most wolves, and as much as I was fine parading about in my training shorts and sports bras, this was not quite the same thing. "Here." Thaddeus extended his own black t-shirt towards me. "Thanks." I shot him a surprised look. The material was drenched in his scent, and as I changed into it, I didn't stop myself from inhaling the intoxicating scent deeply. When we were ready to head back, Thaddeus stepped forward to lead the way, and I caught sight of his shirtless back. "Shit," I cursed, heat scorching my pale cheeks at the flood of embarrassment pooling in my gut as I eyed the state of his body. His tanned, smooth skin was now decorated with long, pink scratches from where I had clung to him in the pool. I hadn't realized just how rough I had been. "What's wrong?" Thaddeus was quick to ask. "You're back," I breathed. "I'm so sorry." He was frowning for a second before the stern expression melted away, and understanding and humor colored his features. "Don't apologize." He was grinning at me, the wide stretch of his mouth showing nothing but pure satisfaction as he now stalked closer to me until the distance between us allowed him to reach out and pull me into his arms. I enjoyed every second of it. "But shouldn't you have healed by now?" "Like you, I'm not like most wolves." Wide eyes met his, those dark eyes staring so deeply into mine that I felt something inside me snap at the emotion I found there. Too much. He was entirely too much. And then he was kissing me again, soft, gentle, pulling a quiet moan from my lips. This kiss was different from the all-consuming passion that had overcome us in the water. This kiss was tender and comforting, and I found myself never wanting to be free of such an embrace. Chapter 20. Samson could not come, the Alaskan alpha growled, the Scottish purr of his accent thick against the harsh tone. "As he is now playing alpha amongst those feral wolves, thanks to your command. It's only temporary." Thaddeus rolled his eyes at the towering male before him, not seeming the least bit concerned by the rage in his expression. There was no hint of fear from my alpha male, not even when Sandy cringed in the Alaskan alpha's presence. "Thank you, though, for coming." The wild alpha sighed deeply, nostrils flaring as he tried to contain his anger. He nodded once in acknowledgement of Thaddeus's words, before his eyes drifted towards me and Nelson on the porch. "Shit," Nelson swore softly beside me, tensing as his eyes dropped to the floor away from the powerful male. I barely bit back my smile. I stared back at the Alaskan alpha for a prolonged second, a second longer than I should have, before I politely averted my gaze. I heard his rumbling laughter a second later. The male had been waiting outside the main house when Thaddeus and I had returned from our swim. Sandy, Adrienne, and Logan had been lingering nearby, watching him with clear caution, while the rugged male merely sat with his back against the wooden porch, seeming the least bit concerned by the watching eyes. When Thaddeus and I had emerged from the trees, The male had clambered to his feet and waited in silence for Thaddeus to reach him. I had wasted no time in leaving Thaddeus's side, desperate to change my clothes and shower, only to be caught by the door to the main house as Nelson emerged. A wicked grin directed my way. He had almost not even noticed the other alpha only a few feet away, his attention very much secured on my form clad in Thaddeus's t-shirt, reeking of him. Already, I could see what was sure to be a taunting quip forming on his tongue, but it quickly died at the sound of the Alaskan alpha's thick Scottish accent filling the air. And so he had simply been content to sit on this damn porch, eager to see what transpired between the two alphas and forcing me to sit with him. Hunting for gossip is what he was no doubt doing. The nosy little wolf. With my gaze still averted from the powerful male, the oldest wolf currently residing in America, I waited for the conversation between the alphas to resume. Silence remained, and instead my sights were filled with a pair of large bare feet stopping before me. Amelia, the old wolf greeted, bowing his head toward me slightly, amusement rife in his expression. He didn't acknowledge Nelson beside me. Heat claimed my cheeks, all too aware that he would smell Thaddeus on every inch of me, and I on him. But he didn't say anything more, choosing instead to walk past a tense Nelson and me, and enter the main building as if he had been here 1,000 times before. All eyes locked onto his retreating back. Silence engulfed the 6 of us still outside after his departure. Silence until Adrienne audibly shuddered and muttered under his breath, "Gods, I hate it when he comes here." Sandy, Logan, and he were standing next to Thaddeus now, 3 strong wolves guarding their alpha from a possible threat. Not that I thought Alaskan alpha would ever be a threat to Thaddeus, not after what he had shared with me about his upbringing. In fact, Thaddeus didn't seem the least bit concerned by the other alpha's presence, and I remembered the vague plans that had been made for this visit while we were in Nevada. "You just don't like alphas," Logan chided, shoving the immature beta male away from him when Adrienne crudely stuck his tongue out. "Believe me," Thaddeus drawled, drawing everyone's attention. "The feelings are mutual, Adrienne." The mocking smile he sent Adrienne sent Sandy cackling, and I was rendered frozen on the porch as I witnessed the usually stern alpha male finally engaging in the teasing his pack loved so much. "Everyone likes me," Adrienne grumbled. "What's not to like? Besides, you think anyone likes you, you grumpy old man." "I have a feeling Amelia likes him very much," Sandy teased, winking in my direction. "Okay," I cleared my throat, swallowing the embarrassment that consumed my cheeks in an unavoidable heat, especially as Thaddeus's heated eyes caught mine, the grin on his face a promise of more satisfaction to come. "I'm going inside now. I need a shower. Don't involve me in your pissing match." "Yes, it must be horrible having to smell like Harris," Adrienne sympathized, upper lip curling in faux disgust as he eyed his alpha with distaste. I only rolled my eyes and turned away, just in time to catch Thaddeus grab his beta roughly. Seconds later, I heard Adrienne's grunts and Sandy's and Logan's encouragement of what I was sure would be a playful, albeit rough, fight between the 2 males. "Where's Richard?" I asked hours later, lying in my bed with the alpha male wrapped around me. I hadn't seen the young wolf since my fight with Dante, and I found it hard to believe that he had been left unsupervised. Like the last time I found myself sharing my bed with the alpha male, he had not received an invitation to join me, and yet he hadn't seemed the least bit unsure of himself as he confidently strolled into the room. He lay on his side next to me, fingertips trailing a delicate path as they danced up and down the exposed skin of my midriff from where my sweatshirt had risen. I left him to get settled in one of the spare rooms downstairs, with an enforcer. Figured it would be less intimidating for the pup. He was shaking the entire journey beside me. "You left him by himself with an unknown enforcer wolf, in an unfamiliar pack, and you thought it would be less intimidating for him?" "I had just seen you spar with Dante," he shot me a pointed look. I was barely holding on to my composure. I didn't need the pup to see me like that and risk him never trusting me enough for anyone to train him. Let's hope he doesn't run across Alpha Alfred then. I remembered the young wolf's reaction to the alpha more than twice his size vividly. Stumbling upon him again in the Colorado cabin would surely send Richard running. Even Thaddeus cringed at my statement. Why is the Alaskan Alpha here? He mentioned an anniversary when we were in Nevada. Anniversary of what? Perhaps I shouldn't have been prying. It was hardly my place to ask such personal things of Thaddeus. Just because he was now sharing my bed, just because I knew he held some form of affection towards me, it didn't mean he would want to pour out his heart to me. My parents' death, he murmured quietly, shifting to curl up beside me and rest his head against my stomach. I briefly wondered if he did so to hide his expression from me, as if the privacy of it would make it easier to speak on the subject. I didn't speak, hoping my silence allowed him the courage to continue, but didn't hesitate to run my fingers through his hair, desperate for that extra contact. It was a long time ago. A long time ago, perhaps, but clearly still just as hard for him. He turned his face into me, pressed against the softness of my belly, a hand sneaking under my sweatshirt to rest against the bare skin, as if he too needed the extra physical contact. What were they like? My mother was perhaps the kindest woman I've ever met, he began, speaking softly, his words muffled by the fabric of her sweatshirt. Woman, not female. His mother been human? She was soft-spoken, but strong. Strong enough to stand beside my father in all his might. I don't remember much, though. I was young when they died. He sighed, hand shifting to circle my waist, and the arm that was now draped across me tightened. I kept quiet, not sure what to say, if there was anything I could say to comfort him. So instead I continued to thread my fingers through his hair, nails softly scraping against his scalp. He leaned into my touch. They were killed by hunters, he confessed a moment later. They had targeted my mother first. That was the only way they were able to ensnare my father. He was a rough male, truly wild personified. A terrifying male when he wanted to be, who would have torn the world apart for my mother, no question about it. And when they had her, it was over for him. Alfred, Samson, and Dante, another of our companions, had grabbed me and run without a moment's hesitation to ensure my safety. My parents were mortal, unlike Alfred, Samson, and I. My father had aged, had spent nearly his whole life on the run, and he had been tired. With my mother gone, he didn't have anything else to live for. I didn't see him again. I frowned at Thaddeus's words, at the dismissal of his own importance in his father's life. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't true, that he was enough for his father, that he hadn't died at the hands of the hunters because he didn't value Thaddeus's existence. I wanted to comfort him and ensure Thaddeus knew just how important he was. But I hadn't known his parents, and I wouldn't presume to know anything about his past. What I should have told him was how his presence in my life made me want to live. I should have told him that the overwhelming feeling of restlessness that had plagued me my entire childhood, the profuse desire to escape my pack and explore, had settled in his presence, as if he, this pack, was what I had been searching for. Perhaps not him exactly, but the role he and this pack had filled in my life, his acceptance, the understanding of who I was and what I wanted. He made me feel as if I were enough. I should have told him every inch of emotion that caused my heart to ache in his presence, should have shared how honored I felt to be the target of his affection. I shouldn't have been so terrified to say such things. How are you settling in? I leaned against the open doorway of the room that had been assigned to Richard. Like mine, it was fairly small and simple. The boy hadn't unpacked. A small satchel of his belongings still tied and sat on the foot of his bed. Richard was sitting rather stiffly on the edge of the bed, feet firmly planted on the floor as he stared blankly at the bare wall ahead of him. He shrugged once at my question, lowering his head towards the floor. A female wolf had been sitting with him in his room when I arrived, watching over him like a damn prison guard. The idea that he might run off was ridiculous. He wouldn't even know where to run. The two of them had been sitting in complete silence, Richard looking entirely too uncomfortable in her presence. I had taken one look at him and dismissed her, ensuring I would watch over him instead. She'd seem relieved and thankfully didn't argue with me. Do you want to go for a walk? Explore the grounds a bit. That had helped me adjust to the new pack. I found it easier to exist amongst new wolves if I knew the land, if only so I was reassured in knowing where to retreat should I be uncomfortable in others' company, as I often had been when I still lived in Idaho and wished to escape the prying eyes and personal questions from other wolves. Richard nodded meekly, and I beamed at him in an attempt to make him feel more relaxed in my presence. It worked somewhat. He eyed the smile on my face slightly and stood to his feet, the tension in his thin shoulders lessening ever so slightly. Will Alpha Harris be angry I'm outside of my room? No, I assured, my heart aching for this scared pup. If Thaddeus did have an issue, I would make sure he knew just who to aim the brunt of his anger at. Any blame for leaving the main house would fall to me, and me alone, certainly not towards this boy who had already lost so much. Richard remained quiet for our walk. Quiet, but not unaware. I watched him assess the active training ground with a sharp eye, where Logan was working with a small group of official enforcers to keep their skills sharp should they ever be called into action. And I knew he was aware of the hunting group Sandy led in the woods half a mile away as he gazed off through the trees in their direction. Richard was scared, barely trained, but not stupid. He was a smart wolf, all too aware of his surroundings and sharp. If trained properly, he would make a great wolf, and hopefully a great alpha. We were passing through the cluster of trainee cabins when movement to our left caught Richard's attention. A wide grin broke out on the young wolf's face, and before I knew what was happening, he had darted away. Dante, Jasper, Dalton, Richard exclaimed, running right into the arms of the Nevada wolf I held so much distaste for. Dante returned the affection, hugging Richard quickly before pulling back to beam down at him and allowing his two companions their turn at greeting the younger boy. My steps towards the four of them slowed as I eyed the interesting interaction. Richard seemed well acquainted with these wolves, and none of his previous fear or stress was currently present as he stood with them. Dante noticed me first, regarding me hesitantly as I approached. He didn't say anything, didn't even acknowledge me as his attention shifted back to Richard. He didn't try to hide the shock or the pain, clear as day in his expression, as Richard explained why he was here and what had happened to his father at the hands of Benedict Russo. It felt intrusive for me to be here amongst their grief as they comforted the boy for the loss of a father and alpha they all knew well and regarded fondly, it seemed. Even if I despised the deceased alpha, I was not so without heart that I didn't feel for the ones who mourned him. He may have shown me no respect, may not have been the best alpha in his final years, but he had been loved. When we returned to the main house, there was a noticeable shift in Richard. He no longer seemed so lost. The presence of the familiar pack mates seemed to have grounded him and brought him comfort while he was so far from home. Later that evening, while we gathered in the kitchen with other enforcer wolves, Richard even mustered the courage to speak to Thaddeus without flinching in his presence. I was hoping I could perhaps stay in the Nevada training cabin while I was here, rather than the main house? He asked quietly and politely as he avoided the alpha male's stare. But he spoke with confidence and didn't allow his voice to stutter. That in itself seemed like a miracle. No. Thaddeus rejected the idea firmly, not taking even a second to consider the request. Richard looked gutted. Richard, Thaddeus sighed, it's not that I don't want you to feel comfortable with members of your pack. It's just, he paused, as if contemplating his words carefully, we don't know the full extent of Benedict Russo's betrayal against your father yet. We don't know if anyone supported his choices, or if anyone should also wish harm against you. Plus, the training you're to receive will be different from theirs, more intense, and it would be more effective if you stay here with the other enforcers, where I can keep an eye on you. I understand, he answered dejectedly. But I know Dante Gallus, he was loyal to my father, and it was no secret he hated Benedict. Still, Thaddeus didn't seem at all inclined to change his mind on the matter. What if? Could I at least have dinner with them tomorrow? Thaddeus didn't answer right away, but seemed hesitant to agree, which was unsurprising. From what I knew of Dante and his lackeys, that I had gathered from our limited interactions, they didn't seem like they would be a good influence on a young wolf training to be an alpha responsible for an entire pack. Yet, in those brief minutes I had watched Richard interact with the three males, I believed they could be essential in settling Richard in this new environment and helping him with his grieving process. What if I went with him? I offered. Dante would no doubt hate that. I would hate it. But I could survive it if it meant helping Richard. You're not making the persuasive argument you think you are. Thaddeus's dark expression shifted to me, his gaze unreadable. No, perhaps Thaddeus didn't like the idea of me being around Dante again so soon, considering what had happened. He was perhaps now more inclined to reject Richard's suggestion than approve it. You don't think I can handle myself? I raised an eyebrow, stare unwavering. I waited to see if he would bite on the challenge I offered. I saw his jaw clench, and knew he was smart enough to pick up on the vague comparison to my last alpha, who indeed didn't think I could handle myself. And Thaddeus was certainly smart enough to know that he couldn't control who I spent my time with. I know you can. Dante won't be stupid enough to challenge me like that again. I'll be fine, I shrugged. And if he doesn't offer an official challenge? If he wishes to seek retribution in other ways? Thaddeus was almost scowling now, and I was reminded of our heated argument back in the Nevada main house. Instantly, I was thankful for the dining table that separated us. Richard certainly didn't need to see things grow so heated between us. If I allowed my life to be dictated by what-ifs, I'd still be in Idaho, I snapped, crossing my arms tightly across my chest. His scowl didn't lift, but he didn't retort. The silence weighed heavily between us, and I was aware that the other wolves in the room had now quietened. It had been stupid of me to challenge the alpha male in front of his pack. Utterly reckless. But it was too late to take it back now. Tomorrow. You get 1 hour. Chapter 21. I didn't bother to hide my distaste as I stared down at the plate in front of me. The meat was dry and burned, and what little vegetables I had been given were so far overcooked I was surprised they didn't turn to mush on my fork. Did you not learn to prepare and cook the meat you hunted in Nevada? Did Nevada not teach their wolves these essential skills? Across from me, sat opposite on the small dining table in the Nevada training cabin, Richard poked at the food on his plate, looking equally hesitant to eat anything. Dante looked up from his own plate, upper lip curling in irritation. Why would we need to learn that? We're training to be fighters, not pack cooks. Well, I narrowed my eyes at the mayo. You need to know how to cook now. How long are you here for? 2 years or 5? Were you just planning on eating overcooked, burnt meat and limp, unseasoned vegetables this entire time? Despite my previous assumptions about the Colorado pack, most of them actually knew how to cook. Their bland meals were merely a result of a lack of access to seasonings and proper ingredients, but since I had stocked the cupboards from my trip to the human shops with Sandy, the enforcer wolves had begun to use them with ease, and without need for my interference. The same couldn't be said for Dante, as he didn't appear to have a problem with the food he was currently shoving in his mouth as if it were his last meal. Maybe he was eating so quickly so he wouldn't have to suffer the taste for longer than necessary. If you don't like it, don't eat it. I don't remember inviting you in here. Don't snap, don't snap, don't snap. I sighed and glanced at Richard. Go to the main house and ask Logan for ingredients and spices for a meal for 5. Logan? He swallowed harshly. He looks scarier than he is, I promise. And he's the best cook. Quick, go on, before Alpha Harris drags us back to the main house. The boy was up and out of his seat in a heartbeat, leaving me alone with Dante. The 2 other Nevada wolves were still out on their hunting session with Sandy and would be returning any minute. I didn't want to be left alone with Dante, but I wasn't sure adding more aggressive wolves to the mix would solve anything. Hopefully, Richard would hurry. When I met Dante's gaze again, the sudden change in demeanor threw me. What? I asked slowly, suspicious of why Dante was no longer directing a glare my way. The male didn't answer immediately, hesitation flitting across his expression. We both know what my alpha thought of you, he finally uttered. And I've heard what the other wolves in my pack have said about you too. Some awful things, no doubt. I had overheard a fair few things myself when visiting the pack. They clearly believed I wasn't wolf enough to hear them, or they just simply hadn't cared whether I knew. So what? You pity me now, is that what this is? I laughed, the sound hollow to my ears. Someone said something mean about me, and now you feel sorry for me? You've hardly said nice things about me yourself. Dante rolled his eyes. "I don't like Nelson," he drawled, as if that should explain anything. "He's a young, spoiled pup who's getting special treatment because of who his uncle is. I was only acting like a jerk because of that, not because I thought you were less than other wolves. Is this you trying to apologize for being such a jerk? Do you really care enough about my opinion of you that you would like an apology?" No, my eyes narrowed at him. "But I would like an apology for you almost killing me because you can't keep a lock on your damn temper." This time, Dante had the grace to seem ashamed of himself. "I'm sorry," he muttered quietly. "That was reckless of me." When Richard returned, I made it a point to direct Dante on how to cook the food Logan had provided, rather than cooking it myself. I wasn't their maid, but I wasn't going to let him eat horrible food for the next few years. The tension between the two of us had seemed to ease somewhat, and I had a feeling we had come to some kind of begrudging truce, at least for the sake of Richard. The young boy definitely seemed to be in high spirits by the time we had returned to the main house, and I only hoped it stayed that way. The training young alphas received was intense, and for Richard to experience that without the familiarity of his father teaching it would be tough. That evening, I found myself in the lounge of the main house with Nelson, Sandy, and a few wolves I had yet to learn the names of. Music was playing softly in the background as we all lounged in various spots around the room. Richard hadn't wanted to stay with us, instead opting to shower and head to bed early. "Damn it." Nelson swore for the 10th time, scowling down at the fabric in his hands and the huge knot of thread hanging from it. He and I had settled on the window seat, our shoulders pressed together as I tried to instruct the frustrated boy on his sewing mistakes. Across the room, sitting on the large gray rug, Sandy looked equally frustrated with her fabric, hissing as she continued to stab herself with the dainty needle, much to the amusement of the enforcer wolves sitting by her. I was finally putting the sewing supplies I bought a few weeks back to use, as I had insisted Sandy finally learn to sew, much to her irritation. But she had eventually conceded when I'd managed to force Nelson to learn as well. The young wolf had been complaining just as much, if not more so. "Here," I laughed, passing Nelson my own sewing. "You take this one, and I'll sort out that disaster you have in your hands. Laugh it up, brat." Nelson knocked his shoulder against mine a little too roughly, nearly sending me sprawling across the seat. I didn't even want to do this in the first place. "Oh please," I scoffed, rolling my eyes. "I've been able to sew since I was a child. It's not that hard, and it's an essential skill. Suck it up. It's not my fault you suck so bad." "Shut up, I don't suck." Nelson yanked his fabric back out of my hands, holding it to his chest protectively, glaring. "It's meant to look like this." "Oh yeah?" I raised an eyebrow, grinning. "I'm the one who told you what to do. I know what it's supposed to look like. Just admit you're not good at something." "Admit it, you suck," I teased, jabbing at him with a pointed finger. Nelson continued to scowl at me, whacking at my offending hands and smacking me in retaliation. "Just because you're getting some alpha attention doesn't mean you can boss me around." My cheeks flared hot, and Nelson seemed smug. Other wolves were snickering at the childish display, and I looked over to see that Sandy had abandoned her own sewing project and was laughing along with them. Both of them had been relentlessly teasing me all evening about Thaddeus, and they didn't seem to be tiring of it. "I can boss you around because I'm bigger and stronger than you. I could snap you in half like a twig," I growled, sewing fabrics completely forgotten as I launched myself at him. Nelson shrieked, turning away from me, but I still managed to wrap my arms around his shoulders and hold him in place. Please," Nelson cried, flinching away from the hand pushing at his face. "I don't know where those hands have been." Sandy cackled from across the room, coyly exclaiming, "We all know exactly where those hands have been." A throat cleared by the doorway, and Nelson and I both froze in our assault on one another. Adrienne stood with his arms across his chest, eyeing us with amusement. "How old are you both again?" Adrienne drawled, entering the room to claim the large armchair. A step behind him was Thaddeus, expression flat, as he fixed me with that familiar hard stare. The expression threw me for a second, and Nelson managed to twist from my grasp and throw me off him. I was laughing as I shifted into a sitting position, still leaning against Nelson slightly, a little winded from my enthusiastic attack. Nelson scoffed, like you're any better. I literally saw you tackle Logan to the ground earlier today. You're the biggest child here. How dare you? Don't talk to your elders that way. Adrienne gaped in mock outrage. He continued to argue with his nephew, while my attention was firmly fixed on Thaddeus. He moved towards the sofa, and I noticed the other enforcer wolves' surprise at his appearance. It was strange seeing Thaddeus around the other wolves in his pack compared to when he was alone with me. Gone was the soft male who was a little too cuddly at times, and in his place stood a stern alpha wolf. I tried to catch his eyes, but noticed his attention was instead fixed on Nelson beside me. His face was impassive as he watched the younger wolf still arguing with his uncle, and I had to resist the urge to draw his eyes back to me. I had never felt like this before, like a needy female desperate for a male's attention. But here I was, silently begging for it. It was certainly odd to me that any time he now entered the room, I felt so consumed by the strength of his presence. Now that I had finally given in to my physical desires, it seemed perhaps my emotional desires were now free to roam. And the more time I spent with Thaddeus, the stronger my desires for him grew. After the others retired to their rooms or, in Sandy's case, decided to go on a midnight run with Logan, I found myself drifting into the kitchen for a late-night snack before bed. Mere minutes later, Thaddeus had followed me. "Do you not like Nelson?" I asked, the first one to break the silence between us. I was facing away from him, but knew he was there by scent alone. The thought had been bugging me the entire time we were in the lounge, but I had waited till we were alone to ask my question, not thinking it appropriate to bring up my suspicions in front of anyone else. There was a deep-set frown furrowing my brows as I stared at the orange I was peeling on the counter, trying to seem as casual as possible. Nelson was my closest friend, and it felt important to me that there was no bad blood between Thaddeus and him. I like him a reasonable amount. That made me pause. My eyes narrowed slightly, the expression staying as Thaddeus cleared his throat and drew my gaze towards him. "You've been glaring at him for the past hour," I stated, leaning against the counter. He only shrugged, seeming unbothered by my observation. "I don't enjoy how much you like him. You're jealous?" I asked incredulously. Again, Thaddeus remained composed, not showing the least bit of embarrassment. "I don't like the thought of sharing your affections," he explained simply. I crossed my arms, scowling. "You can't control who My jealousy is a reflection of my own insecurities." Thaddeus cut me off quickly. "Not a reflection on you or my opinion of you. I know I can trust you, and I do." He sighed. "It's just, this is new for me, and I'm still unsure where we stand. It will take some adjustment." "Oh, that was unexpected." "Well, if it offers you any comfort, I didn't plan on sharing my bed with anyone. So it's just my bed we'll be sharing from now on then, yes?" Thaddeus hummed, suddenly smirking at this new direction of conversation. He stepped closer, pinning me against the counter with his hips. My eyes darted towards the doorway to check no one was coming before automatically falling into his mouth. "Upstairs. Now." His voice was a low, husky whisper, one that quickly had my body aching for his touch. Excitement bubbled inside me, building at the intensity of his heated stare, but I didn't move. I only raised an eyebrow in challenge to his command. "You want to play?" He murmured so close to my ear, his lips dragging from my jaw down my neck. I shivered. "Maybe I do," I couldn't help but tease, my voice more breathless than I would have liked. My fingers clenched tightly on the edge of the counter I was leaning against, and it took everything in me not to grab onto Thaddeus right there in the kitchen, where anyone could walk in on us. 10, he uttered, voice so low I almost missed it, a hand caressing my hip as he released me from his arms. 9, my stomach flipped, heart racing. Thaddeus stepped back, his smirk growing. 8. I didn't wait any longer, shooting from the counter, out of the doorway and up the stairs. Thaddeus didn't continue to count. I could hear his feet bounding after me, and I let a bubble of laughter escape as I sprinted towards my bedroom. He caught me just outside my door, a strong arm winding around my waist and pulling me back into his chest. He wasted no time in pushing me inside, both of us stumbling in our eagerness. Before long, my shirt was gone, and I was bent over the edge of my bed. Thaddeus pressed up behind me, his body pressed firmly against mine as I clumsily tried to untie my shorts. He was kissing my neck, hands on my breasts, until I finally freed my shorts and they were being tugged down my legs, Thaddeus's hand slipping beneath the fabric. I moaned, leaning into his touch. His lips pressed heavily up my neck to my jaw, and he bit gently at my ear before I felt his teeth graze against my neck. I hadn't felt it, too overwhelmed with the sensation of his touch, but suddenly there was no longer the feeling of blunt human teeth on my neck, rather the scratch of a sharp wolf canine. I froze. Any passion I had instantly extinguished as panic replaced it. Thaddeus noticed the change, and he was off of me in a heartbeat. "Were you going to mark me?" I hissed, a hand pressed to the sensitive skin of my neck where his canine had just been. I could still feel it, pressing into the flesh. If he broke the skin even slightly, I was going to skin him alive. No, he grunted, backing away from me. He looked horrified. "Not without your permission, never." "Without my permission?" I nearly screeched, eyes wide as I scrambled to redress. He was watching me, distress clear in his expression. But he made no move to stop me as I hastily tugged my shorts up my legs and fumbled with the tie. "So you were thinking about it then? You wanted to," I accused. I growled in frustration, my fingers shaking too much to do anything, and speared him with a hot glare. Yes. Why would you want to mark me?" My shorts left untied, and a t-shirt clutched tightly in my hand, I stalked towards the door, needing to escape this room, and the stifling heat of his eyes locked onto me with that unnerving stare of his, as if he could see how fast my heart was beating against my chest. In a second, he was there, gripping my forearm tightly. "So, you really don't know?" Disbelief colored his tone. "You're not teasing me? You're not toying with me? What are you talking about?" I snapped, glaring at him as his eyes desperately darted between mine, clearly searching for something in my expression that wasn't there. "You're my mate." It felt as if I had been punched in the chest and pushed to the ground. The air wheezed out of my lungs. I almost felt a little dumb as I paused and blurted a blunt, "What?" "I thought you knew." "Why would you think I knew?" I exploded, shouting far too loudly for this time of night. Every damn wolf in the house would be able to hear me. "Oh, I don't know," he bellowed sarcastically, quickly rising to match my temper, his arm waving violently between us. "Everything that's been happening between us? Or the fact that you requested to join my pack after you met me? The fact that we spend every morning and evening training together alone, and you just thought I hadn't mentioned it?" I shrieked. "I don't know." Thaddeus growled, pacing away from me in frustration. "I thought you knew," I mimicked sharply. "You don't think I would have mentioned it had I known we were mates? Most wolves know who their mate is." "Well, I'm not most wolves. I don't have a wolf, you jerk. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a freak." My voice cracked from screaming so loudly. Everyone definitely heard that one. "You're not a freak." Very quickly, he had spun to face me again, the hardness to his expression softening as he processed my words. I was so worked up that I was panting. I exhaled sharply with a sharp groan of frustration at his words as I stared intensely into his shoulder, refusing to meet his gaze. I didn't want his pity. I didn't mean it like that. He didn't say anything. "I just meant," I grunted, cursing myself internally. "I don't know what I meant. I need to go outside, walk this off. Amelia." "I can't right now." Chapter 22. Thaddeus. 5 weeks prior. I hated these damn meetings. That was the only thought tumbling through my mind as I stalked through the forest in human form, my beta walking on 4 paws beside me. I rarely allowed others to see me shift, or to see my wolf form at all. Only those closest to me in the pack had witnessed it. I was not like other wolves, not like this generation who could shift quickly at will. Instead, every shift was a slow, agonizing affair, a fight between human and wolf. It was a wonder I could choose to shift at all, when the wolves I had grown up amongst could only endure a forced shift once every full moon. I didn't understand the ways in which wolves had evolved over the last 4 centuries. I couldn't explain why I had lived for so long when others had not. My parents certainly hadn't understood why my abilities had been so different from my father's. Sometimes I was thankful for my long life, for this gift that had been given to me, but more often than not, I despised it. It was a lonely existence to live and not really understand what I was. Lonelier still when I was reminded so blatantly of the ease of these modern wolves' lives. I hated these semi-annual meetings, hated having to coexist in these communities if only for a few short days, though perhaps not as much as my beta did. As we entered the inner territory of the Idaho pack, escorted by one of their wolves, I could already feel the building irritation that rolled off my beta wolf in waves. Adrienne Christensen, a trusted second, the beta to my alpha position, was unnervingly good at masking his true persona when it came to engaging with these pack wolves. But that didn't mean he didn't hate every second of it. The male found it far easier to endure these meetings by remaining silent the entire time. Silent for 3 whole days. I had never fully understood it, but perhaps for a male as chatty and prone to nonsense as he, silence was the only way for him to keep control of himself. We had to maintain a sense of otherness around the other alphas and their packs. We questioned their authority, challenged their power, and thus they always look for weakness amongst us. We had to feed into the image of fearless, all-powerful wolves that did not bow to their will. So we withdrew from our true selves, masked any and all emotions, and endured. Adrienne and I would arrive for these meetings on the day of, and leave exactly 3 days later. We never stayed a minute longer than was necessary. The Idaho beta male running ahead of us, escorting us into the pack territory, picked up speed. We didn't bother to match it. We knew where we were traveling. Hell, I'd explored every inch of this territory far before the young wolf had. I had been here for its creation, had scouted every inch of the land with its first alpha. That had certainly been many years ago. I almost missed those days. The first Idaho alpha had been a great friend of mine. I didn't much care for the current alpha. He was too young, too disrespectful. Eventually, we lost sight of the beta male altogether. He knew we hadn't followed him, had huffed at our slow pace, and ran off all the same. A busy male, perhaps, one far too busy to pander to 2 obnoxious enforcer males. It didn't matter, as not long after, the sight of Idaho's main house appeared. My pace slowed as we approached the steps, Adrienne falling behind me to shift into his human form and clothe himself in the suit I had provided for him. But it was as I approached the entrance that something out of place caught my attention. I paused so abruptly in the grand doorway of the Idaho pack building that Adrienne walked right into me. "What is it?" he asked deeply, trying his best to keep all emotion from his voice, but there was a distinct level of weariness anyway. He must have truly sensed something wrong in my composure if he was daring to speak in the close vicinity of others. The blonde male, now leaning to my left, was allowing his eyes to scan what he could see of inside the building, assessing for possible threats. There were none. He cast me a fleeting glance, allowing only the smallest shift in expression to convey his confusion. I knew he wanted to implore more, to interrogate me on the sudden change in my demeanor. But he couldn't speak freely as he wished to do, as he would have had we still been in our territory. He couldn't, not here with so many foreign wolves in the area, where we had to keep a firm grasp on the masks we wore. I didn't answer him, not as I found my feet moving seemingly of their own accord. Step after step, my long legs carried me into the main house, taking me in a direction I did not recognize, following only a foreign scent that arrested my senses. It was impossible to describe the scent, impossible to understand why it called to me so. Like a gust of harsh autumn wind, powerful and unforgiving, and as rich as the earth after heavy rain. The peculiarity left me no choice, but to seek out its source, if only so I could understand the ambiguity of it. I followed the scent through foreign hallways until finally I found myself standing in what was clearly a kitchen, much larger than the one in my territory, no doubt used to feed the entire pack. And in its center, a lone female. She was taller, perhaps only a few inches shorter than I was, skin impossibly pale, and hair a soft red that matched the hazy heat that now simmered beneath my skin at the sight of her. I allowed my eyes to appraise her slowly, not wishing to miss a single detail. Can I help you?" were the first words she uttered towards me, her thin eyebrows knitting into a frown. Her tone, while clearly conveying her surprise at my sudden appearance, was strong and unwavering. She did not balk in my presence, did not flinch at the sight of me as others had before her. I knew my wolf, my mere presence, was a powerful force. Weaker wolves often cowered at the sight of me, and those who could withstand it for longer than a second soon grew restless. But I didn't recognize her as a current alpha or beta. Coffee was all I managed to grunt in return, the act of speech proving to be too difficult as my mind continued to reel in her proximity. Her scent was stronger now, overwhelming. Already, I struggled to keep myself from staring at the slender arch of her neck. I was just about to take it out. She slowly, pointedly, looked down at the tray she had assembled on the counter. "Idiot. She thinks you're an idiot." Rightfully so, as I continued to stare at her like a pup who had never seen a pretty female in his life. "Need help?" I asked, voice hoarse. I was at a loss for what else to say, but I desperately needed an excuse to remain beside her. "Sure, thanks." She was uncomfortable. Not because of who I was, not because of the ancient, vicious wolf that prowled beneath my skin, hungry to sink its teeth into any threat that faced us, that ensured all other wolves kept their distance. No, she was uncomfortable because I was staring so intensely. Adrien would be laughing his head off if he could see me now. She didn't move, and it took me all too long to realize she was waiting for me. I grabbed the heaviest tray on the counter. She grabbed the other and led us out of the kitchen towards the meeting room, leaving me to trail after her like a lost pup, desperate for the smallest morsel of her attention. The reaction to our arrival in the meeting room was instantaneous. Every single wolf in the room stared towards us, to me, carrying the tray of coffee as if I wasn't the second oldest, most deadly wolf in the room. Alfred, the oldest wolf in the room, would no doubt tease me endlessly, too, when he understood what was happening. Though certainly a terrifying male, he never passed up an opportunity to mock me. Samson, his beta, and another of my childhood companions were far more empathetic and soft-hearted males. I didn't see either of them yet, but I knew they would be here. In the corner of the room, I caught Adrien watching me. Instantly, he was up from his seat, eyes wide, looking entirely bewildered. And on the opposite side of the room, I caught the young Idaho alpha staring at my mate with longing and desire. The tray in my hands shook. The beast inside me roared. It wasn't often it prowled beneath my skin so restlessly as it did now. I had had centuries to master control of my instincts, and as a result, very little succeeded in mustering such a furious rage. I hadn't the luxury of such rage, of such reckless abandonment over my composure, not like the young wolves of this century that hardly knew what it felt to be so wild. For I had certainly spent the first century of my existence as an untamed force that rivaled that of even the older males. My instincts and urges had been more feral than those of my father, Alfred, and Samson. There had been days during my childhood when I had seemed more wolf than man. It had taken me more than a lifetime to maintain it, but I had maintained it. I was not to be like other alphas who struggled to control their powerful beasts. I remained in control, always. For I had to enforce such control on others. And yet here, now little under 400 years old, I wished to tear this building to the ground as I watched my mate stand by that young alpha's side. Acting female alpha for the Idaho pack, for that reckless pup Jacob Athen. Whatever relationship they had, I would be a fool not to recognize the intimacy of it. I couldn't look away from her as he spoke endlessly about pack transferals, about things I couldn't muster a single ounce to care about. My attention remained firmly locked on her. Amelia. That had been how that boisterous Alpha Fenton Delaney had addressed her. A fairly modern name that dated back to only the 18th century, or at least I certainly hadn't met anyone of the name previously. In fact, the only other Amelia I had ever met was not too dissimilar to my Amelia. She certainly hadn't been afraid when she came across me one morn on the foggy moors, when I was only young and still adjusting to my wolf shape. No, for a 19th century woman roaming the Yorkshire moors with no more than 2 hounds as her company, she had remained awfully composed when she had stumbled upon the small black wolf who had run from his parents during a morning walk. Especially so when the wolf had slowly shifted back into the form of a pale, dark-haired young boy. It seemed my Amelia seemed equally unbothered by my presence in her life, however sudden. She had barely cast me a single glance since the meeting had begun, muttering quietly and furiously to the alpha male beside her, until she caught my eye for the briefest of glances, as if her gaze had just happened my way, before quickly moving on to assess Adrienne beside me. Was I not enough to hold her attention? Did she not wish to acknowledge me as her mate? Had she found something disappointing in me? It was a devastating thought, one that stemmed from insecurities I didn't even realize I possessed. The unexpected thought that I wouldn't be enough left me near crumbling. Request to Colorado. The hesitant words of the Idaho Alpha drew my rapt attention from the red-headed female, who clearly desired nothing from me. Amelia Jefferson, 23, unmated. I couldn't have possibly stopped myself this time, as my eyes returned once more to her. This time, she met my gaze. Unwavering, unyielding. What game was she playing? Present. My mate. Heavens above, just saying the words out loud, acknowledging the bond between us, it all still seemed so surreal. Sounded like she took the news well. Adrienne was sprawled on one of my office chairs, legs draped over the arm. I knew he was watching me, waiting for me to finally say something, but instead, my attention was locked on the only window in the small room. I continued to stare out towards the woods, as if I could see through the trees and darkness to where I knew Amelia had stalked out of sight. Adrienne sighed. She'll be fine. Sandy and Logan are out there. If she gets in any trouble, they'll be by her side in a second. I heard him shift, and a faint glance in his direction showed he was now seated properly in the chair, leaning forward with his forearms resting heavily against the length of his thighs. He faced me with a solemn expression. Are you okay? It was my turn to sigh. I had told no one of the bond since returning to the pack, save for Adrienne, who had already sworn his secrecy on the matter. But it seemed now that everyone would know. I didn't care. I hadn't kept the news quiet to spare myself, but to spare Amelia any unwanted attention or pressure. Do you want me to leave you alone? Adrienne asked softly when it became apparent I wasn't responding to him. Still, I watched the window, waiting to see sight of her again. Another beat of silence passed between us until I heard him gather to his feet. I shouted at her. My voice was strained as I swallowed back my disgust. I had shouted at her, made her feel less than. A freak was what she had called herself. That was what existed at the center of all her insecurities, the belief, the fear, that she was other to the rest of the wolf community. She believed herself to be the only one different, and hated herself because of it. And I had shouted at her and truly made her feel abnormal. I had fed those insecurities, fed into her panic. Of course, she hadn't known what we were. I had already theorized as such, and yet the confirmation of it had still rendered me surprised. So surprised, I had flung it in her face like an accusation, as if I thought myself so important that it was an insult for her not have realized what was truly between us. I had allowed my frustration to get the better of me. And now my mate had wandered into the woods alone, in the darkness, away from me. Chapter 23. I hadn't been able to escape the main house fast enough. I was desperate for as much physical distance between Thaddeus and me as I could possibly get. I had to escape his overwhelming presence, had to escape that anger and hurt I had seen on his face. I wouldn't be able to think clearly otherwise. I wasn't sure I would be able to think clearly anyway. I could still feel his teeth against my neck, still feel his hands on my skin. So quickly had I gone from desiring his every touch to sheer all-consuming panic. That is what it had been to feel his canine on my neck, to feel his oncoming mark. A mate's mark was sacred. It was the most intimate connection a wolf could form. So sacred that some couples had even been known to plan entire ceremonies around the event. I had never considered the possibility of wearing a wolf's mark or receiving such an honor. And to be faced with that reality so suddenly. I fell to my knees, bones clashing against the hard earth so brutally, but I scarcely felt the pain. Hunched over, hands pressed flat into the ground, I breathed deeply, desperate to fill my lungs and dispel that crushing weight that pressed down against my chest. Yes, it had certainly been pure, unfiltered panic that had consumed my entirety. Even now, my breath remained labored, my heart pounded painfully in my chest, and as a nightly breeze washed over me, I could feel the cool flush of sweat that bathed my body. I had acted on instinct as I stalked from the house, away from the danger, my thighs burning at the speed at which I had pushed myself to escape. And now I was on my knees, all but sobbing like a blubbering pup. Pathetic. I forced myself to take note of my surroundings, forced myself to count my breaths until once again the very act of breathing did not feel like such a chore. I wasn't sure how long I had knelt there in the dirt. It was dark outside, the training area to the left completely empty, and the trainee cabins to the right all dark and motionless. Most wolves would be asleep. Good. It was only in this darkness and solitude that I was able to grasp control over myself once again. That, and I wished for no one to ever see me so vulnerable. I wanted nothing more than to escape into the trees, to explore the woodland at its darkest. Immersing myself in nature always worked best to calm me down, allowed me to think with greater clarity, when my emotions worked well to overwhelm me. But after the attack, I was hesitant. Nelson was not with me this time, and though it was unlikely to be hunted so late by a natural predator, if I were caught unaware, there would be no way to signal for help. Plus, I knew Sandy and Logan were out there somewhere. And if they sensed me nearby, I knew they might come looking. This wasn't a conversation I wanted to share with them. What's wrong with you? Someone appeared beside me all too suddenly. I was startled, hadn't sensed anyone's approach, too caught up in my thoughts. I was slow to my feet. It took nearly all my energy to rise, my legs shaking with the movement. But eventually, I met Dante face to face with a scowl warping my features. Dante looked awfully uncomfortable as he eyed my glassy eyes. I hadn't allowed myself to shed a tear, wasn't entirely sure why I wanted to cry in the first place. I was certainly overreacting. Any other wolf would have been overjoyed with the news. Again, any other wolf would have known weeks ago. What do you care? I snapped, not bothering to leash my irritation at the sight of him. He flinched at my tone. I crossed my arms tightly against my chest and looked away, hoping with my silence he would choose instead to walk away. Dante certainly wasn't someone I wanted to vent to. Are you okay? He tried again, despite my obvious aversion to his presence. When I remained silent, cursing myself internally and trying desperately to erase all emotion from my expression, he spoke again. Do you need help? Help. I wasn't sure what I needed, but I sure as hell hadn't expected such an offer from a wolf like him. Any surprise I felt was no doubt clear on my face. I'm good, I muttered abruptly, my voice thick. As an afterthought, I added, thank you. Dante nodded hesitantly, still eyeing me, clearly unconvinced of my well-being. Are you planning on staying out here by yourself? He asked, looking at my feet. In my haste to escape Thaddeus and his life-altering proclamation, I hadn't put on any shoes. I wiggled my toes against the cold grass. Do you want to come inside? The others are asleep. We don't have to talk. I was surprised even myself when I accepted Dante's offer, and 10 minutes later I was sitting on a somewhat worn sofa, with a steaming mug of tea in my hands. Dante, sitting on the opposite side of the small cabin's lounge area, held a similar mug of coffee. You're up late, I murmured quietly, not wanting to wake the other Nevada trainees, but knowing Dante would still be able to hear me. I didn't sleep very well last night, not since Richard told me what happened to our alpha. I could understand that grief affected us all in different ways. After Jacob had lost his mate, he had been barely able to function, wouldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and didn't shower or emerge from the main house for months. The pack itself had been crumbling fast. I had spent most of that time traveling between the other packs for him. Richard said you were loyal to his father. Knowing that bastard Russo is here in Colorado, close to Richard, Dante snarled, gulping back a large mouthful of his coffee. His hands were clenched tight against the mug. I can't stand it. He should be put down for what he did. I had yet to ask Thaddeus of Benedict Russo's whereabouts. I had been more concerned about Richard than to even think to question him about the murderous wolf. I had no idea how he planned to deal with him. Was Russo still in those silver chains? And Russo's mate, what of her? Richard wanted to stay here. I thought to tell Dante, hoping the information would provide him some comfort. But considering the circumstances, the Alpha Harris thought it safer if he stayed with the enforcers. More protection. More people to watch over him. Dante nodded his agreement, and a silence settled between us. Numbly, I sipped on my tea, eyes cast towards the ground. Dante did the same. Have you found your mate? I thought to ask after a few minutes had passed. The thought of my own mate is still too present in my mind. I certainly had not even begun to process the information yet. I felt detached, removed from the situation as if I were a spectator in my own life. I didn't have the capacity to even stop and think about it all. Dante leant back in his seat, head tilting ever so slightly. No. How old are you? 20. He answered with slightly narrowed eyes, but didn't comment on my peculiar line of questioning. And it doesn't bother you that you haven't found your mate yet? It had been all the wolves in Idaho could talk about. It was why I had distanced myself from them so much, another reason why I had felt so abnormal in their presence. I don't see a reason to worry. I'm going to find my mate eventually. It will happen when it's meant to happen. He paused, and I sensed he was weighing his next words. He was studying my face again, and I wondered if he could still see evidence of my distress. Did you lose your mate recently? That had me pausing. Did it appear as if I were grieving? Was that how truly distraught I had seemed when he came across me outside? What makes you say that? I asked with a frown. You're an enforcer now, aren't you? Isn't that the requirement? They say enforcers are those without mates because they no longer fear death, that they'll push themselves to the very end to help uphold the peace amongst the packs if they have to. I haven't lost my mate. Dante was frowning deeply now, his confusion apparent. I saw him on my neck, bare of a wolf's mark, saw his nostrils flare, and knew he was taking in my scent. He would be able to scent that I had yet to mate with someone, but he would also scent Thaddeus on me. Suddenly, he froze, realization seeping into his expression. Oh. Dante abruptly stood to his feet, looking pale all of a sudden. He's your mate? The Alpha, he hissed. Fucking hell, he's going to slaughter me. Dante was pacing now, running a hand through his hair. He won't. I put an Alpha's mate in harm's way. I injured an Alpha's mate, he said incredulously, shooting me a wide-eyed look. He absolutely will. You don't think he would have already done so? I asked calmly with a raised brow. You think he would have allowed me to visit here with Richard yesterday? Maybe he wants to catch me unaware. I'm dead. The male groaned, his head falling into his hands. I think you're overreacting. Have you met your mate? Dante snapped, glaring down at me. He's the most intimidating wolf I have ever laid eyes on. I've seen him spar before. It would take him 2 seconds to tear me apart. I doubted Dante had seen the true expanse of Thaddeus's skills. I had only witnessed him sparring in his human form. Never had I seen his skills in his wolf form. And I knew he sometimes held himself back when sparring against Logan. The trainer may be one of the best fighters I had ever witnessed, but I knew that if Thaddeus needed to be, he could be deadlier. Dante was right to be afraid of his power. Look, yes, you did overstep the rules of the challenge, and yes, you did nearly kill me. I rolled my eyes. But he's not going to enact revenge on you. It's not his place. I'm the one you should be worried about. I'm the one who has the right to claim retribution. My words didn't seem to calm him. Oh, I'd much rather you than him, he cried. It was wrong to find amusement in his fear, for I knew he truly was panicking right now. Nonetheless, I couldn't help the bubble of laughter that escaped. I had never seen him so worked up before. Gone was any shred of the cocky male I had once faced. Gone was the facade he had worn around the other trainees and me. He was just a young wolf prone to panic like the rest of us. Dante, I addressed softly. He stiffened and turned to face me. It's okay, I promise. He's not going to do anything to you. If anything, he's more mad at me than anyone else right now. What did you possibly do? He asked slowly, not seeming at all inclined to believe me. At least he had stopped his pacing. I walked out on him in the middle of an argument. You walked out on him? He spoke as if he couldn't believe I had dared to do such a thing to the great Alpha Harris. Clearly, I had grown too comfortable in Thaddeus's presence without even realizing. I trusted him not to hurt me, and he had allowed me enough freedom this past month that I knew he would not punish me for such a disrespectful move. Had I just been another pack wolf, there would be no question about the wrath I would face, but we were more than that, even without the mate bond. I never feared speaking up against him, even when I knew better. And he had yet to discipline me for such. In my defense, I had just found out we were mates. I was freaking out a little. What do you mean, just found out? Apparently calm enough now to sit down once again, Dante leant forward in his seat, eager to hear more. How do you know when you meet your mate? Well, it's instinct. Your wolf dash. Dante paused, eyes widening slightly. Oh, exactly, I sighed. It was just another pitfall of my genes. I had no wolf and thus no way of recognizing my mate. And he didn't tell you right away? Did he not accept the bond? That's pretty shitty. I'm sure he had his reasons, I bristled, feeling surprisingly defensive over Thaddeus despite my own feelings on the situation being fairly similar. It was pretty shitty, or at least it felt that way. Even if logically I knew there would be a justification for his actions, it was hard to think past those initial feelings of insecurity and wounded pride. Right? Dante muttered sheepishly, sorry. And that's why you were outside crying. I wasn't crying. Right, he drawled dubiously. But yes, that's why I was outside, not crying. And what are you going to do now? That was an awfully good question. Chapter 24. By the time I had finally returned to the main house, the sun had yet to rise. The house was awfully quiet, and I couldn't hear a single wolf awake. On the second floor, my bedroom door remained wide open, and I could clearly see the empty bed that awaited me. My stomach was in knots, and though I knew Thaddeus wouldn't be there, the disappointment was all the same. It had only been 2 nights that we'd slept together in the same bed, and yet the thought of returning to my bed alone seemed wrong given the circumstances. Not because I now knew us to be mates. The fact of the matter was that information seemed inconsequential in relation to my feelings for him. It hadn't been the mate bond that drew me to the powerful alpha male. It had been the male himself. I hadn't needed the mate bond for my attraction towards him to spark. I had been able to appreciate him without it. He had known we were mates, presumably since our very first meeting, and yet he hadn't said one word of it to me. He'd kept a respectful distance, stopped his advances when it was clear I hadn't wanted that from him, and had continued to train me, support me, all the same. I needed little time to think over my next actions, as I began to climb the small staircase that led to the top floor of the house, where Thaddeus's bedroom was situated. I was grateful for the privacy it would give us. Already, in our anger, we had revealed too much to the rest of the pack. It would have been smart of me to allow us more time to cool off, allow sleep to settle the ferocity of our argument. I certainly didn't want a repeat of before, but I couldn't wait so long. I needed to see him now, needed to talk through what had been said. My mate. It was an impossibility. Or so I had always believed. Most wolves barely made it to 20 without finding their mate. I was 23, soon to be turning 24. And Thaddeus. Thaddeus was almost 400 years old. For what possible reason had it taken him so long to find a mate? For what reason had he been condemned to be alone that long? It made no logical sense. Yet I knew he wouldn't lie. I found myself pausing in front of his door. It was firmly shut, but I knew he was in there, could faintly hear his even breaths. I hadn't been inside his room before, hadn't even seen it. Would I be welcome? Perhaps I should wait until morning to seek him out instead. My fist hesitated before the wood, frozen in the air as I debated whether or not to knock. Would he be angry with me? I had left so abruptly, so unwilling to listen to him. Would he want to listen to anything I had to say? Was he now furious that I had left him behind amidst a conversation so important? But had I stayed, I knew my frustrations would have only grown to the point where I would have no doubt spoken too abruptly and without thought, more so than I already had. And the panic, the anxiety I had felt, whether leaving had been the right thing to do or not, it had certainly been what I needed. So I couldn't allow myself to feel guilty for such. I entered the room without knocking, my steps hesitant as my eyes searched for him in the darkness. His bed was bigger than mine, built for his larger frame, and through the darkness I saw his bare back, the gray bedsheets collected around his slim waist and his head buried in his pillow. He didn't move, didn't notice my presence in the room. My breath quickened, and my hands were clammy, clenched into fists at my side as I approached him. When I came to a stop at his bedside, to my surprise, I found him awake, waiting for me. His dark eyes met mine, and for a moment, it felt as if I couldn't breathe. He said nothing as he pulled back the sheets, inviting me into his bed. I didn't hesitate to remove my clothes until I was left only in my underwear, and accepted his invitation to lie with him. He didn't embrace me in his arms like usual, didn't even move an inch towards me. I understood his actions for what they were, not a sign of a newfound disinterest in me, but an understanding and respect of the distance I needed in this moment. "I didn't think you were still waiting for your mate," I whispered. "I thought you were like the rest of your pack, grieving for a mate you had lost. Every day." His voice was deep, thick with sleep, as if I had indeed awoken him with my return, but he didn't seem annoyed. I truly hated how earnest he sounded. "You can't just say things like that," I breathed, all too aware of the way my chest ached at his words. "How the hell am I meant to stay mad at you?" Because I was mad. No matter how much I wished for any tension between us to disappear, no matter how much I wished for things between us to be as they were, I was mad at him. I resented the decision to keep such important information from me. It wasn't a good feeling to know I had been kept in the dark. And for him to lose control like that, to reveal the truth of our relationship so abruptly, while I had been at my most vulnerable. "Ideally, you're not going to stay mad." I rolled my eyes. "Ideally, we would have talked about this much earlier." There was a definite bite to my words, but he didn't react. After a pause, I couldn't help but ask in a much softer, hesitant tone, "Are you sure I'm your mate?" "Yes." There was no ounce of questioning in his tone. My eyes clenched shut, and I sighed deeply. "I don't feel anything that mates are meant to feel, I confessed. There were many different symptoms of a mate bond. I had heard them time and time again from my old pack mates and from my sister. The most apparent was the all-consuming pull one felt towards their mate from the very beginning. Like a magnet drawing you to one another. It was almost impossible to resist. But I hadn't felt that with Thaddeus. "It's likely why you don't feel the need to submit to alphas." Because I am one. Though he didn't say it, I knew that was what he meant. I was an alpha wolf by birth. I had been born destined to stand beside this alpha male before me. "That's because I don't have a wolf," I excused, voice beginning to tremble as the full gravity of the situation unfolded. "An alpha female. Not a freak, not an outcast, not a useless mongrel. An alpha female. Plenty of humans experience the alpha command." I felt stupid as the first tear escaped, rolling across my cheek and seeping into one of Thaddeus's pillows. His hand reached towards me, but came to a stop in the space between us. His fingers clenched into a fist, and his thick eyebrows pulled together into a frown. "Can I?" He released a wavering breath. "Can I hold you?" I only nodded, not quite trusting my voice. Thaddeus's relief was evident as I noted a tension in his body easing. He shifted closer to me and wrapped me in his arms, half pulling my body to rest against him. I pressed my face to his bare chest, eyes clenched as I breathed him in and sought the pleasure of his warmth. A tension I hadn't even known was present in my own body released. I melted into his embrace. Here, in his arms and in his bed sheets, completely and utterly surrounded by his scent, I felt any fears from our earlier argument begin to dissipate. It was clear he was not furious with me for walking away, as my anxiety had convinced me. For he still wanted me here, he still wished to hold me. "You were never at any of the annual meeting rotations," I murmured against his skin. "I'm almost 400 years old." I wasn't holding out much hope. "No, I suppose not. I was 20 when I stopped attending the mating rotations. Only 1 year older than the usual wolf, and I had given up. But 400 years. Why'd you keep yourself away for so long? It had been weeks since I had any idea of your interest in me. Would you have welcomed my advances had I pursued you immediately?" His voice was soft, gentle against my ears. I could feel the vibrations of his words rumble through his chest, and I allowed the intoxicating tone of his familiar voice to surround me. No, I answered honestly. A hand delved into my hair and cupped the back of my head. I felt his lips press to the crown of my head. Exactly. I was very much under the impression that you and Alpha Athen were engaged in a relationship. I had been surprised when he announced your transfer. But even then, you didn't seem affected by me at all. You were my soon-to-be alpha, and I didn't want anything to ruin that. I hadn't known, had no suspicions at all, and I'm not used to a pack where such casual relationships are allowed or welcomed. I'd spent years placing distance between Jacob and me, and then you came along, and I felt I was doomed to repeat it all. So I stayed away, determined to keep the distance between us, both physically and emotionally. And now that you know we're mates? I sighed, not entirely sure how to voice my frustrations. Pressing myself into him more, my hands clenched into loose fists against his skin. You knew this whole time? Since I first saw you in Idaho. I remembered his fierce gaze all too well. Remembered our stunted conversations and the fear I had felt with every interaction, desperate to please him so that I would be allowed to join his pack. Never would I have guessed that he had, in fact, been struggling with the weight of a mate bond. I thought you hated me. I thought for sure you had rejected my transfer. You didn't give any indication. I didn't know how to act, he confessed. It was such a shock, I had never expected it. And when you didn't react, when I saw how close you were to Athen, I assumed you had known but didn't want me, that you had chosen the young alpha instead. And then your transfer request was announced, and I wasn't sure what to think. I wouldn't have been so cruel to reject you like that. My voice caught, revealing the magnitude of emotions that forced more tears to my eyes. I truly hadn't known. I know that now. You never suspected that I didn't know? He sighed, and I felt my stomach clench at the small sound. Not until you were initiated into the pack. My instincts, my urges were wild, clawing at me to mark you. I nearly lost control when we exchanged blood, and the pack bond was completed. But you seemed so composed. That was the first time I suspected you didn't feel the connection to me at all. Composed, yes, but I had not felt unconnected to the alpha male. His very soul had called to me that night, under the moon's sacred light. Even now, the memory still lies fresh in my mind. That was the first and only night I had truly felt his power. I had basked in it, consumed its strength. At the time, I had questioned whether all wolves felt that same, staggering connection during officiation. Now I was almost certain they didn't. Had that been the mate bond, however brief, calling out to me? Was that how Thaddeus felt at all times in my presence? I knew it wasn't my fault. I couldn't be blamed for my nature, and I wouldn't apologize for such. But still, my heart ached at the thought of him struggling with this truth alone. I understood why he kept it from me now, I did. But it didn't remove the sting I felt to have been kept in the dark. And then to find out so suddenly, and to know he had known for so long. Embarrassed is how I felt in that heated moment. Stupid. What wolf was I if I couldn't recognize my own mate? Now those shattering emotions had subdued slightly, but they did not disappear altogether. There was still a lingering sense of shame and a feeling of inadequacy. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Once things between us developed, I asked meekly, finding myself afraid of the answer. You were still so hesitant to be with me. And he cut off, pulling back from me just enough that our eyes could meet. And I was afraid. Afraid? I whispered the words so quiet they were almost silent on my lips. Afraid that you would pull away from me altogether. That's exactly what I had done. I'm sorry. Not because I had not recognized him as my mate, not because of how the reveal had made me feel, not even for how I had reacted. I was sorry I had hurt him, that I had confirmed his worst fears, if only for a few hours. You do not have to apologize, he uttered fiercely, cupping my face between his large hands. I understand this might be difficult for you. I shouldn't have kept it from you so long, and this wasn't at all how I had envisioned telling you. I'm the one who is sorry. Thank you, I murmured, drawing myself even closer. Thank you. Our faces were level now. Thumbs grazed gently against my cheek, and a small sigh of satisfaction parted my lips. His head tilted towards me, his wide mouth brushing delicately against my own before pulling back. But I needed more. I craved the comfort his affection could provide me, and I didn't hesitate to return his kiss with more confidence. "Can I stay here tonight?" I asked against his lips. I felt his grin. "You can stay here every night." Chapter 25. I awoke that morning for the first time in Thaddeus's arms. It was an odd, comfortable feeling. Thaddeus's heat seeped into me as his body pressed against my back and his thick arm wrapped around my waist. His even breaths on my neck were slow and calming. I had never woken in anyone's embrace before. I liked it. The alarm clock flashed red numbers. It was later than I usually woke. I'd missed another morning training session with Thaddeus. Missing several in a row was annoying, but with this alternative, I couldn't be too mad. I was more surprised Thaddeus was still in bed. As Alpha, he kept a busy schedule, training, patrols, settling disputes, organizing the pack, and now training Richard. I turned in his arms as slowly as I could without waking him. He looked so peaceful like this. Nothing like the ferocious alpha he was forced to be in front of other packs, or even the strong male he presented himself to his pack. He was just a male, sleeping, features settling into softness. The usually scowl, furrowed brows, and taut mouth were gone. I barely had the heart to wake him, but knew, like me, he preferred to start his day early. "Thaddeus," I murmured softly, brushing my fingertips across his face. I dragged my touch lightly across his cheek, drawing down towards his lips. "Thaddeus." He didn't wake, his even breath steady and undisturbed. "Thaddeus," I murmured again, replacing my hand with my mouth as I pressed my lips to his in a feather-like kiss. I pulled back just as a smile curved across his mouth. "Good morning," he whispered, eyes half-lidded with sleep. "I'd certainly say so," I said, my expression twinned to his own with a satisfied grin. We spent longer than we should have in bed, but I didn't mind missing training with Logan. I couldn't leave Thaddeus as his lips trailed down my neck and his hands roamed. It was a good morning, surrendering fully to him. An hour later, we finally left the bed and stumbled into the kitchen, completely satisfied. My smiles didn't last long, though. Breakfast was an exceedingly awkward affair. A few wolves ate together in the morning, with training times staggered and busy schedules. But here I was, between Sandy and Logan, Thaddeus opposite me, and a few enforcer wolves nearby. Alpha Alfred, whose stay in Colorado I'd nearly forgotten, sat at the table's end. His amused gaze darted between Thaddeus and me. I ignored it. No one spoke, and the silence was suffocating. I stared at my plate, avoiding glances. If not me, they looked at Thaddeus, who didn't seem bothered. I was under no illusion as to whether or not everyone now knew of my relationship with Thaddeus. We had certainly screamed at each other loud enough for the whole house to have heard. And for those that hadn't, word of it would surely spread quickly. Alpha Alfred's presence made things worse. Few dared look at the Alaskan Alpha. His presence put the enforcer wolves on edge. I always found it fascinating how much an alpha's presence could affect lower-ranked wolves. Many avoided alphas, unable to handle their presence without feeling overwhelmed. I accidentally met the Alaskan Alpha's gaze and turned away, heat rising up my neck. He laughed, a deep sound that made other wolves flinch. Some left the room. Good to know he found this so amusing. He didn't speak, though, and no one else in the room acknowledged the tension. Until, that is, the silence was broken by a loud voice trickling through the open doorway. "She's what?" I heard Nelson shout clear as day from somewhere in the house. "Amelia. Amelia, where are you?" I groaned, burying my head in my arms as I heard Nelson's hurried footsteps throughout the house, growing closer and closer. He would find me in seconds. There was no way of avoiding this. Besides me, Sandy snickered. I shot her a look, but she only smirked at me in return. "You!" Nelson hissed, one long finger pointed towards me, suddenly appearing in the doorway. I jumped at the volume of his words. Far too loud for so early in the morning. "Why am I only just hearing that you two?" He gestured towards Thaddeus, our mates. "Why didn't you tell me?" He accused loudly. "I didn't tell anyone." I defended, cheeks hot with embarrassment. I didn't know. Well, that's not technically true. Technically, you told everyone, Logan input. I threw the mail to my left a sharp glare. Technically, I uttered through gritted teeth, nodding towards Thaddeus. He told everyone. Why am I always the last to know? Nelson groaned, shoulders slumped in defeat. The look of despair on his face was almost heartbreaking, almost, because I knew it to be fake. The pup was trying to make me feel guilty. The little jerk. Maybe if you didn't sleep like the dead, you'd have heard first. Isn't your room right by Amelia's? How did you even sleep through it? Sandy laughed. You weren't even in the house last night. Nelson snapped. How did you know before me? Adrienne told me, Sandy said smugly, just as the beta wolf appeared in the doorway behind Nelson. Adrienne, I snapped. The male had no doubt been the one to tell Nelson, too. He held up both hands in innocence. Hey, nearly everyone else knew by this point. And I'd like to point out that I kept this to myself for, 5 weeks. Adrienne knew before me? My glare now turned towards Thaddeus, who I swore nearly flinched under my fury. And let's not pretend he didn't know either. Adrienne continued, not giving Thaddeus a chance to defend himself. The beta gestured towards the Alaskan alpha, who was now grinning widely at the scene unfolding before him. Thaddeus, I uttered quietly, my tone deadly. Just how many people knew before me? Amelia, the thick Scottish drawl of Alfred's voice drew my gaze to him before Thaddeus could speak. His stare was heavy, but I didn't look away. The male chuckled. I did nae need anyone to tell me. Ye are evidence all by yourself. The anger that had been simmering within me cooled slightly, but I tensed at his ambiguous words. What do you mean? I asked with hesitation. Ye spar with alphas, ye reprimand them without fear. Ye meet my eyes as if you do nae fear a challenge. Ye are an alpha wolf without doubt. He grinned. Oh. My posture relaxed, and I dared to glance over at Thaddeus sheepishly. Perhaps I had been too quick in my anger. Nate mentioned he was infatuated with ye, Alfred added, nodding towards Thaddeus, who rolled his eyes in response. I heard sniggers from beside me and by the doorway. The pack was certainly enjoying this. I wasn't infatuated, Thaddeus drawled, speaking up for the first time. Still, he shot the Alaskan alpha a sharp glare, as if to say, shut up. I was at the alpha meetings, boyo. I saw you trailing after her like a pup, saw you staring at her every second of the 3 days. Sandy howled beside me, her laughter encouragement for the others to follow suit. Thaddeus was scowling at his friend, then at his packmates. You're delusional, he brushed off. There was a smile tugging at his own lips, though. You should have seen him this past month. Adrienne continued the teasing. He wouldn't leave her alone. I can believe that. The Alaskan alpha grinned. You honestly never thought you'd have a mate? Not even a secondary bond with someone? Sandy asked me when we were alone later that evening. Thaddeus and Alpha Alfred left after breakfast. Today marked his parents' death anniversary. I wasn't sure how they honored his parents, but both disappeared into the trees and hadn't returned. It was nearly dark, and I worried they wouldn't come back tonight. No, I sighed, picking at the threads of the blanket sprawled across my lap. Sandy and I had settled in her bedroom, both sat on her bed, buried in the copious amount of decorative cushions she had. I still couldn't understand the sheer amount of belongings that littered her room. My room seemed so bare in comparison. So you thought you'd be alone forever? Did you not ever think about living with the humans, finding companionship that way? Whether I shift or not, I am a wolf. I was raised this way, and any other life would seem unnatural. Besides, the implication that I need companionship is insulting. I am more than enough. I don't feel incomplete without a partner. And I'm not alone, I have you and Nelson, don't I? I'd sincerely like to hope Nelson and I are strictly platonic companionship for you. I waved off her comment, explaining, the point is, I didn't need a relationship. This thing with Thaddeus just happened. I was hardly seeking it out. It definitely didn't just happen, Sandy argued, using air quotes. Honestly, I'm surprised he lasted this long. I know how powerful the bond can be. It wasn't the mate bond that drew me to him, you know? I said, perhaps a little too fiercely. Sandy nodded, her short, glossy hair dancing across her shoulders as she did, and murmured, "It's okay if it was, though. It's important to me that it wasn't." I couldn't explain why exactly it was important. I wasn't quite sure myself. Perhaps I hated the lack of agency the bond seemed to suggest. I had chosen this path with Thaddeus. I hadn't been forced into it because of some deep-rooted bond connecting us. And perhaps I needed to know Thaddeus chose me too. You never felt the mating bond? Not even once. No, not when I met him in Idaho. I mean, I'm attracted to him. I enjoy spending time with him. My voice dropped quieter. I think about him all the time. But that isn't the mating bond. That's just how I feel about him. Just lust my ass, Sandy scoffed, throwing my words from a few days ago back in my face. Yes, she had certainly been right about that. My relationship with Thaddeus was far more than just lust. But at the time, that prospect had seemed so unbelievably frightening. The bond only pulls your attention. It makes any feelings of attraction, all-consuming, yes, but it doesn't affect your emotional feelings towards one another. It doesn't force you to fall for one another. You don't have to be with your mate. It was my turn to scoff, asking incredulously, "How many rejections have you heard of in the past 50 years? She rolled her eyes and threw a small cushion my way, the padded fabric hitting my face. That's not because the bond takes away your free will or your right to choose. It just connects you to the one you're most compatible with. That doesn't mean you'll be this perfect pairing where nothing ever goes wrong. You still have to build a relationship. You'll still make mistakes. You still have to put the work in." All my life, it seemed that everyone else was more obsessed with my inability to shift than I was, and when I grew older, that obsession shifted towards the idea of my mate, or my lack of one. As my peers all found their mates and settled into their lives together, I knew they pitted me for not having the same life they had. I resented it. And I resented them. It was insulting, the idea that their lives were better than mine, that my life was incomplete because I lacked a mate. It made me feel abnormal, more so than I already did. That's one of the reasons why I was so desperate to come here, I confessed. It's almost cultish, isn't it? Sandy mused. The way some pack wolves are so obsessed with this idea of being in a relationship, as if the idea of being alone is so ludicrous. Even those of them that lose their mate are so desperate to form a secondary bond. And anyone who doesn't follow that is seen as odd. You know that's why we're here? To escape that mindset, to explore what it's like to be alone together, to be able to breathe free from those suffocating views. It's understandable that you feel the way you do about mate bonds. But now that you and Harris have found each other, don't let that same resentment of a bond hold you back. Don't fixate on it. If you don't want to focus on the bond, you don't have to, especially if you don't feel the bond. All that matters is you want to be with him, and he wants to be with you. Thank you, I murmured. I'm glad I came here. I feel like I belong, and not just because of Thaddeus. Because of all of you, because of how this pack differs from the rest. I'm glad you came here too. Sandy reached out and grabbed my hand, offering it a supportive squeeze. Now, tell me about the sex. Is it amazing, right? The sex I had with my mate was easily the best I'd ever had. Don't get me wrong, when Harris and I were together, it was fantastic. He was certainly a giving lover, but it was never anything more than that. But the sex with my mate, truly mind-blowing, am I right? She grinned, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively. Sandy, I groaned, throwing my head back as I fought the fierce blush quickly scorching my face. Sorry, she laughed. Is it too weird talking about this, knowing I slept with him? Gods, you don't hate me for that, do you? No, of course not. What happened between you two has nothing to do with me. Just because we're mates, it doesn't suddenly entitle me to be angry with you. Okay, good. So then, about the sex, tell me everything. She demanded, only to gasp suddenly, eyes growing wide. Oh shit, wait, is it going to be awkward between you and the Idaho Alpha when you see each other in a couple of days, now that you and Harris are together? I'm seeing Jacob in a couple of days? I frowned. What was she talking about? The mating rotations, she stated simply, as if it were obvious. They're held in Idaho this year, right? Harris usually sends a couple of enforcers to escort the trainees to the hosting pack, but he said he'd go this year so you could see your family again. Has he not told you yet? My heart swelled at just how thoughtful Thaddeus was. This wasn't the first time he had thought of me like this. He had invited me to Nevada with him after all, also I could see Jacob again. And he had known. He had known back then that we were mates, and still, he gave me the chance to reunite with the male I had held feelings for. I had witnessed countless times the extent of a wolf's possessiveness and jealousy around other wolves who posed no threat. Yet Thaddeus had gone so far to provide me the opportunity to reunite with the male I loved, a true rival for my affections. Thaddeus knew I had hated Jacob's protective and controlling tendencies, and he had allowed me true freedom despite his own desires. But Jacob, damn. I was going to see Jacob again, after the tension of our parting in Nevada, with another alpha that now held my affections. This couldn't go well. Chapter 26. Do you think you're going to find your mate this year? I asked Dante as we waited outside the pack house. Today was the day we would set off for Idaho, the mating rotation beginning in just a day's time. Thaddeus and I had awoken at our usually time at 6 a.m. for our morning training session, but the scheduled trainee sessions would be canceled until our return. Most of the trainees had gathered, around 19 wolves in total, waiting to begin the journey to Idaho for this year's mating rotation. It was impossible to miss the nervous energy that hummed between them all. After all, meeting your mate was a sacred thing, something most wolves dreamed of their entire childhood. A wolf could meet their mate as early as 16, but the majority found each other around 18, and, of course, it was almost unheard of for a wolf to meet their mate past the age of 20. Not with the mating rotations serving so well to integrate the young pack wolves. If it happens, it happens, Dante shrugged, but I noted the coy smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Come on, I laughed, nudging him. It's okay to be excited, you know. I know, he breathed, smiling a little wider now. But, is it wrong that I don't want to meet them yet? What do you mean? I wanted to finish my training. If I meet them now, it's going to be so much harder to last the remaining year. So Dante had not been one of the new trainees that arrived in Colorado when Nelson and I had. He'd either been here for a year already, if he'd signed up for the 2-year training program, or 4 years. You want to continue your training? Even if you find your mate? I asked, slightly surprised. When Mitchell, my brother in mating, had met Marguerite, he'd just finished the first 2 years of his 5-year training and was eager to move to Idaho to be with her. He hadn't seemed to regret his decision at all. I've worked hard this past year. I've learned so much, grown a lot, but I know I have so much more to learn. I think our sparring session was evidence of that. I want to continue to better myself as much as I can, and I just don't think I can do that if I cut my training short. Wow, I commented, immensely impressed by his ability for self-reflection and awareness. Not to mention that he was one of the first pack wolves I had met that didn't seem to be so obsessed with the idea of settling down with their mate. Perhaps it was only Idaho wolves that were like that. That's really admirable. Plus, I don't want to leave Richard alone. He needs as much support as he can get, and I figured he'd be training here for at least a year. He doesn't have anyone else left. With his father dead, Richard was now an orphan. I knew his mother, the Nevada alpha female, had died during childbirth, as many female wolves did. Conception was difficult for wolves, and childbirth even more so, despite their quick healing. That was, after all, how Amelia, Jacob's mate, had died, along with their child. I really had misread Dante when I first met him. Sure, he had been a total jerk, and that was just going to remain a fact. But he wasn't just a jerk. He wasn't just some two-dimensional character I could write off as one thing. He was a jerk. He was cocky, still to be trained, but he was also a loyal pack wolf who cared about Richard, who grieved losses, who was capable of recognizing his weaknesses and mistakes and wished to better himself. I heard my name being called out and turned to see Nelson swaggering towards me with a grin on his face. Who's ready for a road trip? Nelson didn't even look towards Dante, didn't acknowledge the male at all. Dante rolled his eyes, shot me a look and turned away to join the other wolves from the Nevada cabin. It looked like Dante was not lying about his distaste for Nelson. It wasn't like he was without a point either. Nelson did get special treatment, I couldn't argue that. He stayed in the main house after all, and not in the Arizona cabin with the rest of the trainees from his pack. He ate with the inner pack and spent a lot of time with Sandy and me. I could understand why that might frustrate Dante. Road trip. I asked with an arched brow. You and Alpha Harris are driving, aren't you? You won't be traveling with the rest on foot if you can't shift. Thought I could join you. Have ourselves a little party, he laughed. That wouldn't help things at all if Nelson traveled with Thaddeus and me rather than the rest of the wolves. And perhaps I was hoping for some alone time with Thaddeus? You're hardly going to be messing around in the car, are you? He asked mockingly. Nelson. I laughed, cheeks flushing. That's not the point. You're running with the rest of the wolves. You don't get to be lazy in the car. It's not fair to everyone else. Fine, he sighed, pouting. But I want a full tour of Idaho from you once we all arrive. I want to be introduced to your family as your best friend, and I want to stay with you while we're there, he negotiated. You will get a tour and an introduction, but you will stay in whatever cabin you're told to, and that's final. Nelson narrowed his eyes. Someone seems to be settling into the role of alpha. I hope you're not too important now to be friends with little OL me. You're such an idiot. Nelson did, in fact, travel with the rest of the wolves to Idaho, escorted by 2 enforcers I recognized as the ones who had found me with Sandy after the mountain lion attack. I couldn't remember their names, but they had offered me smiles before the group commenced their long journey. As they would all be traveling in their shifted forms, they were able to travel the most direct route. It would still take them over 11 hours to arrive, and with breaks and hunting food factored into their journey, they would be camping overnight in the forest before they arrived in Idaho's interior. Thaddeus and I's journey would take over 13 hours by car, and after a 10-hour drive with minimal breaks, we had finally pulled over to rest for the night. Unlike my first 2 trips with Thaddeus, we hadn't stopped at a motel, but instead were also camping in the forests. Unlike Nelson and the other trainees, we had the luxury of a tent. The others could stay in their wolf forms throughout the night to stay warm, but I didn't have that option. In fact, I was still shivering as we settled into the tent for the night, and I was infinitely thankful to be sharing the bed with Thaddeus and take full advantage of his body heat. We hadn't kissed since this morning, and he hadn't touched me other than to hold me as we awaited sleep. His head was buried in the crook of my neck, his mouth only a breath away. It didn't worry me, but it was surprising considering the fact that he was currently pressed hard against my ass in our current position. Thaddeus? I asked, whispering. Yeah, he grunted, voice thick and sluggish as I interrupted his sleep. When we get there, to Idaho, are you going to fall into your usual act of a cold, reserved alpha? Are we going to pretend I'm nothing but another pack member? It would explain the unusual lack of intimacy between us. I had learned rather quickly that Thaddeus was a very affectionate male. The wolves in Idaho would be able to scent Thaddeus on me if anything happened between us so close to our arrival. Does the thought of that upset you? He asked slowly, hesitantly. I felt his arm around my waist tighten. No, I answered honestly. I'd have to have a rather large ego to be bruised by something like that. I'm pretty confident with myself and us. I just want to know what to expect, and if I need to watch what I say while we're there. Thaddeus didn't answer my question, avoiding it with his own. Do you want to tell people? Were we playing some weird mind games right now? Why wasn't he being direct with me? My hand brushed over his own that was settled on my stomach, grabbing it to thread my fingers through his. I shifted so I was no longer lying on my side, but on my back, my neck arched towards him. I made out his face in the darkness, so the frown that marred his handsome face. I have absolutely nothing to hide, I assured him, squeezing his hand gently. I'd be happy to tell my family, but I understand that you have a role to fill around the other packs. And if you need to hide our relationship to do so, then I won't tell anyone. I'll keep my distance. But I don't want to be caught off guard when we get there. Thank you, he breathed. I recognized the relief in his expression. Had he been worried that I would be angry? Or was he worried that I wouldn't want to tell anyone about us? I hadn't thought this through, if I'm being honest. I just wanted you to be able to see your family again. I know how hard it was for you to leave them. I know how upset you were. Yes, of course. He had heard me crying that first night after leaving Idaho. I think it's best for now that we keep up pretenses. Until Adrienne and I can discuss how things might change, considering our relationship. What happens when you mark me? Thaddeus's eyes darted towards my neck at the first mention of the word mark. What do you mean? We can hide the bond for now. But once you mark me, I won't be able to leave Colorado without a wolf scenting you on me. I don't want to be restricted to Colorado all my life. You won't be, he sighed. I promise. We'll figure it out. I nodded, and that was seemingly the end of the conversation as Thaddeus readjusted his hold on me and settled into his pillow. We didn't speak, but I knew when he had finally drifted to sleep, all the while sleep seemed to elude me. I would see him tomorrow, Jacob. What would I say to him? What could I say that would make this any easier? He was the male I had loved and then rejected, a male who I knew still cared for me deeply. As much as I missed him, I knew for certain I was not looking forward to reuniting tomorrow morning. When we finally arrived in Idaho, it took me more than a minute to readjust to the familiar sights. I recognized all the wolves I saw, those who I had grown up amongst, but Beta Marie was the first friend I found. Thaddeus had already stalked off upon our immediate arrival, of which I had already been informed he would do. He needed to regroup with his enforcers so they could debrief every detail of their journey and reassure him that the trip had gone smoothly. And then he would need to speak to Jacob, as was customary for another alpha visiting his land. Beta Marie had been the one to escort us into the territory, the beta female running in wolf form ahead of the car. And it had taken me all of 2 seconds once we had come to a stop to leap from the vehicle and embrace her fiercely. We had been speaking now for at least 10 minutes, the majority of our conversation consisting of me filling her in on every detail of my training, taking extra care to avoid focusing too much on Thaddeus's participation when we were interrupted. Amelia. The sound of my name, breathless on Jacob's lips, had me tensing where he stood. Beta Marie glanced over my shoulder with a frown. I didn't have the strength to turn around and acknowledge him, not when there was a fear beginning to eat away at me from the inside out. I had almost forgotten, enjoying Beta Marie's company so much, that I would have to face Jacob today. I certainly hadn't thought it would be so soon. The last time I had seen Jacob was in Nevada. He had begged me not return to Colorado. I had rejected him, begged him to stop. I still remember the feel of his lips brushing mine, still remember the way my gut lurched. Perhaps this was a mistake. I shouldn't have come here, no matter how much I wished to see my family again. I wasn't sure I was strong enough to endure this confrontation. Amelia, he spoke again, my name a soft whisper. I felt his fingers grasp my wrist gently, tugging me until I spun to face him. He looked tired. Tired, but hopeful as he appraised me, his eyes skimming my face. He wouldn't find what he was looking for. I couldn't offer him a smile or any semblance of reassurance that I had returned for him. I didn't want to give him false hope, more than my presence alone had already done. I couldn't say anything. The words caught in my throat as I stood before him, frozen, mouth agape. What could I possibly say that would make this any easier? I was brutally aware of Beta Marie's retreating figure. I wanted more than anything to ask her to stay, or for Thaddeus to reappear by my side. Was Thaddeus searching for Jacob now, or had he already spoken to him? As much as I prayed for the comfort of his presence, I knew that I was not the best at hiding my true feelings. Jacob would instantly spot my affections for Colorado Alpha. Jacob's soft smile flattened. Are you here for the mating rotations? Yes, I responded curtly, wrapping my arms around myself. Jacob shifted, and I noticed a muscle in his jaw twitch. You're still looking for your mate then? Something about his tone of voice seemed disappointed. I felt a small ounce of resentment for Jacob grow in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't fair at all, for him to hold distaste towards my believed desire for a mate. I was not his. He had had his mate, and however horrible it had been to lose her, it was not my duty to be with him now. I had every right to keep him at arm's length, as I had done for so many months prior to my departure for Colorado. Isn't that what most wolves would do in my position? I deflected. Coward, I reprimanded myself internally. You have a mate. Tell him. I knew I should tell him. The sooner he found out, the easier it would be. But Thaddeus had asked me to keep our bond to myself, and I knew for certain that Jacob would not take the news well. Despite this, at the mercy of his solemn expression, the urge to spill the news was growing. I had to escape this conversation. I need to escape him so I can collect myself and plan how to handle this difficult situation. Which cabin have you assigned to Colorado? I asked when it became apparent that Jacob had nothing else to say. You're staying with him? Jacob's brows pulled into a deep frown, the corner of his lips wilting. I am a part of his pack now, I said, almost too sharply. Had it been any other wolf with Thaddeus, there would be no question as to them staying in the Colorado cabin. I thought you'd stay with your family, he grunted. It's the same cabin that was assigned for the meetings. 2 bedrooms. My pulse jumped at the mention of the separate bedrooms. Did Jacob suspect my relationship with Thaddeus? Or was I being paranoid? I was all too aware that only 1 bedroom would be used. Even if Thaddeus and I could not be intimate together for the duration of our stay, there was no chance I wished to stay in another room entirely. I'm going to get settled, I murmured, eyes shifting away. It was ridiculous, the guilt I felt right now. There was no reason for me to feel guilty. I had done nothing wrong. Yet that wounded look on Jacob's face at my dismissal nearly wrecked me. Can we talk? Later on today, can we talk privately? I swallowed back a lump in my throat, not finding it in me to say anything in response. I offered him an abrupt nod and turned away. Chapter 27. I'd barely made it 2 feet from Jacob when the sound of my name had me halting abruptly. I managed to turn to face him just in time to see the young male stalking towards me with determination set across the cut of his jaw. His expression was hard, movements sharp. Long legs crossed the short distance between us in a second. I was pulled to him, balance askew as my body fell into his. Before I could object, his mouth slanted across my own with a bruising force. His hands gripped my forearms tightly, as if he already knew once he let go, he would lose me entirely. I wrenched myself from Jacob, features twisted in fury. An aching sense of betrayal weighed heavily in the depths of my gut, spreading to envelope my entire chest. It seemed impossible to breathe as I glared at the male in front of me, the male who would now not meet my eyes, his head hung in rightful shame. Jack Dash, the hiss of my voice was overshadowed. From across the grass, a snarl cut through the air. Thaddeus's snarl was distinct, sharp, and vicious. Successful in gaining the attention of all wolves in the vicinity. He had found us. Jacob and I were not alone out here in the middle of the inner territory, on the edge of the towering trees. Pack wolves were within distance to have seen everything, and were certainly now aware of the tall, ancient alpha across the distance, by the main house, anger coiled in every inch of him. What had Jacob done? My face blanched as the full reality of this situation hit me. He would kill him. He would rip the other alpha apart. Thaddeus's face was twisted into pure unfiltered rage, his expression enough for nearby wolves to flinch. I had never seen him like this. So wild. Only 1 moment from falling apart entirely. He was on the edge, his body vibrating with energy, the power of his oncoming shift pulsing through every inch of his muscular body. The alpha male marched towards me, his long legs eating up the distance, and I felt my whole body still, watching his approach with my heart in my throat. I was so brutally aware that this powerful male was mine, my mate, my other half. While other wolves were scrambling to escape his path, I stood waiting for him to reach me. Jacob had backed away, sensing that Thaddeus was 2 seconds from shifting and tearing someone apart. He was smart enough to know he was the source of that very fury, and he would certainly be the first victim of Thaddeus's anger. Thaddeus reached me, rough hands grabbing my shoulders and pulling me into his body with a force great enough to force the air from my lungs. Still snarling, his face pressed to my exposed neck, rubbing his scent onto me, marking me as his. I knew what was coming next, even before I felt his teeth at my flesh. Thaddeus. I snapped firmly. No. He stilled, and every single muscle of his body tensed. But he listened. I pulled back, barely creating any distance between us at all, but enough for me to grab his face between my hands and force his eyes to meet my own. I felt his breath on my lips, the heavy pants harsh as his chest rose and fell in steady waves. His eyes, already so dark, were now almost black, completely swept up in the force that was his enraged emotions. Jacob had disappeared entirely now. The Idaho Alpha, the male who had been such a loyal friend to me for nearly all of my life, had wisely realized this was not a battle he would win. Calm down. Unlike the last time he had almost marked me, I had accepted that his mark was something I would wear. My talk with Sandy had helped cement such a decision. But it would not be in Idaho, under the eyes of half the pack, and a result of his loss of control. For there were so many wolves now, frozen in place in the near vicinity, all of them watching. There was no doubt about the nature of our relationship now. They could all see, with their clear sight, and all hear with their sharp hearing. At least 30 wolves had all seen the alpha male bury his head in my neck, and could all see his arms wrapped around me in a tight embrace. And they had all seen his reaction to Jacob's advances. No male acted so fiercely except to protect their mate or pack. So much for not letting anyone know. I added Riley when I was sure that he was calm enough to control his animalistic urges and not try to force his mark on me. His face found its way back to the crook of my neck. Against my skin, I felt his smile and the deep vibrations of his laugh. "I'm sorry." I shrugged, explaining, "I'm not bothered about people knowing. I meant to mark you. I knew that you wouldn't." I trusted Thaddeus. I trusted him to control his urges when it came to my safety and to respect my boundaries. He had shown me such through every single step of our relationship. I had no reason not to trust him. Don't kill him. Don't hurt him. Please. He didn't know that you're my mate. I don't care what his feelings are towards you. I do not care if he wishes to pursue you. He snarled the last 2 words. He forced himself on you. And that I cannot forgive. I know, I uttered, distress clear in my tone. I'll deal with it, though. Not you. I need to confront this myself. I do not want him to ever set foot inside a room with you alone, he growled, the sound rumbling through his chest. And if I ever see him do that to you again, I will drive my fist through his face so hard he will choke on it. The pack was still watching us. All at what they perceived to be a safe distance from Thaddeus's fury, their wide eyes locked onto our figures. I could hear their low murmurs from here, but couldn't discern anything specific. Another snarl from deep within Thaddeus silenced them entirely. And as he slowly lifted his head from my shoulder and arched towards them, it was the deadly promise in his eyes that had them scattering. He's your mate. Marguerite, my younger sister, was always someone who got straight to the point. I had forgotten just how quickly gossip could travel through the pack. And after the 10-minute walk to her and Mitchell's cabin with Thaddeus at my side, it seemed the news of what had transpired had reached her before I could. I stared down at the mug of green tea she had offered me, my hands wrapped around the hot porcelain. Yes, Thaddeus and Mitchell had stepped out, the head hunter more than happy to reunite with Thaddeus in the years since he had trained in Colorado. I was thankful for the privacy it offered Marguerite and me to catch up, but I remained hesitant regardless. It wasn't often a conversation between Marguerite and I didn't lead to conflict. And still no hint of your wolf? My sister asked with a frown, sipping on her own mug of coffee. Your wolf, she asked, as if I had one and it were simply in hiding. I looked away, towards the hallway that led to the 3 bedrooms, hers and Mitchell's, and her 2 children's. I hadn't seen any sign of them. They were probably playing with the other young pups right now, eager to catch a glimpse of all the new wolves that had traveled for the mating rotations. I remained silent, my lips pressed tight together. What? She urged when I didn't respond. Am I not enough as I am? I asked softly, not in shyness, but as a way to calm the quiet rage now rolling like a growing wave inside of me. Can you not accept me as I am without a wolf? I didn't mean it like that, she insisted, frowning at me. How did she mean it then? I could never understand this obsession with my nature. At first, it had been expected. The entire pack, including myself, had been desperate to understand the peculiarity of my situation. A wolf unable to shift was unheard of across the American packs. But as I learned to accept my inability to shift, it seemed not everyone could. Regardless of whether this curiosity only stemmed from concern, every question about said wolf led me to grow more and more bitter. I was tired of it. Tired of everyone seemingly waiting for this all-important wolf to finally make an appearance. I had been made to feel incomplete. I had been made to feel wrong. I had been made to feel like an outlier from the pack of wolves. And that had, after all, been why I had been so desperate to travel to Colorado. What better place was there for me to be but amongst the other wolves who existed outside of pack norms? Even if I had not truly understood just who the enforcer pack was initially, everything I had learned since only affirmed my choice. There I was not made to feel other. And if I were an outlier from the other packs, so were they. Amelia, my name cut through the quiet of the cabin. I turned to find Thaddeus's large form filling the doorway, alongside Mitchell, who stood a step inside the room. Thaddeus's expression was impassive as he met my eyes, but I knew that was just a mask of whatever emotions he truly felt. In the presence of others, even my family, he would keep himself guarded. Mitchell, my brother in mating, was looking towards his mate and I with a frown. "I'll see you later," I sighed, offering my sister a fleeting glance as I pushed back from the table and followed Thaddeus as he led me outside, infinitely thankful that he had been there to interrupt. Perhaps I was simply being too sensitive whenever it came to my sister's questions. Regardless, despite whatever intentions she had behind her words, the fact of the matter was that they had upset me, as they often did. Our next stop was to visit my parents' cabin. Thaddeus and I walked there in silence, his hand in mine as we made no attempt to hide our relationship. There would be no point now that most likely all of the pack had heard. It was only a quick walk from Marguerite's to my parents', and when we arrived, I stopped short of the porch. I had been unable to say goodbye to my dad before I left for Colorado, as he had been on a 3-day-long patrol of the territory boundaries. It had weighed heavily on my mind at times since, and I only hoped he hadn't been angry with me for such an abrupt departure. "You okay?" Thaddeus asked, speaking for the first time since we had left Marguerite's. He offered my hand a gently squeeze when I had yet to answer, drawing my attention towards him. I nodded mutely, but still didn't move closer. "Amelia," Thaddeus murmured, turning me to face him. He dropped my hand so that his arms could wrap around my waist. His head dipped towards me, and his mouth brushed delicately against my own. "They will be pleased to see you. And I will be just outside if you need me." "You're not coming inside?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "People don't tend to welcome me into their homes," he explained, not seeming at all bothered by this fact. He sighed. "I'm not a male people can comfortably stomach to be around for too long. Besides, I want you to have some time alone with them to talk privately if you need it." "You'll be just outside?" "I'll be right here on the porch," he assured, visibly amused. I didn't bother to knock on the front door of the cabin. I had lived here for 23 years after all. This would always, in some ways, be my home. "I was wondering how long it would take you to get here." Eleanor Jefferson greeted me with disapproval, standing in the entryway with her arms crossed, as if she had expected my arrival any second. Come sit down. Have you had anything to eat? Do you want a drink? We have quite a bit to talk about, don't we? Have you seen your sister yet? Where's Dad?" I asked instead. "Organizing next week's patrols." "Where else?" Her mother huffed with a roll of her eyes. "I swear that's all that man ever does." "Tea?" I nodded mutely, rushing to take a seat when she pointed firmly to the empty chair at our family's small wooden dining table. I hadn't even had the chance to drink the tea Marguerite had made me. So, the Colorado Alpha. That certainly explains things. How had she even heard about that so quickly, alone in her cabin? Had the pack been shouting it out to anyone who would care to listen? "I thought it was because you were Alpha Athens' mate, you know," my mother mused. "You've always been a difficult child." My fists clenched beneath the table, and I bit my lip as I eyed her warily. I had already had a difficult conversation with my sister today. I didn't want to upset every member of my family. Where was this leading? "Mom," I began my protest quietly. But she offered me a swift smile. "You've always been so determined." You didn't take kindly to people telling you what to do, and even though you tried your best to be respectful of the rules, you always sought to push them as far as possible. So it seemed logical to assume you would grow to be an alpha wolf. And you always spent so much time with Jacob when you were teenagers. But then he found Amelia and I don't know, I pushed it to the back of my mind. When she died, and the spark between you and Alpha Athen was still as strong as it always had been, I thought maybe you were a secondary mate. It's why I'd always pushed so hard at the idea of you two together. You were never made to be just an ordinary pack wolf, sweetheart. I thought maybe if you took the place as Idaho's alpha female, you would finally feel settled. I hadn't ever considered the possibility before. I had always assumed that, as I didn't have a mate, I would obviously never have a secondary bond with anyone. But now that I had Thaddeus, the possibility of a secondary mate didn't seem all that absurd. Perhaps Jacob and I did share a secondary bond. Perhaps that was why he had been acting so erratically since I left for Colorado, since I rejected him. Perhaps that's why I had felt so drawn to him throughout our childhood. Even knowing this, it didn't change a thing. Perhaps had I not met Thaddeus, if I knew Jacob and I were secondary mates, if I could feel the bond, then I would have settled with Jacob. But now with Thaddeus to serve such a brutal comparison, I found Jacob no longer held my affections so vehemently. I did love him, you know. I know you did, sweetie. It's just, it wasn't enough. I felt confined and I haven't yet finished growing. Dante had been right about that. There was still so much for me to learn, still so much room left for me to grow into the wolf I truly wished to be. But Jacob had never offered me such an opportunity, not like Thaddeus. Thaddeus had done nothing but provide me every opportunity to choose my own path, even to his own detriment. He had placed my needs before his own and risked never being with me all for the sake of my comfort. But you're happy now in Colorado? I am. I really am. I felt the grin stretching across my mouth, just as I felt the tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. Content is how I felt when I thought of my new life in Colorado. Then that's all that matters. Now, do you want to invite him in? She asked, pointedly looking towards the door. Or are you going to make him sit out there all day? What? I froze. I may be human, but I'm not completely deaf, Amelia. I heard you two talking. And I know he's likely still sitting out there on my porch waiting for you. Your father will be home soon, and I expect you to join us for dinner this afternoon. I remained in my seat, staring up at her wide-eyed. What are you waiting for? Go let him in. Unless you want your father to stumble upon him first. Go, she shooed. I scrambled to my feet, almost stumbling towards the door. Behind me, my mother was readjusting her clothes and smoothing out her hair, as if there was anything out of place in the first place. When she saw I had yet to open the door, she fixed me with her familiar scowl, one I knew all too well from my childhood. I could just hear her words now, do as you're told, Amelia, or so help me. Thaddeus shot to his feet as soon as the door opened even an inch, casting me an equally wide-eyed stare. Of course, he had heard everything. I murmured anyway, shuffling on my feet. My mom wants to meet you. She's invited you to dinner. Chapter 28. I can't say any of us ever expected this. My mother laughed somewhat nervously as she eyed Thaddeus at my side. It was clear his powerful presence wasn't going unnoticed, but considering we had been here for more than a few hours and were only just sitting down to eat, I was rather impressed. I had seen Thaddeus's effect on low-ranking wolves, and it was intense. But I'm thrilled nonetheless. My father silently nodded his agreement at the head of the table, not really looking up from his plate as he continued to eat. Ever the talker, as always. He had barely greeted me when he arrived home, but I was relieved to see the happiness in his expression when he first laid eyes on me and the small smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth. While somewhat distant and most certainly quiet, my father wasn't a cold man. I never felt unloved or had any reason to resent him. He showed me affection in his own reserved ways. When he finally returned home from patrolling, he didn't seem at all surprised to see the alpha male in his home. And he didn't hesitate to greet Thaddeus in the appropriate manner when welcoming an alpha, bowing his head in respect and accepting Thaddeus's hand to shake. My father hadn't needed to say much more. I knew he didn't disapprove of Thaddeus, and that he was happy to see me again, and that was that. Thaddeus hadn't found his silence odd, or rather hadn't addressed it, and didn't seem offended by it either. In fact, I found it slightly alarming how similar the two males seemed to be, all too content to sit in silence amongst others. Both appeared surly and unapproachable on the outside, but I knew both to be incredibly loving males. Even when my mother had to rush out towards the main house to cook today's pack meal, the only one who seemed uncomfortable with the silence that fell between us was I. Thaddeus and my father seemed more than happy to sit in silence and wait for her return, despite my horrible attempts to strike up a conversation. Marguerite and Mitchell had also joined us, per our mother's request and much to my own irritation. They arrived about an hour before we sat down to eat, and so far, it not gone downhill. Having Mitchell with us seemed to keep the conversation between him and Thaddeus going at the very least. Thaddeus was far quieter than he usually was in Colorado, as I had expected, but he wasn't rude. He'd been politely answering my mother's questions, offering small smiles and laughing quietly along with Mitchell's jokes. "I'm surprised you were even able to recognize your maid M," Marguerite spoke up, now that the conversation had inevitably turned towards the subject of my mate. She was sipping on the red wine in her glass, staring innocently down at her plate as if it were nothing more than a passing comment. And perhaps it was. Only I didn't recognize it as such. Wolves didn't often drink, as alcohol didn't affect them like it did humans, but being half human, Marguerite and I found that we were able to feel a light buzz, as our mother called it. Marguerite was on her fourth glass now, and I knew the alcohol was probably giving her more confidence. Especially considering how quiet she had been initially, the presence of Thaddeus's strong aura proved too much for her. I felt Thaddeus's hand find its way to my knee, and I welcomed the warmth. "Well," I sighed, taking a larger gulp of my own glass of wine. Our mother was watching us both, her lips pressed together tightly as she shot us a familiar look that meant a reprimand was on its way if we didn't behave. Truthfully, I didn't. Marguerite hummed thoughtfully. "That must have been interesting. I can't imagine what it would be like to not recognize your mate. Have you discussed whether or not you're having kids?" I saw Mitchell shift in his seat towards my sister, his hand reaching out for hers as his usually jovial expression turned to a frown. He never liked it when we argued. I knew the behavior surprised him, but he was an only child and probably didn't understand that this was how siblings could be sometimes. I wouldn't pretend that I was entirely innocent when it came to starting fights with Marguerite, but that didn't mean Marguerite didn't frequently cross the line. She knew how cutting this subject could be for me. And there was no way in hell I couldn't recognize this for what it was. She was looking for a fight. "Well, of course they are." Mom cut in before I had a chance to answer. "I want grandchildren." "You have grandchildren," Marguerite reminded her dryly, referring to her two children currently being watched by another young mother for her. "I know that," our mother snapped. "But I want more, is that a crime?" "Well, they might not even want any, what with Amelia's messed up genes. Imagine an alpha kid unable to shift." "Marguerite." Mitchell snapped from beside my sister, and at the same time, I rose to my feet, my movements so abrupt that my wine glass fell. The last of the red wine spilt across the tablecloth, but I barely paid attention to it. "Are you kidding me right now?" I hissed, glaring at her. "Can we not get through even one meal without you pulling this shit?" But she wasn't even looking at me. Instead, her eyes were trained down at her plate. Everyone's eyes were downcast, and I understood why when I finally turned towards Thaddeus. He appeared to be nothing but calm as he stared directly at my sister, but there was no other explanation for everyone's sudden submissive actions. While I couldn't feel the presence of a wolf, I knew his would be overwhelming right now. An alpha wolf is intent on making its presence known and demanding respect. The room was silent, and I waited for Thaddeus to say something, but he only looked towards me as if he were waiting for me to speak. I understood then that while he was furious, and while he wanted to say something, he didn't want to speak out against my family. How considerate. I smiled just as he reached for my hand, his thumb brushing against it gently. The smile he offered me in return was soft and tender, a smile I had grown used to in Colorado. It was an earth-shattering feeling to be on the receiving end of such a smile from such a fierce male. It filled me with warmth to know I had earned such a look from him, even now, when the actions of others had his wolf on edge. I turned back towards my family to find my mother watching the short exchange with wide eyes and a soft smile of her own. A heat claimed my cheeks, knowing that she had witnessed that intimate moment between us. I think we should leave. Instantly, her expression shifted into something I could only describe as entirely heartbroken. She appeared appalled as she claimed, "You've only just gotten here." I don't want to say goodbye just yet. The unshed tears in her eyes had me pausing. I didn't want to upset her, but I couldn't stay here a moment longer with Marguerite. We have to help with the mating rotations this evening anyway. But we can join you for breakfast tomorrow, if that's okay, Thaddeus interjected. I squeezed his hand to show him just how grateful I was for it. "You'll be at the mating rotation?" My mother asked, seeming to brighten up. "I'm cooking for it. I'll be able to see you both there. And of course you can come for breakfast tomorrow. We'd be thrilled, wouldn't we, Tomas?" Of course, my father uttered politely, finally resuming his dinner, now that it was apparent the tension had disappeared. I nearly rolled my eyes at him. So easily distracted by food, and so rarely bothered by anything else. "Okay," I murmured, looking towards my sister who was still staring at her food, and at Mitchell who looked nothing short of apologetic for his mate's words. "I'll see you all later then." Daniels found his mate, Nelson grumbled, suddenly appearing. He fell into the empty seat beside me with a heavy sigh. I was sitting on the outskirts of the main hall, the same hall the Alpha meetings had been held in, on one of the few available tables and chairs as the majority of the room mingled with one another. Most wolves would have found their mates by now. Their scent alone within the building would have made it easy enough to locate one another. What was left were the wolves who had not met their other half, but were more than happy to continue the party. The food would be presented shortly, too, and I rarely knew a wolf to turn down a meal. I had been sitting here for most of the night, content to watch everyone. Across the hall, at opposite sides of the room, the two enforcers stood keeping an eye on everyone. It wasn't unheard of for fights to break out at these things. Mates were usually awfully territorial creatures anyway, but when they first met, all aspects of that were heightened. It would take very little for a male or female to feel threatened by another wolf and attack. "And you're jealous?" I asked in a quiet mumble, distracted. "No," he huffed. "That's not why I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because his mate is my cousin." Oh. I didn't even realize she was old enough to finally come to a mating rotation. I swear to the gods if she brings that asshole to our family functions, I'm going to rip my own eyes out. "Nelson," I reprimanded through smothered laughs, rolling my eyes and finally glancing towards him. He seemed incredibly irritated, if the scowl on his face was an indication enough. "Don't you think you're being just a bit dramatic? You've met him, right? Are we talking about the same male? Dante Gallus, egotistical, arrogant asshole wolf. I'm sure he's just as thrilled to be a part of your family." Nelson scoffed. "I forgot you two are so buddy-buddy now. What is the world coming to?" "He's not that bad, you know. He tried to kill you." He almost shrieked. "How does that qualify as not that bad?" I didn't respond. Beside me, Nelson's elbow brushed my side. I ignored it, dismissing it as an accident as I continued to watch the crowd. When the second nudge came, a little more forcefully, I ignored it still. I continued to ignore him until his elbow surged into my side so hard I jumped in my chair. "What?" I hissed, shooting him a glare. "What are you staring at so intently?" He followed my gaze, secured across the hall towards Jacob. He was conversing with the Arizona beta female and the Montana beta male, laughing loudly at whatever they were all discussing. He was also steadfastly ignoring me. He had been the entire time since I arrived. And I had been sitting here, watching him for the past hour. Coward. Oh. I crossed my arms tightly against my chest. What even happened anyway? All I've heard are rumors. What have you heard? That you're caught up in some love triangle between the alphas. You and Jacob were caught kissing, and the big bad Colorado alpha went crazy as a result. What? The young wolf grinned as he explained, "That was just one of the rumors. Another was that Alpha Thane is your mate, but you rejected him for Alpha Harris. Then there's one that Alpha Harris is your mate, but you're having an affair with Alpha Thane because you don't like Alpha Harris and he's too terrifying a mate. So lots of rumors and none of them true?" I groaned. Brilliant. Don't worry, I've been setting people straight. I told everyone that you're actually my mate, but we're in an open relationship, he explained sincerely. You're so funny, I retorted dryly. I am, aren't I? I'm going to go get another drink. I rolled my eyes at him. Go mingle more with the others, or you'll never find your mate. I think if he were here, I would have found him by now, but fine. Go abandon me. Dramatic little brat, I muttered under my breath as soon as I took a single step away, knowing full well that he could still hear me. His loud cackle confirmed it. The sound was loud enough to attract a lot of attention, including the alpha, who was so intent on avoiding me. My eyes met Jacob's for the briefest of seconds before he turned away from me. Usually, if he were behaving like this, I would have no qualms about storming over there and forcing him to speak to me. But considering all that had happened, considering the rumors that were now circulating, and considering the large number of wolves in the room, that probably wasn't the smartest idea. But I would speak to him before we left. He couldn't avoid me forever, and I demanded an apology for his actions. More than anything, I just needed to explain everything to him. I didn't stay in the hall any longer, heading towards the kitchen in search of my mother. I did promise that we would see each other this evening after all. What I didn't expect to find in the kitchen was Thaddeus standing at one of the counters, chopping something. I froze in the doorway with wide eyes, just as he turned to face me. I wondered where you disappeared to. Have you been in here the whole time? I asked, eyeing the floral apron tied to his front and the knife in his hand with confusion. Your mum was cooking all alone. She said one of the males that usually helps had to go home because his mate was giving birth, and the other was only 19, so was attending the rotation, he explained simply. So you've been cooking with her? I'm trying to win her approval, he grinned, not looking the least bit embarrassed. Do you think it's working? Almost certainly, I laughed. Anyone who wanted to win my mother's heart only had to show an interest in cooking, and yet here was the frightening Colorado Alpha offering to be her little sous chef. He was so unbelievable sometimes, completely smashing all expectations I had of him with ease. I've never seen you cook before. Very hot, I teased, approaching him slowly and allowing my eyes to visibly scan him from head to toe. Gods, he was attractive. He laughed. I've cooked for you before. Placing the knife on the counter, he untied his apron and stepped towards me to close the last of the distance between us with that sinfully attractive grin of his. I was injured and asleep, I reminded. I've cooked for the entire pack on multiple occasions, he rebutted, pulling me suddenly into his arms and turning me to lean against the counter. My heart jumped. He was watching me with such rapt attention, I felt my stomach flutter. You have? I murmured, barely able to concentrate on the conversation as his head dipped and his mouth grazed mine. We all take turns to cook, remember? His nose brushed against mine, and a hand danced up the length of my spine to cup the back of my head. I leaned into his touch, arching into him. Huh. I released a shuddering breath, gripping his waist and holding his body tight to mine. I could feel his erection pressed against me just as easily as I could feel the heat igniting within me, pulsing, begging, desperate for release. It had been almost 2 days since we had last been together, and yet it felt as if I were starved for his touch. I wanted him, all of him, I needed him. I'd be a bad alpha if I thought myself above feeding my own pack. Perhaps I'll have to cook just for you one evening. We could go back to that patrol cabin, have a little privacy. His voice was low and husky as his mouth found its way to my neck. I moaned breathlessly, neck arched towards him as he kissed and gently bit from the crook of my neck to the edge of my jaw. Thaddeus, I hissed, as his mouth continued to tease me. Patience wore thin until I couldn't take the torture any longer and pulled his mouth to mine, capturing it in a searing kiss that had my toes curling. He kissed me back fervently, devouring me in the privacy of the Idaho kitchen, only a room away from so many wolves. Oh dear. The sound of a soft, startled exclamation pulled us apart, and I was horrified to see my mother standing in the doorway. There was a distinct pink flush to her cheeks, one that I knew would mirror my own as I felt the heat in my face. "Not on the counters, please." I groaned, pulling away from Thaddeus, barely able to look my mother in the eye. Especially as she started to laugh. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't distract my helpful assistant Amelia, dear," she teased, "but I can understand the urge considering how handsome he is." I hadn't heard anyone speak so casually about Thaddeus outside of the Colorado pack before, and I certainly hadn't met anyone who could refer to him as her assistant. But I suppose if it were to be anyone, it would be my human mother, who, after 25 years of living amongst wolves, probably still didn't quite understand the hierarchy in a pack in the way that most wolves naturally did. Thaddeus only laughed, seeming all too at ease. "Now, are you going to go make me some grandbabies, or are you going to help me cook?" she asked. "Mom," I groaned. Gods, she made me feel like a teenager again, so embarrassed by anything she said. If possible, my face was even hotter, and that same pulsing heat of desire was present as I stood so close to Thaddeus's side, completely wrapped up in his scent. "I'm going outside for some fresh air. You two enjoy your little cooking thing." "Yes, you certainly look like you need to cool down," my mother couldn't help but tease on my way out. The air was cold outside, and the gentle wind that swept my hair from my shoulders forced a shiver to tremble through my body. I was still wearing my shorts and a t-shirt from this morning. I hadn't thought to put on anything warmer. It was quieter than usual out here. No doubt, most wolves were tucked away in their cabins to avoid the mating rotation. But there were still a few Idaho pack wolves out and some newly paired mates. "You're sleeping with him." Jacob appeared out of the main house to fall into step with me as I strolled across the grass. I tensed at his sudden arrival and hated the way my heart began to pound in my chest. I had waited all night to speak to him, had wondered if he would ever speak to me again. And yet somehow I had still been caught off guard. He didn't offer any greeting, any apology for his previous behavior. Instead, he jumped right into the conversation with poorly hidden frustration behind every word. "Jacob, you're sleeping with him." It wasn't a question. "Yes," I answered anyway with a sigh. His features were tight, his mouth pressed into a flat line as he scowled off towards the trees, still unwilling to look at me. I could appreciate how handsome he seemed, even in his anger. I could see how easily it was for me to fall for him those years ago. But there was no question about how blinded I had been by my self-hatred, how desperate I had been for that intimacy when I had felt so alone amongst the rest of the pack. It had felt as if Jacob were the only one who could understand me entirely. I realized now he had not understood me at all. "So that's it? You fall into another alpha's bed, and I'm forgotten? Were you screwing him in Nevada too?" It would be hard to miss the bitterness in his tone, and I nearly flinched at his sharp words. He didn't know then. He didn't know that Thaddeus was my mate. Had he not heard the news? Or had he only heard the countless ridiculous rumors? "He's my mate." Jacob paused, turning to me abruptly. "You don't have a mate," he stated so resolutely, head shaking. Yet his eyes fell to my neck anyway, as if to check for proof. "You're not marked." Did he not believe me? Did he think I was lying to him? I understood the confusion. Most mates would have completed the marking by now. But I was telling him Thaddeus was my mate. Was my word not enough? "He is my mate. You don't have to be with him." That familiar look of wild determination in his eyes scared me. He did believe me. He believed Thaddeus was my mate, but he was so desperate to have me, he didn't care. "Jacob," I exclaimed as I took a step away, utterly appalled by his suggestion. But he was there, stepping closer and grasping at my arm to keep me in place. His eyes were wide, urgent, as they locked onto mine. "You're not marked. There is a bond between us. You don't have to be with him," he begged. "I love you, Amelia, and I know you love me too. Is that not enough?" "Jacob, stop it," I snapped, tugging at my arm in his tightening grasp. "Tell me you love me, please," he begged again, stepping up so close to me I can feel every inch of his body pressed to mine. Where I once desired to feel him against me like this, now all I wanted was to be as far away from him as possible. I had loved him so much that it had felt like my heart was torn from my chest when he found his mate. But I had kept those feelings to myself. I didn't for 1 second dream of standing between Jacob and Amelia. I had respected the mate bond, that bond that we were taught as children to respect above all else. I had respected their bond even though I resented the very idea of a mate bond. It was selfish for Jacob to be unable to do the same. I did love you, I did. But not now, Jacob. You have to let go of me. You can't act like this. I ripped my arm from his grasp and finally put enough distance between us so that I no longer felt as if I were going to scream. Hot tears pricked the corners of my eyes, an overwhelming surge of despair and anger swirling within me as I faced the male who had once been my best friend and closest companion. He won't forgive you so easily again. He doesn't want you around me alone again. Not when you're being like this. What do you have to do as he says? He scoffed, his irritation morphing into genuine anger. I don't think that's a comparison you want me to make between the two of you, I spat, my voicing rising with every word, not for a second willing to let him criticize Thaddeus, and not for a second allowing him to take such a tone with me. He's not the one who forced himself on me. What choice do I have when I'm losing you to him? He shouted. I didn't need to feel his wolf to know how close the beast prowled beneath the surface of his skin. His chest rose and fell in haggard breaths, his body tensed, each muscle coiled and ready to burst. He was so very close to shifting as he stalked towards me. Never had I seen such anger directed my way. He wouldn't attack me, that much I knew. If my mother was right about the secondary bond one shared with Jacob, especially as Jacob confirmed there was a bond between us, I knew he would not hurt me, not physically. But an alpha that lost control of his emotions, enough to shift into his wolf, was a dangerous and unpredictable thing. I hadn't heard it at first. The growl sounded across the open field. It was a low, rumbling growl that seemed to shake the earth. It began deep and quiet, building up throughout that soil and shaking the ground beneath my feet until the growl was so loud, so vicious that it could not be ignored. I saw the other wolves in the area, those who had once been my packmates, flinch at the power behind such a sound. I saw the wolves attending the mating rotations, easily identified by the new couples that stood so close to each other, tense and looking towards the open doorway of the main house. I saw the two enforcer wolves appear first, the male and female looking calm but aware as they scanned the area and locked onto me. Another growl rumbled loudly. Its source was neither of the two enforcers. And when I finally saw it, the root of this bone-chilling sound, I felt my heart lurch. A wolf, fur as black as night, eyes glowing silver, larger than any wolf I had ever seen. The beast emerged, the muscle beneath the flesh and fur contracted and shifted with each slow, measured step closer. It prowled across the grass, nothing short of a deadly predator that needed to be feared. I had witnessed Thaddeus's wolf only twice. During my initiation, when it had been so dark in the woods, and I had been too focused on the initiation itself. And when I had been injured. He had been demure then, nothing more than a male in wolf skin. A protective addition to my bedside while I healed. This was not the same man. There was little of Thaddeus that I recognized as the wolf stalked across the grass towards us, flanked by his two enforcers. This was the actions of a wild wolf stalking its prey, challenging it and promising death. And this time, Jacob had not turned to run, had not hidden from the opposing alpha male's fury. This time, Jacob stepped out in front of me and faced the wolf. Chapter 29. Jacob, I breathed, my voice cracking under the pressure of my mounting fear. He didn't acknowledge my words. The young alpha male continued to face off against the approaching beast with no hesitation. He stepped forward once, twice, slow, measured steps that closed the distance between him and the wolf. I looked past him, my eyes fixed on the wolf that did not slow his approach, watching every single movement like one would with an oncoming predator. Thaddeus bared his teeth at Jacob, those sharp fangs bigger than I knew to be on usual wolves. He was larger than I had seen in any alpha before. His claws were longer, paws larger, and fur thicker, and I recalled what he had told me some days ago, that he was not like other wolves. There was no question of that now. My breath caught in my throat at the magnificence of him. Male shouts cut through the mounting tension. Beta Kyler ran towards us, stopping at my side so abruptly that he stumbled over his own feet. He was panting and red-faced, as if he had sprinted miles to get here. How he knew of what was about to occur, I couldn't be sure. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted, wide eyes on his alpha. He made a move to step towards the two alphas squaring up, but I was quick to tug him back, my hand fisting tightly in his shirt. Like hell was he about to walk in between two furious alphas. They would tear him to pieces in seconds. The beta male was quick to growl at me, and I had no problem offering him a snarl of my own, one just as vicious. I was in no mood to be challenged right now. I shoved him away from me roughly, just as I saw Beta Marie and Elias appear behind him. Neither wolf stepped closer, both tense as they eyed me and the alpha males with horror. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" I hissed at Beta Kyler. He scowled and bared his teeth at me, looking all too ready to fight me on it until we were interrupted. "Your young alpha has issued a challenge," the female enforcer called out from behind me, her voice strong and unwavering, drawing his attention away from me. "It is within our alpha's rights to accept. No one is to interfere." Beta Kyler faltered. He looked towards me as if looking for confirmation. I nodded once, grimacing. His shoulders slumped. When he turned back towards the alphas, horror twisted his features. "Shit," he swore. Jacob had shifted. The change was quick and almost instantaneous, the male leaping towards Thaddeus with recklessness. Jacob looked so small in comparison. Thaddeus's wolf towered over him. "He'll be killed," Beta Marie gasped. He would. I could do nothing but watch on in terror, my body completely frozen. I couldn't look away. Jacob attacked first, jaw swinging towards Thaddeus's side with a furious snap of his teeth. But Thaddeus lunged away from the attack and swiped back at him. Sharp claws cut through Jacob's flesh, and I heard a collective wince at the sight of first blood spraying across the dirt. Jacob wouldn't last 5 minutes if this continued. Alpha Harris can command Alpha Athen to stand down. Why has he accepted the challenge at all? Elias asked in a sharp tone. Jacob lunged again, but left his right unguarded. Thaddeus was there in a heartbeat and ripped a small chunk of fur and flesh from his front leg. He didn't challenge him as an alpha. He didn't issue an official challenge. The male enforcer, who had not looked away from the fight since it began, answered simply. "Then do something." Elias snapped. "You're alpha." The female enforcer seethed, taking one step forward, threatened his mate. He disrespected her, and he disrespected their bond. It is within his rights to retaliate in any way he sees fit. Right now, he is not an alpha. He is a pissed-off male who has been disrespected one too many times. I felt their eyes on me, but didn't dare look away from the fight. As Thaddeus's movements turned towards the offensive, his movements were quicker, harsher, and more determined to force Jacob into a painful submission as he attacked again and again before Jacob could defend himself. It was brutal to watch. And yet I couldn't tear my eyes away from the horrid scene. "Oh gods," Beta Marie whimpered. "Oh gods." A wolf's whine hit painfully sharp against our ears. Thaddeus had his mouth around Jacob's legs, teeth digging deeply into the flesh as Jacob did his best to buck and writhe from the hold. I felt sick. Gore didn't bother me, violence didn't bother me. But this? Watching two males I cared deeply about tearing into each other without hesitation? "If you don't do something, he'll be slaughtered," Elias thundered. Jacob's claws were swiping at Thaddeus, finding purchase in his stomach and slashing at the vulnerable flesh. But Thaddeus didn't flinch, and his teeth didn't release from Jacob's leg, his jaw clenching tighter and tighter. "Elias," Beta Kyler breathed, grabbing the angry male's forearm to hold him back, as if he thought the Idaho head of training really was stupid enough to fight an enforcer. "Then your alpha should have behaved better." The female enforcer flashed her canines at Elias, and I saw the male blanch at the sight. No one interferes. To hell with that, I spat. Everyone looked towards me. I didn't meet their gaze. No one stopped me as I strode towards the fight, every instinct in my body screaming at me to stop. What I was about to do was insane. It was dangerous. It was stupid, and I'd be lucky to survive. But I wasn't about to let Jacob be torn apart. And my fear wasn't enough to stop me, because I was angry. Angry that either of these males thought they could fight for me as if I had no free will, as if I could not protect myself or claim retribution for my own. And Jacob had no right to fight for me at all, when it was clear all he was fighting for were his own misguided, selfish desires. I had made my intentions towards Thaddeus clear. I had told Jacob no. So I walked right into the middle of their battle, despite the thundering of my heart in my chest, or the way my hands shook at my sides, or the way my body tensed with every step closer. The two wolves continued to thrash against one another, heavy paws kicking up the dirt around them. It was a whirlwind of movement too frantic to decipher any safe route into the center of the carnage. "Stop it," I demanded when I was too close for safety, ducking from their wild limbs and sharp claws. One of Jacob's legs kicked out and hit me heavily in the thigh. I stumbled for only a second, hissing at the pain and forcing myself to lunge into the thick of their fight. I managed to grab at the scruff of Thaddeus's neck, yanking at the wolf with all my might. The dominant male released his prey within an instant, staggering backwards in his humongous wolf form at my unexpected presence by his side. He was still snarling, his muzzle stained with Jacob's blood, hackles raised, and head lowered as his upper lip curled above his deadly incisors. He allowed me to touch him, allowed my hands to grab at his thick fur without complaint. But he didn't take his eyes from Jacob. The brown wolf stayed low to the ground, unable to stand on his ruined leg, the wound so much worse than it had seemed at a distance. I could see the torn skin and muscle and the gleam of bone beneath the blood. Jacob made no effort to move, the wolf panting against the blood-stained dirt. I wasn't sure he could move. Had this fight lasted any longer, he would be dead. I saw Elias start towards Jacob. "Stay where you are." I fixed him with a sharp look, and the male was wise enough not to question it. The two enforcers shifted closer to the Idaho wolves, as if to enforce my instruction should Elias disobey it. When I looked back towards Jacob, I found him already watching me. "Shift back," I commanded. He didn't move, only whined quietly. I stepped towards him and watched as his head lowered submissively towards the ground. "Shift. Back." Jacob's body shuddered. He shifted slowly back into his human form. It looked agonizing as his body was forced to shift against his injuries, and brown fur transformed to pale, torn skin drenched in his own blood. It was a miserable sight to see. An alpha male reduced to nothing but a sweaty, panting, bleeding mess of shredded limbs. "Get up." He coughed, voice too hoarse to speak. His head hung low, eyes clenched shut as if he couldn't bear to look at me. Behind me, Thaddeus growled, and I felt his wolf step closer to me, his fur brushing against my legs. I kept my hand in his fur, holding tight to stop him from leaping out in front of me. "Get up," I hissed. Jacob tried to push himself up from the ground, arms shaking with the considerable effort it took just to lift his upper body. With a grunt, he'd managed to gather himself to a sitting position, but his leg had yet to heal in any way considerable enough to support his body. So Jacob continued to sit on the dirt, shoulders hunched into himself, chest heaving. A pitiful sight that tugged at the smallest morsel of my sympathy. This was not a loss he would take lightly, and I knew this day would haunt him for a long time. So I took pity on him. I dropped down to his level, crouching low to the ground, and leaned in close so he could hear my next words clearly and without any opportunity to misunderstand. "You do not get to fight over me, Jacob, like I am just some object you can win in battle," I uttered lowly. "You have no say over me. You cannot force me to do as you wish. You cannot bend me to your will. You do not get to control me." "I'm so sorry," he breathed, looking the most broken that I had seen him since his mate's death. His eyes were wet, and for a second, I honestly thought he would be reduced to tears in the middle of his territory with all of his inner pack watching. "I know you are," I sighed deeply. It was as if all the building resentment I felt for him was released with one breath. "And yet still, I cannot forgive you for this, not yet." "And him?" He mustered the effort to lift his eyes from the ground towards Thaddeus, who still lingered behind me. Even now, reduced to so little, his bitterness towards the other male was clear. I growled through gritted teeth, is of no concern to you. And I have nothing to do with you. Do you understand? His voice cracked, emotion welling in his throat. I don't want to see you again for the duration of our stay here. It was hard to gather any more sympathy for a male who still could not seem to comprehend that what I wanted was above his own desires. I looked towards the 3 Idaho wolves watching on, their expressions a blend of fear, disbelief, and overwhelming relief that their alpha was still alive. My features were hard as I called out to them, see to your alpha, and make sure he stays the hell away from me before we can get the hell out of here. My relationship with Jacob Athen was irrevocably dead. There was no coming back from this. Beta Kyler nodded once, throat bobbing nervously as he did. I didn't wait for further confirmation, rising to a standing position once again and turning to face the alpha wolf now silent behind me. I met his silver eyes and hoped my expression accurately showed the disappointment I felt at the sight of him, bloodied and exhausted. I said nothing and walked right past him towards the cabin we were to stay in for the night, knowing that he would follow me. When Thaddeus emerged from the bathroom of our cabin, now in his human form, my attention was caught first by his exposed skin. Dressed only in loose black shorts, Thaddeus's entire torso was on show, and I could clearly see the harsh lines carved into it. The wounds were red, still wet with blood, and looking sore as hell. Jacob's claws had gone deeper than I had thought. His hair was damp, dark tendrils hanging limp against his forehead, and I could see he'd tried to quickly wash the dirt and blood from his face. It made little difference considering the rest of him. Jacob's blood was visible against his throat, smeared across his collarbones and staining his forearms and his hands. His own blood painted his chest and abs. "You're angry," he said before anything else, eyeing me warily. I was barely able to drag my gaze away from his battered body at first, my vision blurring. If I hadn't stopped the fight, how many more wounds would he be sporting right now? Am I? I leveled him with a flat stare, ignoring the tears that wanted to fall. My fists balled at my side, and I stiffened at the sight of him standing before me. I had told you he was mine to deal with. You had no right to fight him like that. The worst of his injuries were the ones across his chest, the slashes carved deep into his skin, but cuts were spread across his arms, his knuckles were split and swollen, and I knew bruises would form everywhere within the next few hours. He could have killed you. What was I supposed to do? He snapped, not bothering to leash his irritation as he shifted closer. I didn't miss the way he tried to hide his wince at the movement. He was in pain, regardless of how well he tried to hide it. You could have been killed, I shouted back. You could have been hurt, more than you are now. My mouth quivered as I fought back a sob. There was a hot flush burning across my face, and I knew I must have seemed like a volatile mess of emotions. But the fear I had been holding on to so fiercely for the last half hour was now evaporating, and in its place stood the weight of crushing relief. Relief that he was alive, relief that I had not lost him. He paused, and his eyes widened at my words, at my tone. "Amelia," he sighed, mouth somewhat agape, reaching out for one of my hands. I flinched away, crossing my arms tightly against my chest instead. I couldn't bear to touch him right now, knowing how close I was to falling apart entirely. His hand fell and clenched at his side. He didn't attempt to reach out to me again, something close to devastation in his expression. Did he not understand how harrowing it had been to watch him battle Jacob? Not only was he my mate, in danger, but I had to watch him tear apart a male I had once loved. It hardly mattered if Jacob had wronged me since he had been my closest friend throughout childhood, and to see him in so much agony was still heart-wrenching. I hadn't wanted it to end like that. Even if I understood that this was how issues were settled within our community, it didn't make watching it any easier. I had been so scared watching them fight, torn between my history with Jacob and my future with Thaddeus, to know anything more than wanting desperately for both of them to survive. After we first slept together, you said. You said you weren't like other wolves. You didn't heal. Those scratches on your back didn't heal. For any other wolf, they would have been gone within minutes. And now, I asked, voice breaking as my tears finally began to fall. I glared at the deep wounds carved into his chest and torso from Jacob's claws. You're not healing, are you? No. And if he had seriously injured you? If he had bitten you, torn a chunk of flesh from you? That wasn't your fight to claim, Thaddeus. That's not how I wanted to settle things. And I certainly didn't want to see you get hurt. He grimaced, reaching out to me again. I didn't find him this time, and allowed him to pull me into his arms despite the wounds on his chest. I'm sorry. I am, he said sincerely, pressing a bruising kiss to the temple. But he left me no choice. I cannot for a second show weakness amongst the packs, and after all that had happened, after he continued to disrespect you, especially after our mating became public, I had to retaliate. To leave his insolence unchecked would be to question my own authority. I know, I mumbled, feeling so stupid as I continued to cry. I understand, I do. But I still wish you hadn't. And for a moment, I honestly hated his position, and I hated this need to enforce the image of an unquestionable, vicious male of great power that he had cultivated throughout his lifetime. He will heal, he assured. And with time, so will I. The irony was that Jacob would heal within days, far quicker than Thaddeus would, despite the severity of his injuries. Why don't you heal? Why are you different from other wolves? I murmured, not entirely sure I wanted to know the answer. I've been too caught up in the newness of this relationship to have demanded answers before now. But I need to know. Chapter 30. Thaddeus winced as I dabbed gently at the wounds on his chest. He lay in bed, propped up by some pillows, as I cleaned him up using a first aid kit I'd found in the bathroom. Thankfully, he'd showered first, now free from the blood and grime of the fight, and the claw marks across his torso had finally stopped bleeding. They weren't as deep as they had first appeared, now that I could examine them closer. How long will this take to heal then? A while. As slow as a human? He shrugged a shoulder, grimacing as the movement pulled at his injuries. A little faster perhaps, and less prone to infections, but still slower than you would heal. I frowned, not liking the sound of that at all. Never before had I suspected Thaddeus was more vulnerable than I. It had taken me nearly 3 days to heal completely from the mountain lion. Granted, my injuries had been far more severe, but if Thaddeus healed more slowly, that meant it could also be days for Thaddeus to fully heal. Would he be in pain the entire time? Would he be able to travel back to Colorado, or would we be forced to stay in Idaho for even longer? I pressed the soaked cloth harder than intended against one of his wounds. Sorry. I snatched back my trembling hands, dropping the cloth onto the bed. Thaddeus reached for me, fingers curving around my wrist. Amelia, I'm okay. I'm not going to break. I'm okay. Indeed, he didn't look as if he were about to break. Not when he was looking at me like that, with nothing but affection in his gaze. He tried to tug me closer, but I pulled back, shaking my head. I didn't want to hurt him. Amelia, please, he sighed. It's been a long day, I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I just want to lie with my mate. My mate. It still baffled me to hear those words, knowing of the bond we shared. And how could I deny him such a request when I too ached to be so close to him? It had been pure terror that struck my heart today, watching Thaddeus battle against Jacob. Terror for the oncoming death of a childhood friend I was sure would come. And terror for the male I cared so much for, whom I wished to spend every waking moment with from here on out. The thought of him being so vulnerable to injuries frightened me more than I cared to admit. For such an intimidating alpha, you're nothing more than an affectionate pup at times, I teased, forcing a smile as I packed away the medical supplies. Thaddeus shot me a wolfish grin, and when he decided I was taking too long to clear the bed, he swiped the medical bag and all the bandages onto the floor. What can I say? You make me feel young. He tugged me closer again, and this time I allowed myself to be pulled into his side. Yes, I nearly forgot you were so old. I laughed, resting my head against his shoulder and allowed myself to breath him in. His scent filled my senses, succeeding in calming me. He was here. He was alive and safe. Does it bother you? He asked, head stooped. That I'm so much older than other wolves? Why would it bother me? You're what? 23? I'm 371 years old. Most mating pairs have a year difference at most. They get to mature together, grow together. Do you not wish you were with someone younger? I pulled his face towards me, jaw tight and eyes hard as I forced him to meet my gaze. I do not want any other male. I would be happy with no one else. Only you. I cemented my words with a kiss. I felt his mouth curve into a smile as he reciprocated my tenderness. I melted into him. The heat of him, the taste of him, had my toes curling. It was hard for me to pull away, finding his touch addictive. The kiss was soft, delicate, the opposite of what I had seen from this male today. He had been vicious, deadly, truly frightening, yet here with me, I saw him as no one else did. A male of gentle affection. When he pulled away, it was with a sigh on his lips and a smile that faded slowly. I felt myself falter at the sight of a frown knitting across his brows. I suppose I should finally tell you everything. You remember what I told you before, when I told you about my childhood? I nodded, settling on the bed in a comfortable position, leant against his side. You said that wolves were different back then. You said the transformation, the packs, the alphas were different back then, I said with furrowed brows. You said something about wolves evolving. Have you ever seen Alfred's wolf before? No, I shook my head, only heard the rumors when I was a kid. They say his eyes are blood red, for blacker than the darkest night, and claws large enough to rip you in two with one swipe. I used to think they were just stories, that something like that was impossible, but then you saw my wolf. I nodded mutely. His wolf, of the darkest fur I had ever seen, was larger than others, with eyes that glowed silver like the moon. If for nothing else, he was unique in his image alone. Alfred, Samson, and I were the first wolves in England to live longer than a human lifespan that we know of. There's other across the world, in Asia, Europe, Africa, that may be just as old or older. It's a debated subject. But, he sighed, our age isn't what makes us different from other wolves. He grabbed my hand, turning it over in his. Shifters were different then. They didn't have free will over the change. It wasn't something to be proud of. We didn't view it as a sense of power. Alfred and Samson can, my father and Dante could, only shift once a month, without choice, with every full moon. And what they shifted into. It's not a wolf, not as we know it. And when they shift, there's nothing of the man. It's just this beast. The only way we ever kept Alfred grounded was Aisha, his partner, but she hasn't been around for centuries. And Samson, we have to chain. I swallowed harshly. Those childish stories of beasts told to frighten us when we were young weren't just stories. And they were very much a part of Thaddeus's life. But I had never heard of a wolf shifting against their will, never heard of having to chain them. And you? I asked. I had seen his wolf a total of 3 times now, and he had not needed a full moon to shift. I'm different somehow, he shrugged. Stuck in another stage of the evolution of our kind. I can shift when I want, but it's painful. Sometimes it's as if I can feel every inch of me breaking and tearing apart in the change. And sometimes the beast with me takes over, and I have no choice but to shift, my animal instincts in complete control. Is that what happened today? In all my years of trying to learn everything I could about the Colorado pack and their alpha, I had never heard stories of Thaddeus's wolf. I could only conclude that he didn't shift often, and certainly didn't shift around pack wolves. Otherwise, the same rumors that followed Alpha Alfred around like a dark cloud would follow Thaddeus, too. I was with your mother, and I could hear you outside talking, and what he accused you of. When I heard his growing anger, I couldn't control myself. I was in a trance, walking right out of that kitchen and shifting in the hallway. And your enforcers were there with you? Zarya and Tara must have heard me. They were by my side before I finished shifting. Everyone else had the sense to stay away. You were growling. I heard you from all the way across the field, I confirmed. And then seconds later, I saw you step out. I was acting purely on instinct, not entirely aware of what was happening. It wasn't until I took that first bite, until the taste of his blood filled my mouth, that I was aware. But I didn't stop. He looked ashamed of himself, turning his face away from me. You're an alpha, I sighed, lips pursing. Your instincts are stronger than any other wolf's. The fact that you were able to pull away at all without going for the kill was more than what most could do. I never want to see you get hurt. As soon as you were in that field between us, I had to step back. I know. Thaddeus would never hurt me, that I was certain of. Otherwise, I might not have dared to step between the two fighting males. But don't think I'm not mad at you for putting yourself in harm's way. Like that, he chastised, turning towards me again. Okay, I rolled my eyes. Well, I wouldn't have had to step in if you hadn't put yourself in harm's way first. His eyes were narrowed, but there was amusement in his expression nonetheless, a smirk growing. You never did learn how to stop arguing with your alpha, did you? I began to protest, but he cut me off quickly. I'm glad. I like that you challenge me so much, that you're not afraid to speak your mind around me. Even before anything happened between us, you never seemed scared like other wolves. I scoffed. I was terrified of you. I was desperate to make a good impression, but so terrible at keeping my thoughts to myself. I thought you found me irritating. I never would have suspected my brashness would be something you admired about me. He stared down at our joined hands, fingers threading through my own. I'm sorry it took us so long to get where we are. What's an extra month? I shrugged. It wasn't like I didn't see him every day. I was in Colorado, training alongside him on the mornings and evenings. I just don't understand why the fates left you without a mate for so long. I've never heard of a mating like ours before. I don't know. There's a lot I don't know or understand about myself, Thaddeus remarked. Movement stiff, he wrapped an arm around my body and rolled us until I was sitting on him, straddling his hips. While the position, a familiar one, had heat pulsing within me, I didn't want to hurt him. Then What I do know, he drawled quietly, cutting me off, tongue swiping out to wet his lower lip. I was rendered silent immediately, unable to stop my eyes from falling to his mouth. What I do know is how infinitely grateful I am to have met you. I know that I've been in absolute awe of you since the day I first saw you. And every day since you've continued to prove yourself as a female, I am so very lucky to stand beside. Thaddeus, I whispered, chest aching. I bit my lip, hard to stop the well of emotion surging upwards. He was staring up at me so softly, his hand stroking across my cheek. I leaned into his touch and brought my lips to his. What I do know with absolute certainty, he murmured softly, pulling back just an inch, is how much I care for you. A smile curved my mouth, my lips grazing his. I care for you too. In truth, he said. I love every single thing about you. That had me pausing. You do, I whispered, voice suddenly hoarse. Without question. I didn't know what to say. I could only stare, wide-eyed at this beautiful male before me, who stared at me still with so much tenderness. Too much time passed without a response, and I saw the light in his eyes die ever so slightly. Do you his jaw clenched. Do you still love him? Even now? Head shaking vehemently, I didn't allow him even a second to continue with those thoughts. No, I said, eyes wide. I loved Jacob. But not anymore, not now, not since I grew to know you. I loved Jacob, and he loved me, but we only loved aspects of one another, and we only saw what we wanted to see. I thought I was in love with him. But it turns out what I felt for him. I released a shuddered breath. What I felt for him was only a fraction of what I feel for you. With you, I don't have to hold myself back. I don't have to hide aspects of myself. And when you look at me, it feels as if you see all of me and I. Thaddeus brushed back the stupid tears that now ran across my cheeks. I never even told him I loved him. It always felt wrong, I explained. But it doesn't feel wrong with you. Not for a second. I feel like I've finally found my place, and I don't ever want to let that go. Chapter 31. Morning, I grumbled, stumbling out of the bedroom into the open-plan cabin. A yawn forced its way out as I rubbed at my bleary eyes, sleep still heavy in my movements. Across the room sat the two enforcers, Zarya and Tara, as Thaddeus called them yesterday, both seeming just as tired as they hunched over their morning coffees. Thaddeus had told me a little more about them both the previous night, but I had still yet to speak to them properly since I first met them after the mountain lion attack. Tara grunted a greeting towards me, head resting heavily against one hand, and Zarya offered me a smile. I had awoken much earlier than usual this morning, 4:30 instead of the usual 6 a.m., and I was feeling terribly groggy as a result. Thaddeus was still sleeping. He looked so achingly handsome with his face half turned into his pillow, dark hair flopped against his forehead, and a peaceful expression. It had been difficult to drag myself away, but I hadn't wanted to wake him up. The more rest he got, the quicker he would heal. Honestly, I had almost forgotten about the 2 enforcers who were residing with us. Thankfully, the trainees were amongst their official pack members for the mating rotation. I didn't want to see anyone else right now. Too much had happened between Jacob, Thaddeus, and me. I didn't have the patience for much more. You're both up early. I eyed the 2 enforcers as I headed to the simple kitchen to make myself a hot drink. Tell me about it, Tara groaned, taking a long drink. I hate traveling to the other packs. Was it a rule that they had to wake up early when they traveled to the other packs? Zarya caught my arched eyebrow and explained, Harris isn't always the most trusting male. We don't sleep easy when in other territories. We need to be alert. And after what happened yesterday, what a fucking disaster, Tara interrupted. After what happened yesterday, Zarya rolled her eyes. We're not going to risk it. Alpha Athen wouldn't attack. He'd have to be a fool, I said, shaking my head. I knew without doubt that the only reason Jacob had survived was because of my interference. He wouldn't risk such a humiliating defeat. A fool in love, Tara added, still looking half asleep with their eyes half shut. I flinched at their words. Zarya hit the wolf on the shoulder, startling them awake, shooting them a pointed look. Jacob had certainly acted based only on his feelings for me and nothing else. It wasn't my fault. His actions were his own, his feelings his own when I had made mine so apparent. And yet a twinge of guilt pulled at me anyway. He's still asleep? Zarya nodded behind me as I kept my head down and poured myself a cup of tea. No, the sound of Thaddeus's voice startled me enough that I nearly dropped the mug I was holding. I hadn't even heard him wake. All 3 of us stiffened in his unexpected company, and I saw all trace of sleep leach from Tara's composure. Alpha, they addressed, stiffening and surging to their feet. Beside them, Zarya followed suit, standing to attention and waiting dutifully for a command from her Alpha. Leave us, he uttered, jutting his chin towards the main door to the cabin. The 2 enforcers didn't hesitate to exit, Tara carrying their mug of coffee with them outside as they did. What was that about? I frowned at Thaddeus, casting him a quick look over my shoulder. In silence, he wrapped me in his arms, his bandaged chest pressed to my back, his face dipping into the crook of my shoulder, as he pressed a chaste kiss to the exposed skin. A shiver racked through me, tingling down the length of my spine as I felt his hot breath fan out. I arched my neck, sighing into his embrace. You ruined my plans. You weren't in bed with me when I awoke. Your plans. His hands found their way to my hips, curving around me until he reached between my legs to cup me intimately. My back arched. I pressed myself completely into his touch. I wanted to ravage you, he hissed softly. His mouth dragged up the length of my skin and placed a tender kiss just below the hollow of my ear. There's no denying our bond now, and I want everyone to know that I belong to you. Yes, I moaned. Turn around. I did as I was told, pressed against the counter and his body. His mouth hovered above mine, and our eyes met. A grin curved across his lips as he appraised me in my shorts and thin cotton vest. My nipples were erect and visible through the material. He kissed me so thoroughly that every muscle in my body coiled. A hand lay at the back of my head, holding me to him as his mouth devoured mine, tongue parting my lips. Another hand gripped tight at the bottom of my vest, tugging the material up over my stomach and exposing it to the cold air of the cabin. I didn't hesitate to lean back and rip the vest up over my head, exposing my upper body. His head stooped as he kissed across my chest, taking a nipple into his hot mouth and teasing the sensitive nub. I tugged at the length of his dark hair, thrusting my breast towards him. Already, he was tugging at the remainder of my clothes until I stood naked before him. Up, he groaned, pulling away from me. Get on the counter. His large hands gripped tightly at my waist, and he lifted me off my feet until I sat on the counter, legs parted by his body. I watched with heavy eyes, anticipation buzzing through me, as he lowered himself until his mouth aligned between my legs. He paused for a moment, his breath brushing across my delicate flesh until he closed the distance between us and began to utterly devour me. "Thaddeus," I hissed sharply through clenched teeth, hips thrusting into his mouth as he teased me. His mouth, tongue, and teeth kissing, licking and nibbling at me until I was falling apart against him. The sound of a shattered pot jerked me into awareness. I had knocked my mug of tea onto the wooden floor, the ceramic now smashed into a dozen pieces. I couldn't even think to move to clean it up, slumped across the counter, panting for breath. And Thaddeus certainly didn't seem to care as he stood and secured himself between my thighs, pulling my hips to drag me closer to the edge of the counter. I moaned, a low, deep sound that vibrated wholeheartedly throughout my chest as I felt Thaddeus slip into me. I was given no time to collect myself, still half dazed from my orgasm, as he began to move slowly and tenderly. Each thrust was a slow, measured action with the sole purpose of forcing me into an incoherent mess, clinging onto him as tightly as I could, knowing I would simply fall apart without him to anchor me. I had nothing else to grip onto other than his broad shoulder, my fingers digging into his muscled flesh, my hands spreading out down across his back, digging into him, pulling him impossibly closer. He began to thrust deeper, quicker, and I cried out, not caring if the Tara or Zarya were still close enough to hear us, completely unable to silence myself as Thaddeus devoured me. Thaddeus kissed me, swallowing my moans, in a rough kiss that felt as if he was trying to consume me entirely. And I would gladly let him, if this was how it felt, to be so wholly in his embrace. It had taken us more than an hour to finally drag ourselves from the comfort of our bed, where our morning session had ended, content to lie in our post-orgasmic bliss for all of the morning. I had no idea if Tara and Zarya had returned or if they were still patrolling outside of the cabin at the command of their alpha. "What time are we going to your parents this morning?" Thaddeus had already showered and dressed after changing the bandages on his chest and making the bed. His hair was still damp and hanging across his forehead in a messy tumble. "You still want to go?" I asked with a frown, tugging a t-shirt over my head. "Of course, we told your mom we would." "Oh. I just figured you'd want to head back to Colorado as soon as possible." I shrugged. "It doesn't matter to me when we leave. If you want to spend the morning with your parents, I'm more than happy to do so." Besides, he pulled me into his arms. Alpha Athens made his move. There's little else that could be done without inciting a war against me. "We don't have to leave yet unless you want to. I'd like to stay for breakfast." "Thank you." He placed a soft kiss on the corner of my mouth, eyes alight with a joy I hadn't noticed before. He seemed relaxed, he seemed content. No more than a few minutes later, we were ready to leave. As soon as we stepped outside the cabin, heading towards my parents' place, I noticed Tara and Zarya were not alone. Nelson stood off to the side, looking uncomfortable with his shoulders hunched slightly and his hands buried in the pockets of his sweatpants. Tara paid him no mind while Zarya, I noticed, was eyeing him warily. When Nelson noticed me, he immediately brightened and stepped closer. "Wow, you've got some guts," Nelson laughed, eyeing me up with his familiar smirk and falling into step with Thaddeus and me. My pace faltered. "What do you mean?" "You two reek. In another alpha's land who's madly in love with you, and you two shack up post-battle. Now there's absolutely no question about who you're with," he explained, jutting his chin towards Thaddeus on the other side of me. "Those rumors will be stopped dead in their tracks." A shame though, I thought it was quite funny that some people thought you were my mate. Thaddeus arched a brow at Nelson, expression flat. "I'll explain later," I assured Thaddeus, if only to stop him from staring at Nelson in such an intense way. I hadn't forgotten Thaddeus's confession of jealousy about the young, soft-featured, curly-haired male. I was more than thankful that this would put a stop to the rumors and curb Nelson's penchant for lying for the sake of his own amusement. I dreaded to think what new rumors now followed my name after all that had transpired yesterday. Truly, the sooner we could leave, the better. I just wanted to be back in Colorado again, where it didn't feel as if I had a dozen eyes on me as soon as I stepped out in public. I never did thank you for those extra rumors you decided to spread. My tone was dry, and I did my best to seem exasperated by his antics as I addressed Nelson, but my smile eventually won. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with the other Arizona wolves? You promised me you'd introduce me to your family. He slung an arm around my shoulder, having to lean up to reach. I'm sure they're ecstatic to meet your best friend. Have they met Harris yet? I want to be the favorite. I laughed, shoving him off of me and stepping closer to Thaddeus so I could hold his hand. Nelson pouted and feigned a wounded expression. They have met him, and my mom loves him. You're going to have to work hard to usurp his position as the favorite. What? Nelson's jaw slackened in disbelief. I've never even seen you smile. He bravely addressed the silent Colorado Alpha. What can I say? Thaddeus drawled with a shrug, finally speaking up, a smirk eventually tugging slightly at the corners of his mouth. Parents love me. You think they're still gonna love you when you go in there smelling like sex with their daughter? Nelson. Thaddeus's jaw twitched as he stared down the younger male. For a second, I wondered if Thaddeus really was nervous about being around my family. He was such a confident, self-assured male in every other aspect. Surely he wasn't worried about my parents' opinions that much? You're a little shit just like your uncle. Thaddeus finally spoke up in defense of himself, leaving me gaping at him as he smirked at Nelson. Nelson didn't even seem bothered by the insult, grinning widely as if he'd just received the biggest compliment. How about you shut it, I huffed, or I'll tell them how I nearly died saving your ass. Do you think you'll be their favorite then? Oh, come on. Nelson exclaimed, hands gesturing in the air, eyes wide, all signs of amusement suddenly gone. You're gonna snitch on me? This is blackmail. And that wasn't even my fault. Stop teasing him then, I warned, rolling my eyes. Nelson continued to grumble the entire journey to my parents' cabin, his complaints quickly turning once again towards the subject of his cousin's mating with Dante, a subject that seemed to pique Thaddeus's interest. I suppose Dante would need to speak to Thaddeus now on whether or not he would continue his training with Colorado. The male had already expressed his desire to continue training and to remain in Colorado for Richard, but now that he had actually met his mate, his decisions may have changed. It wouldn't be surprising if Dante decided he now wanted to be with his mate instead. No one would judge him if he finished his training early. Though I had admired his resolution greatly, especially his openness to admit his own faults and a continued need to grow. Breakfast with my parents had been awkward at first. My parents were clearly all too aware of what had happened between my mate and me and their alpha. But they didn't broach the subject at all, and for that I was thankful. Besides, Nelson did his best to lighten the mood, and to my chagrin, my mother absolutely loved his company. While she fawned over the two males in my life in the small kitchen, I was left to sit with my father in silence, until he turned towards me and fixed me with a heavy, steady gaze. His expression remained muted, giving nothing of his thoughts away. He cocked his head slightly, pursed his lips, and said rather bluntly, I never liked the other one. The other one? Jacob. You mean your alpha? I asked wide-eyed. He waved off my correction and grunted, I'm not questioning him as an alpha, but as a male who was chasing after my daughter. I didn't like him. That's not the opinion Mom had. My mother had confessed just how much she had wished Jacob and I had gotten together, and she'd certainly pushed the subject enough times before I left for Colorado that it would have been hard to miss. We both wanted you to be happy, but we had very different opinions on what it was that would make you so. He wasn't good enough for you, and I hated to see you bend over backwards for his approval. I didn't, my cheeks flushed. I understand why you did it. You wanted your alpha's approval. You wanted to prove yourself in the pack's eyes. You didn't do it to impress him and win a male's affection. He sighed. You didn't need to prove yourself here, not to the pack, not to us, not to anyone. You're a strong wolf, no matter what anyone says. I swallowed back my emotions, blinking too quickly to not give away the tears on the verge of falling. This was the most I had heard my father say uninterrupted in a long time. Certainly, the most he had ever said to me in confidence. Now tell me about this other one. What's he like? I nearly choked at my father's blasé referral to Thaddeus. This other one, as if he wasn't the most powerful alpha in North America. I was also fairly confident that Thaddeus would be able to hear every word of this conversation just feet away from us on the other side of the cabin, no matter how loud Nelson and my mother were chattering away. The hot flush that scorched my cheeks didn't subside as my father patiently awaited my response with an arched brow. I was suddenly all too aware of Nelson's earlier comment. There was no doubt that my parents knew exactly how much Thaddeus and I got along. This was absolutely mortifying. "He's good," I answered quietly, shyly averting my gaze. "Better than Jacob ever was, more than I could have ever expected. And he loves you, without conditions? He treats you right." "He does." My father nodded firmly, resolutely, and seemed content with my answer. Good. When it was time to leave, I was all too aware of the Idaho wolves watching us. The trainees had just left with Tara and Zaria, and now only Thaddeus and I remained as I carried my bags to the car. My mother had come to say goodbye with tears in her eyes, even going so far as to hand me various packages of food she had cooked, from cookies and pies to heavy pasta dishes, that I hadn't had since I had transferred to Colorado. I hadn't seen my sister at all this morning, not even as I spied Mitchell standing with Beta Marie. They didn't approach, but both offered me a friendly smile, assuring me that there was no bad blood between us, despite what had occurred with their alpha. And when Thaddeus began to drive us along the faded dirt path that led through the trees out of the inner territory of Idaho, I was sure I saw a glimpse of Jacob's wolf through the overgrowth. The brown wolf was deadly still as he watched us depart, making no move to stop us and only acknowledging my attention with a low dip of his head. And somehow, this time, my departure from Idaho felt more conclusive than the last. Returning here was no longer a possibility, and no part of me wanted it to be. Idaho was my past, and it would stay that way. When I had first left for Colorado, my heart had been heavy at the separation. I ached in the misery that it was to leave Jacob behind, despite my desires to start anew in Colorado. And a small part of me had always clung to the idea that I could return to him in time. But now, with everything that had served to alter my life irrevocably, with Thaddeus by my side, and pack mates I loved in Colorado, and an existence where I felt valued, I held no desire to ever return to what my life once was. I didn't feel saddened to leave Idaho now, even knowing that all bonds between Jacob and me had been severed. I felt free. "You okay?" Thaddeus asked from the driver's seat, his eyebrows pulled together in a frown. I hummed in assurance, casting him a soft smile, shifting in my seat to turn away from the view outside the car altogether. "Your friend, the one Alpha Alfred mentioned, you've sent him to lead the Nevada pack in Richard's place, right?" "Yes, Samson," Thaddeus confirmed. "Why? He's acting as Alpha? Until Richard is mature enough, or you find a more permanent solution?" "Yes, but there's currently no Beta?" With Benedict Russo's betrayal, the Nevada pack was without both an official Alpha couple and Beta couple, leaving a lot of responsibilities to be managed by only one male. What's brought on these questions? I was just talking to Dante before we came here about the whole Richard situation, and it had me curious. I shrugged, not elaborating further. I couldn't get the Nevada male out of my head since Nelson had mentioned him this morning, and the probing thought that had followed me since I last spoke to Dante himself remained ever present. Instead, I asked, "What have you done with Russo?" "He's locked away in a cabin for now with his mate. I have enforcers guarding it at all times. I'm not entirely sure what to do with him long term. Any thoughts?" "You're asking me?" I said incredulously. He shot me a sideways look, glancing away from the road for only a moment to frown at me. "Why wouldn't I? I value your opinion, and you've given some excellent insight into the situation so far. I've never had to punish someone before," I shrugged. "I wouldn't even know where to begin. We'll have to sit down and discuss it properly with Adrienne and the others when we return," he sighed, already looking tired at just the prospect. "At least you don't have to eavesdrop on the conversation this time." "Hey!" I gaped at him. "I didn't mean to listen in the first time, but you were all so loud, and it was so early in the morning. It's not my fault. My bedroom is right under your conference room." "I'm just joking." He laughed and then more seriously added, "You should have been included in the meeting from the beginning, but, well, you didn't know about our mating yet." You are an alpha, though. Your opinion on matters like these holds weight. I was worried I had misspoken, that first time in Nevada, to all the other alphas. It wouldn't have been the first time my brash attitude would have caused a few bruised egos amongst them. I've always struggled to keep my opinions to myself. But it needed to be said. They didn't seem to take it well, he grinned, taking one hand off the wheel to hold mine. He gave it a small squeeze and threaded his fingers through mine. But I enjoyed every second of it. Their arrogance annoys me to no end. It's good to have someone else to keep them in check, especially when it seems you have no qualms about putting them in their place. I sometimes forgot what it was like to be myself so unapologetically. I was so used to cursing my outspoken nature, to trying desperately to reel in my dominant attitude around other alphas. I remembered so vividly how nervous I had felt at those alpha meetings in Idaho, how I'd felt like an imposter amongst so many legitimate alphas. It seemed laughable now. Not only was I an alpha, but in a position with a pack made to keep all others in check. I no longer had to strive to alter myself to fit within our world, within our strict hierarchy of wolves. I no longer had to change my impulses to conform to the rules that upheld such structures. As my father had said so simply, I could be myself without conditions. Chapter 32. It rained for nearly our entire journey home, heavy torrential rain that saturated the earth so much so that when we finally made it onto Colorado territory, it made it nearly impossible to drive along the narrow dirt paths that led to the main house. We had barely stopped to rest during the night and hadn't bothered to set up a tent to camp. It would have been impossible to stay dry. So instead, Thaddeus and I had slept uncomfortably in the small car for only a couple of hours before he insisted we continued driving. The sooner we arrived home, the better. It was as we had crossed into the inner territory and were approaching the field where the main house, training grounds, and cabins were that we caught up with the returning trainees. The rain had begun to ease by now, and I could see their blurry forms through the windshield. Human forms, not wolves, greeted us. They had all shifted back and were standing still as I noticed Sandy and Logan greeting them. Except Sandy's expression was twisted into a scowl, while Logan, next to her, stood stiffly, arms crossed. Zarya and Tara looked tense as they listened intently to whatever Logan was saying, but it was hard to hear above the sound of the rain hitting the car. "What's happening?" I asked Thaddeus. The car continued onwards, tires struggling in the mud, until we had a clear view of the field and the sight of a large gathering of enforcers outside the main house could be seen. Thaddeus abruptly stopped the car and stepped out into the rain without a word, the car still running and the driver's side door left wide open. I could only stare after him with wide eyes as I struggled to unbuckle my seatbelt and follow him. Within seconds, Thaddeus was thoroughly soaked from the rain, his clothes drenched with strands of his hair sticking to his forehead and the sides of his face. When he reached his head hunter and head trainer, the wolves only gestured towards the main house, and Thaddeus was off once again, leaving me behind. The rain was like ice against my skin, enough to have goosebumps break out across my limbs. Numb fingers pushed back wet, red hair from my face as I approached Sandy, Logan, and the others. All looking as tense as each other and talking furtively amongst themselves. I spotted Nelson easily amongst our training group, but noticed immediately that Dante and the other two Nevada wolves were absent. Nelson caught my eye, and noticing my quizzical expression, only shook his head and mouthed the words, "Ask Adrienne," pointing over in the direction Thaddeus had gone. Indeed, squinting through the rain, I could see Nelson's uncle waiting impatiently for his alpha to reach him, the scowl marring his expression, foreign on a man usually full of smiles and mischief. The wolf I knew didn't seem to be present at all, and in his place stood the somber beta I had first met at the alpha meetings. So I stalked towards them, feet sinking into the sodden dirt, legs caked in mud and rain. Even my black shorts were not spared from the grime, my fast pace splashing muddy water up to my hips. When I reached them, Thaddeus didn't so much as turn towards me as Adrienne explained the situation, but muttered quickly and quietly, "Benedict Russo has escaped." The crowd of enforcers stood just a step away, listening intently to every word from their beta, waiting for their next command. Russo and his mate, who had been locked away in a cabin and guarded by 2 enforcers at all times, had escaped their holding. Apparently, they had managed to overpower their guards, killing one and injuring the other. The surviving enforcer had been found only 10 minutes ago when others were sent to rotate shifts, but the attack had happened almost an hour ago, before the enforcer was knocked unconscious. He must have had help, Adrian said, his scowl never lessening. His hair was loose from its usual tied-back style, the blonde shoulder-length hair soaked and sticking to the length of his neck. Small strands were plastered to his jaw and face as the wind picked up and changed direction, assaulting our faces with rain. It's unlikely Russo and his mate were able to overpower them alone. But we've had no sign of trespassing wolves on the territory. I stepped closer to Thaddeus, shamelessly using his large stature to shield me from the rain. How many of the trainees stayed behind? Who didn't attend the mating rotations? I asked with a frown, drawing Adrian's attention, as well as the surrounding enforcers. You think it was one of the trainees that helped them? An enforcer I didn't know spoke up. You're missing 3 Nevada trainees right now. I gestured across the field over to my training group, only one of which I recall seeing at the rotations. Dante, Thaddeus muttered beside me, neck arched over to trainees as he scoured the group with a glare of his own, looking just as somber as his beta. I had seen how much Dante cared for Richard firsthand, and I had seen the anger he felt towards Russo for threatening Richard's safety. I couldn't believe he would do anything to aid his escape. Yet, he was unaccounted for. Shit. Adrian cursed, shoulders slumping in exhaustion. What an absolute disaster. What do we do? Send everyone out, Thaddeus sighed, nodding at the enforcers, including the trainees. I want everyone searching for Russo, his mate, and the 3 Nevada wolves. Search in groups. Enforcers out searching the outer boundaries of the territories, trainees searching at the inner boundaries with Tara, Zarya, and Logan. You, me, and Sandy will split up and head in opposite directions. Sandy takes the lead. Adrian nodded firmly, already turning towards the enforcers as Thaddeus grabbed my head and pulled me towards the house, only glancing behind us to call out towards Nelson and gesture for him to follow us. As we grew closer, I realized Richard was sitting on the porch with 3 enforcers surrounding him. The young boy seemed shaken, clearly concerned about Russo's whereabouts, but was otherwise unharmed. I need you to stay inside with Richard and Nelson, okay? Thaddeus murmured, pulling me into his arms with his head stooped towards me. Rain battered against his face, the wind whipping his wet hair violently. There was a deep tension locked in his jaw. His eyes were hard, and his mouth was set in a thin line. He seemed furious. No, not furious. Worried. Because it's safe? I asked, cupping his jaw in my hand. He leaned into the small gesture of affection, eyes closing as he allowed himself to sigh and arch his shoulders further into me. No, he said, arms tightening around my waist. Because I trust you more than anyone else, and I know you place similar trust in Nelson. Richard is untrained and vulnerable. I need you to protect him. I smiled at that, heartwarming at the knowledge that he had genuine respect for my skills as a fighter, that even though we were mates, he didn't want to hide me away to keep me safe. I'll see you soon, I assured, leaning up to place a kiss against his cheek. He offered me a bittersweet smile and moved quickly to capture my lips with his own before I could move away. It was a short kiss, one I didn't want to end. Not when I knew he was about to run out into the woods in search of Benedict Russo and whoever aided him. Stay safe. The 3 of us, Richard, Nelson, and I, sat in Richard's bedroom in absolute silence. Richard was on his bed, knees up against his chest, eyes set intently on the window that gave him a view towards the trees where the majority of the enforcers and trainees had disappeared. Nelson was lying down on his back in the middle of the room, arms and legs spread like a star as he stared up at the ceiling, and I sat by the closed door, my back against the adjacent wall, twirling my knife in my hands as we waited. Waited, and waited for someone to return, or for Russo. It was hard to guess what to expect. Nelson had bets on who of the inner pack would be first to find Russo and his mate. The concept of the male escaping them was not one he entertained. He had a lot of faith in Thaddeus and his pack. So far, Sandy was the believed victor. She was, after all, one of the best hunters I had ever known. If anyone were to find Russo, it would be her. But I wasn't so sure he would be captured. If Russo truly had fled, he would have had an hour's head start. Thaddeus was fast, but if Russo was traveling in wolf form, he could have made it close enough to the pack's borders before anyone even began to chase him. The likelihood of being caught now was slim. If Russo had fled, that is. I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that suggested a far more insidious option. A man who was so intent on stealing power that he was willing to murder his own alpha would surely be insane enough to risk his freedom just to murder the next wolf in line to said power. Thaddeus was smart to leave Richard protected, but I couldn't help but worry he had made a careless choice in choosing only Nelson and me. Richard could be in serious danger, and he had left a young, barely trained wolf and me to guard him. Not exactly a powerful combination. "It's been 20 minutes, Nelson remarked, wristwatch raised to his squinting eyes. 20 minutes they had been searching, which meant those who were in the lead, Thaddeus, Sandy, Adrienne, and Logan, were now all 20 minutes away, should anything happen back at the pack house. The sinking feeling in my gut didn't lessen. Richard glanced at Nelson briefly, acknowledging he had heard the young wolf speak, but turned back towards the window. He had been staring outside so intently for the entire 20 minutes, as if he was expected to see something. His expression had been warped by worry the entire time. "Why do you keep staring outside?" Nelson asked. "Who are you expecting to see? The returning enforcers or Benedict Russo?" I wanted to add, "What else is there to do?" Richard mumbled, though a frown remained knitted across his brow. Nelson's eyes narrowed on the younger boy, fair point. "It's probably best we stay quiet," I said, speaking up for the first time since we all sat down, in a sharp tone. Nelson pushed himself up into a sitting position and first looked down at the knife in my hands, then eyed the door beside me, which I was guarding. He nodded once, expression sobering. He seemed more alert now, mirroring my behavior. I didn't for a second want to drop my guard. Especially as the longer we waited, the more certain I grew that something terrible was going to happen. It was still raining, a miserable backdrop to the day. It fell heavily from a dark gray sky that made it seem as if it were a late evening rather than early morning, the patter against the window pane loud and distracting. The rain was so loud that I almost didn't hear it. Footsteps. Light, slow footsteps on the staircase. Not ascending from the ground floor, but descending, coming from the second floor of the house. I froze from my position on the floor, knife now firmly in one hand at my side as I gestured silently towards Nelson and Richard to catch their attention. Someone was in the house. I all but pressed my entire body to the door, listening intently to locate the intruder. It was hard, with my hearing less sensitive than a usual wolf, the sound of the rain, and the almost silent way the intruder managed to move through the house. The footsteps had stopped, and silence greeted me. But they were closer now. They were close enough for me to finally scent them. And I knew the full-blooded wolf would be able to smell us. "We need to move." I surged towards the other side of the room, pushing Nelson in front of me. "Out the window, both of you. Right this second." Silence was no use anymore when I knew we had already been found. And every second now counted towards our escape. Richard had already opened the window, one leg swinging out, and then the boy was jumping haphazardly towards the ground as if he'd been doing so all his life, landing with a roll onto the grass below. The door burst open behind us, with splintering as the lock on Richard's bedroom door gave way, and Benedict Russo's bulky but haggard-looking body filled the doorway, grinning at me with such mirth I shivered. "Amelia," he greeted, voice deep and smooth, as if he wasn't covered in dirt with a visibly bleeding claw mark that had ripped through his shirt. His thinning gray hair seemed thinner somehow, in the short time that he had spent in Colorado, and his skin no longer had a deep tan but looked sickly pale. As a result, the scar that slashed down the left side of his face looked more brutal than ever, shining silver under the dim lighting in Richard's bedroom. He stood with confidence and eyed me as if he weren't an injured male facing against a female who had trained all her life to prove she was better than an average wolf, to prove that despite any prejudice she had faced from packs like Nevada, she didn't need to shift to kick someone's ass. But I didn't have anything to prove right now, and I sure as hell didn't care about his terrible opinion of me. So, without responding to the cocky male, in one move, I firmly shoved Nelson out of the window and threw myself out after him. Chapter 33. My ankles rolled, balance askew, and I landed against the grass and mud on my knees and forearms, half on Nelson. Mud splashed against my face, in my eyes, and my mouth as I groaned and pulled myself up on shaking arms. We certainly hadn't landed as eloquently as Richard, the young boy who, though also caked in mud, was on his feet and sprinting towards the woods. Damn it, Nelson groaned, struggling to gather himself. Come on, get up, I said, tugging him up to his feet with one hand while I wiped the mud from my face with the other. I tucked my knife, the handle slick with the rain and dirt, into the pocket of shorts that ran the length of my thigh. Maybe if you hadn't pushed me out of the window, he snorted and paled as he glanced back up at Richard's bedroom. Shit, shit, shit. Russo was snarling, his fury unleashed as he forced himself through the window frame after us. Gone was the calm and collected male. He probably hadn't even considered that we'd jump out of a window to escape him. Idiot. Nelson was off, sprinting after Richard while I followed at the back. I didn't once glance behind me, but I could hear the resounding thud of Russo hitting the ground. I knew I could outrun him only if he didn't shift. But it didn't really matter if I could escape Russo. All that mattered right now was if Richard could escape. There was no way I was going to let Russo get his hands on him. Up ahead, I saw Richard clear the field and cross into the trees. Good. Maybe if he could run far enough, he'd find the other trainees or even the enforcers, and they could protect him. Nelson and I followed Richard's lead, desperate to keep up as my feet sank into the swampy earth. 2 days of hard rain had rendered it so saturated that it was almost impossible to cross without my feet sinking an inch into the ground with every step. Our escape was clumsy, more human than lithe, graceful wolves, but it was fueled with desperation to stay one step ahead of the male that hunted us. We reached the sharp line of trees, not hesitating to push ourselves into the thick forest that lay ahead. Nelson followed Richard with ease, and I recognized the route the young wolf led us on almost instantly. This was the route Thaddeus and I ran when training. It seemed Thaddeus had been taking Richard on the same route, a difficult path of gnarled roots, brambles, and sharp overgrowth that desired to trap those whose concentration slipped for even a second. We knew this land, had been studying it to sharpen our instincts and reflexes. Russo was on foreign territory, a stranger oblivious to the felled logs and hidden holes that one had to dodge. Not for the first time, I was realizing just how intelligent the young alpha was. Nelson and I deftly avoided the low-hanging branches and far-reaching tree roots, though the sodden ground had my thighs burning at the extra effort needed to keep my balance. My harsh, labored breaths fogged against the frigid air. Behind me, I could hear Russo's pants as the male refused to end his pursuit. But we were creating distance between us, however minuscule, as Nelson and I managed to traverse through the woodland with familiarity. Richard was farther ahead now, faster on his young legs, aided by his alpha genes. I allowed myself to feel relief, however brief, as I watched the distance between Richard and us grow. Even if Russo reached me, even if he reached Nelson, Richard could escape. He could find the others, and they would protect him while Nelson and I fought off Russo. But that relief didn't last long. Not as I ducked out from under a thick, stooped branch of an aged tree and witnessed Richard running right into the arms of one of the Nevada trainees appearing out of nowhere. Richard looked so small in his arms, trapped to the male's chest as forearms crushed Richard to his chest. The other Nevada trainee appeared just a second later, a crooked, deadly grin curving across his mouth. I felt my heart stutter in my chest as Richard's eyes caught my own, and the pure fear I found there as Richard realized how useless he was against the fully grown male cleaved into me. My pace faltered for only a second, but it was enough for Russo to gain an advantage on me. The male lunged towards me, fingers grazing my ankle and forcing me off balance. I fell hard, head smashing against a rock just as Russo's body surged into me, knocking the wind from my lungs. Strong hands wrapped around my wrists, slamming them on the ground and pinning me in place. I writhed against his body, bucked against the restraints, but couldn't escape Russo's weight. "Amelia," Nelson cried, glancing back just in time to see my defeat. I watched through damp eyes as Nelson stumbled to a stop between Richard and me, wild as his attention darted between the two of us, and he had the threats that surrounded him. The same mud that coated every inch of me painted across his pale skin and clung to his curls and to his clothes. He was panting, huge heaving breaths that had him wheezing, not from the running, but the dread and panic I saw leaching into him. The other Nevada male, the one not detaining Richard, who had not for 1 second stopped fighting the hold on him, stalked towards Nelson like one would approach a startled horse. "Protect Richard," I said, voice hoarse, but hard without an inch of hesitation, not allowing my own fear to be visible. I wouldn't let them hurt Richard. I couldn't. Not this boy who had lost so much already when the weight of an entire pack's future had been thrust upon him. I didn't let myself embrace the fear. Fear that I couldn't fight against this, that I couldn't survive against these full-blooded wolves. And I had had years of practice to push down that fear. I had years of practice to ignore the same fear that had told me not to push against Jacob's control. The same fear that told me I couldn't hold my own against wolves and that I'd need to be separated from them, to be kept safe. I didn't watch Nelson any longer, couldn't watch to see how he fared against the other Nevada wolf. Russo was in my face, snarling like a wild beast, baring his fangs at me and forcing me to submit to him. He slammed my arms back into the ground once more, and I felt something snap in my left arm. I couldn't escape the hold he had on my wrists, and no matter how much I writhed against the mud, I couldn't shift him from atop me. So I snarled right back at the male and sank my blunt human teeth into his face. That had the male surging back with a sharp hiss, just enough for me to drag myself out from under him through the mud. The hard metallic taste of blood stained my mouth, dripping from my chin and mixing with the rain that continued to fall. Fingers, like thick claws, dug deep into the earth as my arms quaked with the effort it took to pull myself up and onto my feet. Breathing deeply, I mustered a deathly glare as I staggered back away from the male, now second from shifting. Unsheathing my knife, not sparing a glance towards the fight breaking out behind me, my gaze was sharp as I assessed Russo's every movement. My left arm was throbbing as it hung limply at my side, but I didn't need it to cut into him, not when my right hand held firmly onto the familiar weapon. The hulking mass of a male was writhing with fury as he snarled and growled at me, clutching at his cheek where I had torn a chunk from him. Blood seeped out beneath his tanned fingers and ran the length of his wrist. "You bitch!" Benedict Russo roared, the sound reverberating against the trees that guarded us on all sides. I should have felt fear. I should have felt afraid of this male, should have felt the same fear I felt when faced against that mountain lion, however many days ago that had been. But I didn't. Not as adrenaline surged through my veins and I grinned at Russo with all the restraint of a madman, baring my blood-stained teeth to him as a promise of more pain to come. I felt alive. I felt free. Not used to things biting back? I taunted, stealing my spine and approaching with a swagger in my step, stopping only when I was just an arm's length away. There was no more running now. That was no longer an option, not with Richard restrained and the sound of Nelson's struggles behind me, not as I heard Nelson cry out and the sound of his body hitting the floor. This time, I had no choice but to fight. And there was nothing to hold me back. "I'm going to tear you to shreds." Behind him, movement in the trees caught my eye for only a second. That wicked, cruel grin of mine didn't lessen as I whispered, "Good luck with that." Dante emerged from the woods faster than I had seen any wolf move, battering into Russo without warning and knocking him to the ground. I didn't waste a single second, whirling to face the Nevada traitors. Nelson was battered and bruised on the ground, the male he had fought against bleeding, but still standing, eyes wide at Dante's sudden appearance. I lunged, with a speed I had acquired from my years of sparring with the Jacob and with the accuracy I had developed facing off against the Thaddeus every morning. My knife slashed against his thigh, his forearm, and grazed his neck as he attempted feebly to block my attacks. I shoved him to the ground, and his legs buckled beneath him with ease. "You think you're better than us?" The male spat Dalton, if I remembered correctly. He was shaking, every inch of him on edge as he glowered up at me. Behind him, the other Nevada male, Jasper, was backing away from the fight, dragging a struggling Richard along with him. Richard looked so small in his arms, so powerless. The only mercy was that Jasper didn't seem inclined to kill Richard himself. That task, it seemed, was for Russo. "Is that what you're so afraid of?" I smirked. My fingers flexed on the hilt of my blade. "Worried you don't compare?" Dalton shifted into his wolf, a wolf that seemed so small now that I had seen Thaddeus in combat. He bared his fangs at me, lip curling back just enough to show me that sharp gleam of white bone. Dalton leapt towards me, more reckless than brave, as his jaws aimed to wrap around my thin human neck. I rolled to my right, sliding through the mud just as Dalton landed and skidded on unsteady paws. I was by his side again, knife plunging deep into his gut. Dalton spluttered, the wolf whining in a horrifically high-pitched wail as my blade tore at his flesh and innards. His claws swiped at me, tearing through skin, but the pain wasn't enough to stop my attacks. He now lay prone, bleeding out against the earth. Rain washed away against the blood as the wolf struggled to move against the pull of his wounds. Dalton was bleeding quicker than he could heal. I left him to bleed, turning my attention to the male who now quivered as he watched his friend slowly die. Richard had stilled in Jasper's arms as the male's hold on the young boy shook. One quivering, clawed fingertip was held against Richard's throat, but the boy no longer seemed so afraid, not when his eyes met mine, and I saw the same determination thrumming through my bones reflected in him. I approached slowly, stalking across the minuscule distance between us as if I had all the time in the world. Jasper's terror-struck eyes followed every step. I knew I must have looked a sight, wild tendrils of red hair stained with blood and dirt, matted against my neck and face as the rain did little to wash away the evidence of this battle. My face, my body, every inch of visible skin beneath my athletic shorts and t-shirt was covered. I could feel the grime coating me thickly. But my eyes were wide and clear as I stared down the male 2 seconds from passing out, and I hoped they conveyed just how powerful I felt in this moment and how weak I viewed him to be. Jasper faltered, his hold on Richard slackening. I looked to Richard again, just a small glance with a command that somehow, miraculously, he seemed to understand. As I leapt towards Jasper, Richard was knocking the arm away that restrained him and surging his elbow into his captor. By the time I was on Jasper, snarling at the cowardly male, Richard had already distanced himself and was now kneeling at Nelson's side, helping him to a sitting position. Jasper, to no surprise, was no difficulty to defeat. I left the male unconscious on the ground, face in the dirt as he bled from the cuts I had inflicted across his limbs. It was only when I was sure he would not be waking any time soon that I allowed myself to rush to Nelson and Richard's side, scanning them immediately from head to toe to assess their injuries. Richard was completely unharmed, to my relief, and Nelson was already quickly healing and pouting. "Are you okay?" I asked, exhaustion already weighing heavily on my limbs now that the adrenaline that had fueled my fight seeped from me and left me feeling somewhat hollow. I can't believe I missed all the fun. I was quick to scoff, rolling my eyes as I muttered dryly, "You're fine." So instead, I turned back towards Dante, where the sounds of his fight with Russo had already ended. The familiar male was scowling, looking far more serious than I had ever seen him. Russo was at his knees before him, head arched back, throat bared as one of Dante's clawed fingertips tugged deeply into the flesh. Blood had been drawn, and I knew one move from either male would end Russo's life. He's yours to finish. I paused, blinking at Dante. Whatever surprise I was feeling, I was sure, was clear in my face. Mine? I laughed, casting a look of disgust at the kneeling male that still managed to sneer at me, despite the position he was in. I don't give a single damn about this male. He's all yours. Protect your alpha. Dante didn't wait for further confirmation, and in one abrupt swipe of his claw, Russo was dead on the ground before us. There was a sudden silence in the woods that seemed so heavy as the four of us stared down at the unmoving body. I didn't feel any relief or pride at the sight. I was simply too tired to care. He had dug his own grave going after Richard, after all. Well, I sighed, placing a hand on Richard's shoulder. Should you need a loyal beta, I think you've found him. Dante looked towards me sharply, surprise fleeting in his expression. The young boy only nodded mutely, staring at the frozen expression of his father's murderer. A position rightly earned, Nelson added. And I knew I didn't imagine the respect in Nelson's eyes as he appraised Dante, the male he had done nothing but complain about since knowing him. I wondered briefly if Dante's opinion on Nelson had changed at all. Now, where the hell is everyone else? We weren't exactly quiet. How far do you think they ran before they realized Benji never left the inner territory? Do you think they've even noticed? I blame the negligence on Adrienne. It's probably his fault somehow. I cracked a weak smile, twin to the grin curving across Nelson's bruised face that dimpled his cheeks. A wobbling laughter escaped, one driven by relief that we were all alive, and the sudden drop in adrenaline that drained my body in a way I hadn't felt before. I pulled Nelson into a tight embrace, as if anything less would have him slipping away from me. I realized now that my legs were shaking, exhaustion leaching all strength as I leaned heavily into Nelson, relying on his strength to keep me upright. Tears brimmed at the corners of my eyes. And that's how the others found us, Nelson and I hugging as we laughed against each other, looking as if we had been dragged through hell. We probably looked absolutely insane. Chapter 34. Sandy was the first to find us, along with a handful of enforcers that were still in their wolf forms, prowling forward and taking a closer look at the scene. Sandy was the only one to have shifted back into her human form, naked and unashamed as her wide eyes took everything in. I peeled back from Nelson's embrace, balance slightly askew as I did, and my knees nearly buckled beneath me. Holy shit, Sandy swore at the sight of us. Benedict, Russo, and Dalton were dead on the ground. Jasper unconscious. Dante was dripping wet as he stood over Russo's body with one hand blood-stained. The three of us, Nelson, Richard, and I, were looking as if we had just fought our way through a natural disaster. And my bloodied knife was still clutched in my right hand. I briefly wondered if I'd ever be able to get all of this mud off of me or if it was now a permanent addition to my body. And the blood. Somehow it felt heavier against my skin, and I found my eyes falling back towards Dalton's body. I had killed someone. The realization hit strikingly hard. So quickly had I gone from barely beginning my training to killing another wolf. I didn't know what I had expected to feel, but as it stood, I felt nothing, just a numbness where I knew I should feel something. Sandy stalked over to Russo's body. She cast Dante a wary glance and kicked at Russo's shoulder with the tip of her bare foot, as if to check if he was really dead. But it was clear as day that his heart was no longer beating, even my half-human hearing could confirm it. That, and the sight of his throat brutally cut, and the amount of blood that coated him, was more than enough confirmation. Dante stood stiff, and hadn't moved at all, I realized, since he had killed Russo. Instead, the large male was still staring at Richard. At his young alpha, who in turn had not stopped staring at Russo's lifeless face. Dante hadn't even reacted to Sandy so close to him, face pinched in concern as if he expected Richard to fall apart at any second. "Gods, Sandy," Adrienne exclaimed, appearing through the trees as he tugged on a pair of shorts, only one other enforcer accompanying him. "Put some clothes on." "Embrace the wild," Sandy tooted, spreading her arms out and gesturing at the trees around us, providing everyone with an eyeful of her chest. Not that anyone even batted an eyelid at the nudity despite Adrienne's teasing. We're wolves, not humans. No need for modesty. Where are the others? I asked, clearing my throat, watching Adrian crouch down beside Jasper, no doubt checking he wasn't about to come to at any moment. He didn't bother to check on Dalton. I shifted on my feet, brushing up against Nelson, who still stood so close to me. I felt his hand brush my own before he grasped it and offered me a comforting squeeze. How was he feeling now? In the aftermath of death? What were Dante and Richard thinking, as still as two stone statues, barely a reaction from either of them? Sandy jutted her chin back towards the house. They took off in the opposite direction. Harris is probably at the complete other side of the territory still, and Logan was searching that way. She gestured vaguely to my right. She shrugged, no sense waiting for them. Grab a leg, ladies. The group of wolves that had arrived, accompanying Sandy, all shifted back into 6 women of various builds and heights. The closest one to me was a short, dark-skinned woman who offered me a vicious grin as she passed. All of the women, in fact, offered me similar smiles. Not in any way unkind, but exactly as I would expect a hunter to smile at the end of a hunt. A satisfied, deadly grin, well acquainted with death, and perhaps somewhat proud of me for my kill. Have you been introduced to my hunters before? Sandy asked. No, I answered hoarsely, watching the females move with ease as if they were well acquainted with corpses, which I suppose they were, being hunters. The only enforcers I've been introduced to are Tara and Zarya. You're all so antisocial, Sandy said. I wasn't sure if that was directed at the ladies or me, currently lifting the corpses out of the mud. Probably both. I had, after all, made zero effort to get to know any of the enforcers, and I'd been here more than a month, but no one had approached me either. Tara and Zarya are more of Logan's group, warriors. These are the wolves you want to get to know. Stop trying to recruit Amelia, Adrian laughed, long blonde hair dancing as he shook his head in disbelief, rising to his feet and turning to Sandy with an arched brow. I'm not, but Sandy grinned. If she wants to join us, that's up to her. Recruiting me? I didn't realize the enforcers had different roles, different groups, I interrupted. I can't imagine anyone would want to work with you, Nelson cut in, spearing his uncle with an amused look. Sandy all the way, I say. Or is it a women-only club? We'd eat you alive, trainee, the first, dark-skinned female laughed as she and the others hoisted Dalton's limp body up. Give it a few years and maybe you'd be up to it. Adrian barely even blanched at the sight of the dead male being carried directly past him, didn't so much as spare at a glance. What happened exactly? The question was directed to me, but it was Nelson who spoke up beside me, laying a reaching arm across my damp shoulders to tell every detail he recalled. I shivered, either from the cold wind and rain that continued to fall or the details of my own violence. I couldn't be sure. The others didn't visibly react to the story, only listening. Adrian's bright blue eyes darted between the two of us, still stood there stiffly, coated in mud, blood, and sweat. You both look disgusting. Adrian wrinkled his nose at us when Nelson's account finally ended. You should go shower. Wow. Thank you, Amelia and Nelson, for saving our asses, Nelson drawled sarcastically, his arm withdrawing from me as he stepped back towards the house. We appreciate you so much, Amelia and Nelson. Nelson barged past his uncle, intentionally shoving the male against the shoulder as he passed. Adrian only laughed, instantly on the younger male's heels. From what I've just heard, you did absolutely nothing. Amelia did all the work. Hell, Dante did more work than you. Sandy rolled her eyes, watching the two of them go as they continued to squabble. It was rare if the uncle and nephew weren't arguing in each other's presence. Idiots. I smiled faintly as I watched them go. You okay? Sandy asked, offering me her arm. Yeah, I nodded. I slipped my right arm into hers and let her lead us out of the woods back towards the house while the enforcers dealt with the bodies. I only turned back once, as if to assure myself Richard really was safe now, and found him buried tightly in Dante's arms. The two males were silent as Richard pressed his face into Dante's chest, but I saw his shoulders shaking, and I could see the pain in Dante's expression. It wasn't the sight of an alpha and beta, not yet. That relationship would come later, as Richard aged into his position. It was the sight of a young pup needing the love and comfort he had been denied, and a loyal male willing to stand by his side. Alpha Harris was who awaited us by the porch when Sandy and I returned, still arm in arm. He stood with perfect posture, arms crossed tight against his sturdy chest as he waited patiently for us to saunter closer, his expression hard and unwavering. Other wolves were around him, but he kept his gaze steadfastly on me. I didn't hurry my movements at the sight of him, perfectly content to enjoy the slow walk back with Sandy. The headhunter didn't seem to mind that I was absolutely filthy, that I was smearing blood against her skin. I suppose she was used to it. We had walked the entire route back together in silence, a slow, relaxed pace through the trees until the field and the house came into view once again. The rain had finally eased, but the cold temperature remained. My body felt far too numb to even register it, though, even if I were shivering beside Sandy. Sandy slowed her steps beside me even more, and from the glint in her eye, I knew it was intentionally meant to tease Thaddeus a little. That mask of his cracked ever so slightly, and I saw the slow smirk twisting at the corners of my mouth. When I finally stood before him, he allowed his eyes to graze over me only once before he met my stare. "Nelson told me everything already," he said curtly. "You good?" I nodded. "Good." He blew out a huge breath, shoulders slumping as his posture relaxed. Gone was the fierce alpha, my Thaddeus taking his place. He held open his arms. "Now come here so I can hold you to reassure myself you're still here. My instincts are going crazy right now. You think I might be a mirage?" I asked, teasingly, and stepped closer only an inch. "A dream, maybe?" He reached for me, but I swiftly sidestepped him, laughing as I did. "Cheeky thing," he growled. In one motion, Thaddeus grabbed me and had me slung up over his shoulder before I could dodge him. "Thaddeus!" I cried, laughing loudly, right arm slapping against his back as blood rushed to my head. "What are you doing? Put me down." He carried me into the house, ignoring me entirely as he headed immediately for the stairs. "Think we're going to have to up your training if you're so easily caught off guard. Sorry, who was it that saved Richard just now? You or me?" I jabbed at his back with a pointed finger to emphasize my point. He laughed, body shaking beneath me as he did. "It was all you," he drawled. "And now you're in desperate need of a shower. Mind if I join you?" I felt one of his hands graze from my calf to thigh, and I had no question about what exactly he had in mind as his hand settled there. He didn't even seem to care that we were still surrounded by his pack, not bothering at all to hide his desires. "Get a room." I heard Adrienne taunt from somewhere deeper in the house. "We are," Thaddeus called back humorously. Sandy was cackling from outside and muttering something along the lines of, "Horny bastards." "I never took you for such a show-off," I mused, kicking my leg slightly. It was no use. Thaddeus's hold on me was too tight, and short of actually fighting my way out of his arms, I was stuck, strewn across his shoulders like a satchel of meat. "Are you going to carry me all the way up the 2 flights of stairs to your bedroom?" "Our bedroom, if you like," he corrected, sounding awfully smug. "And if you want to get down, you'll have to outmaneuver me. Consider it part of the training that you've missed." "Considering my left arm is fractured right now, I don't think so," I snorted. Thaddeus paused in his ascent, his grip on my thigh clenching. "I thought you said you were good?" he asked, voice tight. "I am." He huffed. "A fractured arm is not good. In fact, I'd argue it's quite bad. Any other injuries? It's already healing." I rolled my eyes, not that he could see it. "And nothing else more than a few scratches and bruises." He only huffed again. Thaddeus took me to his bedroom and did, in fact, shower with me, but we did little more than hold each other under the hot water, gentle hands helping to clean one another. And when we had dried off, I was the first to climb into his bed, despite the fact that it was barely the afternoon. He had taken one look at me, entirely nude, buried beneath his bed sheets, and not hesitated to join me. I didn't doubt he was needed elsewhere after everything that had happened, and yet here he was, perfectly content to lie beside me. "Did you find Russo's mate?" I asked quietly. "No," he sighed. "Sandy caught her scent and followed it to the edge of the territory, but we didn't find her. When Jasper is conscious again, we'll question him. I hummed, but didn't respond. A beat of silence stretched between us. Once again, my thoughts strayed to the sight of Dalton's body. Are you okay? Thaddeus asked softly from behind me, a heavy arm draped across my naked waist. His fingers were dancing a delicate path up and down my abdomen, and the sensation served well to relax me. I know the first time. It can be a lot. Do you regret it? No, I answered honestly, swallowing back the lump in my throat. I think that's what I'm struggling with. I don't feel anything about it, really. Does that make me cruel? No, Thaddeus was quick to answer. I think what you did today makes you strong. You acted to save Richard and protect the pack. You put the safety of others above all else. You didn't kill Dalton with maliciousness, did you? And you kept Jasper alive, which is more than some wolves would have done in your situation. I shook my head. My mom's humanity, I said for lack of a better word, meant she always had a different sense of morality than us. We're wild wolves, loving and loyal, yes, but also violent and vicious in ways that are wholly different from humans. She raised me, and that sense of morality of hers was always present when she regarded certain aspects of the pack, training and fighting. I knew she never quite understood the wild of a wolf. I almost feel guilty for what I've done, knowing it pulls against so much she believes in, but more guilty that I don't regret it at all. It's okay to feel like that. It's always a difficult situation, and there may be times when you wonder if things could have been done differently. I even question myself at times, even after all these years. If you want to talk through it, we can. Honestly, I just want to sleep right now, I confessed. After the fight, my limbs and core ached, and my arm was still healing. I had finally begun to feel the warmth in my fingers and toes once again, and as Thaddeus continued to drag his hand back and forth across my skin in such a gentle rhythm, it had my eyes drooping with every breath. You're probably exhausted. Neither of us slept very well last night anyway. I felt him press a kiss to my neck and hummed in satisfaction. With his chest pressed against my back, his legs entwining with mine, and the delicious heat of his body curving around me like a weighted blanket, I didn't want to be anywhere else but here. Chapter 35. I was alone in Thaddeus's bed when I awoke. The clock on his bedside showed that I'd been asleep for only a few hours, and in that time it seemed the rain clouds had finally cleared. The last of the day's sunlight streamed in through Thaddeus's bedroom window and cast a glowing warmth across my skin. I felt content, safe. It felt as if Thaddeus were still beside me, the warmth of his touch against my skin, as if it were his hand that lay across my cheek and not the gentle touch of a fading evening sun. Perhaps that was due to his scent. The room was rich with it, in the air, in his sheets, on me. I couldn't escape it, and I didn't for a second want to. But I couldn't stay in his bedroom all evening by myself. I needed to eat, for one, and I wanted to stretch my legs. Despite the fight, I hadn't trained with Thaddeus in so long, and my body itched to exert some energy now that I had rested long enough. My left arm felt better. Only a slight ache remained as evidence of Russo's brutality. There was a note next to Thaddeus's alarm clock, and I recognized his familiar scrawl. My cheeks heated at the sight of the declaration, and a grin stretched across my face. I was not unaware that I was yet to declare my own love for Thaddeus so explicitly, at least not in those exact words. I would have to rectify that. Slipping out from the sheets, I realized I didn't have any clean clothes with me in Thaddeus's bedroom. My discarded t-shirt and shorts had been ruined. I certainly wasn't about to go downstairs to my own bedroom completely naked. I was comfortable in my own skin, but not that comfortable. I'm sure Thaddeus wouldn't mind if I borrowed a t-shirt, I thought to myself, already peeking in one of his drawers for something to wear. I found a black t-shirt that was just long enough to reach my ass and a pair of his underwear. After all, I didn't want to flash anyone on my way down the stairs. The house was quiet as I ventured down towards my bedroom. I could hear a few wolves in their rooms sleeping, perhaps resting after a long patrol, but no one was up and about on the second floor. It didn't take me long to change my clothes, opting to keep Thaddeus's t-shirt on with a pair of sweatpants, mainly because it smelled like him. I found Richard and Dante both in the kitchen when I finally made it downstairs. Nelson, too, as he stood over by the stove cooking alongside another enforcer. Richard was sitting at the dining table, hunched over in his chair as he cradled a mug between his small hands. I was unable to read his expression as he stared down at the table in silence. Beside him, Dante only watched Richard with his brows drawn together tightly. From across the room, Nelson met my eyes, but we didn't speak. I approached the dining room table cautiously. "Hi." Richard seemed to pull himself from whatever trance he had fallen into, my voice acting as the catalyst. He offered me a weak smile, one without any real emotion behind it, and returned his heavy gaze to his drink. I couldn't blame him. He'd spent his morning running for his life from the previous beta of his pack, a male who was meant to be his father's loyal second, the male who had murdered his father and had tried to kill him. I couldn't begin to understand how traumatic it could have been for him. There had been a moment out there that I had thought Russo had beaten us. The sight of Richard captured in Jasper's arms, Dalton closing in on Nelson, and the weight of Benedict Russo bearing down on me with sharp teeth so close to my throat had been terrifying. There had been real fear and a certainty that we would not escape. Had Richard thought that, too? Had he believed, for however short a time, that he was about to die and there was nothing Nelson and I could have done to stop it? I took a seat at the table, sitting opposite Dante, who at the very least didn't look as somber as Richard. "What you said back there about me being beta," Dante broached, watching Nelson from the corner of his eye. "Did you mean it?" "Well," I cleared my throat. "It's not my place to appoint you. That's for Richard to decide. But from what I've been seeing, I certainly think you'd make a good one, and while someone is acting as Nevada's alpha in Richard's stead, they're still without a beta." "Nothing has to be decided yet, though." Dante nodded slowly, expression still pinched with concern for his young alpha. "Talk about something else, anything else, to dispel this tension and distract them from today's events." "I heard you found your mate," I asked, delighted when Dante's bronzed cheeks tinged the slightest bit pink. I leaned closer to him, speaking behind my hand to slyly whisper, "I also heard she was Nelson's cousin." "Do not start talking about my cousin while I'm in here," Nelson snapped, quick to respond. "I don't want to hear anything inappropriate." The enforcer beside him started to laugh. "Gods, Nelson," I huffed, turning in my seat to glare at my friend. Nelson stood by the kitchen island, a wooden spoon in hand that he pointed in Dante's direction with a glare. "We're hardly about to talk about their sex life at the kitchen table, are we?" "Sex life? I'm going to be sick." I rolled my eyes. "Ignore him," I dismissed, waving in Nelson's direction. "He's being a whiny little pup." Dante laughed shakily, blush not fading. "So?" "Yeah," Dante breathed, with a wide grin. "She's called Aspen Dash." Nelson began groaning loudly. "She has the prettiest blonde hair, the palest skin, and she has this really cute accent, Dash. It's a Swedish accent. It's not that cute." "You don't have a Swedish accent," I pointed out with an arched brow. Nelson scowled back at me. "Only my mom is Swedish." "My dad is American, and I spent a lot of time with the pack," he shrugged, expression still foul. "I just didn't pick it up. Aspen is shy. She spends more time with her parents than our pack mates." The accent stuck. I didn't miss the way Dante perked up the more Nelson spoke about Aspen. Clearly, the male was very eager to learn everything he could about his mate. "What's going to happen then?" I asked. "Are you going to stick out your training, or are you thinking of moving to?" Which was Nelson's pack again? "Arizona," Nelson helpfully supplied. "I'm not transferring to Arizona," Dante assured firmly, with a frown. He glanced over at Richard once again. "And I want to continue my training." He wouldn't leave the young alpha, but he didn't want to be away from his mate. It was a difficult position to be in. "Nelson, tell us more about Aspen," I demanded cheerfully, not fazed by Nelson's groan. An hour later, I was by the training grounds, lying on the grass, panting and slick with sweat, when Thaddeus finally returned. By his side was Adrienne and the Alaskan Alpha. I thought Alfred had returned home. I pulled myself up into a sitting position and watched their relaxed approach with a frown, one that was hard to hold when I met Thaddeus's eyes and the warmth in his expression. "You feeling better?" he asked softly, offering me a hand up. My fingers wrapped tightly around his palm, eyes not leaving his as he pulled me into his arms. One hand fanned out at the base of my back, holding him to me, while the other buried itself in my hair. I couldn't seem to find my voice, so I only nodded, leaning into him, grinning giddily at him. "You're wearing my shirt," he murmured with a smirk, seeming more than pleased with the fact. Thaddeus's head dipped towards me, his nose grazing gently against mine. Without an ounce of patience, I rolled onto my toes and arched towards him, pressing my mouth to his. A throat cleared beside us. "We are still here, you know." The sound of Adrienne's sharp voice pulled me back. I shot the beta a small glare. "Don't you have somewhere else to be? Someone else to annoy?" I grumbled, not distancing myself from Thaddeus at all. Perhaps the mate bond was finally kicking in, because I was feeling awfully needy all of a sudden. The male's eyes widened a fraction before settling into a glare. "You," a finger pointed right at me, "are spending too much time with my nephew." "You weren't this angry and childish when I first met you," I scoffed, rolling my eyes. "I think you have been spending too much time with Nelson. So we're in agreement then? Nelson has to go. He's a bad influence." I rolled my eyes again, sure. "I bet his mom will be thrilled to know you kicked him out." His glare deepened. "I'm going back inside, try to rein in the hormones, and not have sex out here in the middle of the field for God knows who to see." "Come on, Alfred," Adrienne huffed, gesturing for the Alaskan alpha to follow him. But he still flinched when Alfred fixed him with his familiar hard stare. Adrienne grumbled under his breath and stalked off with Alfred following at a slower pace. When the two males had disappeared inside the main house, I turned to Thaddeus and asked, "Why hasn't he returned to his pack yet?" "I thought he went back to Alaska when we went to the mating rotations." "He's been in Nevada." "To visit your other friend?" He shook his head. "He's looking for something." "What?" "It doesn't matter. He's not going to find it." Thaddeus's tone was sharp, but I recognized it wasn't anger behind his words. He seemed concerned. Concerned for his friend who was dedicating himself to a lost cause, perhaps. "Come on," he sighed, tugging on my hand as he turned away from the training ground and the house beyond, leading me towards the trees. "We're going for a swim?" I asked as soon as I recognized the route we were taking. "We haven't trained in a while, and you seem to be in the mood." He glanced back at me, in his t-shirt, my sports bra and shorts, and the sheen of sweat across my pale skin from the circuit I had completed just before the three of them had returned. It had been a while since we actually trained together. There was no stopping my smirk when my mind wandered to the last time we were at the pool, of all the training we had done. While I knew Thaddeus intended for us to actually train today, I also knew it wouldn't take much effort on my part to sidetrack us. I had overestimated my skills in distraction. Thaddeus held firm with keeping our training on track, something I could only be slightly annoyed by. It did feel good to push myself like this again. For today's swimming session, Thaddeus had ordered me to dress in some thick sweats and a sweatshirt that, from the smell, I knew belonged to him. He wanted me to practice my laps with the heavy clothes in the water, and within 10 minutes, my arms, legs, and core were already aching. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Thaddeus finally allowed me to stop. In an instant, I was back by the shallow edge of the pool, legs wrapped around Thaddeus's waist, body slumped into him with my chin perched on his shoulder. Gone was the drenched clothing as I clung to him in just my underwear. He didn't seem to mind, one hand skimming the length of my back in soft, slow strokes that, if he didn't stop soon, would easily send me to sleep, while the other gripped me at my thigh. One of my own hands was buried in his hair, playing with the silky strands. I didn't realize that the pack was separated into roles here, like in the other packs. Obviously, Sandy is the head hunter, Logan the head trainer, but I didn't realize the enforcers fell into those categories too. I spoke after minutes of silence between us, as we simply enjoyed one another's company. "Which one of them tried to get you to join them?" Thaddeus spoke against the shell of my ear, his lips grazing across the delicate skin. I shuddered in his arms and found the strength to pull back just enough so we were face to face. "What?" Thaddeus rolled his eyes. Sandy and Logan. They have a rivalry between them that dates back 2 decades. Every time we get a new pack member, which isn't often, they're both fighting for them. He laughed, nothing but affection in his expression. Logan hasn't said anything to me, I stated, frowning a little. Well, you're an alpha. He probably assumes you won't be solely a fighter or a hunter. Sandy's cocky enough to try regardless. I thought enforcers were trained for everything. That's why they're so feared and respected. They do, but some usually have a preference for one. All enforcers participate in every aspect of training, like the trainees, but some are better suited to certain roles. Adrien has his own prodigies, as he likes to call them, too. He's in charge of patrols mostly, along with his role as beta. But he's not as competitive as the other two. He participates, just win them up, and encourage their rivalry. So what? They compete against each other. Yeah, Thaddeus sighed. Every year we have a competition, and the 3 teams compete against one another in various training tasks that I decide. The whole thing's childish, but it's surprisingly a good team training exercise, and it keeps everyone motivated throughout the year to prepare for it. And is there a prize? I asked in amusement. Only pride. Thaddeus grinned. I always thought this pack was serious. As pups, we're all terrified of the enforcers, but you're really all just out here playing games and caring for one another like any other pack, I mused. So I could participate if I wanted to? It wouldn't be unfair because I'm your mate. He shrugged, kissing the corner of my mouth softly. You're still in training, so I see no reason as to why you can't compete with them. It would certainly be entertaining to see Sandy and Logan fight over you until you decide who to compete with. He kissed me again, this time on the other corner of my mouth. I know the pack isn't what most expect. But you're happy here, right? With the pack. With me? I saw the silent question in his expression, saw the flash of hesitance within him. Happiest I've ever been, I stated firmly, leaning into him so that my lips were just a hair's breadth away from his. I'm happy with the pack, and I'm more than happy with you. Is that right? He drawled, a grin curving across his face. MHM, I hummed, a grin equally as wide on my own face. That's right. Have I told you how much I love you? Thaddeus asks, finally closing the distance between us to kiss me. Again, that declaration had my heart hammering away in my chest, and I knew he could hear it. Have I told you how much I love you? I repeated. I felt Thaddeus tense beneath me, and he pulled back within seconds to stare at me, somewhat wide-eyed. Then he was beaming so wide I thought his cheeks were about to split. You have not. I nodded. Well, I do. And I want you to mark me. Here. He croaked, voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Thaddeus's grip on my thighs tightened, pulling my legs tighter against him. I think it's fitting to have it be here, just you and me. Unless you want to wait? Make a ceremony of it with your pack. Thaddeus was shaking his head furiously. No, here's fine. Just you and me. I don't need anything else, just you. He was kissing me again, deeply this time. Kissing me feverishly as if he couldn't wait a single second longer to devour me. His arms wound around my back tightly, and my lips parted against his as his tongue found mine. I groaned against him, thighs tensing against his hips as I felt the familiar bulge of his erection between us. Before long, Thaddeus and I had stripped entirely, pressed together intimately in the cool water. Only the heat of his body kept me from shivering. His mouth was pressed to my neck, kissing the sensitive skin from my collarbone to the curve of my jaw. His sharp canines extended, grazing against my skin. This time I didn't panic. I knew what was coming, and I welcomed it. I wanted it. I shifted my hips, aligning him against me with a soft moan. Are you sure? Thaddeus murmured against my skin. I nodded, hissing out a yes as he finally pushed into me. A second later, his teeth were sinking into my neck. I gasped, and the sharp pain had my back arching into him. The pain faded as Thaddeus pulled back, but the bite still throbbed. Throbbed like the heat in my core. And I realized he was inside me still. Inside me, but not moving. Thaddeus's tongue bathed the bite on my neck, and I shuddered against him, his name on my lips. My hips thrust forward, urgent, needy. Just like our first time in the pool, it was tender and intimate. The only sounds amongst our moans were the sound of the water as we moved. I was mated now. Mated to this alpha male. Chapter 36. Shit. It was the first thing I heard as Thaddeus, and I had returned to the main house. Nelson was the one to greet us at the door, eyebrows raising so high they all but disappeared into his curls. He was on me before I'd stepped more than 1 foot inside, wide-eyed with a hand reaching towards me, towards my bare neck where Thaddeus's mark lay fresh on my tender skin. An inch before his fingers could touch me, Thaddeus was capturing his slender wrist in a bruising grip. Nelson barely even glanced up at Thaddeus, despite the older wolf's fierce glare and the tension coiling in Thaddeus's body, admiring me with a cheek-dimpling grin. I was wondering where you had vanished off to. Now I know, Nelson said with a laugh. He took a step back, palms open in surrender, and Thaddeus wordlessly and reluctantly released his grip on Nelson. In a stage whisper, Nelson said, "I expect to be told all about this in horrendously graphic detail this evening." Yeah, that's not going to happen, I scoff, easily pushing past him so we could actually get inside the house. No matter how many times he and Sandy had pushed for gossip, I wasn't going to indulge their nosiness. Explaining my sexual exploits with Thaddeus, Sandy's alpha and ex-lover, was not something I was eager to do. Nelson followed after me without missing a beat, seeming unbothered by the burning, narrow-eyed stare Thaddeus had locked onto him as he watched the two of us interact. Gods, you're always holding out on me. Wait, am I the first to know you're marked now? I feel so honored, Nelson said, with false emotion welling in his voice as he held a hand to his chest. Yes, Nelson, I sighed, you're the first to know. Not because I wanted you to know first, but purely because you seemed to be waiting for me by the door like a lonely pup. Of course, Nelson would be the one I told anyway. He was easily my closest friend, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Not when the nature of our friendship was a lot of insults and feigned irritation with one another. Well, Sandy's busy, and my uncle's being a jerk. Who else am I meant to hang out with? Sandy's busy? Thaddeus said, a frown furrowed across his brows. He pressed up behind me, an arm curling around my waist, and anchored me to him. The contact between us, so soon after our marking, had my cheeks flushing with the memories of what had just occurred in the water. Nelson, noticing this, coughed pointedly, fixing me with a wicked, knowing grin. I did my best to ignore his teasing, as I always did. Arching my neck to look at Thaddeus instead, I noted his frown. I wasn't sure why Thaddeus seemed surprised. Sandy was always busy. If she wasn't teaching the trainees, she was teaching the enforcers or out hunting for the pack. And I knew she loved to focus on stealth and tracking when the sky grew darker, and wolves had to rely less on their sight and more on their other sense to navigate the territory. It wouldn't be unheard of for her to be teaching a group right now, despite how late it was getting. Jasper is awake, Nelson clarified, shooting me a glance. She and Logan are with him right now. Adrienne's in your office waiting for you. I had almost forgotten about that. I see. Thaddeus's mouth flattened. He turned his attention to me. Do you want to join me? Want to speak to Jasper? No, I'm good, I said, wrinkling my nose at the prospect of seeing Jasper again so soon. The idea of seeing him at all left my stomach in knots. I'd seen enough of the traitorous male for a lifetime, and the memory of Richard, so scared and vulnerable in his arms, was now present in the forefront of my mind. If I saw Jasper again, I wasn't sure how I would react. It was probably best I kept my distance. Thaddeus captured my mouth in a quick but heated kiss, catching me entirely by surprise, before pulling back to offer Nelson a wary glance and disappearing into the upper levels of the house. Well, someone's feeling the effects of the bond. He's not usually so possessive, Nelson mused, when Thaddeus was far enough away to not hear him, though I knew Thaddeus's senses were sharper than most wolves, than most alphas, so perhaps he could hear him. Does the marking really make the bond that much stronger? I asked with a frown, glancing upwards as if I could see Thaddeus through the ceiling and floorboards. I didn't mention Thaddeus's already existing jealousy of Nelson and I's relationship, and that the only difference now was that he apparently wasn't hiding it. You don't feel any different now? Nelson led us out of the middle of the hallway, towards the lounge. We didn't usually spend much time in there. Usually, when I was with Nelson or Sandy, we were situated in the kitchen or my bedroom. And when I wasn't spending time with them, I was with Thaddeus. What do you mean? The lounge was empty, with no sign of any enforcers nearby at all. I could faintly hear some chatter in the kitchen on the other side of the house, but most wolves, it seemed, were out and about. I really did have to meet everyone officially soon, or at least learn some names. So far, the only enforcers I knew with any familiarity were Tara and Zarya. Nelson stalked over to claim the window seat, patting the open spot next to him. I don't know, do you? Do you feel powerful? More at peace? Do you feel like an alpha wolf? Do you feel more territorial of Harris? I what? Why would I feel territorial? I curled up beside him, knees pressed to my chest as I rested my head against the cool glass of the window. Isn't that what a marking does? Nelson mused, eyeing me up as if he expected me to look different. I don't know, I just assumed you'd feel different. I thought you'd feel stronger maybe, like Harris's wolfy strength merged with yours or some shit. Wolfy strength. I laughed. What are you talking about? Are you getting enough sleep? Do you need a nap or a strong cup of coffee? Oh, screw off, Nelson said, shoving my shoulder. So you don't feel any different then? Aren't you officially the pack alpha now? You don't feel stronger at all? You don't feel one with the pack. Not really, I shrug. It's not like being marked has changed my feelings towards him at all. I still love him as much as I did before. And physically, I feel exactly the same. I wonder if the bond had changed for Thaddeus? Did he feel stronger? Love him, Nelson said, a coy smile curving slowly across his face, looking every bit the cheeky teenager he was. You never told me things had gotten so serious. You've been holding out on me, you jerk. We're mates, of course it's serious, I said, brushing off his comments as my cheeks burned. Yes, but you hardly feel the mate bond. He rolls his eyes dismissively. It's big new that you love him, that you're letting him in this much, especially considering how hard you tried to keep your distance from him at first. This is a good thing. You don't need to be embarrassed about it, especially with me. I know, I huff. I'm not even sure why I'm embarrassed. This is just new to me, I guess. Well, I'm very happy for you. He slung an arm over my shoulders and squeezed me closer with a little too much enthusiasm. But seriously, does this mean you're officially an alpha of the pack? Can you mess with my uncle a little bit for me? Command him to do embarrassing stuff? Late that evening, late enough that most other wolves had already retired to their beds, I found myself still in the lounge with the inner pack members. Nelson had been banished by Adrienne to the kitchen to clean up whatever mess he had left behind from his turn cooking the pack's meal. He had grumbled the entire way through the house to the kitchen, and even now, I could hear the loud clattering of pans as he let us know exactly how much he hated it when his uncle ordered him around. Such a pup. The older male seemed rather pleased with himself as he lounged across the entire length of the three-seater couch, smugness exuding from his entire being. He would chuckle to himself every now and again when we heard Nelson grumbling a little too loud. Sandy and I were sprawled across the floor on some large cushions, legs wound around each other, as my head lay propped against the wall by a pillow. Thaddeus sat across from us in the armchair, the large chair appearing almost like a throne as his body molded perfectly against the worn leather. I noted that for the past half hour, since we had all collected in here, his eyes had very rarely left me, or more specifically, his mark on my neck. Perhaps Nelson was right about the mark making males more territorial and possessive. I had never spent much time with newly mated couples in Idaho, their existence a painful reminder of what I had assumed I'd never have. As such, I realized I actually knew very little about the mating process and a mated relationship beyond meeting one another, and even then, that knowledge hadn't served any use when I didn't experience any symptoms of a mate bond. Perhaps I should have asked someone, Thaddeus, about all this. Logan was the only one missing from the inner pack, and I had been told he was still with Jasper, the male not trusted to be guarded by just anyone after what had happened. Thaddeus wouldn't for a second risk the lives of any more of his pack. Logan and the 4 enforcers assigned to Jasper would be on high alert, prepared for any attack should there be any other wolves that had been working with Russo, until other enforcers came to relieve them of their shift. The interrogation of Jasper had proved to be unhelpful. They hadn't managed to figure out whether Russo's small group was acting alone, and if there were more threats to Richard and the future of the Nevada pack lurking out there. Samson, the current acting Nevada Alpha, had been told to keep his guard up, and Richard was no longer allowed to wander freely without guards. I felt terribly for the young wolf, but knew it was far better that he be safe. A positive was that there were no other Nevada trainees in Colorado besides Richard and Dante. So, unless Russo had been working with other packs, which was unlikely considering how disliked Nevada was among the others, the only way to reach Richard now was to cross Colorado's borders without being caught. Which was a difficult thing. The only good thing to come from the interrogation was the confirmation that Russo's mate had no involvement with Russo's plans. As soon as Russo had escaped his confines, he'd sent her running with the orders to leave America altogether, purely for her own safety, as he knew his plans for treason would put her in danger. Russo had been a despicable wolf, but at least he hadn't completely failed his own mate. It didn't make me hate him any less, however. Oh my gods. Adrienne gasped sharply, cutting off whatever it was Sandy was in the middle of saying. He sat up so suddenly that he nearly fell onto the floor. What? I felt Sandy tense as she eyed him, as if genuinely readying herself for a fight right in the middle of the lounge. I've just had the most wonderful realization. And that is, you're our alpha female, Amelia. Adrienne grinned at me widely. Which means Harris can take you to the biannual alpha meetings, and I can stay here. My mother was right, the gods do exist, and I have been blessed. The beta sighed happily, throwing himself back into his lounging position against the couch with his arms spread out in supposed bliss. Sandy rolled her eyes and huffed. Betas are still meant to accompany their alphas, you know, Thaddeus drawled, amused with his beta, and for the first time this evening, glancing away from me. But there are 2 of you now, you don't need me. Technically, I pressed, there's supposed to be 2 alphas and 2 betas. Adrienne was quick to narrow his eyes at me. We don't even have 2 betas. I shrugged one shoulder, smiling coyly as I met Thaddeus's gaze. What if we did have 2 betas? Usually, a pack's betas, like their alphas, were a mated pair. Obviously, that was not an option for Colorado, but that didn't mean it had to go without 2 betas. Who are you? No, Adrienne snapped immediately, on his feet in seconds, with an accusatory finger pointed furiously in my direction. No. Don't even think about it, Amelia. He is not becoming your beta. He's not even in the pack. I did my best to look as confused as I possibly could, hands up info innocence. Why are you assuming I already have someone in mind? I'm just throwing out some ideas. Amelia, Adrienne drawled in a low, warning tone, stepping closer almost threateningly. I didn't flinch under his glare, my amusement only growing. I will not have him become a beta of this pack. I am not working alongside that idiot. Adrienne, I sighed. He's going to be really hurt when I tell him you voted against him like this. Sandy shook beside me as she tried to hold back her laughter. Even Thaddeus's mouth curved into a small smile. Please shut down this nonsense, Adrienne snapped, gaping at Thaddeus as if he couldn't believe this conversation had even gotten this far. I wouldn't be surprised if he stomped his foot and began to pout. Really, Adrienne, how old are you? I know you love him. I can't fathom why you're both such jerks to each other all the time. Hard dash, Adrienne snaps, cut off by the sound of Nelson's exaggerated sigh as he appeared in the doorway to the lounge. The front of his shirt was damp, and his curls were a wild mess. What had he been doing in there? I'm done. The kitchen is spotless, and I refuse to lift another finger tonight, Nelson said, pausing when he noted Adrienne's aggressive stance and fierce scowl directed towards him. He sighed. What have I done now? Sandy sniggered beside me, holding out her hand and silently beckoning Nelson over to us, with a wiggle of her fingers and a devious grin. Adrienne was just telling us how his beta duties can be a bit too much for him sometimes, and how much he wished this pack had two betas like all the others. Nelson walked slowly, hesitantly, towards us, casting his uncle a peculiar look. Adrienne's pale face was flushed pink with anger, and I knew without a doubt he was screaming at us all internally. For someone who loved to tease others so relentlessly, he was so easy to tease himself. Nelson snorted and made himself comfortable at Sandy's side, cross-legged on the floor as he leaned heavily into her. Typical, he's so lazy. Adrienne shot me an incredulous look, throwing his hand out towards Nelson sharply, as if to say, "This is the brat you want me to work with?" "It's okay, Adrienne," I said with condescension dripping from every word. "I'm sure we'll think of a solution. But it's late, and I'm going to go to bed." Adrienne watched me with narrowed eyes that tracked my every move as I stood to my feet, as if we were two nemesis on a battlefield, and he was awaiting my next move. I didn't say another word as I held out my hand for Thaddeus to take, to lead him out of the room to our bedroom. But as I passed by Adrienne, I made sure to lean close into his ear and whisper, "Maybe Thaddeus and I will have a little private chat before bed about some of those solutions." Adrienne released a strangled sound of protest. "You can't just seduce him into agreeing with you." He cast wide, pleading eyes up at Thaddeus. "I have been your loyal beta for years. Don't do this to me. Don't punish me like this." To my delight, Thaddeus only grinned back at his beta. It was enough to leave Adrienne crumbling to his knees dramatically, muttering a repetitive slew of, "I'm doomed." "I think you're overreacting," Sandy drawled. At the same time Nelson mumbled to himself, "What the hell is happening?" "So, you want Nelson to be your beta?" Thaddeus asked as soon as we were finally alone, eyes connecting with mine through the bathroom mirror as we both prepared for bed. There was something sickeningly domestic about us both standing over the same sink, brushing our teeth together. It was an experience that left my chest aching at the delicious familiarity I felt sharing these basic and yet so intimate aspects of life with him. I was just teasing Adrienne. Nelson's far too young and untrained to be made a beta. For now anyway, I said with a small smile, unable to dismiss the wild light in my eyes as I held his gaze. Gods, he was so painfully handsome, with his sharp stubbled jaw, that crooked nose, and the dark hair that seemed perpetually messy regardless of what time of day it was. If I had ever had any doubts about my feelings for him, it was this moment that assured me I could spend a lifetime here with this male, going through these daily, mundane motions and never growing bored. It would certainly be fun, though, to see Adrienne and Nelson forced to work amicably alongside each other at the alpha meetings. "I never thought you'd be such a troublemaker," he said with a smirk after rinsing his mouth out. He turned to face me completely, hip leant against the sink. My eyes were greedy as they took in every available inch of him, watching a drop of water roll down from his mouth, past his chin, down over the smooth skin of his neck. A neck bare of a mate's mark. Almost on instinct, my tongue ran across my blunt teeth. We hadn't discussed it, whether he would wear my mark. It was another thing I needed to ask him about this bond, another thing I hadn't ever bothered to consider before now. Was I even able to mark him? My father didn't have a mark for my mother. She was entirely human, after all. He didn't seem to mind, and my mother didn't even understand the significance of such a mark. But I understood its importance, and I hadn't realized until now how much it mattered to me. "I thought I've been nothing but trouble for you." I raised a single brow in disbelief. This time, Thaddeus was laughing aloud, the sound so deep and rich it had my toes curling and my stomach clenching. "You've certainly kept me on my toes, I'll give you that," he murmured with a soft kiss to my cheek before he stalked back into the bedroom. He called over his shoulder, would Nelson even want to join us officially? To leave his current pack? "Yes," I said without hesitation. I'd seen that desperation to join Colorado firsthand. I knew he'd jokingly mentioned joining Colorado to Adrienne countless times, but I wasn't sure it had ever been with the same earnestness as he had spoken to me about it. Perhaps if he had, Adrienne wouldn't be so against the idea. Perhaps if he knew why, he would understand why I had suggested it at all. What about when he finds his mate? He wants to stay here still. At least, that's what he told me. Thaddeus was undressing when I entered the bedroom, pulling his t-shirt over his head and providing me with an excellent view of his slim, muscled torso. And if his mate didn't want to join our pack? I shrugged. Is it such a permanent thing to join Colorado officially? Has no one ever transferred away? If he joined now, would he be forced to stay forever? It's rare anyone wants to join in the first place. Before you, no one had joined for 48 years. Are you considering letting him join then? I asked, sure that was the only reason he was interrogating me so thoroughly. I couldn't stop my grin, feeling somewhat giddy at the possibility that Nelson could become an enforcer. I wasn't sure I ever wanted to say goodbye to him and have him return to Arizona after his training was completed. Thaddeus watched me for a moment, smiling softly. You're an alpha now, too. Talk to him about it. See if he wants to join the pack. This life isn't for everyone. There's no community here, no pups, no families. Not everyone wants that. I don't want that. Even now that I had a mate, now that the possibility of that kind of life presented itself, it wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to be anywhere but Colorado. I was happy here with the enforcers, with the training, with this way of life. I didn't have that burning desire to settle down with children and live amongst other couples and families. I hadn't thought for even a second of wanting to live in a regular pack with Thaddeus, of asking him to be anything but himself. My sister had always wanted that kind of life. She couldn't understand not wanting a mate and pups of a value outside of motherhood. It was why she always brought it up, and what often led to arguments between us. But while that life may have been perfect for Marguerite, I wasn't like my sister, and a life of domesticity had never been what I wanted. Did he know that? Was he worried that this life wasn't enough for me? Thaddeus didn't say anything else as he continued to get ready for bed, and I watched him do so with a frown. By the time I was buried under the bed sheets, Thaddeus still had not joined me, instead perching himself stiffly on the edge of the bed, seeming almost shy. It was an odd sight to see, my alpha male mate avoiding my eyes and speaking quietly as he murmured, I have something for you. Something for me? A mating gift. Mating gift. I repeated. Thaddeus smiled. A male is supposed to gift something to his mate before they complete the bond, something to prove his worth. Granted, the tradition is a little heteronormative, a little old. They don't do this in Idaho anymore. Not that I'm aware of, I murmured, trying to think back to any mention of something like this. I wasn't sure they'd ever had that tradition. Then again, I likely wouldn't know if they had. It wasn't surprising to learn of a tradition that Idaho didn't follow anymore. Most individual packs all had their own rituals and traditions that were different from each other, developed over the last centuries. Something that's likely been forgotten over the years, Thaddeus said with a shrug, half turned away. I don't remember how it started or where it came from. What are you supposed to gift then? Traditionally, the gift is anything for the male to prove he is a worthy mate. The spoils of a hunt to show he can provide food, a home to show he can provide shelter, a fight in their name to show he can provide protection. Is this where you tell me there's a secret cabin somewhere in Colorado and I somehow haven't seen? Or are you and Logan going to have a brawl out on the training grounds tomorrow? I teased. No, he said with a nervous smile. He reached down beside the bed and pulled something out from under it. A medium-sized parcel wrapped in brown paper. Well, it certainly wasn't a home, and I would be concerned if he was keeping raw meat under his bed for me. It's wrapped? When did you have time? You only marked me a few hours ago. I've had it for a while. I was momentarily taken aback by the faint dusting of color across his cheeks. He passed me the parcel, adding softly, wishful thinking. I didn't hesitate to unwrap it, tearing at the paper as a giddy child would. I found myself staring down at a folded pile of tawny-colored fur, soft to the touch. What is it? I began unfolding it, frowning slightly when I noted the scars in the pelt. A rug, he said simply, as if I was meant to understand its importance. At my clearly confused expression, he sighed and finally moved closer to me on the bed. There was a wariness in his expression, a level of uncertainty in him that I wasn't used to. You mentioned to Nelson once that you had a deer skin rug back in Idaho, a gift from Alpha Athan. You said it was the one thing you wished you had brought with you. Were you jealous that another male had hunted and gifted me something? I asked dryly. Insanely jealous, he said with a grin. But that's not why I'm giving you. I didn't hunt this. It's the mountain lion, your kill. After I was sure you weren't going to die, I had Sandy bring the body back here for me to skin and cure it. I stared at him, mouth agape. That was so long ago, before anything had even happened between us. We weren't even speaking to each other then, I said, remembering how tense things had been between us after we had returned from Nevada. That was the entire reason I had been hiking that day, and at that point, I still hadn't been able to acknowledge my feelings for him. It was only after the attack that we had even kissed for the first time. My fingers gently brushed the fur. There was a knot in my throat as I whispered, "And this is your mating gift to me?" I looked down at the rug in my hands, the color of the fur suddenly seeming so familiar, now aware that the scars had come from my own knife. It certainly wasn't anything like the rug Jacob had given me. He had been so careful in killing the deer, making sure not to ruin the quality of the pulp with his teeth or claws. It had been so pretty, and I had appreciated the effort Jacob had gone to for the gift. This rug from Thaddeus was far from flawless, riddled with scars and imperfections from a fight that had been brutal, from a fight that had tried to take my life and failed. It was a symbol of my own strength, and I already loved it so much more. Tears burned at the corners of my eyes, and I tried my best to blink them back. Thaddeus reached out and clasped my hand in his. "There are hundreds of gifts I could give you that would prove my worth. But I know you don't need any of that from me." He brought my hand to his mouth, kissing softly at the delicate skin of my wrist. I felt my pulse jump, my heart in my mouth. His voice was rougher when he spoke again, hoarse as emotion welled in his throat. "If my mating gift to you is meant to symbolize my worth as a mate, then I want it to be something that shows I will be a supportive, encouraging, and proud mate. That I will never allow my pride to interfere with your own skills as an alpha by my side or to shelter you. That I will never be so arrogant as to assume you cannot provide for yourself." Damn. He always had such a way with words. I supposed being nearly 400 years old would give him a certain eloquence. "Well, I hope I wasn't supposed to get you a gift in return." I choked out through wobbling laughter as tears now freely wet my cheeks. I wiped at my face roughly. What am I supposed to say to something like that? "You could tell me you love me," Thaddeus answered with a lopsided grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "I do, I love you." I was on my knees, cradling his face in my hands as I pressed a kiss to his mouth. "And another. And another. You could tell me how happy you are." "I'm so happy." "You could tell me how handsome I am." He was beginning to sound as cocky as Adrienne. My laughter bubbled out, cutting through my tears. So handsome. Chapter 37. Dante was going to finish his training in Colorado. He only had a year to go anyway, so it seemed stupid to throw it all away now. To my surprise, Aspen, his mate, was transferring here to train alongside him for the remaining year. From everything that Nelson had told me about her so far, Aspen was a very quiet girl who didn't socialize much with the rest of the pack and stuck to the company of her family. The fact that she was willing to travel to a completely different pack, to a completely different lifestyle, all for her mate was more than enough to garner my respect. After Dante's final year, he was going to return to Nevada to train under Samson, Thaddeus, and Alfred's friend, currently acting in the place of Nevada's Alpha, to become the pack's Beta, ready for Richard's eventual return. I was told Samson had centuries of experience working as Alaska's Beta alongside Alfred, so I had no doubt he would be a good mentor for Dante. Richard would be transferring to a different pack after the year and complete another year's training under another Alpha. He would continue to do this with all of the packs until Thaddeus and the rest of the Alphas believed he was ready to run a pack of his own. It had been 2 weeks since Russo's attack, and Richard was still quieter than usual, still reserved, but he didn't hide away in his room for most of the day anymore. He insisted on continuing his training with Thaddeus the very next day, and already I could see a noticeable improvement in him. The young male stood straighter now and didn't shy away from people's gaze. And he was more confident in his training, picking up everything Thaddeus taught him quickly. He was eating more, too, and sleeping more easily, from what he had told me, and training longer and harder as a result. If things kept up, I knew he would begin to fill out more, and his confidence in himself as an alpha would grow. This didn't mean he still didn't have tough days. I would still see him at times with red-rimmed eyes or whispering to Dante with a miserable expression on his face. I wasn't naive enough to think a little bit of exercise could ever change the fact that he had still lost his father, still been betrayed so heinously and thrown into a situation no other wolf should ever have to deal with. But I still saw hope in him, still saw that drive to keep going and better himself. As long as he had people to lean on when he needed it, as long as he knew he could confide in those he trusted, I, too, had hope that he would endure. It was a sunny afternoon, and I found myself sitting alongside Nelson on the main house porch. Richard was out on the field a distance away, with Thaddeus and Logan beside him as they worked on various grappling positions. The sun was beginning to set, its glare sharp in our eyes as we watched in silence. Nelson sat with his camera, no longer so shy about taking photos around the other wolves. And the enforcers didn't seem to mind too much when he photographed them training. In fact, I think it made them train harder, and I was sure I'd see a few of them flexing muscles and puffing out their chests. Sandy's hunters, that small group of females, were especially deadly when it came to training. They were quicker than any wolves I had ever come across, and when they spotted Nelson out with his camera, they turned almost feral, clearly eager to prove themselves. It certainly didn't help the rivalry I was beginning to notice more and more between the enforcers, between the three distinct groups they divided into amongst themselves. Sandy's female hunters were the quickest and stealthiest wolves that prided themselves on the precision of their attacks and their ability to work as a group to conquer any opponent. Logan's warriors, who included both Tara and Zarya, never showed fear and never conceded unless they absolutely had to. They were strong, ferocious, and terrifying when they wanted to be. And finally, Adrienne's wolves, those in charge of patrolling the territory, had more endurance than I ever thought possible. They never tired and had the best defensive training from what I had seen. They waited out their opponents, playing with them almost until they were on their last dregs of energy. I was infinitely impressed by all their skills and couldn't wait to finish my basic training with the other trainees so I could join their ranks. It was always a dream to join this pack, you know? I said suddenly, pretending to watch Richard and Thaddeus work through some training exercises when, instead, I was watching Nelson carefully. I don't think I ever truly thought I would be initiated in. Even when Thaddeus brought me back with him all those weeks ago, I still thought he would reject my request. "You belong here," Nelson hummed. "I couldn't imagine you in a normal pack, if I'm honest. And if you hadn't come, then we would have never met. How heartbroken I would have been." I snorted. "You wouldn't have known I existed if I hadn't come here." "Yes," he sighed, as he turned to me with sad eyes and a hand to his chest. "But I would have always known something was missing in my life." "You're a little brat," I said with a grin. I aim to please. Cheeks dimpled, and with a deep smile that nearly split his face in two, he turned back towards Richard and Thaddeus again. "Do you still want to stay in Colorado forever?" Nelson stiffened beside me, and I watched with an ache in my chest as his smile faltered into a faint grimace. "It doesn't matter," he shrugged. "My training will be up at the end of the 5 years, and I'll have to go back to Arizona, or my mate's pack, wherever that may be. But if you could stay here, you would?" I asked, biting my lip. I needed confirmation that this was what he wanted, so that I could go to Thaddeus with a solid answer. "Why are you asking?" he asked, suspicious. His eyes narrowed a fraction in my direction. "Because you're my best friend," I said simply. I didn't want to get his hopes up. "And I don't want you to go, even if it is 5 years from now. But more importantly, I want you to be happy. And I get the sense Arizona wouldn't make you happy." He held my gaze for a tense couple of seconds before his eyes darted away again. "I'd give anything," he murmured earnestly, so quietly I nearly didn't hear it. I knew that feeling, that desperation to escape and be somewhere I truly felt free. I, too, would have given anything to come here, and it had nearly shattered me entirely when I had thought Thaddeus had rejected my transfer request. But it hadn't really been about Colorado. I had been desperate for change, for anything that could have offered me a life away from what I knew. Colorado had seemed like the only option at the time. It just so happened that Colorado had provided that freedom for me. And maybe Colorado couldn't be that for Nelson. Maybe it was foolish to place all his hopes and dreams into one place, as I had, as if it could solve all of life's problems. I loved Colorado, but I recognized it was not the perfect utopia, and it would always have its issues like any pack. It wouldn't fix everything for Nelson, that was for sure, but if he truly believed he would be happier here, then I would do everything in my power to make that come true for him. Does it usually take this long? I asked with a huff, wiggling my toes against the freezing cold slab of rock Thaddeus, and I stood on. I was nearly shivering in just my shorts and sports bra. I should have worn a sweatshirt, thick joggers, maybe a hat. Stood below us on the ground, Adrienne smothered a laugh. He'd let his hair loose, the strands fanning out to brush the top of his shoulders. Under the moon's cool glow, the golden color shone, and the numerous scars across his exposed chest seemed to glow silver. He looked just as he had the last time I was here. Thaddeus, too, looked just as ethereal in the moonlight. I loved taking him in like this, drinking in the sight of him as this harsh, wild alpha male. Every hard line of his body was made sharper by the shadows cast from the moonlight. We've barely been out here 10 minutes, Adrienne chided. Don't be so impatient. I know, I groaned, biting my lip. Thaddeus's arms wound around me from behind, and I felt my body relax, a tension easing from my muscles. I hadn't even realized I was so stiff. I'm just excited and a little nervous. Maybe feeling a bit sick. Should I have told him? Does he hate surprises? Gods, I should have checked if he liked surprises. Amelia, chill. I can't, I groaned through clenched teeth. I kept looking towards the section of trees where I knew Sandy, Logan, and Nelson would emerge. Thaddeus buried his face into the crook of my neck, his lips pressed against the bare skin. I felt him shaking against me and knew he, too, was laughing at me. I've literally never seen you like this in the entire time that I've known you. I didn't even know you could get this nervous. I shot Adrienne a sharp glare. It's a big deal. I want it to go well. Is that a crime? I huffed. Oh, believe me, Adrienne said, looking at Thaddeus in amusement. Harris was an absolute mess when it was you. Really? I perked up, trying to twist in Thaddeus's arms to look at him. No, Thaddeus answered gruffly against my skin, arms tightening around me and holding me in place. Don't lie to her. Adrienne guffawed incredulously. Amelia, he literally wouldn't stop worrying about it all day. He was so on edge, kept snapping at me whenever I was in the room. That's because I find you so annoying, Thaddeus grumbled, finally lifting his head up. I imagined he was scowling. Yeah, okay, keep telling yourself that. We all know I'm your only friend. Alfred, Samson, Sandy, Logan, Amelia Dash. You can't count your mate. Adrienne snapped. Shut up, Adrienne, Thaddeus said with a huff, his breath tickling my neck. I can hear them. They're coming. I wiggled free of Thaddeus's grasp, much to his annoyance, and tried to put an acceptable amount of distance between us. I remembered how serious and dramatic my own initiation had been. Nelson didn't need Thaddeus kissing my neck in the middle of his. And you're sure I should be up here? I have no idea what I'm doing. Adrienne groaned. Amelia, good gods. Please stop. We've been over everything, you know what to do and what to say. If I have to answer one more question, I'm going to tear my hair out. You're such a D-dash. Thaddeus's hand against my mouth cut me off from insulting Adrienne. I glared at the smirking beta, and he, despite being over 200 years old, stuck his tongue out at me. They're here. Both of you shut up, Thaddeus laughed gruffly. I watched, impressed as his expression effortlessly settled into one of seriousness. Gods, he was attractive. It was hard for me to drag my gaze away from Thaddeus, and the small twitch of his lips at the corner of his mouth told me he was all too aware of my struggle. Smug bastard. But it was worth it when I saw Nelson first emerge from the trees, led by Sandy and Logan, both in their wolves. Nelson was scowling, and though I couldn't hear everything he was saying, his expression told me everything I needed to know. He was likely annoyed to have been dragged from his bed so late when there was no training scheduled this evening. His eyes widened, though, when he caught sight of us. Adrienne laughed at his nephew's stupefied look. You just gonna stand there all day, or what? Nelson was quick to scowl once again, snapping, Gods, Adrienne, you insensitive jerk. Give me a second to take it all in, would you? The young wolf stomped over towards us, eyes narrowing for a second on his uncle, and heaved himself up onto the rock Thaddeus, and I stood on. It was all considerably less dramatic than my initiation, and Nelson seemed to be drastically less in awe of the event than I had been. Then again, it had been my first ever initiation, a moment I never thought would come, and the whole experience had seemed so surreal at the time. Nelson was grinning now, a cheek-splitting grin that dimpled his cheeks as his arm shot out and pulled me roughly into his body. I winced at Nelson's tight grip, pushing him away as he began to shake me about in his arms energetically. You sly little brat. I should have known, he exclaimed, eyes bright. He pinched one of my cheeks, laughing as I slapped his hands away. Then he turned towards Thaddeus and said with entirely too much flippancy, as if what was about to happen wasn't monumental, right then, let's get this going. Whose blood am I drinking first? How does it feel to be an official Colorado wolf? I asked hours later, bumping my shoulder against Nelson's. Everyone else had returned to bed now, due to the fact that it was around 3 a.m. But Nelson and I stayed out on the porch. There was a cool breeze blowing through my hair, and I leisurely leaned back on my forearms to stare up at the stars. A smile hadn't left my face the entire time, and my cheeks were beginning to ache. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so relaxed and at ease. Pretty damn good, Nelson sighed happily, a satisfied grin stretched across his mouth. I knew there was a reason to befriend the alpha's mate. My evil plan has worked. I have no use for you now. Shut up. I shoved Nelson, and he fell back with a laugh. You didn't even know I was his mate back then. No one did. Please, Nelson scoffed, waving dismissively. It was pretty obvious. He was constantly staring after you. Glaring at me, I corrected, rolling my eyes. I remembered all too well my first week in Colorado, when I had been convinced Thaddeus disliked me. In my defense, he'd never smiled at me, and he always pushed me to my limits during training. At one point, I'd been certain he was genuinely trying to torture me with cardio. Horribly disguised sexual frustration is what it was, Nelson said, running his hands through his curled hair. He sighed again. I can't believe we're both Colorado wolves. I'm going to annoy Adrienne so much every damn day. He's stuck with me for life now. He's going to annoy you too. And he is your beta now, you realize, I corrected, and the shift in Nelson's expression was instantaneous, as his amusement morphed into outright horror. Shit. I've made a horrible mistake. Is it too late to back out? Otherwise, I might actually have to throw myself off a cliff, he said with a dramatic shudder. Our laughter cut off when the front door slammed open behind us. We barely reacted quickly enough to dive out of the way of Alpha Alfred as he charged past us, a snarl curling at his upper lip. Nelson cringed, looking nauseous at Alfred's sudden presence, and I imagined the Alpha's aura was currently overwhelming. The porch vibrated under his heavy footfall, the old wood creaking. Just as his feet hit the grass, Thaddeus appeared in the open doorway, storming after his friend with worry furrowing his brows. What the hell is happening? I asked loudly, to no one in particular, eyes wide. Thaddeus called after Alfred, but the hulking male didn't stop, stalking across the grass without glancing back once. He seemingly didn't care if anyone was following him, or, from the glazed look in his eyes, didn't realize anyone was. Alfred appeared to be in a trance, his pace not slowing the further he moved, already approaching the trees. That was a determined male, if ever I saw one. Thaddeus fell back, shoulders slumping, and allowed Alfred to leave without further intervention. He dragged a hand down his face, eyes tight as he turned back to the porch and met my gaze. Is he okay? Nelson asked softly, frowning as we all watched Alfred disappear from sight behind the trees. He was heading directly west. Something's popped up in Nevada. Something he's been searching for a long time, Thaddeus breathed, sounding unsure of his own words. He rubbed at the back of his neck, still staring after his friend. Alfred couldn't shift like a normal wolf. That's what Thaddeus had once told me. He could only shift on a full moon. Was he planning on walking all the way to Nevada? The same thing you thought he'd never find? I said, remembering his words from 2 weeks ago. Thaddeus grimaced. What is it? Nelson asked. Who? Thaddeus corrected, a fleeting glance in our direction. Though he hid it well, I could tell he was bothered by this. Aisha's reappeared. I need to call Samson back and let him know Alfred is on his way. Aisha, that name sparked recognition with me. It was the name of Alfred's partner. Partner, not mate, because that was 400 years ago and she had been human. So how the hell was she in Nevada? Before either of us could ask any more questions, Thaddeus had disappeared into the house. Nelson turned to me, looking as confused as I felt. Who the hell is Aisha? Epilogue. 4 months later. Adrienne had been in a mood for the past 4 days. It came as no surprise to anyone and was quite obviously a result of the biannual alpha meetings that were to be held in Alaska. Wyoming had been scheduled to host the meetings this year, but a certain alpha was refusing to leave his territory, and thus, here we were. Despite Adrienne's pleading, Thaddeus had still insisted he be present at the meetings, and now the beta was sulking. The cold weather and long trip had only worsened Adrienne's bad mood. Even I found myself glaring as I shivered beneath the thick coat Sandy had loaned me. I wasn't used to such cold climates and, being half human, my natural body temperature didn't run as hot as the others. When we eventually arrived in Alaska, the last of the packs to arrive for the semi-annual alpha meetings, we were received with softly muffled curses and wide eyes. For the first time in their lives, Thaddeus and Adrienne were not alone for the meetings. Most of their surprise, I noted, was at my hand grasped tightly in Thaddeus's and at our entwined sense. There was no mistaking our relationship. I kept my head high as I met the eyes of every official alpha here, finding Alfred's gaze last. The hulking mountain of a man stood by the doors of a sprawling dark wooden cabin, no taller than 2 floors, but wider than any other main house I had seen. At his side stood a pale-skinned, light-haired human girl who looked positively tiny in comparison. She didn't seem at all bothered by the presence of so many powerful wolves, despite looking as if a strong wind could snap her in two. Any normal human would have felt the power exuding from each alpha like a painful ache in the gut, but she didn't so much as blink at their presence. Interesting. Thaddeus had told me very little about this girl, Aisha, but only because he knew very little himself. He was only a baby when she had disappeared, and Alfred had rarely spoken of her in much detail, apparently. What he had told me about this human girl who had been born nearly 400 years ago made her presence here seem impossible. And yet there she was, taking them all in with a neutral expression and a steady gaze. I didn't have any longer to examine her, though, as Alfred ushered her inside, and movement to my left captured my attention. You're here as Colorado's alpha female then, officially this time? Alpha Peyton openly eyed Thaddeus's visible mark on my neck, the mark that I had made sure was on full view today, knowing I would be surrounded by all the pack alphas and betas. Alpha in training, I explained instead. I'm young, and it's still new to me. The idea of having just as much power over the pack as Thaddeus is a little too intimidating so soon. And what about the pup over there? She asked with a grin, jutting her chin over in Nelson's direction, who was scowling just as fiercely as his uncle. Adrienne had immediately fallen back into that same facade I had first seen all those months ago, a stern male devoid of any emotion beyond irritation, remaining silent as soon as we crossed the border of Alaska's inner territory. Nelson had taken up the same persona with frightening ease. Gone was the soft-featured, mischievous 19-year-old I knew so well, and in his place stood a young wolf that seemed positively brimming with malice. His head was turned towards a group of Alaskan wolves gathered by a cabin not far from where we stood, and I noted the way his eyes widened ever so slightly, and his nostrils flared in what I was certain was panic. A tall young male with light brown skin stood amongst 2 female wolves. While Nelson was slender and boyish, this male was broad-shouldered and thick, and looked as if he were strong enough to lift me with only one hand. and he was staring back at Nelson equally wide-eyed, cheeks stained pink. Oh, my beta in training. I didn't bother to hide my grin or the affection in my tone. A surge of pride welled deep within me as I recognized that powerful look shared between the two wolves. There was no mask I could wear amongst these alphas anyway, not when they already knew me so well. Any attempts to appear as cold and reserved as the males from my pack would only hint at the falsity behind their attitudes. Of course he is, Alpha Peyton laughed, eyes alight with a recognizable joy as perhaps she too realized what was happening. Looks like a vicious young thing. I'd expect nothing less from Colorado. And I'm not at all surprised that you fit in so well with them. You're not. I asked with a raised brow, folding my arms across my chest, not sure if I should take that as an insult or not. It was no secret that the other alphas weren't all that fond of the Colorado pack at times, and I hardly came across as fierce and as indifferent as the others pretended to be. I wasn't vicious. You may not be able to shift, but I recognized the wild in you the first moment I met you. There'd been a beast prowling beneath your skin, caged by your years with that young alpha. Jacob. I had noticed him almost instantly upon our arrival, but he hadn't made any indication at all to approach me. Good. It would take more than 4 months for the bad blood between us to settle. I hoped one day that we could be friends again, that he could apologize for his actions, and that I would forgive him. But not yet, not so soon. Not when the thought of his actions still left an ache in my chest. And now that beast within you is free, and you've made a home for yourself amongst the wildest of wolves. I'm just thankful we're friends. I wouldn't want to be on your bad side. Alpha Peyton laughed again, drawing the attention of my pack, minus Nelson, of course, who still seemed to be entirely frozen in place. I met Thaddeus's narrowed eyes. He'd barely strayed more than a couple of feet from me, seeming unwilling to leave me alone in the company of so many other alphas. His expression was dark, gaze sharp, and mouth flattened into a familiar, unimpressed sneer as he fed into the other alpha's expectations of him. Once again, he was a fearsome alpha, ancient and powerful. An alpha for the others to fear should they step too far out of line. I imagined he looked a hauntingly terrifying sight to the others as he stared over at me impassively, nothing like the gaze you would expect from a male looking towards his mate, but I could see the affection clear as day in his expression. And there, visible on his neck for anyone to see, was a horridly brutal mating mark. It was an ugly thing that, despite having healed months ago, looked perpetually sore. Unlike a normal mating mark made of clean incisions from wolf canines, the mark on Thaddeus's neck had been made by my blunt human teeth. Despite my dislike for the messy teeth marks, Thaddeus had been proudly showing them off for months like a peacock male displaying his feathers. Even now, he looked a little too smug as eyes fell his way, unable to miss the mating mark that had not been there 6 months ago. A cruel smirk twisted across my lips as I appraised my mate, and I could have sworn Alpha Peyton almost shuddered at the sight of it. Perhaps I was more wolf than I had ever thought. After all, I didn't need to shift to be just as vicious and deadly as the best of them if that's who I wished to be. I could have so easily explained that these vicious wild wolves were some of the most loyal, loving wolves I had met. But it was better, I suppose, that I left their reputations intact.
End of chapter analysis. In my analysis of this finale, the most important symbol is the mark on Thaddeus's neck. I wanted it to be ugly. I wanted it to look perpetually sore. Why? Because it represents the breaking of tradition. In a world of perfect wolf mates and clean bites, Thaddeus, an ancient, powerful alpha, wears a messy, human mark with absolute pride. It serves as the final visual proof that Emily, a woman who cannot shift, has claimed the most feared creature in their world. This ending isn't just about romance, it's about identity. By keeping their vicious reputation intact while privately knowing their love, Emily accepts that she doesn't need external validation anymore. She knows who she is, and more importantly, she knows who belongs to her. Audience engagement questions. Thaddeus wears his ugly mark with pride because it came from Emily. Do you think true love is about showing off the messy parts, or should they have hidden it? Emily chooses not to forgive Jacob yet, saying it's too soon. Do you agree with her holding that boundary, or do you think 4 months is enough time to forgive a childhood friend? We saw a spark between Nelson and the Alaskan wolf. What do you think happens next for them? Does Nelson panic and run, or does he finally chase what he wants? The story of Emily and Thaddeus has reached its conclusion, but as we saw with the mysterious Aisha standing beside Alfred, some secrets in this world are older and darker than we ever imagined.